The Fang family were the village butchers. Fang Daoling and his wife Wang Suixiang had 5 sons and 1 daughter. Each of their sons was tall and strapping, and together they were known in the village as the 5 Tiger Generals. No one dared to cross the Fang family. Their daughter, Fang Yuan, was infamous in the surrounding villages for being a troublemaker. She'd grown up running wild behind her brothers, never once bothering to reason with anyone. Because of this, Fang Yuan's marriage prospects were a real headache. In the end, she was betrothed to the eldest son of the Lu family from the neighboring village, a man who had already broken off an engagement once before. On the day of the wedding, just as Fang Yuan's brothers finished escorting her to the Lu family, Li Meng, the woman previously engaged to Lu's eldest, came barging in, wailing that Fang Yuan had stolen her fiancé. She even claimed she was pregnant with his child. Anyone who knew of Fang Yuan's reputation wouldn't dare cause a scene at her wedding. Fang Yuan's wildness was no joke. Without a word, she flipped the table. She grabbed Lu's eldest and gave him a good beating, hands, feet, the works. Li Meng, who'd come to make a scene, was stunned. She'd finally met someone fiercer than herself. Trying to show her devotion to Lu Feng, Li Meng threw herself in front of him to protect him, but Fang Yuan just took them both down together. In Fang Yuan's words, a shameless woman like her deserves a beating. When Lu's mother saw the chaos, she thought to herself, neither of these girls is easy to deal with. Slapping her thigh, she wailed, "We're in trouble now." It was only when Lu's father hurriedly called in his 2nd and 3rd sons that someone managed to stop Fang Yuan's one-sided rampage. Lu's eldest had his face scratched, his hair a mess, and in the confusion, someone even kicked him. He sat on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Fang Yuan smoothed her hair, put her hands on her hips, and glared at the Lu family. "I don't want this disgraceful man. You tell me, what are we going to do about this?" Lu's mother was completely cowed by Fang Yuan's beating. This girl was even fiercer than her own mother-in-law had been. And with 5 equally unruly brothers backing her up, Lu's mother didn't even dare feel sorry for her son Lu Feng. Instinctively, she said, "Whatever you say, will do." Lu's 2nd son, who'd come in to break up the fight, frowned. Could they really just agree to anything? Was this something to promise so lightly? Fang Yuan looked the shabby house up and down, nothing caught her eye. But the 2 young men who'd just come in were quite good-looking. The one with the droopy brows and gloomy eyes especially stood out. Fang Yuan asked, "He's one of yours?" Lu's parents quickly followed her gaze and introduced him. "That's our 2nd son." Fang Yuan eyed the young man with a sullen face. He was a bit thin, but not bad-looking, just not very cheerful. She asked offhandedly, "Is he engaged?" Lu's father, not sure what Fang Yuan was getting at, stammered, "No, not yet." Lu's mother quickly added, "Our 2nd son is a good student, famous even in the county. He's going to college." Fang Yuan turned to the young man at the door and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Lu's 2nd son was a reserved type, used to taking charge outside, rarely letting others dictate the pace. But today, the Lu family was clearly in the wrong. 2 women had barged in, causing such a scene, and he was trying to figure out how to settle things. Especially since the Fang family was not to be trifled with, and Fang Yuan herself was as tough as her reputation suggested. The whole time, he hadn't relaxed his frown. Lu's father hurried to answer for him, No, he doesn't have the means. All our money went to getting the eldest married. And after all that, they'd had to arrange 2 engagements, first one, then another. What a waste. Lu's father was afraid if he spoke too slowly, Fang Yuan would turn on his 2nd son next. Fang Yuan pointed at the young man at the door, her tone fierce. "I'm asking you. Answer for yourself." She looked ready to kick him if he didn't. Why was she taking it out on him instead of Lu's eldest? Lu's 2nd son glanced at Fang Yuan, who didn't even bother to look at him properly. This girl was really something. He just wanted to know what she was getting at. In a clear, bright voice, he replied, "No," Fang Yuan snorted, clearly unimpressed. A grown man, answering whatever she asked, probably no backbone. But at least his voice sounded nice. Fang Yuan declared, "Fine, it's settled. Today, I'll be your second son's wife, the wife of a college student. This was the second shock of the day for everyone in the room. Since when could you just swap grooms like that? What kind of female warlord was this, snatching a husband right in the groom's own house? Didn't like the eldest, so she just switched to the second son. Everyone in the room, even Li Ming, the reborn woman, was stunned. Was this the rich man's wife she'd envied for half her life? Fang Yuan was even bolder than someone who'd lived 2 lifetimes. Who would dare to think of something like this? Li Ming wasn't simple either. Just from her name, you could tell she came from a cultured family. If she'd already broken off the engagement with Lu Feng, why come ruin his wedding today? Because yesterday she'd fallen and, upon waking, somehow learned that Lu Feng, her former fiancé, would one day have a house, a car, and status. He'd be out of her league. So, as the reborn heroine, she'd come to seize her chance. Today, Li Ming was burning her bridges, determined to win back her love and chase a bright future with a future rich man, Lu Feng, playing out the reborn heroine trope. Clinging tightly to Lu Feng, Li Ming was determined to never let go. She wanted a good life this time, and she'd do whatever it took to win him. But Fang Yuan's words shocked Lu's second son the most. His eyes went wide. Wasn't this a bit too casual? He considered himself worldly, but he'd never seen anything like this. But he could tell this woman was wild and unreasonable. Besides, no one here had the final say. This would have to be settled with the Fang family later. Let them try reasoning with this crazy woman. Lu's second son, clear-headed, simply kept quiet. Lu's father, timid all his life, was so scared he hiccuped. Is this really okay? He didn't even think to ask if his second son was willing. Lu's mother stopped crying. Though timid, she was shrewd. She couldn't let her promising son be snatched away like this. Fang Yuan might be good enough for the eldest, but she wasn't worthy of her second son. She stammered, no way. My son's going to college, he's going to bring honor to the family. Li Ming wanted to snatch Fang Yuan's happy ending, to drive away her rival. Seeing the Lu parents faltering, she rolled up her sleeves and cursed, shameless. You think you deserve a college student? Fang Yuan shot Li Ming a contemptuous look. I've got more shame than you. You tried to steal my fiancé. Who do you think you are? Only a woman as shameless as you would want a man like that. Li Ming tried to retort, but Fang Yuan grabbed a dirty rag and slapped it across her face. Eyesore. Shut up. She acted without hesitation, not giving Li Ming the slightest regard. Lu's mother, watching from the side, shrank back in fear and immediately fell silent along with Li Ming. Fang Yuan looked around the room with disdain. I'm an unmarried woman. If I leave your house and become a divorcee, I'm not taking that loss. Your Lu family owes me an explanation. Old Lady Lu glanced at her second son, hesitating. Can we discuss this again? The one you were supposed to marry is the eldest. We can't just handle things this way. If word gets out, it'll sound terrible. Fang Yuan's face darkened. She threw a red double happiness iron tray at Lu eldest, snapping, that disgraceful Lu eldest, shameless scoundrel, he's not even worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me. The Lu family watched as the tray, emblazoned with the double happiness symbol, smacked right into Lu eldest's nose, catching him off guard and making his nose bleed. Lu eldest's face had just been scratched, and now his nose was bleeding from the blow. He looked truly pitiful and miserable. The scene was so brutal that the Lu parents couldn't bear to watch. This girl was unreasonable. She'd start swinging as soon as she spoke. She was clearly not the same kind of person as the Lu family. But old Lady Lu could see the bigger picture. If Fang Yuan, a young woman, was already this fierce, what about her brothers, who were all famous for their tempers? Just thinking about it made old Lady Lu's legs go weak. Her lips quivered as she fought back tears. Fang Yuan said, Don't think your college student son is any better than me. Book-smart people are cunning and can't handle daily life. I'm the one taking the risk here. Besides, whether it's a college student or a grade schooler, they're all just students. They can't earn money or support a family. Old Lady Lu fell silent. Her second son was still in school, and for the next 3 to 5 years, he'd only be spending, not earning. Fang Yuan glanced at Lu's second, And look at this sour face. No joy at all. I'm not even complaining about the bad luck. A perfectly good college student, and yet he was being rejected like this. Lu Second was so angry he nearly fainted. If it weren't obvious that this girl was unreasonable, he'd have argued with her right then and there. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, she just stood there, staring at the Lu family. Her aura was so overwhelming that everyone in the room was cowed into silence. She'd drawn the line. How to resolve this? That was up to them to figure out. The Lu family said nothing. This was a big deal. They couldn't bear to see their phoenix egg, their prized son, snatched away like this. But thinking of the Fang family, their reputation in the village, and their 5 famously tough sons, the Lus didn't dare voice any objections. Most importantly, the Lus were in the wrong. What Lu eldest had done was truly shameful. And Fang Yuan was right. Supporting a college student was expensive, something the Lus had already considered. At this point, Lu eldest should have stepped up to talk to Fang Yuan, apologize, and make amends. But he didn't have the guts. Lu Second, for his part, looked down on his older brother. Fang Yuan's face darkened further. Can't any of you even say a word? She kicked the already overturned table again. Did you hear me or not? Just then, a vegetable bowl flew past Old Lady Lu's ear. Old Lady Lu instinctively covered her nose and quickly said, "We understand. We'll compensate you with a man. Second, our second son is good. He has integrity and decency. He'll make it up to you. Only he is worthy of you." What a disaster. How did they end up with a woman like this at their door? Second son was their phoenix egg. After she finished, Old Lady Lu grabbed her lower lip, looking like she was about to cry. Old Man Lu looked at his wife, stammering for a long time without saying a word. Would this really work? His wife always bullied the weak and feared the strong, but she sure changed her tune quickly. But second son's schooling would cost money, and if they spent all their savings on a wedding, there'd be nothing left. Even if Lu Second and Fang Yuan weren't a perfect match, if they really got married, at least they'd have some support. The Fang family was well off. That was what Old Man Lu was thinking, so he didn't object. Fang Yuan nodded finally, something that sounded reasonable. She scrutinized Lu Second, who was standing by the door. Still, she thought, he didn't look sturdy, probably even less useful than he looked. Lu Second, standing by the door, was already dumbfounded. What did this have to do with him? It was Lu eldest who caused all the trouble. Why should he be the one to clean up the mess? And listening to his mother. Has integrity, has decency. Was she praising him or insulting Lu eldest? His parents were so unreliable. How could they just go along with this wild girl's way of thinking? The most dissatisfied was Lu eldest. He was the one getting married, but who had asked his opinion? Covering his nose, he protested, "Fang Yuan, Mom, what are you talking about? I don't agree. If word got out, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating?" Li Ming covered her face, whining, "Brother Feng, are you still thinking about this woman? I'm pregnant with your child, Brother Feng." Fang Yuan turned away, refusing to look at these two shameless people. It was an eyesore. Old Lady Lu pulled her eldest son, sobbing, "But what else can we do? How can our family make it up to Fang Yuan?" "Eldest, Fang Yuan is right. You behaved disgracefully. In all the generations of the Lu family, no one's ever done something like this." Old Lady Lu thought, as long as Fang Yuan wasn't angry and didn't want Lu eldest, it didn't matter if her eldest was belittled. This girl was hot-tempered, overbearing, and unreasonable. They couldn't afford to offend her. Most importantly, they were in the wrong, and it was shameful. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, almost kicking Lu eldest again, her attitude fierce. "What's it got to do with a man like you who doesn't know how to behave? Who cares what you have to say?" Then she turned to the Lu family. "Kick that woman and this man out. As long as I'm in this house, I don't want to see them." She was fiercer than a bandit. Lu Second almost laughed in exasperation. Things hadn't even started yet, and this woman was already acting like she ruled the house. Of course, he didn't want to see Lu eldest, that useless thing, or Li Meng, that seductive woman, either. Kicking them out sounded great. Old Lady Lu was in a bind. They might be disgraceful, but they were still her son and daughter-in-law. Where could she kick them out to? Scolding them was one thing, but actually kicking them out, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Lu Feng was about to explode. He stood up, rubbing his butt and hopping around. This is my house. I'm the eldest son. Don't go too far. Fang Yuan had no respect for men like him. If the matchmaker hadn't talked him up so much, she'd never have considered such second-hand goods. Your house? You think you deserve it. Old man Lu timidly raised his hand, indicating he wanted to speak. Fang Yuan looked over. Say what you want to say. Old man Lu managed, even if we compensate, he's still my son. Lu second looked at his father's cowardice and ground his back teeth. How could he be so scared? Fang Yuan's face darkened, immediately displeased. So you still want to let these two shameless people stay in the family? Let them ruin your family's reputation? Old man Lu fell silent. It really was embarrassing. After today, the Lu family wouldn't be able to hold their heads up in the village. Second son was a scholar, promising, and cared about his reputation. They couldn't let the whole family be shamed. Old man Lu's mind was spinning with worries. Old lady Lu, though afraid of Fang Yuan, still weakly protested, but he's still my son. Fang Yuan was dissatisfied with her in-laws' refusal to distinguish right from wrong. It's either me or him. If you want to keep a disgraceful son and a shameless daughter-in-law, I won't stick around to be humiliated with you. So, what's it going to be? The last time Fang Yuan asked, what's it going to be, they lost their phoenix egg. Now, hearing her say it again, the Lu couple shivered instinctively. Old man Lu and old lady Lu really didn't know what to do. They stared at Fang Yuan, waiting for her to speak. And with the family's circumstances as they were, if things were better, would they have let Lu eldest marry a wild girl from the next village? Li Ming didn't want to be kicked out. Ideally, she wanted this woman gone instead, so she could stay in the Lu family. This was her chance to perform. Rolling her eyes, she put herself in the position of a Lu family member and spoke up, "You're so unreasonable. When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. The Lu family is already being generous letting you stay. You're an unwanted woman. If you don't want to stay, then leave. No one's stopping you." Fang Yuan glanced at Li Ming, raising an eyebrow with utter disdain. "What's it got to do with you? If I hear you yapping again, believe me, I'll slap you." Li Ming shrank back in fear. "You're so unreasonable. Then what do you want?" "I'm not leaving. Without Lu Feng, I don't want to live." Fang Yuan snorted, swept her gaze around the shabby house, and said to the Lu parents, "Fine. If they won't leave, and you won't make them, then let's split the family." Old man Lu had just married 2 daughters-in-law into the family, and there was still a youngest son who hadn't found a wife yet. He really hadn't thought about splitting up the family, but it wasn't entirely out of the question. He spoke to Fang Yuan in a tentative tone. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Fang Yuan was blunt and decisive. "I refuse to live with someone so lacking in morals. I have my pride." Second brother Lu shot her a glance, almost blurting out, "Pride? I don't see it." Luckily, he managed to swallow the words before they escaped. Otherwise, he'd definitely have angered this female fiend. Lu Feng was left red-faced by her repeated accusations of immorality, feeling like she was calling him shameless at every turn. Why should you get to decide? This is the Lu family. It's not your place to call the shots. Fang Yuan didn't even pause to think before retorting, "Because you're immoral, unrestrained, and a liar who tricked me into marriage. Because your Lu family doesn't do things properly." Then she added, "Does your family really want someone like you, so lacking in morals, to be in charge and drag the whole family's reputation through the mud?" Old man Lu nodded along with Fang Yuan's words. He really couldn't let his muddle-headed eldest son take charge. He couldn't let the whole family be shamed together. Old lady Lu tried to defend herself in a small voice. "Our second son is promising. He's a phoenix, a golden phoenix. We're giving him to you, so you're not losing out." Fang Yuan replied, "A phoenix? I don't see it. He's more like a little chick, and he's still in school. Doesn't that cost money? Where exactly am I getting the better end of this deal?" Second brother Lu was so angry he nearly ground his teeth to dust. This woman really had a sharp tongue. The thing was, they were already talking about splitting the family, and no one had even asked his opinion. His biggest regret now was ever getting involved in this mess. Old man Lu looked at his second son. He hadn't even agreed to give him to this she-devil yet. His second son was good-looking, a student, and hadn't been engaged before. He'd have no trouble finding a wife. But seeing Fang Yuan's domineering stance and thinking of the Fang family's reputation for being tough, old man Lu couldn't bear to send his son into the tiger's den. Even though the family was short on money, if they tightened their belts, they could still support their son through school. He tried to reason with Fang Yuan about your engagement to our second son. Can't we talk it over? Fang Yuan glanced around at the shabby home, chin held high. Do you have anything more valuable to offer me? Or do you just think our Fang family is easy to push around? Old man Lu looked at his second son and lowered his head. There really wasn't anything more valuable in the house. The main thing was, this girl was too fierce, and the Fang family really wasn't easy to deal with. Their honest family had never faced anything like this before. Fang Yuan continued, your family sent a matchmaker to trick me into marrying your son, and on the wedding day, you brought in another woman to disgust me. What, do you think I'm easy to bully? Go ask around, when has Fang Yuan ever been taken advantage of? No need to ask. The Fang brothers could stomp their feet and make the whole village tremble. Old man Lu was so ashamed he didn't dare look at his second son. Our second son is hardworking, good-looking, and educated. He's a better match for you, Fang Yuan. It's the eldest who isn't worthy of you. The couple immediately changed their tune, giving up any resistance. Old man Lu comforted himself. If this marriage went through, at least second brother would have the Fang family support. That wasn't so bad. Fang Yuan acknowledged this much. She glanced at second brother Lu, not seeing much to praise. At least you're more decent than your eldest brother. That was about it. Second brother Lu felt like a piece of meat on the chopping block, being picked over and judged. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. She was exhausted from the day and didn't want to see those two troublemakers anymore. Give us the old house. Any objections? Old man Lu, relieved that he wouldn't have to move out himself, quickly agreed in the face of this female tyrant. No objections, none at all. It's just a pity for you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at old lady Lu, who quickly shook her head. No objections. As long as you don't feel wronged, Fang Yuan. If old lady Lu weren't a little afraid of Fang Yuan and still worried about her eldest son, she'd actually prefer to have the eldest and that shameless woman move out together. Otherwise, it'd be hard for the youngest to find a wife in the future. The old couple didn't object, and since it wasn't the eldest who had to move out, he didn't object either. Not that his opinion mattered, the decision was made. Fang Yuan looked at the man standing by the door with dissatisfaction. What are you staring at? Go clean up the old house. Don't you have any sense? And you call yourself a college student? Second brother Lu was about to speak, but old man Lu pulled him aside. Son, I'm sorry. Today, it's our family that's at fault. We can't split your brother in two to make things fair. The key was, Fang Yuan had no interest in the eldest now, and they didn't dare offend the Fang family behind her. Lu's third son, who had come in with second brother, had watched the whole thing unfold and knew this woman was tough. He started to cry. Second brother, just go along with it. Otherwise, he was afraid the female bandit would pick him to be the groom. She'd already looked him over several times, and he was sturdier than his second brother. Old lady Lu went over and pulled her second son aside, face full of guilt. Second son, please just take that woman and leave. Don't let her yell at me anymore. She's scary. Then she added, you have to get married even if you're in college. Sooner or later, it has to happen. This way is fine. Second brother Lu was so angry he was shaking. He'd only come in to break up the fight, and now he'd gotten himself trapped. He knew his parents were weak and indecisive, but he hadn't expected things to go this far. He laughed bitterly. You've made up your minds then? Once this marriage is set, there's no backing out. And I'm done cleaning up my brother's messes. For the sake of the eldest, you've thrown away the family's money, and now you're throwing away your son too. Old lady Lu choked back tears. What else could we do? Who knew your brother would cause all this? She glanced at Fang Yuan. We've thought it through. We won't bother you in the future. That woman was too much to handle. They wouldn't dare ask second brother's family for help again. Old man Lu had to say something, showing a bit of cunning by taking a stand. Second son, your brother was wrong, and he shouldn't have dragged you into this. But we can't let people talk behind our backs, and we can't let Fang Yuan down. Second brother Lu felt like he'd been devoured by this female demon today, but there was nothing more to say. He was utterly disheartened. With parents like these and a family like this, why should he stand up and take responsibility? Let the female demon make a scene. This family deserved it. He turned to leave, but the female demon called out, "Take all the stuff on the floor with you." Everyone looked down. There was only one luggage roll, but it looked new. If he remembered right, it belonged to Li Ming. Second brother Lu was a bit confused. Was this woman so angry she couldn't tell whose things were whose? Li Ming panicked and rushed over to protect her luggage. "This is all mine." Fang Yuan sneered and pulled Li Ming aside. "Yours? You think you can just get away with stealing someone's man? Want to argue about it?" Li Ming was furious. How did she end up dealing with someone like this? How can you be like this? You're a bandit. This is robbery. Fang Yuan replied, "Compared to what you did, what's this? Is there any crime worse than stealing someone else's man?" The onlooking members of the Lu family stared wide-eyed. Fang Yuan's domineering attitude and utter disregard for reason had finally made the Lu family see her true colors. She showed no guilt whatsoever as she snatched what she wanted. To match her words, Fang Yuan kicked the luggage straight to the doorway, completely ignoring whatever Li Ming was saying. Fang Yuan looked up at the Lu family's second son, her eyes full of disdain. "What are you staring at? Pick up your things and take them back." "Just like that? Take them back? Back where? Why does she order me around so easily?" Even the previously dejected second Lu felt something different. This fierce woman was no slouch when it came to grabbing things. Fang Yuan didn't bother considering anyone else's feelings. She continued instructing second Lu and my dowry. "Find a cart, load everything up, and take it away." She had no intention of staying in this place, breathing the same air as these two people. Too polluted. Lu family's third son, terrified Fang Yuan might set her sights on him, quickly jumped in to help, eager to curry favor. "I'll help second sister-in-law move the dowry." Just like that, she became second sister-in-law, and second Lu was simply swept along by the whole family. Second Lu thought to himself, so this so-called phoenix egg isn't worth much after all, not in this family. Fang Yuan glanced at third Lu, then pointed around the room. This, and this, all of it goes. The whole family's eyes followed Fang Yuan's finger in a circle. Once all those things were taken, there'd be almost nothing left. Lu's mother was a bit reluctant to part with the new thermos. There were still things in the room they used daily, things put in the bridal chamber just for show. She opened her mouth, but Fang Yuan shot her a look, and Lu's mother immediately shut up. When they first met, this girl seemed so nice. Who knew she'd turn on them in a heartbeat? And even get physical. Second, Lu watched his parents, who wanted to speak but didn't dare, and for some reason felt a strange sense of satisfaction having someone like Fang Yuan holding things down. All his past nagging had never been as effective as a single look from Fang Yuan. On the other side, Li Ming, watching the female fiend sit back down on the Kong, was shaking with rage. "Why are you sitting down? You've already taken everything, why aren't you leaving?" Fang Yuan replied, "I married into your family. You think I can just leave whenever you say so? Do you think I'm as worthless as you?" Then she added, "Oh right, you were just a freebie for the Lu family." Li Ming's face turned green with embarrassment. This woman's mouth was vicious. She glanced at Lu Feng, thinking of the good days to come, gritting her teeth and holding on. Seeing the Lu parents weren't speaking up for her, Li Ming turned to Lu Feng, whining, "Brother Feng, look at how she's bullying me. What kind of woman is this?" Lu Feng squatted on the floor, not wanting to speak. How did things get to this point? Everything had happened so fast he hadn't even had time to think. He'd been swapped in a marriage exchange. Honestly, it was all Li Ming's doing. Now she was clinging to him, But where was she before? Lu Feng still remembered how she'd pressured him when they broke off the engagement. The whole family watched as second Lu packed up the things Fang Yuan wanted, with third Lu helping. Anything Fang Yuan set her eyes on, she had them take away. Truth be told, second Lu had grown up in this family, and not a single thing in the house truly belonged to him. Now, being allowed to take whatever he wanted, while Lu Feng and that woman could only watch and stomp their feet, he felt a strange satisfaction. At first, he was just going along to appease Fang Yuan, but as he kept packing, he started to feel genuinely good about it. Fang Yuan sat alone on the kang, while the entire Lu family stood on the floor, with second Lu and third Lu scurrying around, clearing out the house under her direction. The scene looked just like bandits raiding a village. By the time second Lu and third Lu carried everything out, the room was almost empty. Even the new bedding on the kang was gone. Lu's mother, heart aching, suddenly had a strange realization. She could even praise her second daughter-in-law for being so capable at managing a household. After all, the things weren't going to outsiders. They were just being moved to the old house, still within the family. No real difference. Thinking this way, Lu's mother felt much better, though she still felt bad for her college-bound second son. At this moment, Fang Yuan spoke up again. "I'm married into your family. If I just leave like this, without any explanation, that won't do. You need to go to the brigade, find someone impartial to make things clear, and write a proper division of property agreement." Just as Lu's mother had comforted herself, she broke down again. Division of property? That meant these things would soon no longer be hers, but second Lu's. Clutching her chest, she still felt the pain. Lu's father felt ashamed. Even though things had come to this, he'd rather keep it within the family to save face. He tried to negotiate with Fang Yuan. "Fang girl, can't we wait a bit? It's not really appropriate to call people over to divide the family today." Fang Yuan immediately turned hostile, giving him no face at all, her words sharp. "When you promised your son to two families, did you think that was inappropriate? Bringing two dubious and immoral people into the family for no reason, do you really think hiding it makes things look better?" Lu's father still had his own principles. He couldn't accept such accusations. He tried to reason with Fang Yuan. "Fang girl, the engagement wasn't promised to two families. That girl forced her way in. Our family keeps its word." No matter what, Li Meng had come out and disgusted her. Fang Yuan glared, giving no one any face. "What, you want to argue with me about this?" Lu's father immediately backed down. The last time Fang Yuan argued, she flipped the table. The marks from her nails were still on his eldest son's face. If it came to being unreasonable, he didn't dare. If it came to being reasonable, well, the family was clearly in the wrong. The woman beside his eldest son was impossible to explain away. The child in her belly was even harder to account for. His face burned with shame. The Lu family had really disgraced themselves. All he could do was call out to third Lu, who was heading out. "Sanner, on your way. Ask the village secretary to come over." Lu Feng could hardly believe it. What kind of wedding was this? The whole family was being torn apart. How could his father agree to all this? Fang Yuan started dividing up the family property. "For the division, we want the old house." "That's not really fair to us, is it?" Lu's father pulled a long face, not daring to answer. The old house wasn't new, and there was still third Lu to consider. Where would he live when he got married? But he didn't dare argue with Fang Yuan. Before she married in, they'd promised her the new house. But that was when she was marrying the eldest. Now Fang Yuan was going to the old house, married to the second son. Wasn't that unfair? Lu Feng wanted to say, "I'm the eldest. This house should be mine." But as soon as he opened his mouth, his nose started bleeding again, so he quickly covered it and couldn't say a word. The whole family listened in silence as Fang Yuan spoke. Fang Yuan said, "But I'm a reasonable person and I'm filial. Parents should live well. But let me be clear. This is out of filial piety, not to benefit Lu Feng." When it came to property, Lu Feng didn't feel guilty at all. He had to fight for what was his. Holding his nose, he said, "You're going too far. I'll be the one supporting our parents in their old age." The house was his. Fang Yuan sneered, "You useless thing. As if being immoral wasn't enough, you don't even know whose child that woman is carrying, and you expect us to trust you to care for our parents." Li Ming couldn't take it anymore. Wasn't this just insulting her? "You woman, who are you calling names? Brother Feng is the eldest legitimate son. The child in my belly is the legitimate grandson." As if the Lu family had some gold mine waiting to be inherited. Fang Yuan could take on a whole room by herself. She pointed right at Li Ming's nose and said, "You." "Yes, you. Do I even need to insult you? Are you so pure and innocent? Have you ever seen a decent girl show up pregnant at someone else's wedding? Want me to go outside and tell everyone about it?" Li Ming shut her mouth. She cared about her reputation too. With the whole village gossiping, she couldn't save face. She hadn't expected this woman to be so fierce. Fang Yuan turned to oldest Lu and Li Ming and let loose. "I'm giving you face, so take it. When I tell you to shut up, just close your mouth. What, you think I'm easy to deal with? Think I won't go out there and talk sense into people?" She spat in Li Ming's direction. "Pfft. Your precious eldest son, aren't you ashamed to be involved in something so disgraceful?" Li Ming pressed her lips tightly together. If word of this got out, she'd never be able to hold her head up in the village again. Li Ming turned to Lu Feng, her voice as delicate as a wilted flower. "Fengji, I'm willing to suffer for you." Lu Feng's face darkened. "Who asked you to suffer?" He just felt embarrassed. What was this woman doing here after breaking off the engagement? Li Ming's heartfelt confession only earned her Lu Feng's back. No understanding, no comfort. The road to prosperity was off to a rocky start. Fang Yuan spoke up. "I'm giving up this room for my parents. If oldest Lu wants to live here, he'll have to pay me. No freebies." Fang Yuan wasn't about to waste words on people like them. Her family never suffered losses, and they cared about money. Ask around in the township, everyone knew that. Old Lu mulled it over and thought it made sense. Fang Yuan might be a bit rough around the edges, but she had a good heart. She was thinking of her elders. Sons are all family, but when it comes to dividing the house, things should be fair. He sucked on his unlit pipe and said, "Fang Yuan's right, but there's no money left. We spent it all marrying you." Classic broke man. Fang Yuan wasn't afraid of the Lu family being poor. She'd already known most of their situation before marrying in. It wasn't the Lu family she was planning to squeeze. She pointed at Li Ming. "You guys might not have money, but she does. She came all this way, pregnant and alone, to find a man. She must have money. A penniless woman couldn't act so spoiled." New bedding, a new enamel mug hanging on her luggage, one glance, and Fang Yuan could tell she had cash. Li Ming instinctively clutched her money pouch, furious and dizzy. This woman was shameless, eyeing her money. "Dream on. You're just a thief. Why should I give you my money?" Fang Yuan replied, "Thief? What's worse, stealing money or stealing a man? I'm giving you a chance to pay a ransom for your man. He just married me, you know. What, you think you can just take him for free?" No need to act, she was playing the bandit to AT. Old Lu and his wife were both stunned. What kind of person had they married into the family? Old Mrs. Lu realized Fang Yuan was not someone to cross. Lu Feng just felt worthless. He'd just gotten married, and now this woman was selling him off for cash. He glanced at Fang Yuan, then turned away, not wanting to look at her again. What kind of person had that matchmaker brought into their home? If Lu Feng had a choice, he'd stay far away from both these women. All the family's money had gone into marrying off the eldest son. They really had nothing left. Now everyone just stared at the two women, meaning, "You sort it out yourselves." Li Ming could see it too. Lu Feng was starting to look down on her. She had to hold her ground. She gritted her teeth. "How much do you want?" Fang Yuan shot back. "What? After all this fuss, you think this disgraceful man isn't worth much? Shouldn't you pay whatever you have? If it were me, I wouldn't even take him if you paid me." Of course he was worth something. Now it was all about pride. Li Ming had to give Lu Feng face. Her man had to be valuable. Besides, she'd made such a scene earlier, and Lu Feng seemed to be siding against her. Now she had to show some backbone and prove how much she valued her Fengji. Li Ming gritted her teeth. What was a bit of money? Her man was capable, and there'd be plenty of money in the future. She'd be a rich wife someday. She glared at Fang Yuan, thinking, one day, this woman will have to watch me rise to the top. When we're doing well, we won't bother with Lu's second family. Let her regret it. She dug in her pocket for a long time, pulled out a roll of bills, steeled herself, stomped her foot, and threw the money over with her eyes closed. Here, take it. All of it. Oldest Lu watched as the two women bought and sold him, thinking, so I really was sold by one woman and bought by another? Old Mrs. Lu was worried, seeing Li Ming just hand over her money like that. Was she stupid? What would her son's future look like? This woman really wasn't much. You can't just take advantage for nothing. Honestly, Fang Yuan was the better woman. She knew how to run a household. Look at that. She'd just arrived and already had the house and the money in hand. She was a real manager. Old Mrs. Lu was timid but not foolish. She thought, well, this isn't so bad. Both sons have wives now. The eldest son's wife came chasing after him. If she had to suffer a bit, so be it. The second son's wife was begged for by the family, so of course she should be treated well. Even if she was meant for the eldest, there was no other way. The real worry was that the second son still had to go to college. What would they do? The second son's wife was fierce. She didn't dare cross her. She wouldn't even say it out loud. But she'd already decided, from now on, she'd go along with whatever the second son's wife wanted. She didn't dare do otherwise. Fang Yuan calmly opened the roll of bills, licked her fingers, and started counting. Then she frowned at Li Ming and said, so this disgraceful man is only worth 250? That number, what a coincidence, wasn't exactly lucky. But the amount stunned the whole Lu family. It was more than all the money they'd scraped together for Fang Yuan's bride price. They looked at Li Ming like she was an idiot. So much money, just hand it over? Old Mrs. Lu even glanced at her eldest son. He wasn't worth 250, was he? Li Ming was furious. This woman was too wicked. Wasn't she deliberately driving a wedge between her and Lu Feng? You're the 250. My Feng Ji is not a 250. She pulled out a handkerchief and threw it at Fang Yuan. Take it. It's all yours. She was ready to give her heart for Feng Ji. Every penny was her love for him. She just didn't know if he understood. Unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't see it that way. Watching Li Ming act foolish, he was getting anxious. What's wrong with being worth 250? Throwing money around like this, now that's really being a fool. He couldn't bring himself to say, he's not worth 250. Fang Yuan opened the handkerchief, counted the money, and was finally satisfied. She pocketed the cash and announced to the room, 100 plus 250 deal. This disgraceful man is yours now. Li Ming was dizzy with anger. 350 is 350. Why did she have to say 250 plus 100? It was like saying she wasn't even worth 250. Too wicked. Fang Yuan wiped her hands with the handkerchief, then tossed it back to Li Ming with a look of disgust. I don't want this thing. It's dirty. Her tone was so disdainful, it was almost bullying. Just then, Lu's third son arrived with the village party secretary. Old man Lu got up and invited the village party secretary to sit on the heated brick bed. He glanced at Fang Yuan, who had moved to sit at the edge, before hesitantly explaining the situation. Today, my eldest and second son's wives are both entering the family. It's an auspicious day. So I thought we might as well divide up the family property now. That's why I asked my third son to invite you over, to help us sort things out. The village secretary was a bit confused. Your second son is getting married today too? I hadn't heard. Isn't your second son about to go to university? It wasn't easy for a rural family to send a child to college, so compared to getting married, the whole village paid more attention to higher education. Old man Lu glanced at Fang Yuan's expression and explained, getting married won't interfere with his studies. Old lady Lu rubbed her hands and came up with a reason. Well, our family isn't well off, so we thought we'd marry both daughters-in-law at once to save some money. As she finished, she looked at Fang Yuan. No matter how you looked at it, it was clear they were watching Fang Yuan's reaction before making any decisions. The village secretary thought to himself, Would the second son really agree to this? A college-bound kid willing to marry a wife in the countryside? Isn't this nonsense? But given the Liu family circumstances, it wasn't surprising they wanted to save money on weddings. Their eldest son, just to get married, didn't even dare mention the fact that the family was supporting a college student, for fear the girl wouldn't want to marry into a family with that kind of financial burden. The village secretary thought further. Maybe the Liu family's plan was to marry a wife for the second son in the countryside, support him through college, and have the daughter-in-law stay home to look after the parents and tend the land. But that wasn't something you could say out loud, it would sound bad. So the village secretary didn't ask further. He looked at the woman sitting on the kang, then at the one on the floor, and greeted Fang Yuan, who was sitting on the kang, eldest daughter-in-law. Fang Yuan answered confidently, "Uncle, I'm the second son's wife. Sorry to trouble you today, but I'd like you to witness that I am the properly married wife of their second son, the college student's wife." The village secretary rubbed his forehead, thinking, what's going on? Weren't you the eldest son's wife when we were drinking earlier? I'm not that forgetful, am I? He looked at Old Man Liu, silently asking for an explanation. Old Man Liu braced himself and said, yes, that's right. Fang girl is the second son's wife, properly married into our Liu family. Today, Fang girl and our second son are getting married. He looked at Fang Yuan as if to ask, is that the right way to put it? Are you satisfied? Fang Yuan nodded, then said, as for the eldest son's wife, I don't know what's going on there. I'm not sure if they're getting married today or not. That was almost worse than saying nothing. It made it obvious there was a problem with the eldest son's marriage. She really wasn't saving any face for the eldest couple. Li Meng and the eldest son, Lu Feng, stood nearby, but neither said a word. The village secretary's eyebrows twitched. He remembered Fang Yuan's reputation as a troublemaker from the Fang family in the neighboring village. If there weren't another woman in the room, he'd have suspected Fang Yuan had forced her way into the marriage. He glanced at the eldest son, whose face was scratched up, and at the woman beside him, and realized there was more to the story. Everyone in the village knew that the eldest son had married Fang Yuan, the notorious troublemaker from the next village who was hard to marry off. So how did she end up as the second son's wife? But since they'd said as much, he couldn't meddle. He just felt sorry for the second son, a college student, now married to a troublemaker. What a mismatch. Strange as it was, this sort of thing wasn't unheard of in the village. The secretary frowned and asked, so, how are you planning to divide the family? Old Man Liu finally spoke up, this house here, the eldest couple will live with us. The old house will be for the second couple. The land and trees will be split evenly with the third son. Old Lady Liu quickly added, we don't have any money or debts. The second couple's house is old, so they can take whatever they like from here. Then the old couple both looked at Fang Yuan, asking eagerly, is that all right? Their attitude was more deferential than to their own grandchildren. The village secretary could tell something was up. The Liu family must be feeling guilty, or they wouldn't be trying so hard to please the new daughter-in-law. Otherwise, how could a troublemaker like her end up with the pick of the family? The second son was probably being sacrificed by the family. Especially that eldest couple. They probably weren't up to any good. The secretary thought, by tomorrow morning, this will be the talk of the village. What a pity about the second son, a good, educated boy, now married to this sort of girl. Life would be hard for him from now on. Fang Yuan nodded, not objecting. I heard your second son is going to college. Who knows what'll happen with the land and trees in the future. Let's just leave it like this for now. The village secretary nodded. This girl might be a troublemaker, but she had some sense. Most villagers wouldn't understand the subtleties here. The old Liu couple didn't really get it, and after a pause, they nodded. We'll do as Fang Yuan says. With everything settled and the old couple behaving well, Fang Yuan said, all right, I'm a reasonable person, and I respect my elders. Now that we've sorted out the property, let's talk about supporting the parents in their old age. Old Man Liu and Old Lady Liu immediately straightened their backs. There was a reason they wanted Fang Yuan as a daughter-in-law. She was filial. She hadn't forgotten the elders even while dividing up the family. The old couple quickly said they were still young and hadn't thought about retirement yet, and they'd leave it up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took charge, finally looking directly at the eldest son. There are 3 Lu brothers. The youngest is still a child, so he doesn't get a say. The rest of us who are married should discuss this. With the land and trees split 3 ways, Mom and Dad won't have much income. We need to make arrangements for their support. The village secretary nodded. The kids in this village were all good, and what she said made sense. How do you 3 brothers want to handle supporting your parents? Should we wait for the second son to come back and discuss it? Fang Yuan answered decisively, no need to wait, I can decide. The eldest should speak first. The secretary couldn't help but glance at Fang Yuan again and again. How capable was she to be running the affairs of a college student's family, with no one from the Lu family daring to speak up? He'd lived a long time, but he'd never seen anything like this. Lu Feng was in a bad mood, unable to understand how he'd fallen so low. But things had gotten to this point. Fang Yuan clearly wouldn't marry him, so what could he do? No matter how good a woman was, if she wasn't devoted to him, it was pointless. Hadn't she already taken over the family property for the second son? At this point, Li Ming stepped forward. She had to save face and make a good impression on her in-laws. She needed to lay the groundwork to stay in this family. Li Ming spoke before Lu Feng could. Dad and Mom will live with us. Now that the second son has his own family, every year he'll give 50 yuan to support Dad and Mom. The third son will stay with us for now, and when he gets married, he'll also contribute to their support, just like the second son. The village secretary raised his eyebrows. 50 yuan a year was a lot. No other family in the village gave that much. And the second son was still going to college and would need money. How would they manage? But since the children were willing, he couldn't say much. Old Lu, your daughter-in-law is very sensible. Old man Lu looked at Fang Yuan. He didn't dare agree on his own. Things in their family weren't decided by this daughter-in-law, but by Fang Yuan. Fang girl, is this all right? Old Lady Lu was also staring eagerly at Fang Yuan. Whether this was a good idea or not wasn't up to them. The one who needed to agree was right here. Fang Yuan nodded. All right, if Mom and Dad think it's okay, then I have no problem with it. The old couple from the Lu family quickly echoed. All right, if you say it's okay, then it's okay. We'll listen to you. Li Ming's face darkened. So, everything she said just now was for nothing. Fang Yuan continued, as long as your eldest son has no objections and is willing to let this tainted woman run the household, then let's put it in writing. By the way, the second branch's contribution for the parents' support will be 100. The village chief nodded. He hadn't expected the old couple from the Lu family to be so blessed in their old age, with daughters-in-law competing to show filial piety and even stuffing them with money. This girl might be a bit unruly, but she was generous and handled things with dignity. She didn't let the eldest daughter-in-law suppress her. Looking at the woman who had spoken earlier, now being called tainted and not even daring to talk back, she probably really wasn't clean. He picked up his pen to draft the agreement, but Fang Yuan spoke up again. Uncle, wait a minute. For the second branch's share of the support, this tainted woman will pay for 4 years. Make sure it's written clearly in the document, and she has to sign it herself, stating it's voluntary. The village chief was stunned. He glanced several times at the woman Fang Yuan kept calling tainted. Who would agree to such a deal? He'd never seen a family division like this. This really was a bit unreasonable. What if the kids just didn't want to be filial? The village chief couldn't help but size up Li Ming. Oh, so she was Lu Laodao's former fiancé, the one who used to come to the village. So now, the ex-fiancé had entered the family home. No wonder things seemed a bit murky. There was definitely more to this than met the eye. Li Ming had never heard of anything like this before, buying a good reputation for being filial, and just asking for 100 like that. Why should she pay? Are you crazy, or do you think I'm stupid? Fang Yuan's aura was overwhelming. What, you're only good at stealing men? So, as the eldest daughter-in-law, you're so filial to Mom and Dad? Just now you were shouting about having them live with you, but in the end, You want to use someone else's money to support them and still claim the credit for yourself. You want all the benefits. Lu Feng was furious, not even caring about the complicated relationships anymore. It's like this in every family. You're just being unreasonable. I'm not going to argue with you. But Lu Feng's mind was clear at this crucial moment. The most important thing was knowing who was on his side. Fang Yuan said, "So you know you're being unreasonable. So your filial piety is just lip service? I'm supposed to spend money so you can look good? Do you think I'm stupid? You think you can just snatch people from me that easily? Even if I don't want them, there still needs to be an explanation." Everyone could tell. That last sentence was the key point. No need to spell it out, the village chief understood. No wonder the Lu family had 2 daughters-in-law show up today. The eldest's woman was shameless, chasing after them. Fang Yuan's words were like a curse. Li Ming's face turned pale with anger. "Don't go too far." Fang Yuan replied, "How am I going too far? If I didn't mind living with a tainted woman like you, would you even have a place in this family? Having mom and dad live with you is giving you a chance to prove yourself. Otherwise, if they lived with me, you'd have to pay 50 a year for their support." Then Fang Yuan added, "If mom and dad live with me, you two can get out. I don't want your money for their support." She was tough as nails. "See? I might be a bit unreasonable, but I keep my word. It's not like I'm not giving you a choice." The village chief thought it over. The second son was about to go to college in a few years. They didn't even have enough for tuition, let alone to make money. No wonder this unruly girl was seizing the opportunity to get her way. Lu Laoda said, "I'm the eldest. Why should mom and dad live with you?" Never mind the money for now. If the villagers found out, he'd be scolded to death. Li Ming realized that if she wanted peace today, she'd have to pay up. She gritted her teeth and comforted herself, thinking, money will be worthless in the future. What's $100? It's not even enough for soy sauce, and it's only for 4 years. Fine, I'll pay. She agreed so boldly. What's 3 or 500? When she becomes a rich wife, she'll throw away more than that. Lu Laoda thought this woman was crazy. You think making money is easy? The village chief's look toward Lu Laoda changed. If making money is hard, does that mean you don't have to support your parents? Lu Laoda quickly said, "No, that's not what I meant. Supporting your parents is a son's duty. The amount doesn't matter, but you can't make someone else do it." That made sense. This was the most reasonable thing Lu Laoda had said so far. Fang Yuan replied, "You sound reasonable, but then how could you do something so lacking in virtue? That's an extra offense. You let a woman take the blame for your shameful deeds and think you're off the hook? Could that woman have gotten pregnant all by herself?" What Fang Yuan despised most about Lu Laoda was this: he let that shameless woman spend the money and take the heat. He, a grown man, acted like a victim, as if he'd suffered some great injustice. As if none of this was his doing, and the child wasn't his. That was something outsiders shouldn't hear. The village chief's jaw dropped. Lu Xiaosan, the third son, piped up, second sister-in-law, "It's called pregnant for women. Only pigs are called carrying a litter." With one sentence, he made his allegiance clear. Old Lady Lu glared at him. "What's it got to do with you?" But honestly, their eldest had let 2 women argue from start to finish, never taking responsibility. No wonder Fang Yuan looked down on him. Li Ming snapped, "Watch your mouth. My Feng Ji is just reserved and deep. I'll pay the money, so stop talking." Fang Yuan snorted and spat in Lu Laoda's direction. What a disgrace. The village chief was at a loss. How was he supposed to write this division agreement? He'd never encountered anything like this before. But this confirmed it. The eldest daughter-in-law really wasn't clean, or she wouldn't be so easily manipulated. And Lu Laoda was even worse. Did Fang Yuan care about the money? Could she possibly do a worse job supporting the parents than Lu Laoda? The Fang family never did things that would make people point fingers at them. This division agreement was just a way to keep those 2 in check in the future. If they tried to deny it, she'd have proof. Who knew what would happen in the future, but for the next few years, she wasn't going to let Li Ming strut around under her nose. This was her way of putting a curse on Li Ming. At this point, old Lady Lu spoke up. "Let me say something. The third son is still young. For now, the two of us will live with him. When he gets married, we'll live on our own. The support from the eldest, second, and third sons will all be written the same way. Old man Lu looked up at his wife. What was she doing? Not living with the eldest? Wasn't that just stepping all over him? The village chief glanced at old lady Lu. She was usually quiet, but when it mattered, she was sharp. He just wondered if, when the second son went to college, the old couple would still help out. It would be best to ask them privately later. After saying her piece, old lady Lu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang girl, what do you think? Fang Yuan nodded. That's good. You live with the third son. It sounds better, and it'll be easier for him to find a wife in the future. Her demeanor was so commanding that even the village chief was a bit stunned. He thought to himself, in the future, it would probably be the second daughter-in-law running the Lu family. Li Meng was so angry she could have ground her teeth to dust. This woman was dragging their reputation through the mud. How hateful. The matter was settled just like that. From beginning to end, neither old man Lu, old lady Lu, nor the village party secretary ever asked Lu the eldest for his opinion. As for the two younger brothers, they didn't even look at their big brother. Li Meng, on the other hand, kept tugging at Lu Feng's sleeve, wanting him to speak up for her, to not just accept this and let her reputation be ruined. But Lu Feng's mind wasn't on her at all. Lu the eldest was a bit stunned. Why didn't his parents discuss this with him? He was the eldest, after all. Dad, Mom, why? Old lady Lu comforted him. Your father and I will live on our own. It's more comfortable that way. Lots of families in the village do it like this. Now that we've split up, you all can go live your own lives. As for your youngest brother getting married, your father and I will take care of it. You don't need to worry about it. This is for the best. Old lady Lu had it all figured out. They didn't have many expenses, and the money the sons gave them for their old age would be enough in a few years to marry off the youngest. Lu the eldest did his own calculations too. As long as his parents didn't go live with the second or third son, he could save face. He was still the eldest of the family. And so, the matter was agreed to, muddled as it was. After the family division agreement was written up, Fang Yuan watched as the village secretary signed, then the Lu couple, then Li Meng, and finally, everyone stared at Lu the eldest. Before Fang Yuan could say anything, Li Meng softly said, Lu Feng, our days will only get better from now on. She had staked her reputation on this, but the upside was that once they got rich, no one in this family could cling to them anymore. Let them regret it, Li Meng had her pride. Lu Feng picked up the pen and glanced at Fang Yuan, the woman who'd sold herself for 350 yuan, then at Li Meng, the woman who'd bought him for 350 yuan. He couldn't even figure out what he was feeling, but he gritted his teeth and signed. The agreement even included a yearly 200 yuan support payment for his parents, with 100 of that falling on the second brother. It was like losing a wife and getting stuck with a 400 yuan bill. Lu Feng was beyond frustrated. Why should he have to pay 200 yuan? That was a huge sum, more than he could save in a whole year. At that moment, Lu Feng didn't know whether to be proud that he was worth so much. He shot Fang Yuan a deep, complicated look. This woman really was something else. But Fang Yuan wasn't afraid of him. She didn't even bat an eye. Did this useless man really think he could just coast through life with everyone else taking the hits? That's not how a penniless bachelor should behave. If I can skin Li Meng, I can skin you too. But she wouldn't take the money herself. She had her pride. Giving it to the Lu parents was fine. The village secretary glanced at Fang Yuan, then said to old man Lu, just need your second and third son's signatures now. Lu the youngest poked his head in from the doorway. My second brother's right here. Lu the second came in with a dark face, not a hint of a groom's joy about him. The village secretary figured Lu the second must be unhappy about this marriage. Fang Yuan held out the agreement to Lu the second. It's all divided. Dad and Mom have no objections, neither do I. Sign it. The implication, no one else's opinion matters. Lu the second had already calmed himself outside, don't get angry, don't get angry, but the moment the shrew spoke, he wanted to grind his teeth. Lu the youngest tried to flatter her. Second sister-in-law, my second brother will be starting university soon. Life's tough for you too now, but once he graduates, he'll definitely make something of himself. Fang Yuan glanced at Lu II. How much he achieves isn't the point. As long as he doesn't lose his morals, that's enough. Lu the eldest, who'd been subtly insulted, was grinding his teeth on the side. Of course, Lu II didn't feel flattered by this either. This whole family had been worn down by this shrew until they didn't even have the energy to argue. Fang Yuan glared at Lu II. What are you looking at? Sign. Lu II picked up the pen, staring at his parents, his mind in turmoil. He'd need money for university, but now that the family was split, no one had mentioned it. He couldn't help but wonder, maybe his parents were afraid he'd be a burden to the family. His eyes reddened. Should I sign? Just 3 words, but for a scholar, the weight in his heart was heavy. Old Lady Lu and Old Man Lu looked at their second son expectantly. Go ahead, sign. Lu II's hand trembled as he held the pen. He knew his own family, his parents and big brother must be relieved. Supporting a college student wasn't easy. Otherwise, with the eldest's stingy nature, he'd never have agreed to such a bad deal in the division. He finally looked seriously at Fang Yuan beside him. Regardless of feelings at this moment, Lu II felt a strange sense of solidarity. No matter what happened in the future, at least right now, he wasn't alone. He wondered if this tough, penniless girl beside him realized what it meant to have picked up a college student like him. There was no bargain to be had here. Lu II signed with his eyes closed, his mind full of worries about school. Maybe even going at all was in question now. He couldn't really drag Fang Yuan down with him. Then Lu the youngest signed too, and the family division was finally complete. The village secretary had never seen anything like this before. As he was sent off by the Lu family, his mind was spinning. And as for the eldest's not-so-innocent wife, what exactly had she done to sign an agreement like this? The village secretary was full of gossip. But he waited up. Everyone said that girl from the Fang family was wild, but she seemed pretty sharp to him. He had to admire how the family was split. Over the next 4 years, she'd keep the eldest couple firmly under her thumb. After 4 years, when the second finished university, could the eldest still compare to him? The more he thought about it, the more impressive this woman seemed. Once the outsiders had left, Fang Yuan spoke up again. Tomorrow morning, your whole family is going to go door to door in the village and tell everyone that I am your second son's lawfully wedded wife. If you don't make it clear, I'll go tell them myself. Lu the eldest thought, wouldn't that just drag him and his bargain wife through the mud? Don't go too far. Fang Yuan's face darkened. If I hear even a single bad word about me in the village, I'll tell everyone how that not-so-innocent woman is already several months pregnant. Scared? What a joke. Who is this immoral person trying to shame? She'd given them enough face. Old Man Lu said, I'll go, Fang Yuan, I'll go explain. Fang Yuan replied, no. You don't get to pick up a bargain like that. That not-so-innocent woman has to go herself and explain. If anyone says a bad word about me in the future, it's because she didn't make herself clear, and I'll come tear her house apart. She shot a glare at Li Meng, her tone unkind. Don't try to act all innocent after getting your way. That doesn't work with me, got it? Li Meng looked at Lu Feng aggrieved, then sniffled. For the sake of being a rich wife in the future, she'd endure it. This wasn't much. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'll explain. My family lives far away, so I was delayed on the road, which is why there was only one bride when we arrived, and people misunderstood you as the eldest's wife. My engagement to the eldest is fine. There was never any talk of breaking it off. We just had a little spat because of family pressure, but our love is as strong as gold. From beginning to end, you were always the second's wife. You only married him because he's good-looking and literate. You married for the man himself. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu nodded vigorously. That story sounded good, almost believable. Fang Yuan snorted. No wonder you're so shameless. You can make up lies better than anyone. Li Ming's face was indescribably ugly. She'd never been so humiliated. The Lu family all turned to look at Li Ming. This woman was a liar. Everyone's eyes were full of wariness. Li Ming hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm not, but the facts were right in front of them. Could she really explain her way out of this? Fang Yuan shot Li Ming a glare, warning her, from now on, stop looking at our second son. He's literate, good-looking, and not someone you should be thinking about. If I catch you once, I'll hit you once. Lu's second son felt a bit out of sorts, hearing himself called, our second son. He couldn't help baring his teeth in discomfort. He didn't even feel sad anymore. Old Mrs. Lu looked at Li Ming with concern, then glanced at her second son. If this was true, it would be the source of chaos in the family. This matter needed to be watched closely. Fang Yuan was right to be cautious. Li Ming was so angry she was grinding her teeth, trembling and unable to speak clearly. I was just praising you. I only like our Feng Ji. Fang Yuan pointed at Li Ming's nose and cursed, Pa. I knew you were shameless. You say these kinds of shameless things out loud. Honestly, Fang Yuan's behavior and words were a bit much, but somehow, they made sense. Lu Chuan watched as Li Ming trembled, unable to get a word out, while Fang Yuan scolded her. He thought, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. No one in their family had ever managed to reason with Li Ming. Look at Fang Yuan, she didn't bother reasoning, and she had Li Ming under control in an instant. Fang Yuan instructed the Lu parents, keep an eye on this woman from now on. Don't let her embarrass the family outside. Li Ming was furious, losing her composure. Who are you to tell me what to do? Fang Yuan replied, even though we've split up the family, it still looks bad if people talk about us. The men rely on their reputation to work outside. Cherish it, don't ruin it. The third son still needs to find a wife one day. The Lu parents didn't dare offend Fang Yuan, and she was right, so they nodded immediately. Don't worry, we'll handle it. You don't need to worry. Li Ming's only motivation to keep going was the hope of a better life in the future. No matter what she said, Fang Yuan would scold her, so she just gave up and stayed silent. She looked at Lu Feng with pity in her eyes. So, what if he became the richest man in his past life? Living with a woman like this couldn't have been easy. Lu Feng got goosebumps from Li Ming's gaze. This woman was crazy. Fang Yuan, seeing she had the situation under control and everyone was listening, was quite satisfied. She finally got off the bed, shot a look at Lu's second son, and said, let's go. Look at your pale face, letting that shameless woman stare at you. Lu's second son didn't even know how to react. He just wanted to howl at the sky. What kind of woman was this? What kind of life was he going to have in the future? This woman sold off Lu's eldest brother for just 350 yuan. Could he really live with her? Why did he feel so insecure? If Lu's eldest brother was worth 350 yuan, Lu's second son started wondering how much he'd be worth. If another woman came along wanting to buy him, how much would this woman sell him for? Could she make a fortune just by selling off the men? In the end, he still had to follow Fang Yuan. Otherwise, the whole family would have to watch her mood. Another thing, Lu's second son was quick-witted. He could see that Fang Yuan was a tough character. If he didn't go along, she might drag him out herself, which would be even more embarrassing. Looking at his parents, who were timidly watching Fang Yuan's face, Lu's second son sighed. After a whole day of chaos, it was time for this matter to end. The Lu family watched as the two of them left one after another. The third son couldn't hold back and started crying. Mom, Dad, will second brother be okay? Will he get beaten? Lu's third son had always been a bit shrewd but also timid. He wasn't the type to do good deeds easily, but he couldn't do bad things either. Everyone looked at Lu's eldest brother, who had already been beaten. Wasn't it obvious? The second brother wouldn't fare much better. Lu's eldest brother didn't look good, blustering. What are you looking at? At least she's a woman, she wouldn't dare. Then everyone fell silent again. She really would dare, and she already had. She'd even beaten up the eldest brother and this not-so-innocent woman right in front of the whole family. A living example. Coming from Lu's eldest brother, those words had zero credibility. He muttered, second brother didn't even do anything wrong. After that, everyone fell silent again. So you know you embarrassed yourself and deserve to be beaten? Lu's eldest brother just squatted on the doorstep, covering his head, retreating into himself. Old Mrs. Lu was still worried about her son. She grabbed old Mr. Lu and spoke shakily. Do you think second son will be okay? Old Mr. Lu looked miserable, completely at a loss. If he'd been tougher, if he could take charge, their second son wouldn't have ended up like this. But honestly, given the second son's situation, marrying Fang Yuan wasn't so bad. Maybe her family could help him with his studies in the future. If he hadn't thought about that, he wouldn't have let his son get involved. Lacking confidence, he said, let's wait and see. It should be fine. What else could they do? Their son had already been taken away. Old Mrs. Lu steeled herself and stomped her foot. As long as he's not beaten to death, we'll have another daughter-in-law. Second son will have a wife now. Then she wailed, my poor second son. Clearly, she wasn't very confident. Lu's third son cried too. Mom, I don't want a wife like that. Old Mrs. Lu smacked him. Nonsense. Where would we get the money to find you a wife? Otherwise, your second brother wouldn't have to suffer. She glanced at Li Meng, the bargain daughter-in-law who'd come knocking herself. If they couldn't have someone like Fang Yuan, they definitely couldn't have someone like Li Meng. She'd have to make things clear to her third son later. It's fine if a wife is a bit fierce, but a spendthrift is absolutely unacceptable. Mother and son exchanged tearful looks, then started wailing together. Old Mr. Lu was getting angry. Stop crying. Do you want the whole village to know our business? Fine. Old Mrs. Lu hugged the third son, and the two of them cried into their hands, trying to muffle the sound. The scene was even more heartbreaking. Li Meng looked at this family. There wasn't even money left to get the third son a wife. When would she ever get to be a rich lady? She wanted to cry too. She turned to look at Lu Feng, her hope for the future reignited. Fengji, I'm not afraid of hardship. Let's work hard together for a better life. In the future, Lu Feng would drive everywhere and have houses all over the place. All of that would be hers. Thinking of this, Li Meng felt her mood lift, filled with hope again. Li Meng's heartfelt confession was met with nothing but Lu Feng's back as he slammed the door behind him. His wedding day had been ruined by this crazy woman. The money, the family fortune, all gone. Lu Feng wasn't completely without ambition, but it was just that his family was poor and things had gotten out of hand. His courage had been worn away. Li Meng had broken off the engagement first, then came back around with a completely different attitude. Who knew what she was really up to? But at least he was getting a wife, right? Even if the family fortune was gone. Oldest Lu looked around the West Room, which used to be decorated festively. Now, the four corners were empty and bare. Fang Yuan had nearly peeled off the New Year pictures from the walls to take with her. He felt like crying. What a bandit of a woman. Second Lu had originally been following behind Fang Yuan, but when she stopped, he instinctively took several steps back. First, because this woman was too fierce. Second, to avoid any suspicion. Fang Yuan glared, but her tone was fairly normal. What are you hiding for? Behave yourself and I won't hit you in the future. Second Lu's little manly heart was shattered. Was he really afraid of a woman? Truth be told, he was. From what he'd seen with his own eyes, in terms of physical strength, he really couldn't beat this woman. His small frame was no match. Of course, as a man, he couldn't fight a woman. How disgraceful would that be? Always fighting and yelling, how uncouth. Looking at Second Lu, Fang Yuan felt a bit of regret. Was he a fool or something? Why was he just standing there in a daze? What are you staring at? Lead the way. How would I know where your old house is? Second Lu snapped back to reality. So that's why Fang Yuan had stopped, she didn't know the way. He started leading the way and asked as they walked, then how did you know our family has an old house? Fang Yuan answered offhandedly, third granny told me. When she came to propose, she said, in the future, you and little third will live in the old house. The new house will be all yours. The meaning was clear. I married into your family on this condition. When Second Lu heard this, he was furious. This woman had ulterior motives from the start. wanting to kick him and little third out. He knew she wasn't a good person. He was even angrier at his parents for agreeing to such terms without discussing it with him or little third. All just to get a wife for the eldest son. They'd really gone all out. Fang Yuan wasn't happy either and said, "If it were you, the house would be gone and you'd be left with the old place. Forget it, I won't complain." Second Lu was so upset he could hardly speak and shot back, "You haven't even asked if I'm willing." He was practically furious. Besides, even though the house was gone, they'd gotten over 300 yuan for nothing. What was he lacking? Of course, he didn't feel too confident. He'd need money for school in the future, and he wouldn't be earning much in the next few years. If Second Lu's words were prickly, Fang Yuan's were like cannon fire. Does your whole family trick people into marriage? And you dare say you're unwilling? You're just a compensation product, do you even get a say? Seeing how fierce she was, Second Lu shut his mouth, afraid she'd get physical without warning. If she kicked him out onto the street, it'd be so humiliating. As they walked, Fang Yuan lectured the unlucky Lu child, "I don't mind you, but you'd better behave yourself from now on, understand? Bloodlines are powerful. If you turn out like oldest Lu, I won't tolerate it." Second Lu was fuming. "My dad and mom are fine. Bloodlines or whatever, I won't turn out like oldest Lu. Besides, what did this have to do with bloodlines? It was all oldest Lu's fault for not being able to keep it in his pants." Second Lu fell silent, dizzy with anger. Since when did he become someone to be looked down on? If it weren't for today's situation, would his marriage have been settled so casually? If he wanted to get engaged, plenty of girls would have come running without him spending a penny. That wasn't bragging. Second Lu was good-looking and a college student. The village girls, even those from neighboring towns, all liked to sneak a look at him. If he hadn't been so set on leaving, marriage would never have been a problem. Then Fang Yuan suddenly asked, "So oldest Lu was picked up off the street? He's not your parents' biological son. Otherwise, why is everyone else in your family well behaved, but oldest Lu isn't?" Her question cut to the core. Second Lu took a deep breath. This woman must be crazy. He's their real son. He's a grown man. How can our parents control everything he does? Fang Yuan looked even more disgusted. Still, she gave Second Lu a bit of face, so it's oldest Lu who set a bad example. You're not allowed to follow him. Second Lu was so angry he didn't reply. After all that, it was still the same issue. At least she didn't say their bloodline was bad. He felt so stifled, he wanted to chew oldest Lu up and spit him out. So embarrassing. When Fang Yuan didn't hear Second Lu promise, she scowled. What did this guy mean? Was he planning to follow in oldest Lu's footsteps? So when Second Lu led her into the old house, he saw Fang Yuan standing there, hands on her hips, glaring at him. He was so startled he jumped onto the Kang, heated brick bed. "What do you want?" That posture was unforgettable. Just before Fang Yuan kicked oldest Lu, she'd stood exactly like that. It left a psychological shadow. Fang Yuan asked fiercely, "Are you planning to be as shameless as oldest Lu?" Second Lu was especially aggrieved. "Why would I want to be like him?" "Don't talk nonsense." Fang Yuan snorted, "I'm a reasonable person. Oldest Lu is a shameless, immoral thing. Don't learn from him, or you'll regret it." What she didn't say was that she wouldn't let Lu's parents teach him either. What if they turned him into another oldest Lu? She kept that to herself, out of respect for the elders. As for not following oldest Lu's example, Second Lu was sure of that. He really couldn't. He wasn't as simple-minded as oldest Lu. He also despised oldest Lu's behavior. Getting married had cost the family so much, and now things had ended up like this, even dragging his brothers down. Their parents had to bow and scrape in front of others. If oldest Lu had any backbone, he'd step up and handle things himself. He wanted to grab oldest Lu by the neck and shake him. So what if you stay single? Why ruin the family and make things hard for our parents? Then Fang Yuan looked around the old house and glared at Second Lu. "Wearing shoes on the Kang, don't you have any manners?" Her disdain was obvious. Second Lu thought, "If I weren't afraid you'd kick me, I wouldn't have jumped up here. Sharing a room with you, and on the Kang too, how terrifying." Fang Yuan was particular about hygiene. Wearing shoes on the king, some college student you are. Don't you have any standards? She'd have to teach him. Second Lu sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan, saw she wasn't about to kick him, and finally dared to get off the king and hide in an inconspicuous corner. He was just afraid Fang Yuan would take him too seriously. Fang Yuan looked around, her face full of disdain. This place is so run down, I wonder if it leaks when it rains. Second Lu was afraid she'd get upset and go back to bother his parents, so he tried to reassure her, it doesn't leak. Little third, and I lived here a lot. It looks shabby, but it's dry. If we fix it up, it'll be even sturdier. Fang Yuan finally nodded. Third Granny didn't lie to me about this. It's old, but at least it's peaceful to live in. I just can't stand those two immoral things, so I'll make do here. Second Lu was at a loss for words. You haven't even married in yet, and you're already eyeing our house and pushing out your brother-in-law. How can you say it so brazenly? Good thing this woman didn't end up as their eldest sister-in-law, otherwise, life would be predictably miserable. He didn't want her as his wife either. That, too, would be a predictably pitiful fate. After thinking about it, Second Lu felt as if the sky above his head had turned gloomy. Fang Yuan was that dark cloud hanging overhead. As for taking advantage of anyone, Second Lu didn't even dare to entertain the thought. He spent ages psyching himself up, deciding he should at least try talking to Fang Yuan first, maybe salvage his own future. Are you really reasonable? Fang Yuan replied with great confidence, don't worry, I'm the most reasonable person you'll ever meet. Everyone in our village and the surrounding area knows it. Her family's village was close to town, so Fang Yuan was quite well known in those parts. Second Lu probed cautiously, so can we talk this over? Look, you've already gotten quite a bit of money, and as for Big Brother Lu, he's so shameless. If you don't want him, just let him go. No big loss, right? As for me, I know I'm not good enough for you. I'm really sorry about that. So how about, you just don't want the man anymore? Fang Yuan shot Second Lu a look, staring him straight in the eyes, and said, word by word, my mother always told me, pretty boys are never up to any good. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you weren't anything special. Is money worth more than a person? Are you trying to fool me for a fool? Honestly, who says Fang Yuan is a troublemaker? She makes a lot of sense. Second Lu also thought, even though he was a bit down and out at the moment, he still had potential, a stock with room to grow. This woman had some insight, but why did she have to be so proud? Watching Fang Yuan's face change, Second Lu was truly scared of her temper. He hurriedly said, and no, I just didn't want you to lose face if word got out. It's mostly because I lack confidence. I feel bad for you, that's all. He put on a look of sincere concern, as if he was doing it all for her sake. But Fang Yuan was decisive. What could be more embarrassing than not being able to get married? Don't even think about pulling any tricks. In 3 days, get ready to come home with me. And just like that, she unilaterally settled the matter. As for the marriage, she wouldn't let Second Lu drag it out any longer. In short, can we live a good life together? If not, we'll go outside and reason things out. I'll show you how life should be lived. Second Lu felt as if his backbone had been ripped out, completely deflated. There was no escaping her clutches now. This woman was nothing like she claimed. She was not reasonable at all. And there was another thing giving Second Lu a headache. Almost all the family's money was in Fang Yuan's hands now. If he lost this wife, he'd lose both the woman and the money. His mother probably couldn't take that blow. To get a wife for Big Brother Lu, they'd sent nearly 200 to Fang Yuan's family, draining all their savings. If this marriage fell through, there was no way Fang Yuan would return the money. Not to mention the 350 she'd just gotten from selling off Big Brother Lu. Thinking about it, his own brother had been sold for 350, and Second Lu felt sorry for his parents' loss. He weighed Fang Yuan, his parents, the family's savings, and all that money for a long time. Honestly, even though he was young and confident, he still felt he wasn't worth that much. To put it bluntly, he just couldn't let go of the money. Second Lu sucked in a cold breath. Even though he was sure he'd make something of himself in the future, right now he was stuck because of this money. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, wasn't one to brood or overthink things. She started giving orders. Put that shameless woman's betting on the king. I don't even think her stuff is clean, but it'll do for a base layer. Then put my dowry betting on top. We'll just make do for tonight. Then she started complaining about Second Lu, and you call yourself a scholar? How are you so useless? I told you to bring anything useful, but you didn't even think to bring over the firewood stack. Look, there's not even anything to burn. Second Lu's mouth twitched. Was firewood something you could just move on a whim? With his skinny frame, could he even manage it? But, to be fair, he hadn't thought to bring firewood because there was some in this yard already. He just didn't want to tell Fang Yuan that. This woman's words could really sting. Just because of a few sticks of firewood, he was now useless? Did she have to talk like that? Second Lu said, if you call your own man useless, do you think anyone will respect you? Who puts down their own husband like that? I told you, you look down on me, and I'm not good enough for you. How about we talk this over again? Fang Yuan actually took his words to heart. My mother did tell me not to call my own man useless. Fine, I won't say it again. That left Second Lu at a loss for how to respond. So she wasn't completely unreasonable after all? Admitting her mistakes and correcting them, was that a good trait? But Fang Yuan didn't dwell on it, and just gave another order. Tomorrow, go bring all the firewood over. Second Lu tried to reason with her, but my parents are still over there. Fang Yuan replied, what are you worrying about? That shameless woman seems capable enough. She won't be short of firewood. Fine, Second Lu kept quiet. Just thinking about moving that pile of firewood made him sigh. Tomorrow he'd embarrass himself again. The two of them just couldn't communicate. Second Lu figured, with such a big gap between their ways of thinking, this marriage wouldn't work out. Tomorrow, he'd try to talk her into calling it off. Just then, outside, his mother started knocking on the door. Second's wife, open up. Mom's here to light the kang for you. Second Lu was stunned. He and Third had always lived here and lit the kang themselves. His mother was always busy cooking and mending for the whole family. She never had time for this. He glanced at Fang Yuan. This woman really carried some weight. Was his own mother being a bit too attentive? Fang Yuan nudged Second Lu with her foot, a little impatient. Go open the door. Didn't you hear? Mom's here. Second Lu went out and saw his mother carrying firewood into the house. She pushed past her son and, with a fawning smile, turned to Fang Yuan. Now that Big Brother's married, Second and Third were supposed to move back to the old house. There was so much going on today, I'm late lighting the Kong. Second's wife, let me light it for you. Her attitude was warm and gentle, all flattery. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was the new daughter-in-law. But Second Lu's mother had been coached by his father. Their second son would be studying in the future, and studying needed money. Right now, Fang Yuan held the purse strings. Of course, the main thing was that Second's wife was tough, money or not. She had to be kept happy. Fang Yuan was very pleased with Second Lu's mother's words. At least the Lu family wasn't trying to fool her. I really am reasonable. You're doing the right thing, so I won't object. If you want to light the kang, go ahead, just don't use too much firewood, don't waste it. She spoke as if giving a reward. Who knew where she got her confidence from? Clearly, she still needed to learn how to treat her elders and in-laws. Second Lu thought there wasn't a single new daughter-in-law in the village as brazen as this. She really didn't match up with him at all. Second Lu's mother was delighted to hear this. She said, even though Fang Yuan was a bit rough around the edges, she really knew how to run a household. She pledged her loyalty to Fang Yuan. I knew Second's wife was someone who knew how to live. Then she added, if you hadn't been given to Big Brother's side, I'd have wanted to live with you myself. Second Lu thought, what do you know? Tomorrow she's going to move the firewood pile over here. She's just saving her own firewood. His mother's fawning was honestly a bit embarrassing. Fang Yuan found this mother-in-law's words rather pleasant to hear. Right now, that shameless woman hasn't found her footing yet, so she'll definitely try to flatter and please you. Just make do for now. If you get tired of her later, we'll talk again. Then Fang Yuan added, I'm not one for empty words. Your son still has to go to school, and I've got my hands full just getting by these days. Trying to win me over won't do you any good. Clearly, they had real difficulties, and hearing this made old lady Lu even more satisfied. The second daughter-in-law was sensible, very good. Fang Yuan continued, once your son gets on his feet and proves himself, I'll stand up for you and make sure that woman doesn't make your lives miserable. You're welcome to come over whenever you want, but let's be clear from the start, I want nothing to do with Lu Laoda and his wife. Lu Lauer was stunned when he heard this. This girl was blunt in her actions and even blunter in her words, but she was sharp and not to be underestimated. She even knew about his school expenses, and most importantly, she didn't look down on him. Facing Fang Yuan, Lu Lauer's thoughts suddenly grew deeper. He was overthinking things a bit. Old lady Lu was touched. No need, no need. Mom doesn't need you to look after us. Just take care of Lauer. He's already a burden on you with his schooling, but don't worry, your father and I will help you however we can. As for who to live with, old lady Lu really didn't want to stay with Li Meng, that shameless woman. Sooner or later, the villagers would gossip, and it was all Li Meng's fault. Old lady Lu didn't know the phrase, endure humiliation for a greater cause, but she did feel that putting up with Li Meng for now was a great sacrifice. If she had to live with Fang Yuan, old lady Lu would feel pressured too. It was a heavy burden. Fang Yuan nodded. That's true, no need for that. You're both still capable, so just take care of yourselves. Don't worry about old age support. Old lady Lu was already wiping her tears. Like a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse, this second daughter-in-law was just right. All right, Mom will listen to you. Lauer's wife, what would you like to eat tomorrow? I'll make it and bring it over. Fang Yuan thought for a moment. I'm so annoyed by those two shameless ones that I don't even feel like eating. I'll just make do with some meat rolls. Lu Lauer finally snapped out of it and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Early in the morning, and she calls this not wanting to eat? No matter how sharp she is, there's no hiding the fact that this woman is quite a character. Old lady Lu didn't even hesitate. That's good. I'll go knead the dough and let it rise on the heated Kong. You'll definitely have meat rolls to eat tomorrow morning. Lauer's wife, you haven't asked for your share of grain yet. Remember to get it tomorrow. Fang Yuan nodded. The Lu parents were sensible people and handled things well. How could she have forgotten to ask for grain? What a mistake. She needed to reflect on that. Fang Yuan finally looked at her mother-in-law properly. I really like your personality and enjoy spending time with you, but let's get the ugly truth out in the open first. Old lady Lu was especially obedient. Just say what's on your mind, Lauer's wife. Mom's listening. Fang Yuan said, I've observed you and Dad. You both have good tempers and are reasonable, but you're not very good at disciplining your sons. Old lady Lu glanced at her second son, not daring to say a word. Was it that Lauer wasn't to her liking? Fang Yuan pulled old lady Lu to sit down and explained slowly, look at how Lu Laoda turned out. Sure, it's his own fault for being shameless, but it's also because you didn't discipline him. If it were my brothers, my parents would have straightened them out long ago. Old lady Lu thought of Fang Yuan's parents and her many brothers and swallowed hard. You're right, Lauer's wife. Laoda turned out this way because we didn't raise him properly. Fang Yuan continued, Lu Laoda is a lost cause now. Just keep a closer eye on the third son from now on. As for Lauer, I'd prefer you didn't interfere anymore. She was clearly worried they'd mess things up and turn Lauer into another Lu Laoda. Old lady Lu felt stifled, but still nodded in agreement. You're right, Lauer's wife. From now on, Lauer is yours to manage. Your father and I won't interfere. That was basically handing her son over. Lu Lauer's face was unreadable. In the whole village, he'd never seen such a humble mother-in-law. Today, his mother had broken 2 village records, and Lu Lauer didn't dare feel proud. Fang Yuan smiled. I knew you and Dad were reasonable people. I'm straightforward and say what's on my mind. Don't worry. If the third son ever goes astray, I'll speak up too. She even had a sense of responsibility as a sister-in-law. Old lady Lu took a deep breath. Maybe it was best for the third son to behave. I like straightforward people. Sorry to trouble you, Lauer's wife. Mom's too soft and can't control the kids. I'll have to rely on you. Lu Lauer, listening on the side, couldn't help but rub his chest. He was finding all this hard to digest. Fang Yuan said, "Don't say that. It's just that, after what's happened in our family, we need to pay more attention to our reputation. It'll affect the third son's chances of finding a good wife in the future." That hit home for old lady Lu. No matter how unruly this girl was, she was reliable and knew what she was doing. Exactly, that's it. Lauer's wife, you're thinking ahead and making the family look good. We'll listen to you and make sure to teach the third son well. Then she added, "You must be tired, Lauer's wife. Is there anything else? Take a break, and if you think of anything else, just let me know." Fang Yuan replied, "It's all for the sake of our family's future, so the third son can marry a good wife. Mom, you should rest early too. Living with that shameless one must be exhausting. You're really suffering." Just a few words, and old lady Lu was over the moon. This daughter-in-law was considerate, knew how to run a household, and cared about the family. After this conversation, their relationship reached an unprecedented harmony. In all the surrounding villages, Lu Lauer had never seen a mother as humble as his. After talking with her daughter-in-law, old lady Lu was in high spirits as she said to Lu Lauer, "Your wife is wonderful. I really like her." Lu Lauer had never seen his mother so eager to please. "What's so great about her?" Old lady Lu didn't even have to think. "She's valuable, not cheap." That didn't sound quite right, but this was a daughter-in-law she liked. Old lady Lu continued, "Just look at how capable your wife is. She's so much better than that shameless, useless thing in your brother's house. You can't go wrong listening to your wife." Then, with a look of having struck a good bargain, old lady Lu whispered to Lu Lauer, "Your third aunt really had a good eye. She said from the start your wife was good at managing a household." Lu Lauer thought to himself, "But she wasn't picking a wife for me back then. Saying this now, aren't you afraid of hurting your son's feelings?" Then again, neither his mother nor Fang Yuan were the type for such delicate thoughts. It was a pity that he, a grown man, was left to feel all the bitterness alone. Looking at old lady Lu, Lu Lauer ground his molars. Admittedly, compared to that shameless one, Fang Yuan was indeed better. But was she really that great? Especially when it came to being a good match for her second son. Lu Lauer almost wanted to ask, "Aren't you counting on your son to bring honor to the family?" Lu Lauer looked at old lady Lu and knew some things were better left unsaid. Stabilizing the situation was the most important thing right now. Lu Chuan understood very well why his mother was being so sweet to Fang Yuan. This daughter-in-law was truly precious. Back when their family wanted the eldest son to marry this wild girl, they'd put in a lot of effort. So Lu Chuan, who knew the family situation, also knew that this expensive daughter-in-law was carrying the hopes of the whole Lu family. She was someone they couldn't afford to lose. Inside the house, Fang Yuan heard what the old lady said and didn't see anything wrong with it. "Mom's right. Our mom's a sensible person." The old lady replied, "Of course. From now on, I'll follow your lead. If I do anything wrong, just tell me and I'll change." "We're sure to get along well as mother and daughter-in-law." Fang Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, I'm not the type to hold back if I have something to say." Lu Chuan, standing by, could only let out two cold laughs, quiet ones, not daring to make a sound. But the old lady wasn't bothered at all. As long as her second daughter-in-law didn't get physical and only used her words, she was happy to play along. Beaming, she said, exactly, that's what I'm saying. We'll definitely get along. We still have a few chickens at home. Tomorrow, I'll have the second son bring over a couple for you to raise. I'll pick out the ones that lay the best eggs for you." Lu Chuan had never seen his mother treat anyone with such flattery in his whole life. She must have been scared out of her wits. When he escorted his mother out, Lu Chuan had a stern face as he said to her, "You're really willing to give those away." The old lady glanced back at the house before whispering, "It's no use being stingy. If she finds out tomorrow, she'll tear down the whole chicken coop. If I offer a couple myself, maybe she'll leave me 2 old hens." Then she added, "Besides, you're all my sons. I'm happy to give you food. Second son, your wife might be a bit wild, but she's smart. Be nice to her. Give in a little." Sure, you're a college student, but Fang Yuan's right. College students are still students, and they still need to get married. She continued, our family's not well off. Your schooling and marriage have been a headache. But now things are settled, so just treat your wife well and live a good life, okay? Thinking of how his own mother was bending over backwards to please Fang Yuan, Lu Chuan felt a pang of bitterness. The old lady went on, I know it's been hard on you, but look around. There are plenty of bachelors in the village who can't get wives, even though their families are better off than ours. You should be grateful to have a wife, right? Even though you're a college student, marrying a city girl in the future might not be any better than Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan wanted to say, I didn't have to spend money to get married, but now that he'd met someone like Fang Yuan, even if he had the ability, he wouldn't dare say it. The old lady spent quite a while outside coaxing her second son before finally saying, Second son, Fang Yuan really is a good girl. I'm not lying to you. Lu Chuan didn't want to hear any of this. When the eldest got married, the family spent so much money, he knew more about it than anyone. You should worry about the eldest instead. He didn't want to say another word about it. His mother had even handed over the right to discipline the children to her daughter-in-law. What was the point of talking about this now? To his surprise, the old lady nodded. You're right. That one in the eldest's house is no good. I need to keep an eye on her. Then she hurried off, not because she trusted her second son, but because she believed his wife was more than capable. If she could handle the whole family, she could certainly handle her husband. As for the one who refused to leave the house, the old lady really did think there was something off. She still remembered the way she acted when she broke off the engagement with their family. She'd looked down on them so much back then. Because the eldest had been rejected, the old lady couldn't hold her head up in the village for days. The eldest's reputation was so bad, it was hard to find anyone willing to marry him. Then suddenly, she came back, acting all devoted to the eldest. How could the old lady believe it? Luckily, there wasn't much to covet in their family anyway. The old lady knew that they were truly dirt poor. So, when she got back from the second son's house, she pulled her eldest aside and asked, she must be after something, coming back like this. We don't have much, so it can't be our family's assets. If she was after you as a person, she wouldn't have broken off the engagement in the first place. You need to think about this. The eldest hadn't even considered this. Didn't she say she was pregnant? Otherwise, why would she come back? The old lady gave him a couple of punches. She's been gone so long and comes back with a baby, who can guarantee it's yours? Are you stupid? The eldest was dumbfounded. Why was she hitting him? It must be because Fang Yuan set a bad example. The old lady looked at her eldest and decided to keep quiet. They were poor. If this daughter-in-law ran off, her son's reputation would be ruined, and it would be even harder to find a wife in the future. With that thought, she just sent her eldest away. What a headache. Maybe being a little slow wasn't so bad. Watching her eldest go into the West Room was like watching him walk into a den of monsters. She clenched her teeth and thought, as long as there's no trouble, and they can live a good life, the Lu family will accept it. This great old lady was carrying a heavy burden in her heart. Truth be told, the old lady wasn't educated and didn't know there was a phrase, endure humiliation for the greater good, that fit her perfectly right now. Old man Lu was in the East Room, puffing on his pipe. When he saw the old lady come back looking so troubled, he asked worriedly, is everything okay with the second son? Did you manage to calm things down? The old lady replied, it's fine. The second son's wife is a good one. The second son is clever and knows what's going on. As long as the two of them don't make a fuss, it'll be fine. Old man Lu said, so we really have two daughters-in-law now. I can hardly believe it. Then he added, but what about the second son's schooling? Won't he feel wronged, marrying a country girl? Will there be trouble in the future? The Fang family isn't easy to deal with. We can't do anything that'll make people talk behind our backs. I'm really not sure about this, dear. The old lady was even more worried than he was. What can we do? We'll just have to go with it for now. The eldest really screwed over the second son. Old man Lu said, look on the bright side. At least our sons have wives now. Thinking of both her sons being married, the old lady felt a bit relieved. Next, we'll find a wife for the youngest, and then we can finally hold our heads high. Old man Lu agreed, that's right. Then those gossipy women can't say our family's so poor we can't even get wives for our sons. The old lady said, I'll finally be able to walk around with my head held high. Then the two of them exchanged a glance and sighed, thinking about how the second son would probably have to live according to his wife's mood from now on. Whether or not she could hold her head high didn't seem so important anymore. That night, both the old lady and old man Lu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After sending his mother off, Lu Chuan looked at his old house. For the first time, he hesitated at the doorstep, unsure whether to go in or not. The wedding night was going to be a real problem. But Fang Yuan didn't seem to care at all. This shabby house had so much that needed fixing, how could this man not see it? Fang Yuan had no idea what communication between husband and wife meant. Other people knew that if something bothered them, they should speak up instead of bottling it in. She called out, What are you doing out there, stomping on ants? Get in here and tidy up the house. And don't wait until tomorrow. Go bring over the grain and the hens right now. Lu Laoer's mouth twitched. She really was a force of nature. He replied through the wall, his voice muffled, We've been at it all day. Let's leave it for tomorrow. Fang Yuan glared at him, clearly dissatisfied. Are you stupid? Can you even count on tomorrow being the same? What if a few hens go missing overnight? Lu Laoer thought to himself, You sounded so convincing when you spoke to my mother earlier, but clearly you never trusted her. Don't worry. My mother wouldn't dare. You're too formidable. Fang Yuan didn't catch the sarcasm in his words. It's not your mother I don't trust, it's the one with the shifty eyes, and that other one with no morals. Lu Laoer found her words a bit harsh, but she wasn't wrong. Don't worry. My mother's even more guarded with outsiders. Fang Yuan paused, looking at Lu Laoer with a serious face. So should I trust your mother or not? Lu Laoer didn't bother correcting her for calling his mother your mother. If only she'd always used that term, it'd prove he had nothing to do with this woman. Although this girl seemed decent enough, her headstrong, blunt nature made Lu Laoer doubt they'd ever get along. Still, at least she'd come inside. Talking through the wall was inconvenient. Fang Yuan hated having to use her brain for these things, so she gave Lu Laoer a piece of her mind. Next time you speak, be clear. Don't beat around the bush. I'm not good at reading between the lines. If I misunderstand you and mess things up, don't blame me, it's because you didn't explain yourself. Great. So from now on, he'd have to take the blame for everything. Lu Laoer was left feeling stifled. Fang Yuan's reputation for being a handful was well-deserved. Lu Laoer patiently explained, We don't even have a chicken coop here yet. Tomorrow morning, I'll build one and then we can bring the hens over. Fang Yuan nodded. That made sense. Maybe this man did have some sense after all. She stopped insisting on bringing the hens over right away. See? If you'd just said that earlier, I'd have understood. Why go on about trust or not trust? Lu Laoer kept quiet, not bothering to argue. He could see now, this was someone who wouldn't be reasoned with. Fang Yuan wandered around the room, directing Lu Laoer left and right. After a round of fussing, at least the place looked presentable. Lu Laoer was sweating from all the work, feeling both physically and mentally exhausted. But when he looked at the newly arranged room, he had to admit it felt a bit cozy, even festive. He stood there in a daze, unable to say a word. Fang Yuan glanced around, still a bit dissatisfied, but she didn't fuss any further. This'll do. When my parents, big brother, and sisters-in-law come over, at least they won't feel sorry for me. Hearing this, Lu Laoer felt a pang of guilt. A young woman's wedding should be a joyful occasion, but with all the drama in his family, any other girl would have been in tears by now. Yet Fang Yuan was still thinking about her own family. He really felt sorry for her. Thinking of Fang Yuan's family gave him a headache. He knew they were much tougher than his own eldest brother. The problem was, Fang Yuan had been matched with his older brother, Lu Laoda, and now the groom had been swapped for him. Even though he was getting the short end of the stick, he couldn't justify it to the Fang family. His parents had really underestimated how complicated this was. No one in his family was much of a thinker, so Lu Lauer had to put in extra effort. The Fang family was famous in the village. Their sons were known as the Five Tiger Generals, notorious for being tough and hard to deal with. No wonder their daughter had trouble finding a husband. Fang Yuan might be a bit unruly, but she was capable. The real reason she had trouble marrying was because her parents were so formidable, and she had 5 or 6 brothers backing her up, each one tougher than the last. That was the main reason. When Lu Lauda got engaged to the Fang family, the Lu family had known all this. Back then, Lu Lauer had thought his brother needed a strong in-law family to keep him in check. If he had to put up with a little, so be it. At least he'd get a wife. Now, it was his turn to put up with it, and Lu Lauer regretted how hasty they'd been in arranging the engagement for Lu Lauda. Fang Yuan couldn't stand a man who didn't know how to read the room. There's hot water in the pot. Go wash up. All this stuff is new, don't go dirtying it. Lu Lauer looked around. Everything in the room was new. He was the only old thing here, completely out of place. Fang Yuan took her brand new red double happiness wash basin, part of her dowry, and confidently went out to wash up. Lu Lauer grabbed the old, chipped basin from the old house and washed up in some out-of-the-way corner. He really did look like someone who'd just married into someone else's family. And he felt a bit aggrieved, too. This was supposed to be the Lu family's house, but somehow he felt like the one who'd married in. He didn't have the confidence, the presence, or even the hard cash that Fang Yuan did. Thinking of the hurdle that was the Fang family, Lu Lauer figured he'd better try to get on Fang Yuan's good side, at least make things a bit easier to talk about. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who'd have to put up with things. He couldn't tell whether he or Fang Yuan was getting the worst deal. Lu Lauer smacked his lips. How was he supposed to live like this? Even the bedding Fang Yuan would sleep on was laid out by Lu Lauer himself. He really was just a servant. After washing up, Fang Yuan confidently climbed into bed. Lu Lauer was left pacing around the main room. He wasn't wondering whether he should go into the newly tidied bedroom. He was wondering if she'd hit him if he didn't. When a scholar meets a soldier, reason doesn't matter. Besides, he wasn't in the right. He was the one his family had given to Fang Yuan as compensation. Lu Lauer's heart ached. Even when he'd had to quit school because there was no money so his brother could get married, he hadn't felt this miserable. Inside the room, Fang Yuan frowned and called out to Lu Lauer in the outer room, "I won't call you useless anymore, but you can't be this hopeless. You drag your feet with everything. What can you actually do?" That was even worse than being called useless. Lu Lauer's face was a picture. How could this girl have no sense of shame? And she was shouting so loudly, what if the neighbors heard? He'd die of embarrassment. Fang Yuan just found Lu Lauer's lack of decisiveness annoying. "I told you to wash up, and you've been at it forever. When you have to water the fields or carry water, are you going to drag your feet all day?" This marriage really was unreliable. Fang Yuan was starting to feel dissatisfied with him. Lu Lauer finally just marched into the room. He couldn't let her keep shouting. Everyone in the village would hear her at this rate. He felt awkward. He really shouldn't have been so reserved with Fang Yuan. He should have just spoken plainly. He hurried into the room and asked, "Where do I sleep?" That was straightforward enough. Of course, you had to ignore the way he closed his eyes, bracing himself for her verdict. Fang Yuan looked thoroughly displeased, glaring at Lu Lauer. "Where do you want to live, huh? Where do you think you're staying?" Lu Lauer opened his eyes. "If I knew where I was staying, would I be struggling like this?" He didn't say a word, but his expression said it all. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "You haven't even met my parents or my brothers yet. If you dare to have any funny ideas, believe it or not, I'll kick you out myself." Then she tossed out, "You'll sleep at the edge of the king." Lu Lauer was happier than if he'd received an imperial pardon. He quickly went to the west room, grabbed his ragged bedding, spread it out, and climbed onto the kang to sleep, feeling completely at ease. He could fall asleep the moment he closed his eyes, not a hint of hesitation. Fang Yuan looked down on his shabby bedding a bit, but at least it was patched up and looked clean, so she let it go. "You sure move fast when it comes to this." Lu Lauer muttered, "If you want me to go to the West Room, that's fine too." Fang Yuan had her own reasoning. "No way. Outsiders already say I'm tough. If you go to the West Room, won't they just say I'm domineering and unreasonable, bullying my own husband? Just stay at the edge of the Kong. If anyone asks, you know what to say, right?" Lu Lauer went along with the female overlord. "Got it. You treat me well, even better than well. You don't bully your man." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's right, I need to make this clear. I don't bully my own man. Other men, though, don't count." Lu Lauer didn't dare praise her for this. She was so clear about who's in and who's out, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. He just closed his eyes and went to sleep, not saying another word. And honestly, regardless of whether their backgrounds matched or whether there was still a mess of problems, today's events did stir up a few ripples in Lu Lauer's heart. Fang Yuan was in a great mood, feeling truly at ease inside. "Not bad. Your bedding is pretty shabby. I'll get you a new set tomorrow. I'm not going to let you say you got a good deal for nothing. I even have new clothes I made for Lu Lauda in my trunk. You can wear them from now on. Tidy yourself up and don't embarrass me." Lu Lauer wanted to die. He had absolutely no desire to wear the new clothes Fang Yuan had made for Lu Lauda. Whatever ripples he'd felt in his heart vanished instantly. The whole "my own man" thing lost all meaning. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Was Fang Yuan really a woman? Her heart was so rough you could lose a boulder through it. Did she not consider how awkward their situation was when she said that? This topic was a real mood killer for both of them, so he just started snoring, not wanting to talk to her anymore. Fang Yuan was even more at ease than Lu Lauer. After settling him in, she really did fall asleep, she just didn't snore. Lu Lauer, on the other hand, tossed and turned, thinking back over the day, unable to figure out how he'd ended up with a woman sleeping beside him. Did he really have a wife now? When Fang Yuan wasn't speaking, Lu Lauer kept thinking about her calling him "my own man," and it left him unsettled. Meanwhile, over at Lu Laoda's side, Li Ming was gentle and knew how to play her part. She first went to the East Room to show her devotion to her in-laws. Only then did she shyly return to her own room to talk to Lu Lauda, though the room felt rather bleak. There used to be a wooden cabinet in the West Room, but since Fang Yuan brought a pair of trunks as her dowry, the cabinet was moved to the East Room. Earlier, Fang Yuan had her dowry trunks carried out by Lu Lauer and Lu Laosan, leaving the West Room empty, with nothing in the four corners. There wasn't even any bedding on the king. For the wedding, the new bedding that Lu Laoda's mother had made for him had all been taken away by Fang Yuan. Even the king mat in the room was new for the wedding, but Fang Yuan didn't leave a thing behind. She took everything she could, even rolling up the king mat and taking it with her. Lu Lauda sat in the room, feeling miserable, glaring at Li Ming. This woman had left him with nothing. Li Ming could tell from Lu Feng's expression that he was blaming her, but she didn't dare let him go out, nor did she dare complain about her own grievances. She went to the East Room herself to ask Lu Laoda's mother for some old bedding. Otherwise, they'd have to sleep on bare boards that night. Lu Laoda's mother, feeling sorry for her son, brought over an old mat from the woodshed to make do. But no matter what, it just didn't feel like a newlywed's room. It really was a case of old junk for old people. There wasn't a trace of anything new. Li Ming knew her place and snuggled up to Lu Lauda. "Brother Feng, what are we going to do? That woman took all my things." Lu Lauda edged away from her, annoyed. "You've got some nerve to talk. If it weren't for you, would my wedding have turned out like this?" If he'd married Fang Yuan smoothly, they'd have a solid foundation for their life together, better than anyone else in the village. But now, aside from a house that didn't leak, they had nothing. The worst part was, now Lauer had all the family assets, and half of it was thanks to this foolish woman's generosity. The other half was the dowry their own family had given. The difference between the two brothers' situations was immediately obvious, and the more Lu Lauda thought about it, the more upset he became. Li Ming wrapped her arms around Lu Lauda. "Brother Feng, we'll have everything in the future, but what do we do right now?" She was ready to throw away her dignity and cling to her man. Lu Laoda couldn't escape Li Ming's clinging, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he snapped, "Aren't you supposed to be pregnant? Have some shame and let go." Li Ming looked a little embarrassed. "Not yet, but soon we will be." Lu Laoda sat up abruptly. This woman had tricked him with the pregnancy, so it was all a lie? "You!" Li Ming pounced on him, not daring to let Lu Feng say another word. She did have some tricks up her sleeve. It wasn't until the middle of the night that they continued their conversation. Lu Feng asked, "Did you only come back to me because someone else kicked you out?" He really wasn't that dumb. As if Li Ming would admit to that. She hadn't been kicked out, she'd spent years with someone else, but things hadn't worked out, so she wanted a fresh start. Of course, Li Ming denied it. No, Brother Foam. I was just young and heard people say the outside world was great, so I wanted to see for myself. After breaking off the engagement, I regretted it right away, but I was too embarrassed to come back and find you." Then she started crying. "When I heard you were getting married, I didn't even dare hope for anything. Brother Foam, you have to believe me. Otherwise, why would I shamelessly use the excuse of being pregnant to fight for you?" Lu Laoda said, "I'm not that easy to fool. Your family broke off our engagement and immediately tried to set you up with a man who worked in town. You think I'm stupid?" Li Ming replied, "That's true, but I couldn't let you go. Otherwise, would I have been with you at this?" Lu Laoda fell silent. The two of them still got along well, otherwise, he wouldn't have believed her claim about being pregnant so easily. Li Ming felt lucky. Thank goodness she hadn't been too reserved when they were engaged, or it would have been much harder to win him over now. No matter how patched up the window was, Li Ming made sure her own story was airtight. With things as they were, Lu Laoda accepted the marriage. Early the next morning, Li Ming shyly greeted Lu Laoda's parents. She even got up early to help Lu Laoda's mother make breakfast. Lu Laoda's mother's expression was fairly neutral, but she said, "No need to cook, Da's wife. Even though we've split the family, we'll all eat together today." Li Ming put on a look of suffering for the family. "It's only right, Mom. For our family, I'll put up with whatever comes from Lauer's side." Li Ming looked as if she were swallowing her pride and bearing a heavy burden, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared at Lu Feng. Old Lady Lu almost laughed out of anger. "If you really had a leg to stand on, would you be able to endure this? Your second brother's wife will be coming over soon. You agreed to something yesterday, so you'd better hurry up and get it done. Otherwise, I'm afraid she'll make a scene." Old Lady Lu was planning to fight fire with fire. She didn't believe that with the second daughter-in-law standing right there, Li Ming would still dare to talk like this. After a night's sleep, Li Ming was feeling much bolder. Let her make a scene if she wants. Am I supposed to be scared of her? Anyway, Lu Feng couldn't get rid of her now, and she didn't have any kids, so she wasn't afraid of that woman spreading rumors. She wasn't the same person she was yesterday. Old Lady Lu looked down on the eldest daughter-in-law's family. She thought just one night was enough for Li Ming to get a hold over her eldest son and act tough. Old Lady Lu glanced at her eldest son before saying to Li Ming, "So you think now that you've got the man, everything's fine?" What Lu Feng feared was Fang Yuan and the family behind her. He didn't need his mother to say anything. He immediately barked at Li Ming, "You're not embarrassed by her making a scene, but I am. Go now. Don't give her any excuse to find fault." Li Ming pouted. "Feng, what are you afraid of her for? What can she do to us? Things are already like this. Is she going to steal you away from me? Besides, she wasn't pregnant, so she wasn't afraid of that shrew using that against her." Lu Feng's face darkened. "If things hadn't turned out like this, she wouldn't have wanted me anyway." He muttered, "If we let people gossip about us, do you think that's a good look? Just be clear about things so our family doesn't lose face. Otherwise, every time he went out, people would point fingers at him. Mistaking his wife in public wasn't that embarrassing?" After getting scolded by Lu Feng, Li Ming realized her position in this family wasn't so secure after all. Reluctantly, she got ready to go explain things to the villagers. "Mom, you'd better come with me." Old Lady Lu didn't want to go embarrass herself, but thinking of her second daughter-in-law's temper, she figured it was better to go along. That way, the eldest daughter-in-law wouldn't run her mouth too much and cause trouble at home later. So the job of cooking fell to Lu Xiaosan. But old lady Lu made it clear, the meat rolls would have to wait for her to come back and steam them. Old lady Lu went off to supervise Li Ming. Meanwhile, on Lu Feng's younger brother's side, Fang Yuan had really been exhausted yesterday and woke up a bit late. Lu Feng's younger brother had already swept the whole yard and saw his mother leading that shameless woman from the eldest brother's family around the village. Honestly, he kind of admired the woman inside the house. She could whip people into shape, and everything she said, people took seriously and did as told. That was a real skill. At this moment, Lu Feng's younger brother realized Fang Yuan actually had a good quality, something worth learning. When Fang Yuan got up, there was hot water in the pot and in the thermos. She was quite satisfied. Lu Feng's younger brother wasn't lazy. Fang Yuan was dressed in brand new clothes, looking festive. She glanced at Lu Feng's younger brother outside, all dusty and gray, nothing like a newlywed. She called him inside and took out a new set of clothes. Put these on. You'll look more cheerful. Lu Feng's younger brother didn't want to. Those clothes were bought for his older brother, and it made him uncomfortable. All his life, he'd worn his brother's hand-me-downs. This time, it was different. He wanted to wear something new, something bought just for him. He and his older brother were different sizes, different heights. The clothes didn't fit. Seeing him hesitate, Fang Yuan, always impatient, snapped, "Are you stupid? Why insist on wearing old clothes?" Lu Feng's younger brother stubbornly replied, "I still have to move firewood. It's not suitable to wear new clothes." Fang Yuan was not one to overthink things or consider his feelings or possible embarrassment. "You've got a point, but it's just one set of clothes. Put them on." He still didn't move. Fang Yuan finally asked, "You don't want to wear new clothes?" She really couldn't understand, was he just dumb, or really dumb? He replied blandly, "They don't fit. Let's talk about it later." Some things he just couldn't compromise on. Fang Yuan looked at the clothes, then at the awkward man, and finally understood he really didn't care about wearing them. "If you don't want to, then don't. Why not just say so? After breakfast, let's go to town and buy you a couple of new sets." Lu Feng's younger brother looked up, surprised Fang Yuan was so easygoing. "You're willing to spend money on me?" He had to ask, he didn't have money for new clothes. Fang Yuan said, "Once we've met my parents, our marriage will be official. After that, we're family." What's this, willing or not willing? It's not just about us, it's about the whole family. If you go out dressed like that, it's my face you're making lose. Lu Feng's younger brother suddenly didn't know what to say. This woman, who everyone called a shrew, was surprisingly straightforward and clear-headed. He felt like he'd discovered another good quality in Fang Yuan. She was generous and protective. He found it odd. How had one night changed his view so much? Was it possible she'd drugged him in his sleep? Otherwise, there was no reason for such a change. Then Fang Yuan said, "But you can't keep being like this. You have to know how to earn money and support the family, understand? If I don't have a good life, it's your face that's lost, too." He definitely understood that. Otherwise, he'd spend his whole life being bossed around by this woman. As for whether he'd lose face himself, Lu Feng's younger brother didn't dare think about it. With Fang Yuan's temper, honestly, even if he didn't lose face, he'd never get to show it off. He was mentally prepared for that. Fang Yuan was just directing him to tidy up the yard when old lady Lu herself came over to call her for breakfast. Old lady Lu's enthusiasm made Fang Yuan feel her mother-in-law was actually pretty easy to get along with. Old lady Lu brought her second son and daughter-in-law from the old house to the new one, introducing Fang Yuan to everyone in the village along the way. Everywhere she went, old lady Lu said, "This is my second daughter-in-law, Fang Yuan. Everyone, get to know her." Everyone was giving them plenty of face. After all, old lady Lu had dragged her eldest son's ex-fiancé around the village early in the morning, and everyone was talking about the Lu family's two daughters-in-law. People had come out early just to watch the drama. This kind of excitement wasn't something you saw every day. Some people whispered behind their backs, "A college student marrying a village girl?" The Lu family must be crazy. Others were secretly waiting to see the showdown between the eldest and second daughters-in-law. There was sure to be a spectacle. Some people, just wanting to stir the pot, chimed in, "Hey, I heard your eldest son got married yesterday, but no one said anything about your second son. How did this all get mixed up? Lu family, do you even know what you're doing? That's just people with too much time on their hands. What's it got to do with you? Why do you have to butt in?" The crowd nearby just laughed. They couldn't even find the real issue to nitpick. They should be asking why the Lu family had their college-educated son marry a village girl. What were they thinking? Old Lady Lu's face darkened. What, didn't we make everything clear from the start? She glanced at Fang Yuan as she spoke, meaning, we did everything the way you said. Lu Feng's younger brother even looked at his mother in surprise. Normally, she'd avoid any village gossip. Their family's reputation in the village was that of honest, quiet folks. Over there, sister-in-law Tian was well known in the village for her gossiping skills. No one could beat her sharp tongue. She sneered, "Listen to that, everyone. The Lu families got themselves a new daughter-in-law, and now they're different. Even their voices are louder. Must be someone backing them up now." Her words were aimed at Old Lady Lu, mocking her for being honest and tongue-tied. Old Lady Lu straightened her back, wanting to declare, "I'm not afraid of you." But when she opened her mouth, nothing came out. She didn't even know what to say. Fang Yuan stepped forward. "Mom, your voice is soft and you're too gentle. Next time you need to greet someone like this, just let me handle it." She turned to sister-in-law Tian, raised an eyebrow, and put her hands on her hips. She didn't even need to say anything. Her attitude alone drew a clear line in the sand. Her presence was so imposing that sister-in-law Tian was left in the dust. Everyone in the neighboring villages knew Fang Yuan was a tough one. Not only was she unbeatable in an argument, but even if you could out-argue her, you wouldn't dare pick a fight. She had several brothers backing her up. Whenever Fang Yuan got into trouble outside, if she suffered even the slightest loss, her mother would bring her sons to stand up for her. Stories about their family were well known for miles around. That's also why, when Fang Yuan married a man who'd been rejected in a previous engagement, no respectable family dared to cross them. With Fang Yuan standing there, sister-in-law Tian shrank back and didn't dare take another step forward. Even she had people she wouldn't mess with. Old Lady Lu grabbed Fang Yuan's hand, her excitement plain to see. This was the benefit of having a good daughter-in-law. No one dared argue with her anymore. In the past, Old Lady Lu had 3 sons at home, and even though her eldest was already in his 20s, none of them had managed to marry. She never had the confidence to argue with anyone. But now things were different, though she still hadn't learned how to argue. Lu Chuan could see what it meant to have a reputation. He didn't even get a chance to stand up for anyone. Old Lady Lu walked home in high spirits, chatting happily. "Second daughter-in-law, from now on, I'll learn from you. Once I've got the hang of it, if you ever need to argue with someone, I'll take over." Fang Yuan raised her eyebrows, a little unimpressed by Old Lady Lu's skills. Someone who didn't even speak up when her son was taken away, what could you expect from her? Lu Er, the second son, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This really was a daughter-in-law they'd paid for. His mother's flattery was getting out of hand. The look on her face wasn't pretty. It's not that Lu Er looked down on his own mother's fighting spirit, it just didn't exist. But what he didn't know was that Old Lady Lu was sincere, not just flattering. She genuinely admired Fang Yuan and wanted them to fight side by side in the future. All the way home, Old Lady Lu kept flattering Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan seemed to enjoy it. She didn't even blush. One dared to praise, the other dared to accept. Lu Er was impressed. From a distance, Lu Shaosan, the third son, shouted, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, come over. Time to eat." Lu Da, the eldest, stiffened for a moment. Around Fang Yuan, he just couldn't relax. After all, she was the woman he'd once been engaged to and even gone through the wedding ceremony with. Not to mention, she'd taken his family's property last night. His feelings were a tangled mess of love and hate. Li Ming, ever alert, saw Fang Yuan and immediately went over to Lu Da's side. "Brother Feng, don't worry, I'm fine." I've already explained to second sister-in-law that I'm not pregnant, so we don't have to worry about her spreading rumors about us. Luda felt awkward. The relationships were just too complicated. Yesterday, she married into the family, and today she was his sister-in-law. He glared at Li Meng but said nothing. Li Meng pouted and shot Fang Yuan a dark look. This woman should never have set foot in this house. Old man Lu came out, beaming at Fang Yuan. Second daughter-in-law, come on in, let's eat. The whole family welcomed Fang Yuan as if she were the Empress Dowager, ushering her into the house. Li Meng felt a pang of jealousy. She'd walked all over the village, helped set the table, and tended the fire, but never got a single smile from her in-laws. Yet when it came to this woman, her parents-in-law revolved around her. Why? They were both daughters-in-law. Why the double standard? Li Meng didn't want to be ignored like this. She blocked the doorway, glaring at Fang Yuan, ready for a showdown. But before Fang Yuan could do anything, even Lu Er, who wanted to smooth things over, was a step too late. Old lady Lu rushed to the door. What are you doing? Don't you know you're in the way? Move aside. She pushed Li Meng aside and turned to Fang Yuan. Second daughter-in-law, come in. Didn't you say last night you wanted meat rolls? I made them for you. Lu Er watched as his mother treated Fang Yuan like she was serving her own mother-in-law, ushering her into the house. Fang Yuan didn't even spare a glance at Li Meng, who'd been pushed aside. She didn't need to fight, she'd already won. Li Meng wasn't even worth her attention. Li Meng was so upset she nearly threw something, but thinking about her shaky position in the family, she held back. One day, this family wouldn't need her at all. Still, she forced a smile and sidled up to Luda. Brother Feng, it's okay. I'm not upset. Lu Xiaosan happened to overhear and shivered, quickly running off. This eldest sister-in-law was really something. Lu Feng ignored her. He couldn't see what she had to be upset about anyway. The family's table was small, not enough for everyone, so Lu Xiaosan took a bowl of porridge and a meat roll and sat on the doorstep to eat. That was normal in the village, most families did the same. As long as there were pickles or sauce on the table, it didn't matter where you ate. Lu De glanced at Fang Yuan, thinking, this woman probably doesn't know to let the men eat at the table first. He didn't feel comfortable eating at the same table as her, so he joined Xiaosan on the doorstep. Fang Yuan didn't even look at Lu De and his wife, she didn't care. She wasn't bothered by Lu Da's awkwardness. As the new daughter-in-law, she sat cross-legged on the Kang, heated brick bed. Right at the head, and old lady Lu brought her the meat rolls. Li Meng watched with envy and tried to sit on the Kang too, but Fang Yuan shot her a look, and Li Meng didn't dare sit down. Fang Yuan called to Lu Er, why aren't you coming over to eat? Lu Er thought, Dad, Mom, the two new daughters-in-law are on the Kang, but my brothers and I are all on the floor. How can I be the only man sitting up there? Then Fang Yuan said, Xiaosan isn't married yet. He's still a kid, he can eat wherever. But you're married now, the man of the house. You should eat on the Kang, like Dad. With that, she pulled Lu Er to sit beside her. She didn't mention Lu De, but he still felt like he'd been hit no matter what, he was always the one left out. He was eating on the doorstep. Old man Lu was delighted at being respected by his daughter-in-law and was about to praise Fang Yuan when Li Meng protested, my husband isn't sitting on the Kang. If she didn't stand up for her own husband, who would? This was her moment. She couldn't let the second daughter-in-law outshine her. Fang Yuan sneered, her words dripping with sarcasm. It doesn't matter where your husband sits, he's not much of a dish anyway. Don't you know that yourself? Old man Lu quietly ate his meal. He really couldn't praise the second daughter-in-law's words. As an elder, he couldn't take sides. Oldest Lu was so put on the spot by those words, he lost his appetite. Over the line, was it? Lu Chuan didn't even look up. He could imagine exactly what oldest Lu's face looked like. Li Meng was so angry her face turned pale. Fang Yuan, let me tell you, from now on I'm your sister-in-law. In this family, your second brother's wife, so you have to listen to me. Don't talk about all that shady business. Let me be clear, I don't even have a child. Fang Yuan finally looked up at her. So what, you're saying you married and under false pretenses? You think admitting that makes you look good? Not having a kid is actually a blessing, less karma on your head, and you won't have people cursing your child in the future. You're doing yourself a favor, really. That mouth of hers, every word hit like a knife. Second Lu could only sit and listen. Honestly, the whole Lu family could only listen. Li Ming thought, if I don't win this today, I'll be under this woman's heel forever. Enough with that. I'm your sister-in-law. If you're sitting at this table, then I'm sitting here too. My husband has every right to sit here as well. Don't keep bringing up the past to embarrass people. Isn't there any respect for seniority in this family? Fang Yuan replied, losing your morals is the same as losing your conscience. What you two did back in the day, you'd have been drowned for it. Where do you get the nerve to shout about seniority? You don't even know what shame is, and you want to talk about respect? Second Lu couldn't listen anymore. This was getting too complicated. Better to change the subject. Didn't you want to eat meat rolls? Hurry up and eat. Fang Yuan shot Li Ming a glare, ignored her, and turned to the Lu parents. Dad, Mom, let's just eat this one meal together. After this, I won't be dealing with her, and I won't sit at the same table. It's beneath me. With that, she started eating, not sparing Li Ming a single glance. Her contempt was bone deep. At least she stopped putting people on the spot, which gave second Lu some face. Oldest Lu ate in utter frustration. For the first time, even meat rolls tasted bland. Third Lu looked at his big brother, who was squatting on the doorstep with him, and thought, well, I'm just a kid, so squatting here isn't embarrassing. But I'd better not end up like Big Brother, not even allowed at the table. Father Lu thought, I'll go get a bigger table tomorrow. The whole family needs to sit together or there'll always be trouble. After the meal, Mother Lu brought out all the grain at home and divided some for Fang Yuan, even the salt. Fang Yuan was pleased with her mother-in-law's gesture and said generously, it's just a little stuff, no need to split it. Dad, Mom, you keep it for yourselves. We'll just take the hens and go. We can buy what we need in town. Mother Lu was all in, all right, we'll do as second's wife says. Li Ming just watched from the side. She didn't care much for the grain, but now that they were broke, it was all they had left. Counting on oldest Lu to get rich would take time, so she felt a bit reluctant to let it go. But then Mother Lu divided out a share for Li Ming as well. We're all living together, but these are two families. Third still needs to get married, and we can't drag you down. From now on, just like second's family, you keep what you earn. Li Ming was delighted. She hadn't expected her in-laws to be so reasonable. If she'd known, she'd have chosen the old house for herself, living separately. She was just getting happy when oldest Lu told her to take the grain back to Mother Lu. I'm the eldest. I should be living with Mom and Dad. What are you doing? Mother Lu said, we'll talk about the future when it comes. We're not old yet. Don't worry about us. Let's just leave it at this for now. She didn't mention splitting up the family officially, afraid it would embarrass her eldest son. Li Ming said, Fengji, since Mom and Dad said so, let's listen to them. When we make something tasty, we all live in one house. How could we leave Mom and Dad out? That sounded nice, so oldest Lu accepted it. Second Lu glanced at his older brother and thought, he'll never stand up for himself. A few sweet words from his wife, and he gives in. Mother Lu sighed inwardly. The eldest just wants to live his own life, afraid of being dragged down by the young or the old. When second Lu carried the two hens and the grain back to the old house with Fang Yuan, they saw a few young men about second Lu's age helping build a chicken coop. Second Lu introduced them to Fang Yuan. These are my classmates, here to help. Fang Yuan was pleased. Good, he's not a loner. So you've got friends, huh? Second Lu almost tripped over his own feet. What are you talking about? They're just classmates, not that kind of friends. Fang Yuan thought. What's the difference? Why are you so loud? All right, I'm going to town to buy some things. Let's have them stay for dinner. Second Lu said, no need. There'll be other chances. They have to go to extra classes soon. Fang Yuan glanced at the two guys building the coop. Still in school? How old are they? Then she turned to Second Lu. How old are you? Second Lu thought, you already decided to marry me and only now ask my age? Isn't it a bit late? Fang Yuan stared at him. Well? Or did you forget? Is this guy slow in the head? Second Lu kept a straight face. I'm older than them. I'm 21. Fang Yuan's face fell. You're a year younger than me? Second Lu glanced at her. So you're the one who snatched me up. Guess you got the better deal. Then Fang Yuan said, I was hoping for someone older who'd know how to care for people. Now look, I'm the one who lost out by a year. She sounded like she'd been shortchanged, and the look she gave him was full of disdain. Second Lu felt utterly frustrated. What an ungrateful woman. He felt stifled. He didn't say another word, just went next door to borrow a bicycle. Come on, let's go to town and buy things. Getting mad at Fang Yuan was just making things harder for himself. Even after such a short time together, Second Lu had already figured that out. He rode the bike with Fang Yuan on the back. Fang Yuan clung to the bike, worried. Are you strong enough to carry me? Second Lu's bad temper flared up. He almost forgot about Fang Yuan's invisible brothers, watching from behind. He snapped, What's wrong with my strength? Why did this woman keep picking at him? Was she looking for a fight? Fang Yuan said, Why are you yelling? Just look at yourself, skinny as a noodle. Can you blame me for doubting you? Second Lu pressed his lips together and refused to say another word. Was can't do it really appropriate to say in this situation? This woman has no sense. Yesterday she managed to put Li Meng and the whole family in their place. Must have been a fluke. Fang Yuan tried to grab the bike. All right, stop sulking. I'll take you. Second Lu held onto the handlebars, determined. We're going to town, you sit, and I'll take you. Fang Yuan had never met anyone so stubborn before. If this were her own home, who would dare go against her? She'd just call her brother over, and in no time, whoever it was would know whose word carried weight. Unfortunately, her brother wasn't here today, and she actually lost out to this student. Fine, I'll bring more money. If it really breaks, then so be it. The two of them dawdled as they got on the bike and left. Meanwhile, a few of Lu Lauer's, Second Lu's, classmates had been secretly watching them from the old courtyard for a while. They were all gossiping. They seemed to get along pretty well. Now that Lu Chuan's married, will he still be willing to go to college? Gong Er said mysteriously, My mom told me that Lu Da, the eldest Lu, got his wife for free. That wife of De Chuan's was originally supposed to be Lu Da's. Zhang Xile, the village secretary's son, didn't want to hear it. Gong Er, why do you always talk nonsense? Your mom's not as well informed as my dad. The Lu family married that wife for De Chuan. Didn't you hear what Lu Da's wife said this morning? The Lu family just married in 2 daughters-in-law at once. Lu Da's wife was late getting here because her home is far away, that's all. He continued, besides, everyone knows Lu Da was engaged before. Isn't his wife the same girl he was engaged to? Am I wrong? Gong Er didn't buy it. I know you're close with De Chuan, but I've never heard him say he wanted to get married. People just say what sounds good, but can you really cover up something like this? Not many people know about Lu Da's engagement to the Fang family. Zhang Xile retorted, Bullshit. How do you know it was Lu Da who was engaged to the Fang family? It was always Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's just shy and doesn't like to talk about personal stuff with you. So, what if he didn't tell you? What, are you trying to say De Chuan married his own sister-in-law? It looked like the two of them were about to start bickering. Zhu Jia's kid, standing nearby, got anxious. The couple was doing just fine, but these guys were about to start a fight. Enough, enough. What are you arguing about? No matter what happened, just don't spread these rumors. That's the least we can do for De Chuan. Zhang Xile glared at the two of them. None of you are any good. They were all buddies. Why did they have to make a joke out of each other? Couldn't they just pretend not to know? Gong Er was annoyed too. So what if we talk among ourselves? If outsiders said this about Lu Chuan, would I be okay with it? You think you're so great? They got married and didn't tell you either. Why are you so eager to stick your nose in? With that, he grabbed his school bag and left. Zhang Xile, fuming, kicked over the half-built chicken coop. Each of them had a worse temper than the next. Zhu Shaoxin scowled. Them getting married has nothing to do with you guys. What's the fuss? Then he rolled up his sleeves and went back to building the coop. These childhood friends didn't have much money. When a classmate got married, all they could do was come over and help out with some manual labor. Zhang Xiela joined in, but with all the arguing, they were way behind schedule and would definitely be late today. Meanwhile, Lu Lauer was riding steadily with Fang Yuan on the back, earning her praise. Didn't expect you to be so skinny, but still have some strength. Lu Lauer thought to himself, she might as well keep quiet. Whenever Fang Yuan spoke, it was like she was sizing up livestock. Even compliments sounded off. Fang Yuan said, by the way, let's buy a bicycle. We've got money anyway. Lu Lauer was a little tempted. Not like we really need one. Fang Yuan replied, how could we not? It'll be so much easier for me to visit my family in the future. Lu Chuan thought, so this has nothing to do with me. Then Fang Yuan asked, when are you starting school? How are we going to live after that? What's your plan? Lu Lauer fell silent again. This woman always had a way of putting people on the spot. They'd only gotten married yesterday, he hadn't even had time to think about it. The marriage had come out of nowhere, and he had no idea what married life was supposed to be like. Fang Yuan continued, by the way, why are you older than the others? Did you get held back because you're not smart enough? Lu Lauer snapped back, you're the one who's not smart. I started school late, they started early, and now I'm repeating a year. Meaning, I'm actually smarter than them. Fang Yuan nodded. Her family lived close to town, so she knew how school worked. Good thing you got in this year. Otherwise, with someone like Lu De ruining the family's luck, who knows if you'd ever get in. Lu De really wasn't much, but he wasn't that powerful. Lu Lauer didn't want to argue about Lu De. If Fang Yuan praised Lu De, he didn't like it. But if she badmouthed him, always bringing him up, he still felt uncomfortable. Why did everything have to come back to that troublemaker? It was a long way, so Fang Yuan chatted with Lu Lauer. How come I never heard Third Aunt mention you going to college? Doesn't seem like anyone knows. Lu Lauer thought it was hard enough for the family to find a wife for Lu De. If word got out that the family still had to support another son in college, would it be easy to marry off a wife? There was some scheming in the Lu family. They couldn't let this be known. He mumbled, not sure if I'll go to college yet. Nothing to talk about. Fang Yuan said, see, you're so secretive. Something this big, and you don't even explain it. Am I an outsider to you? Well, you're not exactly an insider either, Lu Lauer thought, keeping quiet. He felt like if this marriage didn't work out, he and Fang Yuan would never see eye to eye. Fang Yuan went on, but your family really doesn't have anyone in charge, do they? Otherwise, who wouldn't brag if their kid got into college? As accurate as Fang Yuan was, Lu Lauer still felt embarrassed and didn't want to hear it. He forced out, how do you know so much? Fang Yuan replied calmly, before I got married, my brother checked everything out for me. Your eldest brother is a loser, so I'm not afraid of being bullied. Your parents are honest and don't make decisions. You're quiet. Only the third one is a bit rowdy, but easy to handle. The only thing we didn't find out was that you actually got into college. She sounded genuinely regretful, like she'd been tricked. Lu Lauer said nothing. In other families, having a college student would be something to show off. In his family, with so little to their name, if they said they were sending a son to college, no one would have wanted Lu De for a husband. Of course, they had to keep it quiet. If you looked closely, there was some guilt there. Then Fang Yuan said, my dad said, marrying into a family like yours, I wouldn't lose out. Your family wouldn't dare mistreat me. What could Lu Lauer say? Her dad was right. Now the whole family was under Fang Yuan's thumb. Fang Yuan continued, if my family had a scholar, my dad would be so happy he'd jump for joy. He'd never stop a kid from going to school just to get him married. He'd rather sell his son than keep a smart one from studying. Lu Lauer couldn't exactly praise her dad for his vision. Selling your son wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Fang Yuan found Lu Lauer too sullen. Does your family even have the means to send you to college? Lu Lauer glanced back at Fang Yuan, his eyes full of mixed feelings. Lu De got engaged and married, so there's no money left at home. She got it. So, to marry her, the family ran out of money. At least Fang Yuan knew what could and couldn't be said. She slapped Lu Lauer on the waist. See, I knew that. Good for nothing was trouble. Turns out it's old grudges and new resentments, holding you back from college, ruining your future. That's just heartless. Lu Lauer was riding his bike all over the place, wobbling this way and that. His little waist really couldn't take that kind of slapping. This woman really didn't know how to hold back. Lu Lauer's face was bright red. You can't just hit me anywhere, even if you're mad. That's a man's waist, you know. Can you just slap it like that? Besides, even though Lu Lauda and Li Ming's engagement and breakup had cost a lot of money, the main reason he didn't have money for college was marrying Fang Yuan. Was that responsibility something you could just shrug off? Lu Lauer finally managed to study the bike. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was totally clueless. Where did I hit? Then she even reached out and patted Lu Lauer's waist again. Oh, my parents always said you can't just hit someone there. Are you okay? She sounded genuinely worried, not faking it at all. Lu Lauer's face was beet red. He thought, if you'd just stop touching me, I'd be fine. He grunted, I'm fine. He'd already been a little weak in the knees from riding the bike, but after Fang Yuan's antics, Lu Lauer started pedaling like a madman. He didn't even know where all that energy came from. Fang Yuan, meanwhile, acted like nothing had happened. Oh right, do you want to stop by my house? The moment she said that, it was like a magic spell. Lu Lauer's legs instantly turned to jelly. Lu Lauer was usually pretty steady, and he knew he'd have to face this sooner or later. But just thinking about Fang Yuan's brothers made him nervous. If it were any other girl's family, Lu Lauer would have the guts to talk about marriage. But with the Fang family, Lu Lauer felt a little intimidated. The word discuss didn't really apply here. Before Lu Lauer could even say anything, their bike was stopped by 3 burly men grabbing the handlebars. Their presence alone was enough to scare most people. Lu Lauer's skinny frame looked especially pathetic next to these 3. One of them spoke up, Fang Yuan, what are you thinking? Do you know what day it is? You're out running around with some random guy. Lu Lauer recognized Fang Yuan's brothers. Hearing this, he thought, well, at least they're reasonable people. They want their sister to behave. Of course, even if they were reasonable, his legs were still weak, because in this situation, he was definitely in the wrong. Fang Yuan got a little excited. 3rd brother, 4th brother, woohoo. Lu Lauer hiccuped. Not even all of them were here yet. Where were the eldest and 2nd brothers? He snuck a glance at their physiques. No wonder Fang Yuan always complained he was too skinny. He really didn't measure up. Fang family's 5th, Fang Woohoo, was Fang Yuan's twin. He was anxious and red-faced. What's going on? Tell us clearly. Your brother will help you figure it out. He really was worried about his sister, not even thinking about boundaries. Lu Lauer hiccuped again. This was the kind of situation where people could get killed and disappear without a trace. Fang Yuan glared at them. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a decent person. Watch out or Dad will smack you. Then she pulled Lu Lauer over to introduce him. Let me introduce you. This is my man. Fang Sanhu stared. Nonsense. This isn't the brother-in-law from yesterday's wedding. What did you do to him? Explain yourself. Fang Sihu said, if you liked this pretty boy, you should have snatched him up earlier. Taking him after getting married, Dad can't handle that. That's not right. Listening to this, Lu Lauer realized Fang Yuan was definitely not someone he could handle. Fang Woohoo asked, is that other brother-in-law okay? They clearly needed to figure out how to clean up this mess. Lu Lauer finally understood what kind of family this was. Forget about breaking off the engagement. He didn't even dare dream about it. Whatever Fang Yuan said, he'd just go along with it. Fang Yuan was annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. I don't like pretty boys. Don't mess things up, I'm busy, I'm leaving. Fang Woohoo glanced at Lu Lauer. You call that not liking pretty boys? Where do you think you're going? This is serious. You can't just leave. Go home and explain everything to Mom and Dad and get things sorted out. Lu Lauer didn't say a word as they basically sandwiched him between them and marched him off. Fang Yuan sat on the bike while Fang Woohoo pushed it. She said, this is Lu Lauer from the Lu family, my future man. Don't talk nonsense. Stealing her own brother-in-law, now there was an ethical mess. Fang Woohoo was worried sick about how to resolve it. Then Fang Sanhu said, Lu Lauda is such a pushover, he can even put up with this? They didn't blame their sister for stealing someone, they blamed their brother-in-law for being a wimp. That's how clear their loyalties were. Lu Lauer had basically figured out his future role. There'd be no discussion, he'd just wait for them to decide everything. When he'd first asked around about the Fang family, he knew Lu Lauda would have a hard time with this marriage, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. It was a kind of despair, like there was no hope for the rest of his life. He never thought one day it would be his turn. Fang Yuan, clueless as ever, nodded. Don't mention Lu Lauda. He makes my skin crawl. No matter how much Lu Lauer's heart trembled, he had to speak up now, or the misunderstanding would get out of hand. Here's what happened. My big brother, he looked at the brothers, not daring to continue. They were even more unreasonable and aggressive than the relatives who'd come when Li Ming broke off her engagement. Sihu said, brother-in-law, don't be scared. We know you've been wronged. Let's talk this through. Sanhu said, brother-in-law, don't worry. Our family is reasonable. Lu Lauer just kept hiccuping. For the first time, he realized he'd inherited his father's nervous hiccuping habit. Fang Yuan finally sensed something was off. Wronged? Lu Lauda is a scumbag. The moment you all left, some woman showed up saying she was pregnant with his child. How could I want a guy like that? Sanhu glared at Lu Lauer. So you're bullying us now? Where is he? Lu Lauer thought, weren't you just saying your family is reasonable? Woohoo grabbed Lu Lauer by the collar. So the Lu family can do something like this? This kid isn't any better. Why are you only coming back now? Do you think we're dead? Fang Yuan quickly made him let go. What's with the attitude? If I came back again, people would say I couldn't get married. So I just switched men. Lu Lauer patted his chest. Miraculously, he stopped hiccuping. There was no point in talking reason when you were in the wrong. And when it came to fists, he'd never get a chance to use his. He really realized how much of a coward he was. Sihu looked Lu Lauer up and down. So they're compensating you with this little chick? No wonder they were siblings, they thought alike. Fang Yuan said, yeah, he's not much to look at, but I'll make do. Woohoo looked at Lu Lauer, who hadn't made a peep. I've seen you in the village before, you're a student, aren't you? Lu Lauer answered cautiously, I used to be. Woohoo gave him a look, thinking, pretty boy, but not stupid. Are you going to keep studying? Of course he wants to marry her, but with all this pressure, he doesn't dare say it outright. Once you take a wife, you have to think about how to support the family first. If I hadn't gotten married, I would have planned to keep studying. So he's leaving the choice up to the Fang family. That's the cleverness of a scholar, always full of little calculations. He continued, I haven't met the elders yet, so I can't make the decision about this marriage myself. I don't even know if Fang Yuan has the final say. I was planning to bring Fang Yuan to meet my elders. Woohoo thought to himself, this guy's no good, he's too cunning. Whatever my sister says, goes. If you're quitting your studies because of my sister, she's not taking the blame for that. But Lu Lauer, the second Lu brother, was quick to adapt. That won't do. If I can't even support a family, what's the point of studying? Which is pretty much the same as not studying at all, since honestly, he can't really support a family yet. Sandhu, the third brother, was more straightforward. That's a pity. Our Fang Yuan has good taste, she picked a good brother-in-law. But your older brother is no good, a bit too unruly. Don't learn from him. Us men shouldn't be like that. Lu Lauer could only nod along, he was indeed ashamed. Then Sandhu asked Woohoo, what's he studying? Woohoo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Lauer. High school, if I'm not mistaken? Fang Yuan said, he's gotten into university now. She even sounded a little proud as she spoke. Lu Chuan understood immediately. Fang Yuan's pride wasn't about university itself, but about having snagged a college student. When Sandhu heard this, he fell silent, and none of the brothers said a word all the way to the Fang family's door. Their sister had landed a college student. Was that a good deal or not? Would the Lu family even agree to this marriage? It didn't seem very reliable. A college student? Could the brothers really handle him? It was worrying. At the Feng house, Lu Lauer was surrounded by Fang Yuan's 5 brothers, while her father, Fang Daoling, sat above them, his face dark. In such a high-pressure environment, Lu Lauer didn't dare say a word. Since they didn't let him speak, he didn't dare open his mouth. He also discovered that when he was this nervous, he couldn't even burp. He considered himself fairly worldly, but in this situation, he realized he was still a bit inexperienced. His palms were sweating. Fang Yuan's father looked at his daughter, more worried than anyone. What's going on? How could you change fiancés just like that? This was beyond his comprehension. Fang Yuan wasn't afraid of her father, and she felt wronged. What's so good about him? Look at what he's done. He's messed around with women, and even has a kid already. How embarrassing is that? What were you all doing when you arranged the engagement? Did you even look into him? She was the one feeling wronged? This was clearly a case of not doing enough homework beforehand. Fang Daoling agreed with his daughter and yelled at his sons. How did you do your research? Letting your sister suffer such a loss. Lu Lauer tried to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Even though he didn't think Fang Yuan was losing out by marrying him, he couldn't stop her family from thinking otherwise. At this point, Lu Lauer didn't dare show even a hint of reluctance about the marriage. The way Fang Yuan handled things really gave the Lu family a lot of face. Looking at her brothers, Lu Lauer thought, if Fang Yuan turned against him now, things would get ugly. He was already mentally preparing himself. Fang Yuan said, "All right, it's all in the past. Don't mention that disgraceful person again. He disgusts me." Fang Daoling said, "Daughter, it's not that simple. We can't just let this go. What about your marriage?" Fang Yuan pointed at Lu Lauer, who was shrinking like a quail. There he is, the second Lu brother. I've asked, he's never dated anyone before. From now on, he's my man. She said it so decisively, so cleanly. Fang Daoling glanced at Lu Lauer. That won't do. My daughter can't just marry anyone. Fang Yuan snapped. So you'd rather I marry that disgraceful guy who is already engaged? Fang Daoling said, don't be angry, daughter. I'll get justice for you. No one within dozens of miles would dare bully our Fang family like this. Fang Yuan said, forget it. What's the point? Their family is so poor. This is the only one left worth marrying. Fang Daoling was displeased. What's that supposed to mean? If word gets out, what will people think? Everyone in the village knows you were supposed to marry the eldest Lu brother. Before Fang Yuan could reply, her mother slapped Fang Daoling's words right back at him. What are you shouting for? Afraid people won't know? Who do you think you are? Who would care about our family's little mess? My daughter is marrying the second Lu brother, period. Otherwise, would she really let her daughter carry the reputation of a second marriage? That would be even worse. Better to let her daughter act decisively. Fang Daoling was stunned. Wang Suixiang, what are you saying? Are you out of your mind? Can this really work? We'll be a laughingstock. Fang Yuan's mother glared at him. Whatever my daughter says, goes. Lu Lauer it is. From now on, Lu Lauer is our son-in-law. Fang Daoling stared at Lu Lauer but didn't dare mention Lu Laoda, the eldest, again. His wife had the final say. Wang Suixiang, Fang Yuan's mother, turned to Lu Lauer and asked kindly, Child, what's your name? Fang Yuan also looked at Lu Lauer. She'd forgotten to ask too. Lu Lauer replied, Uncle, Auntie, my name is Lu Chuan. Wang Suixiang smiled warmly. No need for uncle and auntie. Things are a bit messy, but the marriage is real. My daughter is marrying you, and she's a proper, innocent girl. Others may not know, but your family should. Lu Lauer thought, of course, absolutely. Fang Yuan is a good girl. If Mom and Dad can approve of my marriage to Fang Yuan, and I get the elders' blessing, then I'll dare to call you Mom and Dad. Fang Yuan also said, this only counts if you both agree. Wang Suixiang heard this and immediately knew this son-in-law was not ordinary. The way he spoke wasn't like their own crowd. Fang Wuhu also glanced at Lu Lauer. This guy's a smooth talker and a pretty boy, not easy to handle. Wang Suixiang nodded. At least the boy knew how to behave and could sweet talk. From the engagement to the wedding, my daughter only met that disgraceful man twice, and both times her brothers were with her. We need to make this clear. Lu Lauer nodded. That was true. That's why his parents were so anxious to get him married, afraid Fang Yuan wouldn't want his brother. Then Wang Suixiang said, Even though your eldest brother came to pick up the bride, the one who was really with my daughter was you, right? Luchuan said, yes, that's right. Don't worry. The engagement with my brother was broken off halfway, so it doesn't count. The one marrying Fang Yuan is me. There's nothing messy about it. As for Fang Yuan's innocence, our whole family can vouch for it. Fang Yuan glanced at Luchuan a couple of times. He was pretty straightforward and not wishy-washy. Wang Suixiang nodded, satisfied with his clarity. We have to make this clear, mainly so you don't feel wronged. She was saying, my daughter and your brother, there's nothing between them. She was laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's future as any parent would. If it were Fang Yuan, she definitely wouldn't understand what these words meant, but Luchuan was sharp and emotionally intelligent. He really did get what Fang Yuan's mother was implying. He needed to show the right attitude. Otherwise, the Lu family would be in the wrong, and the mess left by Lu the eldest would fall on them. Even if Lu II had complaints, he'd have to swallow them. This couldn't be glossed over, so Luchuan said, it'd be a lie to say I'm not upset. After all, I never expected this marriage. But it's not about Fang Yuan, I just think my big brother was careless and dragged both Fang Yuan and me into this. I can't help feeling a bit uncomfortable about it. Fang Daoling frowned. Was this kid blaming their family? He didn't seem very broad-minded, not like a real man. But, to be fair, Lu the eldest really was a piece of work, dragging his brother's marriage into his mess. He could understand the complaint. Wang Suixiang thought, if he didn't have any complaints at all, that'd be fake. Then Luchuan continued, Mom, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, Fang Yuan hasn't done anything wrong, and there's nothing between her and my big brother. I'm clear on that. If he'd just said straight out that he didn't mind at all, Wang Suixiang wouldn't have believed him. The way he said it, at least, showed he'd thought it through seriously. Not bad, though he did seem a bit thin and frail. What do you do at home? How old are you? Luchuan replied, if things had gone as planned, I'd be starting university this September. Right now, I don't have any particular plans. I'm 21. Fang Daoling immediately jumped up from his stool. A student? A college student. This was a bit beyond what he'd expected. He couldn't sit still after that, pacing circles around the yard. Why did this whole thing feel so tricky? But Wang Suixiang was the practical one. So, what if he's a student? Students still need to get married and live their lives. What are you so worked up about? If you can't sit still, go take a walk. Only then did Fang Daoling stop grumbling and sit down quietly, though he looked at his daughter with a conflicted expression. Wang Suixiang turned to Luchuan with a gentle smile. What do your parents think about this marriage? Luchuan said, my parents are very fond of Fang Yuan. They really like her. As long as she's willing, any of us three brothers would be fine with her choosing. He comforted himself inwardly, at least he was the one chosen. It felt like his family was getting the better end of the deal. Wang Suixiang finally nodded in satisfaction. The in-law's attitude was acceptable. She looked at her daughter, then at her fair-skinned future son-in-law. If the Lu family hadn't made a mistake first, her daughter wouldn't have landed such a son-in-law. She sighed inwardly. Though the boy seemed a bit frail, he had a good face and a sweet mouth, and he was clever. If this marriage went through, her daughter wouldn't be losing out. But it might not be all good. Her daughter was straightforward. She might not be able to handle such a clever son-in-law in the future. Her impression of Lu II was that he wouldn't be easy to manage. If the son-in-law was willing to dote on her daughter, that'd be fine. But if she couldn't handle him in the future, what would happen to her girl? A clever son-in-law was a headache for a mother-in-law. Luchuan felt the pressure from his future mother-in-law, his palms sweating. Meanwhile, Fang Daoling took Fang Yuan outside to talk. Maybe we should just forget it. I'll find you someone better. He's still in school, after all. To Fang Daoling, students were people to look up to. Snatching one away didn't feel right. It wouldn't be fair to ruin a student's future. Fang Yuan said, why should we forget it? He might not be good enough for me, but at least he's nice to look at. Otherwise, wouldn't people laugh at me? If word got out that someone stole my man, I'd be a laughingstock. Her brothers, hearing this, all scratched their heads in unison, clearly troubled. If this brother-in-law didn't work out, how would they ever find another one? Fang Yuan's standards seemed pretty high. Fang Daoling hadn't expected his daughter to be so confident. A college student wasn't good enough for her? He wouldn't dare say that himself. He said, "You're my precious daughter, of course you're great. But this student thing, it's not a good match. I tried so hard to get you kids to study, but none of you made it. Our family just isn't on the same level as a scholarly family. Maybe we should just let it go." Fang Yuan replied, "What are you talking about? What kind of scholarly family are they? They even have that disgraceful Lu the eldest. None of your kids have turned out like that. We're better than them." Fang Daoling thought she had a point. At least they hadn't produced a Lu the eldest. "That's true, but isn't your future husband a student?" Fang Yuan said, "So what? He's still going to be your son-in-law. Maybe this will raise our family standing. If I marry out, it's not easy for me. This marriage counts, and you have to accept it." She was especially serious about the last part. Fang Daoling said, "You child, why won't you listen? I'm telling you, students may be good, but they're clever. We can't outsmart them." Plenty of students in the village have abandoned their wives and run off. Fang Yuan nodded. "Then why do you keep putting them on a pedestal? If they're so unreliable, then he's a good match for me." The five brothers thought, "You don't have to put yourself down just to get married." Fang Daoling realized he couldn't win an argument with his daughter, but the son-in-law seemed all right. It's just that, in front of a student, he felt a bit weak in the knees. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep up his father-in-law authority in the future. Fang Daoling sighed, "If he ever bullies you, how am I supposed to deal with him?" Fang Yuan was tough. "Deal with him however you need to. Just because he's a student doesn't mean you have to go easy on him. No way I'm letting myself be wronged." She was so carefree, she really didn't seem to care at all. Lu Chuan, inside the house, overheard this and felt a chill in his heart. The status of a student in this family was a bit awkward, neither here nor there. Wang Suixiang said, "It's good your parents are open-minded. When we agreed to this engagement, it was because we thought your parents were good people. Honestly, there's no real difference between your big brother and you. Fang Yuan's father and I never looked closely, and Fang Yuan barely saw you either." She was smoothing things over for her daughter, worried her son-in-law might hold a grudge in the future. Lu Chuan wanted to say, "Mother-in-law, you're overthinking it." He'd seen with his own eyes how Fang Yuan got 350 yuan out of Lu the eldest. If he had any worries, it was that Fang Yuan might sell him off for cash too. Lu the eldest had nothing to do with it. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, or it'd be awkward. He had to admit, he wasn't the most broad-minded person. Wang Suixiang, always thoughtful, asked about her daughter's living situation. "By the way, what's your family's situation now?" She was worried her daughter might get tangled up with Lu the eldest and end up in an awkward spot. Lu Chuan glanced at his future mother-in-law and answered honestly, "Last night, Fang Yuan took charge and split up our family." Wang Suixiang was a bit embarrassed. Her daughter really was something. What a thing for her to do. Then she laughed and said, "Son-in-law, what should I call you?" With that, she brushed off her daughter's big move as if it were nothing. Lu Chuan understood then. No matter how easygoing his mother-in-law seemed, she was still his wife's mother. Looking at his smiling mother-in-law, Lu Chuan thought to himself, "You've already drawn the line for me. What else can I call you?" He said, "Mom, you can just call me Lu Chuan or De Chuan, either is fine." He felt a sense of desolation in his heart. Now that the Fang family had accepted this marriage, there was no room left for Lu Chuan to have any opinions of his own. He might as well behave and save himself some trouble. It was a realization that everything had settled. Lu Chuan would now be labeled for life, Fang Yuan's man. Wang Suixiang was satisfied. No wonder he was a scholar, so perceptive. De Chuan, don't be fooled by how tough Fang Yuan looks. She's actually pretty simple-minded. In the future, you'll need to keep an eye on her. When it comes to big things like splitting up the family, don't let her get involved. She didn't even ask whether her daughter would lose out in the split, because that was simply impossible. As a mother, she knew exactly what her daughter was like. Lu Chuan replied, "Mom, my parents are too soft-hearted." Fang Yuan was right. What our family lacks is someone like you to steer the ship. Otherwise, things wouldn't be such a mess. Even something as big as a wedding turned into a fiasco. Wang Suixiang was amused by Lu Chuan's words. "You sure know how to talk, kid. In our family, your dad is the one in charge. All the women in our family are reasonable, don't worry. Fang Yuan takes after me. We all listen to the men." Lu Chuan glanced at the men squatting by the door chatting, then at his mother-in-law sitting firmly in her chair. He knew to take her words with a grain of salt. They weren't exactly credible. Just look at the current situation. Wasn't it obvious who really wore the pants in this family? When Wang Suixiang invited De Chuan to stay for a meal, it didn't matter what objections Fang Daoling might have had about this marriage, it was a done deal. Lu Chuan now understood exactly how his father-in-law ran the household. He glanced over at Fang Yuan and realized that since she took after her mother, his own status in the family probably wouldn't be much higher. Fang Yuan said to her father, "Mom's already entertaining the new son-in-law. Meaning, you might as well give up struggling, this is settled." Fang Daoling looked at Lu Chuan and protested, "But he's not supposed to visit until tomorrow. Isn't this breaking tradition? Isn't it improper?" But even so, he didn't dare suggest reconsidering the marriage. Coming from a man over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 180 pounds, those words sounded particularly awkward. Wang Suixiang, who was only about 1.54 meters tall, with a moderate build and a gentle appearance, spoke with authority. "My daughter could swap grooms on her wedding day. What tradition do we have left to worry about? Go buy the best liquor and entertain our new son-in-law." Fang Daoling ordered his sons, "Listen to your mother, go on." What else could he say? Lu Chuan watched the whole process of how his father-in-law ran the household from the sidelines. Wang Suixiang said to Fang Daoling, "Aren't you always complaining that our kids aren't book-smart? Well, now you don't have to regret it anymore. Our son-in-law is educated. We finally have a scholar in the family." Whatever Wang Suixiang said, Fang Daoling accepted without question. "So he's really one of us now? We can brag about this, right?" Hearing this, Lu Chuan immediately recognized where the real power in the family lay and hurried over to his mother-in-law's side. "As long as Mom doesn't mind me, that's good enough." Wang Suixiang looked at her son-in-law, 120% satisfied. He was really quite good. She'd had 6 children, 5 sons and 1 daughter. When she finally had a girl, her husband Fang Daoling was so happy he named her Fang Yuan, meaning life is complete. But honestly, not a single one of her kids was obedient or tactful. They were all tough and straightforward. She never expected her son-in-law would be someone so good at reading people. This son-in-law was definitely better than the one the matchmaker had suggested back then. But sometimes, when something is too good, it makes you uneasy. As for Fang Yuan's engagement to Lu Chuan's older brother, that was out of necessity. Her sons had guarded their sister so closely that it was hard for her to find a match, so she ended up marrying Lu Feng, who had already broken off an engagement before. The Feng couple had no choice in that marriage. It wasn't what they really wanted. Who would have thought things would take such a turn, and their daughter would end up bringing home someone herself? It was still the same family, but now the son-in-law was younger, educated, and not bad-looking. He seemed clever, too. Wang Suixiang found him a bit tricky to handle. She was definitely satisfied with this son-in-law, more so than the one she'd found for her daughter. But he was tricky. She had to admit, this son-in-law was almost too good for her daughter. Even though people say a forced melon isn't sweet, her daughter was stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, she'd never let go, sweet or not. The Fang family needed to discuss how to treat this new son-in-law. Before dinner, Fang Yuan took Lu Chuan to the market, giving Wang Suixiang and Fang Daoling a chance to discuss with their sons how they should treat the new son-in-law and what standards to set. Fang Daoling was straightforward. "What's the problem? Now that we've accepted him as our son-in-law, he's family. How else should we treat him?" Wang Suixiang was frustrated. "Are you stupid? Is he just any son-in-law? He's a pretty boy son-in-law. Just look at how clever he is. Put all you men together, and you still wouldn't outsmart him." Fang Daoling scratched his head. "Isn't that what you're here for? He didn't dare say out loud that she'd just been saying the opposite to the son-in-law a moment ago. Wang Suixiang scowled. Am I the one living with him? Fang Daoling retorted, Woman, what nonsense are you talking? Our daughter's getting married. She's not taking her mother with her. We don't do things like that in this family. Wang Suixiang rolled her eyes. Our Fang Yuan is great in every way, but I'm just afraid she won't be able to handle this son-in-law. Fang Daoling said, Don't worry. With us men around, if he acts up, even if he's a scholar, I'll set him straight. Wang Suixiang rubbed her forehead. What do you know? Fang Daoling glared at her as if she was being unreasonable, but all he said was, Fine, you know best. We'll all listen to you. Wang Suixiang said, People's hearts are unpredictable. We've lived this long and still can't see through them. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll fall for some vixen. How can I guarantee anything about a son-in-law we've just met? If he turns out to be heartless, that's just fate. Let's hope our girl is lucky enough to find someone with a conscience, even if she's picking blindfolded. To Wang Suixiang, this son-in-law was full of uncertainty. Her daughter's future was worrying. Fang Daoling protested, Woman, stop putting me down. What exactly do you want us men to do? Spell it out. Wang Suixiang gritted her teeth. Be good to him, so good that he feels guilty if he ever treats our daughter badly. Fang Daoling said, Wait a minute. When our daughter got married, didn't you tell the boys to scare the son-in-law a bit and not give him an easy time? Wang Suixiang replied, That's different. This one's educated and clever. Plus, with all the twists and turns switching grooms at the last minute, if he feels uncomfortable, how can he live well with our Fang Yuan? Fang Daoling didn't really get it, but he trusted his wife's judgment. You're the smart one, we'll do as you say. Then he added, This kid's got it easy. Wang Suixiang was still quite satisfied with her son-in-law's looks and education, and she said with a sigh, If he really is a good one, who knows who's getting the better deal here? Her own daughter was a year older than most girls, after all. This son-in-law was a bit of a hot potato. Fang Daoling said, What are you saying? Our family could get a bargain. Wang Suixiang replied, Can't you talk properly? It's not a bargain, it's a son-in-law. Fang Daoling felt aggrieved. Isn't that the same thing? A son-in-law equals a bargain. But saying it like that didn't sound very nice, so he scratched his head and quickly dropped the whole son-in-law equals bargain idea. His brain wasn't cut out for these complicated matters, best not to think about it. Wang Guixiang was also annoyed. What nonsense were they talking? They'd confused themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan went to the local supply and marketing cooperative to buy household necessities, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and so on. Then, Fang Yuan bought Lu Chuan 2 full sets of clothes, inside and out a real splurge. Lu Chuan felt a bit conflicted. This was the first time in his life someone had spent so much money on him. And spent it so generously, 2 full outfits, inside and out. Their 5th brother-in-law, who had come along to help carry things, teased, Sis, when did you get so generous? Struck it rich. Fang Yuan beamed, Pick something you like, I'll buy it for you. She really had struck it rich. 5th brother, who turned to look at Fang Yuan. She'd never been this generous before. You really got rich? Fang Yuan replied, Of course. You think I let someone else snatch my marriage for nothing? That woman paid me. Lu Chuan's mood soured. What's there to show off about money from selling off a man? And he was the one being sold as compensation to Fang Yuan. 5th brother, who grinned, I knew it. Our little sister's clever, never lets herself get the short end of the stick. But this brother-in-law, let's not swap him out. Hearing this, Lu Chuan didn't feel comforted at all. If anything, he felt even more at risk. See? Everyone thought he was in danger. Fang Yuan didn't care. Relax, I'm not stupid. This one was worth way more than Lu Laoda. She handed 5th brother, who a pair of shoes. These are for you, from 5th brother. 5th brother, who happily put them on and said to Lu Chuan, See? My sister and I have always been close. I'm not as sharp as she is, so I just listen to her. Lu Chuan thought to himself, Is this what you call being sharp? Does the Fang family have a misunderstanding about what not sharp means? But he didn't dare contradict his brother-in-law. Then fifth brother Hu added, "As long as my sister's happy, that's all that matters. But if she's not, and she tells me to deal with you, I'll listen to her." Got it. All that preamble, just to set up this warning. If things go south, don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Chuan thought, no wonder he said so much. The punchline was here. Got it. No matter how well we get along, fifth brother, you're always on Fang Yuan's side. He even sneakily compared his own build to the tall, burly fifth brother Hu. Right then and there, Lu Chuan made up his mind. For the rest of his life, he'd only argue with the Fang family, never fight. He had nothing but respect and gratitude for the family that raised Fang Yuan. Fifth brother Hu hadn't finished showing off when Fang Yuan took out 2 more pairs of shoes and asked Lu Chuan what size he wore. No need to ask, these were for Lu Chuan. Whatever he'd thought before marrying into the Fang family, after joining them, Lu Chuan was left with only one thought: live well with Fang Yuan, keep her happy, and make sure she's cheerful when she visits her family. He was sure now he couldn't afford to cross this family. And as for Fang Yuan, he was truly her husband now. What made him think, back then, that Fang Yuan marrying Lu Laoda only had something to do with Lu Laoda and nothing to do with him, Lu Chuan? Now he realized. If he ever upset Fang Yuan, none of the Lu brothers would have it easy. So, when it came time to find a wife for their youngest brother, he'd have to keep his eyes wide open. Carelessness leads to disaster, a lesson for life. Fang Yuan saw Lu Chuan staying quiet and got a bit anxious, wondering if he was a bit slow. "I'm asking you, what shoe size do you wear?" Lu Chuan was a bit embarrassed. "I don't know. I've always worn homemade shoes." Honestly, this was the first time he'd encountered something like this. He felt a little awkward, not knowing what to do. Fifth brother Hu said nothing. This brother-in-law was a real softie. Fang Yuan didn't think much of it and called out to the shop assistant, "Give us the biggest size to try." The shop assistant, sizing up Lu Chuan, picked out a pair for him to try. This comrade has a small frame, so his feet shouldn't be that big. Fang Yuan wasn't pleased and was ready to argue. "Are you saying my man isn't sturdy?" She could complain about her own man, but no one else could. She raised her chin, glaring, ready for a fight. The shop assistant, who wasn't known for customer service, caught sight of the infamous Fang girl and quickly changed her tune. "You misunderstood, miss. There's an old saying, men with delicate features are lucky, and the smaller a man's feet, the luckier he is." Fang Yuan was skeptical. "Is that really a saying? I've never heard it." But her tone softened. The shop assistant didn't dare cross her. "You're still young. It's no surprise you haven't heard it." Just then, Lu Chuan tried on the shoes. They fit perfectly. Size 41. The shop assistant said, "See? I told you this comrade is lucky. That's the perfect size." Fang Yuan was pleased. "We'll take 3 pairs." She'd been flattered. Lu Chuan's understanding of Fang Yuan deepened. The Fang family's reputation was well-deserved. No need, 2 pairs is enough. Honestly, even 1 pair would do. He turned to fifth brother Hu and said, "See, fifth brother? Fang Yuan really cares about me." The message was clear. "Don't worry, we're getting along just fine, no need for you to step in." Fang Yuan looked at Lu Chuan, puzzled. How did he figure that out? She didn't even know herself. Fifth brother Hu glanced at his brother-in-law and gave a dry chuckle. "As long as you two stay this happy, we brothers won't have to step in." Lu Chuan didn't feel victorious at all. This was a shackle, a curse. His future looked bleak. What was he supposed to do? When fifth brother Hu brought his sister and brother-in-law home, Lu Chuan immediately noticed his status in the Fang family had changed. His tall, burly father-in-law greeted him with a smile and invited him to sit. Honestly, even when Fang Daoling, a butcher by trade, tried to look friendly, he still seemed intimidating. Lu Chuan was grateful he had Fang Yuan by his side for support. In the Fang family, this female fiend was actually the kindest one. It was just that everything changed so quickly, he wasn't quite used to it. He felt a little flustered. Fang Yuan patted Lu Lauer on the shoulder. "If my dad calls you over, just go. My mom said it before, sons-in-law are the most honored guests in our family. You get the best treatment, even higher status than my sisters-in-law. Lu Chuan grew even more nervous. His father-in-law's smiling eyes looked a bit menacing. Fang family's fifth child muttered from the side, "The reason I can't get a wife is because you keep talking nonsense like this." Fang Yuan shot back, "You want to bring home a wife just to bully your little sister? Listen here, Fang Laowu, if you dare marry that spiteful woman and bring her home, let's see if I'll let you get away with it." Wang Chuixiang, their mother, felt a headache coming on. "You're already married off. Why are you meddling so much? I'm the mother, and I haven't even said anything." "All right, enough arguing." But when she turned to Lu Chuan, her attitude changed instantly, warmly inviting him to sit down. The eldest and second sisters-in-law brought out dishes. "Mom, our little sister isn't wrong. When we married in, we were told to treat our husband's little sister well. If we can't get along with her, that's not acceptable." Fang Yuan just snorted, not even bothering to acknowledge the sentiment. Neither the eldest nor the second sister-in-law dared show Fang Yuan any attitude. Lu Chuan could see now what kind of status Fang Yuan had in her family. Even if his mother-in-law scolded her a bit, the daughters-in-law definitely had to watch Fang Yuan's mood to get by. But Fang Yuan's emotional intelligence was lacking. She shouldn't treat her sisters-in-law like this. He'd have to teach her later. After all, you can rely on your brothers, but you can't afford to offend your sisters-in-law. Wang Chuixiang didn't say another word, pulling her son-in-law to sit at the head of the Kong bed, a spot so prominent, no one could mistake it. The change in attitude was so sudden that Lu Chuan couldn't keep up, his legs going weak as he tried to decline. No, Dad should sit here. My brothers haven't even sat down yet." He was perfectly content to sit at the end of the table. He knew his place. Fang Delung said, "What are you being so polite for? We're all family. Mom and Dad had so many of us, and the family's not poor, but none of us managed to finish school, even though they pushed us. Who would have thought that one day, Dad would have a son-in-law who's a college student?" By the end, he was full of pride. Lu Chuan felt uneasy. "It's not a big deal, Dad, don't get worked up." Compliments were fine, but putting down his brothers-in-law made him nervous. What if they took it out on him later? Fang Delung said, "A college student in our family, that's the best of the best. Enough for Dad to brag about. Don't worry, this is the seat for the son-in-law." His brothers-in-law, all big and burly, watched him with deep, unreadable eyes. Fang Delung pressed Lu Chuan down into the seat. Honestly, it felt like sitting on a bed of nails. This was not a comfortable spot. The Fang parents' attitude had changed so much that even Fang Yuan was surprised. She looked at her family. "Are you all crazy?" Wang Chuixiang shot her daughter a look. "Watch your mouth. He's the son-in-law, you picked him yourself." Fang Yuan thought, no need to put him on such a pedestal. Fang Delung turned to Lu Lauer. "Son-in-law, you're a bit skinny. From now on, leave the heavy lifting to your brothers-in-law." Lu Chuan shivered in fright. What was he supposed to do? Were they planning to pamper him? "Dad, I might look thin, but I'm strong. I can handle it." Wang Chuixiang chimed in. Fang Yuan's been spoiled since she was little, not much good at housework. Lu Chuan understood now. He wasn't being pampered. They wanted him to help his wife with the housework. He might look delicate, but he really wasn't. Still, he wasn't exactly skilled at chores either. But with 5 big men staring at him, and his father-in-law's eager gaze, Lu Chuan said, "Mom, there's not much work at home. My mom handles the sewing and mending. We don't have any girls in my family, so my brothers and I have always helped out. The housework's no problem." Fang Delung wanted to say more. This son-in-law needed some teaching. But Wang Chuixiang stopped him. The son-in-law was a college student and cared about his reputation. Even if he helped out at home, he wouldn't want others to talk about it. Wang Chuixiang cheerfully asked Lu Chuan, "Son-in-law, do you drink?" Before Lu Chuan could answer, she bustled about, "Fang Yuan, pour your husband some wine." Lu Chuan didn't dare. "No, I don't drink, Mom. I'm not very capable. I'll learn in the future." Wang Chuixiang laughed. "That's nothing. I haven't seen many big drinkers amount to much. If you don't drink, just eat more. Eat up." As she spoke, she kept piling meat into his bowl. Clearly, she was quite satisfied that her son-in-law didn't drink. No need for him to learn in the future. This was the best, most lavish meal Lu Chuan had ever had in his life, but it felt like he was swallowing thorns. He couldn't taste a thing. His hands shook so much he could barely hold his chopsticks. His father-in-law asked if he smoked. Lu Chuan replied, "Dad, I don't." Never learned. He didn't dare add that he might learn in the future. So his father-in-law just gave him a few more helpings of food. Lu Chuan finally understood. When it came to drinking and smoking, it was better not to know how. Throughout the meal, his brothers-in-law ate with him, not making things difficult at all. He never expected to receive such treatment at the Fang family. It was so unexpected that he almost wished his brothers-in-law would rough him up a bit, at least then he'd feel more at ease. After the meal, the newlyweds were about to head home. The eldest Fang brother, whose household registration name was Fang Xiuhu, known in the village as Fang the Tiger, came out pushing a brand new bicycle. Fang Lauda said, "Now that you two are married, Lu Chuan, you're our brother-in-law. When my sister got married, she didn't bring much dowry. Mainly because we didn't like your older brother. But you're different. You're the one my sister chose, and we can't let you be wronged. Take this bike home." Lu Chuan was overwhelmed. "Big brother, that's not necessary." Fang Lauda said, "You're still young, always running around. No wonder you're not growing taller. Take the bike, it'll make it easier for you two to get around. Think of it as us brothers making up for the lack of dowry." Alright, so his brother-in-law still had hopes for his height. But more than that, Lu Chuan was touched by this gesture. Then he heard Fang Lauda say, "This marriage, we accept it. You're our brother-in-law now." Lu Chuan glanced at Fang Yuan. "Big brother, marrying Fang Yuan is my good fortune. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her." This marriage, Lu Chuan had to accept it too. That realization left him with mixed feelings. Only now did he truly feel like a married man. Fang Lauda nodded, satisfied with Lu Chuan's response. "For our own, we brothers give our all." Lu Chuan nodded, and the 5 tigers added, "For outsiders, we give even more." Got it. Lu Chuan glanced at his brothers-in-law, thinking to himself that this was a whole intimidation routine from his in-laws, just to keep him in line. He burped. Got it. Meanwhile, Wang Chuixiang watched her sons alternate between playing good cop and bad cop, and only then came out to see her daughter off. Lu Chuan said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Tomorrow when we come back to visit, my parents will come too. After all, our family was in the wrong, and we owe you an explanation." Wang Chuixiang was even more pleased. "We're all family, no need to be so formal. If your parents want to come visit, we'd be happy." Lu Chuan said, "It's because Mom and Dad are understanding and care about me that they don't hold our family's situation against us." Even someone as blunt as Fang Daoling had to admit that his brother-in-law knew how to handle things. Everything was arranged so thoroughly, it was only right for the two families to sit down and talk things over. Anything their own family found hard to bring up, their son-in-law already had in mind. No wonder his wife always said her husband was clever. Once they'd settled the details for tomorrow's visit and all the proper courtesies were observed, Lu Chuan finally left the Fang house with Fang Yuan. By the time the two of them got home, they had an extra big item with them. Lu Chuan's second brother still felt it was unreal. Halfway down the road, he turned to Fang Yuan behind him and asked, "They really gave you the bicycle?" Fang Yuan's tone was less than pleasant. "It's for the new son-in-law. You have some face, huh? When I got married, my brother didn't give me one." Fang Yuan was still a little upset about it. The husband might have changed, but she was still the same bride, so why did her treatment change? Ever since things took such an unbelievable turn yesterday, Lu Chuan's second brother felt like the sky above his head had never cleared. But now he felt like the clouds had finally parted, and he could feel the breeze by his ears. It wasn't about the bicycle, though, of course, the bike was expensive. The main thing was his father-in-law's attitude, which had really put his mind at ease. The Fang family had accepted this marriage. He might feel a bit trapped for life, but if the Fang family hadn't accepted it, that would have been far worse. Lu Chuan had always understood this. To have things turn out this way was truly the Fang family showing mercy to his own. Especially the fact that his father and mother-in-law now looked at him differently. Lu Chuan's second brother felt especially pleased. His older brother never got this kind of treatment. How could he not be in a good mood? At this moment, Lu Chuan really saw Fang Yuan as his wife. Mainly, you have good taste. As soon as he said it, his face turned red. He hadn't even been through much, but he'd already managed to embarrass himself into silence. Fang Yuan didn't notice Lu Chuan's bashfulness. My brother said he'll wait for you at the school gate after class to give your friend the old bike. Lu Chuan nearly crashed the bike again. Don't talk nonsense. That's just a classmate, a male classmate. Where did you get friend? How can you say things like that? If he didn't clear this up and word got out, he could forget about having any peace. Those brothers-in-law of his weren't just for show. Fang Yuan was even more stubborn than Lu Chuan. Would someone lend you a bike if you weren't close? Are you close or not? Lu Chuan replied, we're close, but not in the way you mean. Don't say that again. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. Why so many rules? Lu Chuan said, Lu Laoda and that girl he was involved with before they got married, that's what you call friends in that sense. Fang Yuan thought of Lu Laoda and Li Ming's sticky relationship and spat, fine, I'll never use that word again. I don't have a friend like that either. Lu Chuan's expression brightened even more. See, I told you not to say things like that. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. How can you blame me? You should have explained it clearly. Lu Chuan pursed his lips, knowing there was no way to argue this one. Given our relationship now, would I trick you? For Mom, Dad, and your brothers, would I ever do you wrong? Fang Yuan found this believable. No one had ever dared to fool her since she was a child. Everyone was afraid of her dad and brothers. I can believe that. From now on, I'll listen to you. Lu Chuan almost crashed the bike again, wobbling all over the road. Are you serious? He could hardly believe it. Fang Yuan frowned, holding onto Lu Chuan's waist. Can you even ride a bike? If you can't, let me do it. Lu Chuan blushed again. Ahem, you're really going to listen to me? Fang Yuan wasn't stupid. You're right. I'll listen to you. Lu Chuan didn't see anything wrong with that. When it came to brains, Fang Yuan never thought he'd make mistakes. So, in summary, from now on, the family would listen to him. And so, riding the new bike with his new wife, he headed home. For some reason, he felt a bit excited. He definitely hadn't felt this happy on the way out. After all the chaos at his in-laws' house, Lu Chuan finally realized he really had a wife now, one he couldn't back out of. And, honestly, it wasn't so hard to accept. When they reached the entrance to the village, someone sharp-eyed spotted Lu Chuan on the new bike and came over to ask, whose family is so generous, lending out a new bicycle? Lu Chuan was a reserved person and didn't want to show off, so he tried to brush it off. But Fang Yuan spoke up from behind, my brother gave it to me as part of my dowry. Then she added, my brothers care about Lu Chuan, so it's for him. The villagers were left confused. Lu Chuan? Who's that? Fang Yuan was confused too. What? There's no such person in the village. Lu Chuan had no choice but to speak up. Second uncle, I'm Lu Chuan, the second son of the Lu family. The aunt next to him slapped her thigh. That's a nice name. No wonder, your brother-in-law is really generous. Lu Chuan figured that before dinner, the whole village would know about his brother-in-law buying him a bike. When they got home, Lu Chuan's mother was in the yard tidying up, even wiping down the straw fence. When she saw Fang Yuan, she hurried over. Heir's wife is back. Have you eaten? I brought you 2 steamed buns. Fang Yuan said, Mom, why aren't you inside? Isn't it hot out here? Lu Chuan's mother replied, it's cooler in the yard, and I was just cleaning up. You've been out all day, you must be tired. Fang Yuan said, not really. We ran into my brother and went home for a bit. Lu Chuan could tell his mother's body swayed a little, then she carefully asked Fang Yuan, what did your mother say? Fang Yuan replied, my parents said Lu Chuan is pretty good, but our family didn't handle things very well. Lu Chuan's mother nodded. Your mother's right. Tomorrow I'll go over and apologize. Fang Yuan said, sure, My dad said we're all relatives now, so we should visit often. Lu Chuan's mother felt a lot of pressure. Fang Daoling was famous for being unreasonable, and their family had indeed been in the wrong. Lu Chuan said to his mother, "This is a big deal. The son-in-law has changed, so we have to meet and explain things properly." His mother's face grew serious, as if she were going to her doom. "I understand. Your father and I are prepared." Then she noticed the new bike her son was pushing and touched it. "Borrowed?" Lu Chuan was a bit embarrassed. "Cough. My brother-in-law gave it as part of the dowry." His mother's eyes widened. "So generous. Then, that's what you call loving your daughter." Her thoughts circled, switching from the eldest to the second son, and the in-laws were still so kind. They really gave their family face. Of course, she was also a bit critical of her eldest. Fang Yuan added, "My brother cares about Lu Chuan. If it was for me, he would have given it yesterday." After a whole day of tension, old lady Lu finally relaxed. "So it really was like this." She slapped her thigh excitedly. "Our in-laws are reasonable people. We've met a family that knows how to talk things through." As for her eldest son, Lu Lauda, she couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Let people say what they want about him. Without even saying goodbye to Fang Yuan, old lady Lu hurried off. The matter with the Fang family had been weighing on her mind for a long time. Now that she knew the Fangs were satisfied with her son, old lady Lu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Watching her mother-in-law's hurried figure, Fang Yuan asked, "What's Mom in such a rush for?" Lu Chuan glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes full of complicated emotions. He muttered, "Who knows?" Then he went inside. He was a grown man, yet he'd been dragged into this marriage business. His parents probably didn't feel great about it either. When old lady Lu saw that her second son hadn't been put in a tough spot, in fact, he'd even been looked upon favorably, she couldn't hold back her tears. Back home, she said just one thing to old man Lu, "These in-laws are good people. I'll bring some pastries to third aunt soon. They didn't try to fool us, and they found us a good girl." Old man Lu thought to himself, "What's gotten into her? She's so excited she's barely making sense." Old lady Lu said, "It's not that I'm shallow and just like bicycles. What I value is how our in-laws treat their son-in-law. They didn't take it out on our child, and even gave him face. They really respected our second son." Old man Lu thought, "My son is educated and still young. If this were a normal proposal, would he have ended up with the Fang family's daughter? After all, that Fang girl was famous for being hard to marry off. But what could you do? Things had come to this point. The Fang family really had a good eye. They'd gotten a great deal. What the eldest had done left their family unable to complain, and they still had to bow and scrape to others. Poor second son. Lu Lauda had also heard about Lu Chuan's new bicycle. Honestly, it had nothing to do with him, but he still ended up being compared. After all, when he got married, the Fang family hadn't given him a bicycle. Now, this had clearly raised the status of the second son in the family. How could Lu Feng be happy about that? Li Meng had heard too, but she didn't care. What's the big deal about a lousy bicycle? In the future, my man will be driving a Benz. I don't even know what kind of cars those are. She comforted Lu Lauda, "Feng, don't listen to them. You'll be much more capable in the future. What's so special about a bicycle? You'll be driving a car with 4 wheels one day." Lu Feng glared at Li Meng. But the truth was, Lu Chuan's bicycle had been bought by his father-in-law. This wasn't about what kind of car you drove, it was about how much your in-laws valued you. It was also a clear sign that his ex-in-laws didn't approve of him anymore. He'd been put in his place. Besides, talking about driving a car now that the family had split, they didn't even have a wheelbarrow at home. Did she think good days would just fall from the sky? Li Meng regretted it too. She used to have money. If it weren't for that unreasonable woman, we'd have enough money to buy a bicycle ourselves. This made Lu Feng look down on Li Meng even more. Who told her to act so generous? Li Meng wasn't happy about something else either. Does Mom not like me? She's always praising the second son's wife. Lu Feng finally spoke. Did you forget what your family did to mine when you broke off the engagement? Then he went back to the West Room, not wanting to say another word. How had his life turned out like this? He was supposed to be the one everyone envied. Li Ming really had almost forgotten. To her, that was so long ago it was hard to even remember. She'd been overjoyed when she found out Lu Feng was still unmarried, dreaming of a wonderful life together. Thinking back, when they broke off the engagement, her family had basically trashed the Lu house. Li Ming didn't dare complain anymore. She went to fetch firewood, lit the stove, and even warmed up the Kang in the East Room. She decided she'd better behave for a while and try to please her in-laws. In her previous life, the old couple from the Lu family were famous for being spineless and easy to manipulate. They listened to everything their son said. As long as she played her cards right, the old couple would be easy to win over. Meanwhile, old lady Lu said a few words to her husband, stuffed some eggs in her pocket, and hurried back to Lu Chuan's place. Seeing that her second daughter-in-law's door was open, she immediately went in to help Fang Yuan light the stove and warm the Kang, even asking what she wanted to eat and offering to cook for her. Lu Chuan said, "Mom, we just ate at Fang Yuan's parents' house. We'll just have something simple tonight." Old lady Lu replied, "That won't do. You've been out all day, you must be tired. Whatever Fang Yuan wants to eat, I'll make it. Tomorrow, when we go to your in-laws, we'll stop by town and buy some snacks for Fang Yuan to keep at home." Lu Chuan twitched his lips. His mom sure knew how to run a household. With 3 sons, they'd never had snacks at home before. Fang Yuan said, "Mom, make a bit more food and invite Dad and Xiaoxin over so we can all eat together." Old lady Lu said, "No need. There'll be plenty of chances in the future. You two just got married, and there's only so much grain. You need to save some for later." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Old lady Lu added, "Second son reads a lot but isn't very strong. In the future, your dad and I will help with the farm work. Don't worry about it." Lu Chuan pursed his lips again. What was it about him that people always looked down on? Why did he always seem to come up short? Fang Yuan said, "My brothers say the same thing." Then she added, "Mom, don't worry. I can work. Back home, I always went to the construction site with my brothers. Whatever work needed doing, I did. We'll be fine." Old lady Lu felt sorry for her. "No, that's too tiring. In the future, your dad and I will help with the farm work." Given that their family was in the wrong and the Fangs hadn't made things hard for her son, she felt she had to repay them by treating their daughter well. Old lady Lu truly cared for Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan hadn't expected the Fang family to care so much for their daughter, even letting her work on construction sites. Fang Yuan said, "It's not tiring. I like following my brothers around. No one at home played with me anyway. That was a problem. Maybe the Fang family was too domineering, so Fang Yuan didn't have any friends." Old lady Lu felt sorry for her daughter-in-law. Just do the lighter work. Women shouldn't overexert themselves. Unless there was no other choice. Your dad and I will help you as much as we can. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. So he was the one who couldn't support a family? Not that he'd even had a chance to prove himself before getting married. Old lady Lu said, "Second son, from now on, you should listen to your wife. Fang Yuan is more sensible than you and knows how to run a household better." Lu Chuan, who had only just gained a bit of authority in the family, was left deep in thought. Never mind his studies. If he couldn't figure out how things worked at home, he wouldn't have any say at all. Even his parents thought his wife was the one in charge. Fang Yuan said casually, "Mom, between the two of us, I'm not that smart. I'll listen to Lu Chuan." Old lady Lu grabbed Fang Yuan's hand, moved. "You're such a reassuring child. We'll listen to you, all of us. Who says you're not smart? You've got a good heart. Not just the second son, but in the future, the whole family will listen to you." Just like that, old lady Lu handed over the reins of the household, as if it were no big deal. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan thoughtfully. Was this a case of retreating in order to advance? Old lady Lu was really going all out to please her daughter-in-law, even saying things like that out loud. After that, old lady Lu just up and left. She said tomorrow was the day for the bride's return visit, so she had to get ready. She needed to visit her in-laws. Luchuan watched his mother come and go in such a hurry that he hadn't even had time to settle his nerves before Fang Yuan started bossing him around. Fang Yuan didn't give Luchuan a moment to think. First, fill up the water jars. Then take me to see the fields. Also, do we have any other relatives in the village? Who are we close with? Luchuan didn't have time to think about anything. He worked while trying to sort out the family's connections. As for who they were close with, he honestly didn't know. Luchuan said, "My parents aren't close with anyone. Maybe there are some, but I don't know. I've been away studying all these years, so I'm not familiar with the village. The only people I'm close to are the ones who came by this morning." Fang Yuan replied, "Let's not talk about your parents for now. As for you, you're not married yet, so your relationships are pretty thin. Our family isn't very popular in the village. That won't do. In the future, when things come up, no one will help us." Then she started calculating, "But there's no rush. We can't count on your older brother, but once your younger brother gets married, you brothers can help each other out. That'll work." Luchuan had never thought that far ahead. He'd always focused on studying and leaving the village, never caring much for these social ties. Fang Yuan continued, "My dad has a butcher shop in town, but he's never abandoned the family's land in the village. He always says this is our root, our ancestral property, and it can't be lost." Luchuan felt like this straightforward girl had seen right through him. She was saying he hadn't put down roots. He'd always wanted to leave, never caring about the village. Dad's right. From now on, we'll settle down and live well here. Fang Yuan didn't agree. Living in the village? I don't think so. It's too far from town. The two of us, you're not strong, and even though I'm capable, I'm still a woman. If we rely on farming, we might not even have enough to eat. Luchuan had been hearing all day about how he wasn't strong enough. It was starting to get to him. What makes you think I'm not strong? I just look skinny. He'd never planned on making a living by farming, but still, his strength shouldn't be questioned. Fang Yuan was as blunt as ever. You feel skinny too. She said it casually, without thinking much of it. Luchuan's face turned red with embarrassment. Don't say nonsense. When did you ever touch me? He had no idea when that could have happened. He was the type to overthink things. How could she just say something like that? Fang Yuan replied, Why are you upset? I touched your waist when we were on the bus. No meat on you. Luchuan was mortified. How could she just blurt that out? Didn't she feel embarrassed at all? Even the neighbor, sister-in-law's son, couldn't take it anymore. Ahem, Luchuan, don't worry. You're still young. Eat more, work more, and you'll get stronger. She glanced at Luchuan's waist through the fence, making him want to crawl into a hole. Luchuan hurried inside, completely mortified. That sister-in-law was always a gossip. Now the whole village would probably hear about this. Fang Yuan looked up as sister-in-law's son introduced herself. You must be Luchuan's wife. I'm your sister-in-law Sunday. If you ever need anything, just holler. Fang Yuan greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law Sunday. Sister-in-law Sun grinned and immediately cracked a dirty joke. So, did you really touch him? Luchuan shot out of the house, knowing this woman was trouble, trying to take advantage of Fang Yuan's naivety to get gossip out of her. She just wanted to make a joke out of their private matters. Luchuan was about to tell Fang Yuan not to pay her any mind. But before he could, Fang Yuan splashed a ladle of cold water right at sister-in-law Sunday. Both sister-in-law Sun and Luchuan were stunned. Just a moment ago, Fang Yuan was greeting her politely, and now she turned hostile in a flash, no warning at all. Fang Yuan followed up, Fine, I'll treat you as a respected sister-in-law, but you're just making fun of me for laughs. I may not be clever, but my parents warned me. Anyone who asks about what goes on inside our house isn't up to any good. They just want to make me a joke. Sister-in-law Sun finally came to her senses, wiping water off her face, realizing this girl was not to be messed with. No, I'm just your sister-in-law, just joking around. Why did you have to get physical? Fang Yuan replied, If I didn't, you'd be too pleased with yourself. I'm not going to let you make a joke out of me and spread it around. Come on, let's go to the village committee and sort this out. I don't believe there's nowhere to get justice in this village. Sister-in-law Sun had never met anyone this fierce before. She didn't get her way at all. If they really went to the committee, what would that make her look like? No, let's just drop it. I won't joke around anymore, okay? No need to go to the committee. As for the ladle of cold water on her head, sister-in-law's son accepted it and didn't pursue it further. This wild girl's reputation was well earned. She really would get physical without warning. Best not to mess with her in the future. She was even more unreasonable than sister-in-law's son herself. Lu Chuan hadn't expected that the whole thing would be settled with just a ladle of cold water, without him even needing to step in. Sister-in-law's son slunk back to her own house, defeated. Fang Yuan said, "Even though we need to put down roots in the village and build good relationships, that doesn't mean we have to get along with everyone. People like sister-in-law's son just won't do." Lu Chuan laughed. "All right, I'll listen to you. You really do have some sense when it comes to judging people." Just for the way she handled sister-in-law's son today, Fang Yuan had earned Lu Chuan's approval. She really did have good judgment. There wasn't much entertainment in the countryside these days. Except for a few loafers hanging around outside, once it got dark, everyone shut their doors and stayed home. Fang Yuan got familiar with the house inside and out and was exhausted. After washing up, she went to bed without a second thought. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, lingered in the outer room, hesitating. Should he get into bed or not? Should he do the same as yesterday? Or, well, anyway, there was no backing out of this marriage now. After visiting his father-in-law's house, Lu Chuan understood that much. His wife was really his wife now, so he couldn't help but have a lot on his mind. In the inner room, Fang Yuan noticed Lu Chuan still hadn't come in and called out with a frown, "Tell me the truth, do you have some kind of problem?" Lu Chuan panicked, not daring to let Fang Yuan shout nonsense. He lifted the curtain and came in. "What did I do to you? Why are you saying I have a problem? You can't just say things like that." Fang Yuan was even more anxious than Lu Chuan. "A physical problem, do you have one? It's just the two of us, don't be embarrassed." Lu Chuan was flustered. "What are you talking about? I don't have any problems. Be clear about what you mean." This woman was always doubting his health. He'd had enough. Fang Yuan said, "If you're fine, why have you been wandering outside for 2 nights in a row instead of sleeping? Are you constipated?" Lu Chuan was dumbfounded by this and just stared at Fang Yuan, not knowing how she could even come up with that idea. At a time like this, even if there was a problem, that's not the direction anyone would suspect. What a bizarre train of thought. Fang Yuan couldn't stand seeing Lu Chuan looking so down. "Isn't that right? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'll have my mom go to the township and get you some medicine." If Lu Chuan stayed silent any longer, Fang Yuan would really go through with it. No, I don't have that problem. Don't say that. Wish me well, would you?" Fang Yuan said, "Fine, if you don't have it, you don't have it. But if that's the case, what are you dawdling outside for? A man should be decisive. Why are you so wishy-washy? I'm telling you, you need to change that." Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan chattering away and felt aggrieved. "All right, I'll be decisive, I'll change. I was just thinking, now that we've met each other's parents and the engagement is settled, if I get into bed, should I share a quilt with you?" He said it plainly and directly, not a hint of ambiguity. The next second, Lu Chuan felt a gust of wind in his face, followed by a pillow smacking him, and Fang Yuan's voice, "Dream on. Don't you dare." Lu Chuan bared his teeth and sucked in a breath. So being too straightforward doesn't work either. He muttered to Fang Yuan, Fine, if it's not okay, it's not okay. Don't I always listen to you? No need to get physical." Honestly, for someone as timid as Lu Chuan, saying something so bold was rare. He added, "Besides, let me ask you, if I didn't get into your bed, wouldn't you scold me for not coming over later? You think I want to?" Fang Yuan just thought he was trying to save face and tossed out 2 words, "Go to sleep." Lu Chuan didn't say another word. Truth be told, it was barely dark, way too early for bed. He wondered if he could leave the light on to read for a while. But remembering the pillow that just hit him, Lu Chuan didn't dare say a word. If he couldn't sleep, he'd just lie there with his eyes closed. There was no reasoning with this woman. Fang Yuan was the type who never dwelled on things. If she said no, then it was no, she didn't give it a second thought. In no time, she was sleeping soundly, without a care in the world. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan lay there with his eyes closed, sighing. This girl had a big heart, bigger than most. She didn't even see him as a man. Of course, even if he was a real man, Lu Chuan wouldn't dare try anything with Fang Yuan. That night felt endless. The next morning, Lu Chuan's parents arrived early, one carrying a sack, the other a hen. Lu Chuan greeted them. "Mom, Dad, why are you here so early? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" His father replied, "We've eaten, we've eaten." "Has your wife eaten? Let's head over to your in-laws' place early so we don't keep them waiting." From inside, Fang Yuan called out, "Mom, Dad, just wait a bit. We're almost done eating." Lu Chuan's father noticed his son tidying up the table, moving quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, his daughter-in-law, Fang Yuan, didn't even glance at the table, let alone help. Lu Chuan's father felt bad for his second son, but didn't dare say a word. Instead, he asked Fang Yuan, "Do you have enough grain at home? Is Lu Chuan's cooking all right? If it's not to your taste, just tell your mother-in-law. She can make something and bring it over." Lu Chuan glanced at his dad. "When you were taking care of Grandpa and Grandma, you weren't this attentive. Really willing to go all out for your son." Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was perfectly at ease, not sensing any problem. "Dad, I'm not picky. The more he cooks, the better he'll get." Lu Chuan thought to himself, probably because her own dad does all the chores at home. His father twitched his lips. Right. Then he fell silent. His college-educated son hadn't even started working yet and was already learning to cook for his wife. Fang Yuan quickly got herself ready, and Lu Chuan's mother helped him finish clearing the table. Then Fang Yuan called out, "Let's go." The four of them obediently followed her lead and set off. As they passed by the new house, they ran into Li Ming standing at the door. "Mom, Dad, are you going back to Fang Yuan's family with the second one?" Lu Chuan's mother shot her eldest daughter-in-law a glare. Why did she have to come over and stir things up? Didn't she know things were awkward? "Didn't I tell you already?" Li Ming raised her eyebrows at Fang Yuan. "Sister-in-law, today's your return visit. I told Mom and Dad to go with you first." Lu Chuan's mother frowned, worried her second daughter-in-law would misunderstand. "What nonsense are you talking about? Today's your return visit, but your dad and I are going to Fang Yuan's family to apologize. As for you and your husband, if you want to go, go by yourselves. If there's anything, you'll have to wait until after Fang Yuan. Did I not make myself clear, or did you not listen?" Lu Chuan's mother made her stance crystal clear in front of Fang Yuan, afraid of being misunderstood. Li Ming's face turned red. No mother-in-law would act like this. She forced a smile and tried to stir things up. "Mom, I'm not petty. I won't argue with the second family." Fang Yuan replied, "Don't come acting all innocent in front of me. Think I don't know what you're up to? Return visit? You eloped here, do you even have a home to return to?" Lu Chuan glanced at Li Ming. Serves her right. She should know better than to provoke his wife. Li Ming couldn't keep up the act. "How can you talk like that?" Lu Chuan added, "If you want Mom and Dad to go with you, why not bring up the compensation for the last time your family came and smashed up our house? Afraid Big Brother can't get it back himself." Li Ming slunk away. She'd already run off from home and couldn't explain herself. If the compensation issue came up, her sister-in-law would tear her apart. If the Lu family kept pressing, she really wouldn't be able to get by. Li Ming wished she'd been reborn at a better time. If only she hadn't broken off her engagement before, the Lu family would have treated her like royalty. Now, whatever treatment the second family got, she got the same. Lu Chuan's mother watched her eldest daughter-in-law walk away, fuming. "Why is she so troublesome?" Lu Chuan's father said, "Don't let it get to you. We don't want to be late to your in-laws." Fang Yuan kicked Lu Chuan and asked seriously, "Where's her family from?" Lu Chuan looked at her, thinking, is she really concerned about Li Ming? Or is it about the compensation? "You really want to go?" Fang Yuan said, "Why not? I may not want to deal with her, but when it comes to getting money back for the family, I can put up with it." Then she started scolding Lu Chuan and his father. "There are 3 grown men in this family. How could you let someone come and smash up the house? And it's been so long before you even thought about asking for compensation." In the future, don't drag your feet on things like this. That's not how you run a household. Does money mean nothing to you? Lu Chuan stayed silent. His father said nothing either. They just listened to Fang Yuan's lecture. Lu Chuan's mother said, "We just weren't tough enough before. From now on, Fang Yuan, you're in charge of the family. We'll all listen to you." Lu Chuan's father said, "Let's just forget about the past. After all, they're relatives." Their daughter ran over here herself. It wouldn't be right to go after them for compensation now. Fang Yuan looked disapproving. "Let me be clear, I don't know this shameless woman, but judging by what she did, her family can't be much better. I doubt this is the end of it. When something happens, don't blame me for not stepping up." Old Lady Lu was feeling downcast. In the end, she'd made things out to be simpler than they really were, and now she didn't dare speak up in front of Fang Yuan, though her face was full of worry. Old Man Lu puffed on his pipe. "The family's split now. Whatever trouble they stir up, let them deal with it themselves." Old Lady Lu gritted her teeth. Their daughter came here on her own. If their family makes a fuss, then let them come and take her back. Lu Chuan said, "You think eldest brother would agree to that?" As a son, he understood his father well. Old Lady Lu was just putting on a tough front with her words. Old Lady Lu replied, "Even if he doesn't want to, there's nothing he can do. Just for his marriage, look at all the trouble we've gone through. Your father has bowed and scraped for him over and over again. What more does he want? That's that." But even as she said this, if eldest brother Lu really got into trouble, neither Old Man Lu nor Old Lady Lu could just stand by and do nothing. Not only did Lu Chuan understand this, even Fang Yuan did. Fang Yuan said, "If you ask me, if they want to make a scene, we should bring up the time they came and smashed up our place. We can't just let our family be bullied like this." Fang Yuan was still thinking about getting compensation. But the girl came to their house out of nowhere. Could they really be tough with her family? Old Lady Lu felt a bit lacking in confidence and didn't dare speak up. Lu Chuan, ever the schemer, said, "Even though it's been a while since that happened, we should still report it to the commune. You two go and file a report today." Whether or not they get compensation, they needed to guard against that family causing trouble. Better to be cautious now than regret it later. Old Man Lu, who was honest and had never made the first move behind anyone's back, said, "Wouldn't that look bad?" Old Lady Lu, who was rather inexperienced, said, "Would that work? Would they even care? Would they really compensate us?" Lu Chuan replied, "If their family doesn't come here to cause trouble, we'll let it go. But if they do, we'll go to the commune and lay everything out, insist that they're using their daughter to scam people, using her to get money over and over." Fang Yuan curled her lip, understanding now, pretty boys really weren't any good. This was a nasty trick. If it were her, she'd just beat them into submission and call it a day. Why bother setting up a trap in advance? Old Man Lu still felt bad for his son. After all this mess, eldest brother's reputation was already in tatters. Eldest brother will have no face left. Old Lady Lu shot her husband a glare. "Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Want to get smashed up again? Anyway, eldest brother doesn't have much face left as it is." Lu Chuan looked at his mother and was amazed to find that she was surprisingly quick to cut off her own son. Instinctively, he moved a little closer to his father. Old Man Lu was prepared for the Li family to turn around and bite them, but he hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Since his second son got married, he seemed different, more assertive, more dependable. He turned to Lu Chuan. "Second son, now that you're married and can handle things, you should take more responsibility for family matters. Of course, we'll all listen to Fang Yuan." Lu Chuan just thought his father was about the same as his mother, not much better. He took 2 steps back and decided to just follow his wife's lead. When they got to the Fang family, Wang Suixiang greeted her in-laws warmly, not mentioning a word about the past. She didn't bring up eldest brother Lu at all. Fang Daolang kept calling them in-laws and praised Lu Chuan to the skies, as if he'd always been the one engaged to their daughter. The Lu couple, being honest folks, just watched the Fang family's attitude and expressions, finally feeling at ease. Their son's wedding had caused such a stir, and the two of them had been through a lot behind the scenes. Now that things were settled with the second sons-in-laws, they still had to face the eldest sons-in-laws. But to their surprise, what they thought would be the hardest part was actually resolved so easily. Old Man Lu was moved. "In-laws, we really cherish your Fang Yuan. She's a good kid, knows how to live life. It's our second son's good fortune that you'd accept him. No matter what, we didn't handle things well, and I owe you an apology." He was sincere in his attitude. Old Lady Lu added, "Don't worry, in-laws. From now on, Fang Yuan is my own daughter. If Lu Chuan ever treats her badly, I, as her mother-in-law, won't stand for it. Every mother-in-law says that, but treating a daughter-in-law like a real daughter is rare." Wang Suixiang just listened politely, not taking it to heart. Still, the Lu couple seemed honest enough, and from start to finish, they hadn't mentioned the disgraceful eldest brother Lu. Wang Suixiang said, "What are you talking about, in-laws? The kids have fate to be together, and as parents, we're happy to see it. As for the past, let's just leave it behind." She meant that the past was over and done with. Wang Suixiang was open and straightforward. "Our Fang Yuan is lucky to have met Lu Chuan and to have in-laws like you." Old Lady Lu was so moved her eyes turned red. "Don't worry, in-laws. I'll do my best. I won't be a wicked mother-in-law." People say what they think, and the Lu family had never met anyone as reasonable as the Fang family. Their fondness for them grew. Looking at Wang Suixiang, they almost forgot that the Fang family had a reputation for being easy to fool. As for whether she'd become a wicked mother-in-law, it really depended on whether Fang Yuan gave her the chance. The Fang couple truly trusted their daughter. Wang Suixiang said, "We've all been daughters-in-law ourselves. You should speak up and keep things in line when needed. Our two families are meant to be connected." Old Man Lu agreed, "You're right, in-laws. These two kids are fated." Wang Suixiang continued, "But when it comes to their future as parents, we still need to help them plan. They're young and don't think things through." Old Lady Lu thought that made perfect sense. "You're right, in-laws. Whatever you say, we'll do." Dealing with such agreeable in-laws left Wang Suixiang at a bit of a loss. It wasn't what she'd expected. "In-laws, you know it wasn't easy for Dechuan to get into school. We even went to ask at the school. He's well known in the commune, and he really should keep studying. We can't let his future be delayed." Fang Daoling immediately chimed in. "That's right, getting married is one thing, but he can't miss out on school." Old Lady Lu's eyes turned red again. "As long as you and Fang Yuan agree, he'll keep going to school. Don't worry, in-laws, my husband and I can still work. The third son won't be marrying for a while, so we'll pay for the second son's schooling. It's just that Fang Yuan will have to put up with some hardship with him." Old Man Lu slapped his thigh. "We'll pay." He hadn't expected the Fang family to be so reasonable. They couldn't let Fang Yuan be dragged down. Others might just be saying it, but the Lu couple were sincere. They'd thought it through before speaking and were determined to pay, even if it hurt. Wang Suixiang realized that being clever didn't work on honest people. If the Lu family weren't so determined, if they were stingier with their son, then their son-in-law would eventually become part of the Fang family. Fang Daoling didn't overthink it. "That's the right thing to say, in-laws. School is a good thing, it's for both our families. It'll be tough for a few years, but when Dechuan succeeds, won't Fang Yuan benefit too?" Wang Suixiang picked up the thread exactly. Supporting a college student together isn't such a hardship. People always said the Fang family was tough and unreasonable, but their actions really touched the Lu couple. Old Lady Lu was in tears. "In-laws, we really didn't expect you to be this kind of family." Wang Suixiang hadn't expected it either. Honest people were just hard to take advantage of. Fang Yuan really didn't understand what Wang Suixiang was getting at. She spoke up, straightforward as always. "No need, I have money in my hands. I don't need you guys to help. And anyway, what's so special about going to school? Just because you're in school doesn't mean you don't know anything about family matters, right?" Wang Suixiang shot her daughter a glare, wishing she could give her a couple of knocks on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your brother-in-law is doing important things. He'll have a bright future." Fang Yuan replied, "No matter what he's doing, no matter what kind of future he has, he still needs to know how to earn money and support his family. He can't get used to just asking for money all the time. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Say what you will about her being blunt, but everything she said made sense. Lu Chuan's face turned red. He felt a bit embarrassed, but honestly, Fang Yuan's words were exactly what he'd been thinking. He should be the one to figure out his own school expenses. Lu Chuan said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. There are still a few months before school starts. I'll find some work and save up some money. If it's not enough, I'll ask you to help out a bit." It's just that these years have been hard on Fang Yuan. Wang Suixiang never intended to raise a son-in-law who didn't know anything and acted like a lord. She glanced at her daughter. This was actually pretty good. Once you know both the hardships and the sweetness of life, you'll be more considerate of Fang Yuan in the future. If he went to college and came out looking down on country folk, the first one to suffer would be her own daughter. She had to be careful. It was just a pity to let go of such an easy benefit. To Wang Suixiang, paying for her son-in-law's college felt like picking up a bargain. But if she thought about it from the perspective of her children's feelings, going through hardships together as a couple wasn't a bad thing. If you never suffer, how will you know how precious happiness is? Especially with her daughter and son-in-law, one a college student, the other a country girl, Wang Suixiang really couldn't help but worry. Fang Daoling wanted to say something like, "We have money, no need to make things difficult." But one look from Wang Suixiang and he shut up. When it came to family matters, he had no say. Wang Suixiang said, "You two are the ones living this life. Now that you're married, live well together. We just hope things get better and better for you." Lu Chuan saw things clearly. His mother-in-law was worried about raising an ungrateful son-in-law. If he were in her shoes, he wouldn't agree to let his daughter take such a risk either, so he really understood. Wang Suixiang continued, "By the way, in-laws, the two kids seem to get along well. Since they're both willing, and we as elders have no objections, do you think it's time for them to go get their marriage certificate?" Lu Chuan's mother found the topic novel. Marriage certificate? When Wang Suixiang heard this, her tone changed. "What, in-law? Do you think the kid's marriage isn't stable?" She was ready to flip out at any moment. Honest people refusing to do honest things don't even want to get a marriage certificate? Lu Chuan's mother felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she'd slipped up. No, that's not it. It's just that in our village, we've only ever heard about it, no one's actually done it." Wang Suixiang said, "Times are different now. Young people getting married should go through all the proper procedures. Especially for De Chuan, who's going to college. We can't let people gossip about this. In the city, they call this a matter of reputation." Lu Chuan's mother listened intently. This was all new to her. She slapped her thigh. "You're right. That's how it should be. Should we get one too? We can't hold the kids back." Wang Suixiang couldn't keep up with her in-laws' train of thought. "Get what?" Lu Chuan's mother said, "A marriage certificate. Your father and I don't have one either. Would that cause trouble for the kids? We don't have any reputation issues." She was so earnest that Wang Suixiang could only stare, lost for words. Wang Suixiang was completely speechless in front of this in-law. All her cleverness was useless here. Off to the side, Fang Daoling actually chimed in with Lu Chuan's mother, "Wife, maybe we should get one too, so we don't cause trouble for the kids. We don't have any reputation issues either." Everyone in the room looked at Wang Suixiang, all with such sincere expressions. They were all worried about reputation issues. The topic had been completely derailed by Lu Chuan's mother. Only Lu Chuan was still on Wang Suixiang's wavelength. He turned his head away. His mother-in-law's suggestion to get the certificate was to keep him in line, to tie him down. But somehow, this whole room of simple folks had managed to stifle the one person trying to be clever. He felt a bit sorry for his mother-in-law. Fang Yuan said, "Why waste money? Getting the certificate costs a few mao, you know." Lu Chuan could barely hold back his laughter. The one who should be grateful wasn't, and his mother-in-law was probably about to blow a fuse. The family wasn't rich, but they definitely weren't short a few mao. Wang Suixiang wished she could smack her daughter again. Now she knew how to be thrifty? She gritted her teeth and said, "You're getting married. Your father and I haven't spent much on you. We'll pay for this." Fang Yuan wasn't happy. Her mom was being stingy. That's all you'll cover? Just a few mao? What's wrong with her mom? Wang Suixiang's forehead veins were about to pop. Lu Chuan quickly pulled Fang Yuan aside. Mom, Fang Yuan has money on her. We'll go to the township office and get the certificate first. If it's not too much trouble, you and Dad can go later and get yours too, just for the novelty. See how considerate her son-in-law was? Wang Suixiang realized once again that her daughter and son-in-law were not cut from the same cloth. If her son-in-law ever wanted to play tricks, her daughter would only get taken in. Suddenly, this marriage didn't seem so carefree anymore. Fang Daoling, the simple one, nodded hard. Right, you two go first. We're the older generation. It's not lucky for us to go with you. Lu Chuan's mother nodded along. Our in-law is right. Makes sense. Wang Suixiang looked like she was wondering where she was and what she was doing. She probably couldn't control the situation anymore. Lu Chuan could barely hold back his laughter. He wondered what his mother-in-law felt, facing a room full of honest people. Once they were outside, just the two of them, Fang Yuan said to Lu Chuan, even if I didn't get the certificate with you, you wouldn't be able to run away. Lu Chuan looked at her in surprise. You're pretty sharp. If she understood, why just watch her mother-in-law get stifled? Her mom raised a daughter who wasn't very considerate. Fang Yuan thought to herself, he's always looked down on me. Don't think I'm stupid. Lu Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. He did think Fang Yuan was a bit reckless, but she was so good at making money, she clearly had plenty of smarts. Lu Chuan coaxed her, I'm just afraid you'll run off, okay? Come on, let's go. If we don't get the certificate, we'd be letting Mom's efforts go to waste. After saying this, Lu Chuan glanced at Fang Yuan. He was surprised at how naturally he'd started calling her mother Mom. This marriage, he seemed to have accepted it without any struggle. Fang Yuan wasn't angry. She could still chat with Lu Chuan. I know, my mom just wants what's best for me. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan. Your mom is even more worried about me. Our mom wants what's best for both of us. Come on, I'll take you. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Fang Yuan said, I may not be clever, but that doesn't mean I'm dumb. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Chuan really didn't mean anything by it, and he certainly didn't dare make Fang Yuan angry. You've got it all wrong. Our mom is great, really. Having someone like her at home just makes you feel so secure. Fang Yuan thought to herself, don't think I didn't see you trying not to laugh. Don't make it sound so nice. In the end, my mom will always be on my side. Lu Chuan thought, you really don't have to spell that out for me, I know. Right, it's only because I'm your husband that Mom treats me well. If you and I ever have a falling out, she'd definitely take your side. Fang Yuan retorted, wrong. Even if I can't stand you, my mom will still be my mom. Lu Chuan honestly couldn't tell what the difference was, but then he heard Fang Yuan say, in our family, you don't even have the right to throw a tantrum. Lu Chuan just shut his mouth. There was no reasoning with this feisty girl. In this marriage, only one person was allowed to get mad? How domineering. Besides, it's not like you get to decide these things. Getting angry isn't something you can just control at will, is it? But there was no point arguing this with Fang Yuan. In any case, they still had to get their marriage certificate. The two of them rode their bikes to the township office to register their marriage. Fang Yuan was well known in the township, and Lu Chuan had just gotten into university. People in the township had only recently met him, so he was recognizable too. So when the two of them showed up together to get their marriage certificate, it was inevitable that the staff at the office would ask a few extra questions. For example, one of the staff asked Lu Chuan, Comrade Lu Chuan, are you doing this of your own free will? Is your family facing some kind of difficulty? Fang Yuan immediately sensed something was off and wasn't happy. Comrade, what are you implying? Are you saying I could force him into marriage? The staff glanced at Fang Yuan and thought it was entirely possible. They even instinctively looked out the window, worried that the 5 Fang brothers might be outside threatening Lu Chuan. But the staff member replied politely, Comrade Fang Yuan, we're just following procedure, nothing else. Don't take it the wrong way. Honestly, they were just picking on her because it was her first time registering for marriage. But Fang Yuan wasn't so easy to fool. Following procedure? Then why didn't you ask me if I'm doing this voluntarily? The staff member replied seriously, we have to ask one at a time. Don't be in such a hurry. Lu Chuan quickly interjected, ahem, we're both here of our own free will. Thank you for your help. But the staff clearly didn't believe him. Sure, it made sense for a college student to get married in the countryside, but to marry a girl as notorious as Fang Yuan? There had to be more to the story. The staff member was being very responsible. Comrade Lu Chuan, this is the township office. If you're facing any difficulties, you can tell us. Lu Chuan felt awkward. He knew they meant well, but they really couldn't help with this. Thank you for your concern, but really, there's no problem. We're just here to get our marriage certificate. Our parents are waiting at home for us to come back for dinner. Well, maybe there really wasn't a problem after all. Only then did the staff start helping them fill out the paperwork. Back then, a marriage certificate was just a piece of paper, no photo required. The process wasn't very formal either. Lu Chuan signed his name, then Fang Yuan signed hers, and they stamped it. Done. After Lu Chuan signed, he handed the paper to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan stalled and stared at the staff member. You haven't asked me yet. The staff member was momentarily confused. Asked what? They thought to themselves, this girl sure is a handful. Fang Yuan's face darkened. Asked if I'm willing. She thought, this staff member isn't very bright or careful. The staff finally remembered and asked perfunctorily, Comrade Fang Yuan, are you doing this of your own free will? The staff member was having a field day in their mind. They thought, she probably forced him into this marriage. Of course she'll say she's willing. What's the point of asking? So much drama. Fang Yuan nodded seriously. Yes. The staff member resisted the urge to roll their eyes. Then just sign. Fang Yuan frowned, clearly unhappy, and raised her voice. Comrade, you're not taking your job seriously. This is dereliction of duty. The staff member, who had a bit of a temper, had never been criticized like this before. What do you mean I'm not taking my job seriously? He'd never been this diligent before. Fang Yuan pointed at the staff member's nose. We're both getting the same certificate, but you didn't ask me the same questions you asked him. The staff remembered, this was the Fang family's youngest sister. So they held back their temper and replied patiently, how is it different? Fang Yuan was even more forceful than the staff. It was different. You asked him if he had any difficulties. Lu Chuan was once again impressed. Fang Yuan really was fearless. She wasn't intimidated by anyone, not even here. And her voice was especially loud and clear. The staff member's face turned red. She was right. He had missed a question. This girl was really stubborn and wouldn't let things slide. Comrade Fang Yuan, do you have any difficulties? Fang Yuan's answer was different. If I have difficulties, can you help me solve them? Or will the township help? Lu Chuan lowered his head, struggling not to laugh. This whole thing taught him a lesson. Never bully someone who's straightforward and stubborn. They'll stick to their principles no matter what. The staff member was getting flustered and, forgetting all about the Fang brothers, blurted out, your answers aren't the same as his. Fang Yuan shot back, is there a rule that says we have to answer the same? There was no such rule, of course. The staff member took a deep breath, knowing there was no reasoning with this troublemaker. It depends on the situation. He really didn't dare promise to help solve any problems. It was obvious Fang Yuan was a tough customer. Fang Yuan frowned, her face darkening. If you can't help solve my problems, then why are you asking all these questions? Are you just trying to make things difficult for people? The staff member looked straight at Lu Chuan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be dealing with all this trouble. Lu Chuan understood the look. Ahem, our parents are still waiting for us to come home for dinner, and they haven't even seen the marriage certificate yet. Fang Yuan finally signed her name, but not before telling the staff, if I ever have any difficulties, I'll come to you for help. I'm not in a hurry. We can solve them slowly. The staff member was left wondering how, just by sitting in the office, he'd gotten himself into such a mess. He was so exasperated, he kept rubbing his chest. Lu Chuan pulled Fang Yuan out of the office, but not before grabbing a couple of candies for the staff, something his mother-in-law had packed for them before they left. The staff member clutched his chest. What do I need candy for? I should be taking something for my nerves. But Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan didn't hear that. As they walked out of the township office, Fang Yuan was still fuming. She was genuinely angry. Don't you think they treat people differently? I'm going to come back and have a word with them about this. She clearly wasn't letting it go. Lu Chuan thought about the staff member from earlier. If Fang Yuan came back, he'd probably avoid her at all costs. Lu Chuan said, if you have any problems, you don't have to come to the township office. Just tell me. I can handle it too. Lu Chuan was genuinely trying to help Fang Yuan solve her problems, so he kept his eyes on her. Fang Yuan said, how could you possibly have that much ability? I want to ask you about your schooling in the future. I was thinking, our family definitely won't stay in the village forever. Are we going to move to town or what? Either way, we'll have to ask them to help us sort things out, right? Then, Fang Yuan, clearly unhappy, added, since he asked, of course he should help solve the problem. Lu Chuan was left speechless by Fang Yuan's words. This girl might be tough, but she definitely wasn't dumb. She was thinking way ahead. And Fang Yuan looked serious, clearly giving this matter real thought. Lu Chuan himself hadn't thought that far ahead, and he felt a little ashamed for falling behind her. He immediately put on a solemn expression and said, you're right, we do need to ask the town about this, but not this particular department. Then he added, don't worry about it, I'll go check it out in town later. Lu Chuan still had a sense of responsibility. He'd already fallen behind Fang Yuan and couldn't afford to fall further. He was also worried Fang Yuan might keep bothering the staff for no reason. After all, they were only trying to help, and he didn't want to cause them any trouble. Fang Yuan huffed, I knew that woman wasn't being sincere, asking if you were willing or not. She probably thinks I stole you. She speaks up for you, so of course you think she's nice. Then she said, do I look like I dragged you off to get our marriage certificate? Lu Chuan laughed. Maybe they just think our marriage happened a bit suddenly. He didn't dare say that. In fact, she really did drag him off. Then Lu Chuan joked naturally, listening to you. It does sound like you snatched me up. Why do I feel a little proud? After saying that, he snuck a glance at Fang Yuan, his own face turning a bit red. But Fang Yuan didn't pick up on it and, a little annoyed, said, don't go thinking I stole you. Your family owed me, so I'm the one who got the short end of the stick. Do you think it's easy having a college student in the family? Lu Chuan looked up at the sky. The atmosphere didn't really need to be this serious. His intention was that since they were now married and had their certificate, they could relax a bit and build some affection. But since Fang Yuan didn't go along with his banter, he could only follow her lead. Sorry you had to put up with this, Fang Yuan, he said, raising his eyebrows to show he didn't really mean it. As they were almost home, Lu Chuan finally said, getting our marriage certificate makes me really happy. Sure, the staff did favor me, but that's not why I brought you out today. I just thought it's a big day and we should be happy. If you ever get into a conflict with someone, I'll definitely take your side. Fang Yuan's reply was, as always, completely unexpected. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Otherwise, are you even a man? Lu Chuan was left feeling stifled. Wasn't what he just said basically a confession? Shouldn't Fang Yuan have responded with a bit more affection? From now on, he decided, things like this should be treated as normal, not something to get excited about or use as a confession. Then Lu Chuan blushed again. Was he really just confessing his feelings? But thinking it over, maybe there was some affection in Fang Yuan's words after all. Of course he should take her side. If you thought about it, there was something sweet in that. So Lu Chuan decided, all on his own, that he'd gotten a taste of her affection. When he walked into the house, he was still a little dazed. Fang Yuan was puzzled. He'd just gone out and come back all spacey. Was he not feeling well? Fang Yuan had never been too satisfied with Lu Chuan's health anyway. At the Feng house, Lu Chuan's mother and father, along with Fang Delong, were all staring at the marriage certificate. Lu Chuan's mother was full of envy. So this is a marriage certificate. With this piece of paper, having kids is legal. Only then does the town recognize you as husband and wife. The questions just kept coming, one after another. Wang Chuixiang finally realized that her in-laws really had never seen a marriage certificate before. Fang Delung exclaimed, "Mom, we should go get our certificate too." No wonder the older boys always seem a bit guilty. Turns out their kids aren't even legal. They'd been married for decades and only now realized you needed this thing. Lu Chuan's mother said, "Let's go, your father and I should get one too. Our eldest has already ruined the family's reputation, so we'd better be careful. With a certificate, we can hold our heads high." Lu Chuan's father actually agreed. That's true. Wang Chuixiang felt dizzy. She must be in the wrong place. None of these people were normal. Where am I? Who am I? Fang Yuan chimed in. Go ahead. When we got our certificate, they even asked if we had any difficulties. If you do, just tell them. They might help you out. Lu Chuan's mother grabbed Fang Yuan, her face full of surprise. There's such a good thing? We have to go. Lu Chuan turned to look at his mother-in-law. The calmest person in the room was Wang Chuixiang. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law get their certificate, she finally felt at ease. But seeing her husband and in-laws crowding around a piece of paper in awe, she felt a headache coming on. If they wanted to get their certificate, let them. What's a few cents anyway? But the more she listened, the more something felt off. Was there really such a process to getting a certificate? She shot a questioning look at Lu Chuan. Finally, mother-in-law and son-in-law made eye contact. And, truly, smart people don't need many words. With just a glance, they understood. From now on, the only ones in this family you could actually discuss things with were the two of them. Wang Chuixiang blushed with embarrassment. Son-in-law, you'll have to take care of things at home from now on. Lu Chuan replied, Mom, I'll be counting on you to handle things too. There was no helping it. Just looking at Fang Yuan, you could tell she wasn't the type to worry about such things. After dinner, sure enough, Fang Delung took Wang Chuixiang, and Lu Chuan's mother dragged his father, and while the town office was still open, they went and got 2 marriage certificates. Of course, being honest folks, they asked the staff if they could help with any difficulties. But Fang Yuan had said there was such a thing, so why didn't the staff ask them? Honestly, the staff were about to lose it, especially when Lu Chuan's mother asked, "Can you help with any kind of difficulty? My family has no money, can you fix that?" Lu Chuan's mother was just nervous and didn't explain clearly. What she meant was, if my family doesn't have money to send the kids to school, can you help? The staff were left dumbfounded. What exactly were these people here for? Luckily, Wang Chuixiang was there to steer them away after they got their certificates. Even so, the next time these folks come in, the staff will probably avoid them. On the way home, Lu Chuan's mother complained, the certificate is nice and all, but they didn't really help solve any problems. Their attitude wasn't great either. Fang Deling agreed, exactly. The way they looked at us was like we were idiots. Why does that bother me so much? Wang Chuixiang was exhausted. Weren't they just looking at idiots? She also realized something else. Trying to outsmart people like this only made her look like the real fool. She was the one lacking sense. Lu Chuan had already heard from his mother-in-law about what his own mother had said to the staff. He scratched his head and glanced at Fang Yuan, who was joining in the complaints, and thought, no wonder the staff had a bad attitude. Who could stay polite after dealing with this group? And to run into 3 of them in one day, those staff really had it tough. When they saw their guests off, Lu Chuan felt certain that his mother-in-law must be feeling weary and world-weary. He could completely understand. At least Fang Yuan knew to comfort Lu Chuan's mother. Mom, don't worry. As long as we're not lazy, our family won't have financial troubles. As for other difficulties, I'll go talk to her again. I remember her office, and I remember what she looks like. Lu Chuan's mother looked at her daughter-in-law with admiration and reflected on her own shortcomings. Second daughter-in-law really knows what she's doing. That's how it should be. From now on, when I go out, I need to be more alert. I was just too nervous today and didn't do well. Fang Yuan replied, it's fine, we just haven't met often. Once we visit more, we'll naturally stop feeling nervous. If she had done well today, it would have been a real mess. Lu Chuan thought to himself that letting his mom and Fang Yuan interact like this was probably asking for trouble. Luchuan actually felt sorry for the staff member. He just wanted to help out of kindness, but now Fang Yuan had set her sights on him. Luchuan's mother nodded vigorously, still impressed with her second daughter-in-law. Fang Yuan, your parents are truly wonderful, reasonable, and understanding. I always say, only a family like that could raise a daughter like you, clear-headed, capable, kind, and filial. Luchuan's father nodded in agreement. Our in-laws are open-minded and righteous, good people. Luchuan's mother spared no effort in her praise. Our in-law is even better, steady and reliable. If we ever have any problems or can't make up our minds, we'll just go ask her. Luchuan just listened as his parents heaped praise on the entire Fang family, even complimenting the pigs in their pigsty. Fang Yuan listened too, nodding along, thinking her parents were exactly as described. She didn't even bother to be modest. The way things were developing was beyond anything Luchuan could have predicted, and totally outside his understanding. How did it end up like this? Luchuan couldn't exactly say his parents were blind to people's true nature, but with his mother-in-law's cunning, if she ever sold his parents out, they'd probably praise her for doing such a good job. Watching the scene, one boasting, the other agreeing, Luchuan felt a bit suffocated. He had a feeling life was about to get a lot livelier. In the end, Fang Yuan added, "My parents are good people, and they treat us well. They raised us right too. None of my brothers are lazy. They all know how to live properly." Luchuan's father nodded emphatically. No wonder their family was doing so well. That's great, really great. Our in-laws know how to raise kids. Fang Yuan continued, so our family should be the same. We can't have anyone being lazy or letting people say we're idle. In a few days, I'll have Luchuan go out with my brothers to earn some money. I checked, there's still some time before school starts. Might as well save up a bit. Luchuan's mother wasn't worried about her son at all. Instead, she asked, "Can your dad go along too? If there's a way to make money, you have to seize the opportunity." She knew to keep up with her daughter-in-law. Fang Yuan replied, "My dad has 3 sons. If he went out to do hard labor, wouldn't that be embarrassing for them?" Luchuan's father looked up at his daughter-in-law. How could this girl be so considerate? Just for that sentence, he was willing to put in the effort. Luchuan shot Fang Yuan a few scrutinizing glances, wondering if she said that on purpose to please his dad. But looking at her, she really didn't seem like the type. She didn't have that kind of cunning. Luchuan's mother didn't feel slighted at all. "That's true, but our situation is special. Let's not talk about the eldest. The second has to go to school, and the youngest is still little. Your dad has to step up. We're still young and able." Fang Yuan replied, "That's not quite right. If our sons go out, even if one doesn't count as 3, 3 should at least count as 1. Otherwise, my dad would lose face." She glanced at Luchuan, thinking to herself that her husband was a bit useless, but she kept that thought to herself. Luchuan's mother didn't care about saving face. "We don't care about that. As long as we can earn money, that's all that matters. If the family has money, we can get our dignity back anytime." After being moved, Luchuan's father said to his daughter-in-law, "When I'm old and can't work anymore, I'll have to rely on my sons. While I'm still able, I should work harder. Otherwise, how could I expect my sons to support me later?" Honestly, with just that one sentence from Fang Yuan, Luchuan's father felt like he could carry a mountain and not feel tired. Luchuan's mother nodded in agreement. "You're right. Your dad and I feel so reassured. We'll work while we can. When we can't anymore, we'll have to rely on you." Luchuan thought to himself, how did one sentence from Fang Yuan turn into a shot of adrenaline for his parents? Fang Yuan was pleased too. Her in-laws weren't lazy, and that made them likable. Luchuan's mother didn't waste any time. On the way back to the village, she pointed out the family's land and trees to Fang Yuan. She added, "In the future, even if the land and trees for the second son are gone, it doesn't matter. Your dad and I still have ours, and you'll have a share." Fang Yuan glanced around. Even if she moved her household registration over and got an extra share of land and trees, there still wouldn't be enough harvest to live on. This was something to think about slowly. They might be blunt and straightforward, but when it came to making a living, they were sharp. Maybe it was a family trait. Lu Chuan had his own plans and said directly, "Forget about the land and trees. I won't be home, and Fang Yuan can't manage it all by herself." His in-laws wouldn't want to see Fang Yuan struggling either. He and Fang Yuan might have a few tough years, but once he finished school, how could he let his wife handle the land alone? That's the difference. After getting married, they were already planning for the future, not just for themselves, but as a couple. Lu Chuan's mother said, "How can you not plan ahead? Without land and trees, what will you eat? How will you go to school?" Lu Chuan didn't bother arguing with his mother. Fang Yuan just took it as a sign of goodwill and didn't argue either. Everyone knew what was going on. Lu Chuan's mother was left worrying about how the two kids would manage. When they reached the door, the old couple saw that Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan seemed a bit awkward. They wanted to invite them in, but were afraid Fang Yuan would mind that Li Meng lived next door, and things were still awkward with the eldest son. From Lu Chuan's mother's perspective, it was better not to force them together. Lu Chuan picked up on his parents' feelings. "No need to invite us in. We haven't been home all day. We'll head back and tidy up." Fang Yuan didn't think much of it. She hadn't planned to go in anyway. Lu Chuan's mother smiled and tried to please her daughter-in-law. "Fang Yuan, if you want to eat anything, let me know and I'll make it and bring it over." Fang Yuan replied, "No need. My mom packed food for me. We'll just heat it up tonight." With that, she pulled Lu Chuan away, completely at ease. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward about being led by the hand. He glanced at Fang Yuan. The girl was so carefree, she probably didn't feel the least bit embarrassed about holding someone's hand. Lu Chuan stammered, "The village isn't like the town. People here don't usually hold hands in public." Fang Yuan turned her head. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on people from town? People there don't go around holding hands either." Lu Chuan's face darkened, and he walked ahead, not wanting to talk to her anymore. He'd just wanted to remind her that she was holding his hand. But somehow, she'd managed to twist the conversation to a completely different topic. Any hint of romance was completely absent. Lu Chuan fell silent, feeling stifled. Fang Yuan wasn't happy either. Her voice rose. "What's your problem, really? Did the folks in my hometown ever do anything to you?" Lu Chuan grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and hurriedly pulled her back home. Only after closing the gate did he turn to her and say, "People in the countryside, in the village, don't go around holding hands like that." "Why are you holding my hand?" Fang Yuan stared at their hands. "I'm holding your hand? Wasn't it you who grabbed mine?" She looked at Lu Chuan seriously. Lu Chuan had never seen someone turn the tables like this before, but the truth was, he was the one holding Fang Yuan's hand. If it ever snowed in June, it'd probably be because of him. Then Fang Yuan said, "You didn't pick up this bad habit at school, did you? I heard you students are always talking about love and freedom. You need to fix this. Don't go picking up all sorts of nonsense. Holding hands in public doesn't look good." Then she added, pointedly, "You're a married man now. You can't act like that outside." Lu Chuan let go of Fang Yuan's hand, his face dark, and went inside. He felt like he couldn't clear his name no matter what he did. What kind of woman was this? Fang Yuan pursed her lips, unhappy. Why was this man so petty? She was the one whose hand got grabbed, and she wasn't even mad. That night, Lu Chuan found himself once again agonizing over whether or not to go back to their room. Fang Yuan frowned too. Didn't he say he wasn't sick? Why did he always dawdle so much every night before coming in? Fang Yuan asked, "Are you sick or not?" Lu Chuan remembered last night when she'd suspected he was constipated. If he hesitated again tonight, she might say he had hemorrhoids. He walked in, face dark, and saw Fang Yuan already resting at the head of the kang bed. The words on the tip of Lu Chuan's tongue, "We've visited your family, met your parents, got our marriage certificate. Isn't it time we shared a bed?" He didn't dare say. Fang Yuan, hearing Lu Chuan shuffling around, said, "Lie down already. I have something to say to you." Lu Chuan's heart started racing. He thought, if she makes a move, should I go along with it or not? Not going along didn't seem like an option. Her brother's threats were no joke. And when it came to brains, he was probably on par with her mother-in-law. He really didn't have the upper hand. Just as Lu Chuan was thinking he might as well go along with it, Fang Yuan spoke up. You went to school, and I grew up running around after my brothers. Neither of us really knows much about married life. Lu Chuan felt a chill in his chest. Fang Yuan hadn't brought up anything intimate, so why did he feel so disappointed? He'd just been debating whether or not to go along with her, and suddenly realized he didn't really want to refuse at all. Maybe he even wanted something to happen. That realization was a bit unsettling. And compared to Fang Yuan's approach to life, he felt like he was on a completely different wavelength, a whole level below her. Fang Yuan got impatient at his slowness. Did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Lu Chuan felt like ever since he met Fang Yuan, his mind was always running wild. That was a problem, he needed to fix it. I'm listening. Fang Yuan said, what do you think? Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Lu Chuan replied, I just think, since we're married and have our certificate, it should be about the two of us now. We shouldn't rely on others to live our lives. Mainly, he wanted to remind Fang Yuan that they were officially married now. The rest just slipped out. Fang Yuan said, you're right. Relying on relatives won't make you rich, and talking won't fill your stomach. Our life is up to us. Lu Chuan's face darkened. So she had no other thoughts at all. He couldn't help but punch his pillow a couple of times. The two of them never seemed to focus on the same thing. Fang Yuan asked, what are you doing? Do you think we can't make a life together, or do you think you're unreliable? Why was he punching the pillow? What was wrong with him? Lu Chuan got even more anxious. Couldn't this woman think something positive for once? How could I be unreliable? Fang Yuan said, then why are you acting crazy? Did the pillow do something to you? Lu Chuan couldn't exactly say, I'm annoyed you're not romantic, or I'm annoyed you don't have feelings for me. Frustrated, he said, I'm talking about our life, our future. Fang Yuan didn't dwell on it. She immediately asked, so where do you think we should start? Where to start building a life together? That was a new one. Lu Chuan was momentarily at a loss, then said, first, we need money. I need money for school, and you need money for daily life. Fang Yuan nodded. That makes sense. No wonder you're supposed to be the smart one. Tomorrow, I'll take you to my brother and we'll earn money together. Lu Chuan wasn't so sure. Do you think working with your brother, we can save up enough for my tuition and living expenses by the time I go to school? Fang Yuan didn't catch the sarcasm. She just asked in surprise, is college really that cheap? Lu Chuan took a deep breath. Talking to Fang Yuan, you couldn't hint at anything. You had to be direct, clear, and logical. What I mean is, that won't work. Even if we work ourselves to death, we won't make enough. Fang Yuan nodded. He had a point. Then she got annoyed, sitting up. Don't try to fool me. You're just afraid of hard work, aren't you? Let me tell you, there's no such thing as easy money. In my family, if you try to be clever and slack off, my dad would beat you. She added, in our family, everyone fights to earn money. No one gets beaten for working hard, only for being lazy. Lu Chuan thought, well, at least she's down to earth. People say the Fang family's 5 tigers are unreasonable and domineering, but it turns out they're just serious about earning an honest living. Then he caught a glimpse of Fang Yuan's pale, slender arm. It dazzled him a bit, made him feel dizzy. Fang Yuan, not hearing a reply, said, are you really trying to get my dad to beat you? Lu Chuan snapped back to attention, staring at the ceiling. Do you want to borrow money to get by? Or do you think you're smarter than me? Fang Yuan definitely didn't want to borrow money, so she had to listen to the one with brains. You talk. But if you can't come up with a good plan or try to take shortcuts, don't blame me for not being nice. I'll deal with you myself before my dad gets the chance. Lu Chuan thought, with a girl like this, why am I so restless? Maybe I need to see a doctor. He snorted. Don't worry. I'm not talking about shortcuts or shady business. Even with the proper way, I don't have a clear plan yet. I just think we should look around first, go with your brothers, check out the town, maybe we'll find a way to make money. Fang Yuan summed it up. So basically, you don't want to work hard with everyone else. Lu Chuan thought, why is she so stubborn? It's not that I don't want to work hard. It's just that hard work alone won't earn us the money we need. Fang Yuan said, even if you're right, that doesn't mean you can't work with my brothers first. Work while you think. She was nothing if not practical and grounded. Lu Chuan thought, if I don't go, she'll just assume I'm afraid of hard work. Fang Yuan said, since you're not as smart as you think, just go to sleep. Don't overthink it. Rest your brain. Maybe it'll work better tomorrow. Fang Yuan didn't know how smart people took care of their brains, but this would have to do for now. If it weren't for Fang Yuan's last remark, Lu Chuan really would have just gone to sleep. But with those words, how could his mind not be in turmoil? Now that they'd gotten their marriage certificate, you really couldn't blame a young man for having certain thoughts. His mind was running wild, completely out of control. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was seriously resting her mind, saving her energy for tomorrow. She didn't have a single thought in that direction. So Lu Chuan was left staring wide-eyed in Fang Yuan's direction, his mood rising and falling, wondering whether Fang Yuan understood these things or not. In the end, Lu Chuan couldn't figure it out, so he just pulled the covers over his head and went to sleep. The next morning, breakfast was made by Fang Yuan. The taste was, well, edible at best. Mainly because the ingredients were limited. Lu Chuan didn't dare complain. By his father-in-law's standards, he should have been the one cooking, so this was already beyond Lu Chuan's expectations. After breakfast, Fang Yuan spoke up, let's go. Lu Chuan was momentarily confused. Go where? Fang Yuan got annoyed again. To earn money, of course. I've already fed you, and you still want to laze around at home. Her attitude was even more overbearing than a landlord's. Lu Chuan slapped his forehead. I just woke up, my head's not clear yet, I forgot. Let's go. Even though Fang Yuan's tone was harsh, she was right. Lu Chuan had never planned to sit around at home. Fang Yuan couldn't stand lazy men, and her tone was sharp. Or, do you want to stay at home for a few days, just thinking about how to make money? She emphasized the word thinking. Can you make money just by thinking about it? If sarcasm counts as progress, then Fang Yuan was definitely making progress. Lu Chuan had never met such an ungentle, sharp-tongued woman. Can't you speak a little nicer? And what do you mean by stay at home for a few days? Fang Yuan replied, don't you know what you should be doing? You're blaming me. Lu Chuan shut up immediately. This girl really had a temper. She could get mad in an instant. Fang Yuan said, when your classmates aren't tutoring, let's invite them over for a meal and get to know them. Then she added, see, I know what needs to be done. If you were like me, I wouldn't mind you yelling at me a couple times. Lu Chuan tried to be patient. It's not about who yells at who. Life should be lived peacefully. Fang Yuan's face was already cold. Lu Chuan picked up the lunchbox and handed it to her, then wheeled his bicycle out the door. Only then did Fang Yuan's expression soften a little. She'd thought Lu Chuan was just dragging his feet because he didn't want to go. By the time Lu Chuan's mother came to deliver food, the house was already empty. Lu Chuan's mother looked around and confirmed that Fang Yuan really was someone who knew how to run a household. Even though the couple had left early, the house was neat and tidy. There were greens and fresh water in the chicken coop, enough for the hens to eat for the whole day. Lu Chuan's mother nodded in satisfaction and went home to tell her husband, don't be fooled by her bluntness and lack of pleasantries. She's someone who knows how to manage a household. Lu Chuan's father said, she's just a bit tough. But she's filial and knows how to live properly. If she treats our second son well, there's nothing more to ask for. Lu Chuan's mother snorted, the one in the West Room knows how to be good to her man, but can just being good fill your stomach? Look at how she's spoiled our eldest these past few days. He hasn't done a lick of work. What are they going to eat and drink in the future? Just thinking about it made her anxious. Lu Chuan's father said, the eldest is unreliable. If he can't find work outside, there's plenty to do at home. How can he just sit around? Even as a father, he couldn't stand it. This wasn't how a proper family should live. Lu Chuan's mother said, I know my son, he's not that lazy. He's just been bewitched by that woman. Lu Chuan's father felt awkward hearing this and tried to persuade her, she's still your daughter-in-law, the mother of your future grandchild. Don't be so harsh. Lu Chuan's mother said, I'd like to say something nice about her, but look at her. When the eldest wants to chop wood, she says it's too hot and unnecessary. When he wants to fetch water, she tells him to save it and not fill the vat, just enough to get by. These past 2 days, they've been cooking for themselves, and they've used up all our eggs. She says the eldest needs to build up his strength. By the end, Lu Chuan's mother was grinding her teeth. How did she end up with such a daughter-in-law? Lu Chuan's father sighed. There was only one water vat in the house, and after the family split, it hadn't been divided. If the eldest didn't fetch water, he'd have to do it himself. Oh well, at least a daughter-in-law who cares for her husband is better than one who doesn't. Let them eat. When I'm working, I'll call the eldest to help. What else could he do? At least this daughter-in-law cared about her husband. Meanwhile, Li Ming was really treating Lu Chuan's elder brother like a future tycoon. Lu Chuan's elder brother was a diligent man, and he'd never been this idle in his life. He couldn't stand it. I need to go check the fields. You don't want to work, but don't drag me into being lazy with you. Li Ming said, there's not even a blade of grass left in the fields. Will you get any more corn by going? Besides, with what little we get from the land, we can't even save any money. Brother Feng, you're destined for great things and future wealth. We need to do something that shows our status. Lu Chuan's elder brother was flattered, but quickly came back to earth. But we still need to fill our stomachs. You've already eaten up all the fine grains we got from the split. How are we supposed to get by? Li Ming replied lightly, we've finished it? Then we'll just buy more. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. With what money? We still have to give money to Mom and Dad at the end of the year. If we don't work, where will we get the money? All the money had been promised by Li Ming, so she felt a bit guilty. They really were short on cash. Back in those days, even 300 or 500 yuan was a big deal. Li Ming had given Fang Yuan money without hesitation, but that was just after she'd been reborn and hadn't adjusted yet. Now she was starting to realize, but the money was already gone. Li Ming said, Brother Feng, we did lose out a bit, but you have to think long term. I heard your younger brother is going to college. How much will that cost every year? It's a bottomless pit. Honestly, even if the whole family worked themselves to death, it wouldn't be enough for your brother to squander. Lu Feng didn't say a word clearly. He'd thought about this too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to split the family so readily. Li Ming continued, luckily, it's only 3 or 4 years. Let's just think of it as buying a good reputation. It's not easy for your brother to go to school, and we'll take care of your parents' retirement. That sounds great, and only my brother Feng is so filial. Lu Chuan's elder brother, who had been unhappy, couldn't argue after being coaxed so sweetly. He glanced at Li Ming. She was the one who'd have to come up with the money, over 200 yuan, which was worrying just to think about. Li Ming didn't have any money left, so she didn't dare say anything, but still comforted him. We'll have money in the future. I just feel bad seeing you work so hard in the fields when you're destined for wealth and fortune, yet still have to suffer. Lu Chuan's mother, listening from the outer room, felt a chill in her heart. They'd spent everything to get the eldest married, but he didn't feel close to the family at all. The second son was cleaning up the mess for his older brother, even sacrificing his own marriage prospects, while the eldest was calculating how to get his brother to pay for college. If the second son knew, how heartbroken would he be? Old Lady Lu gritted her teeth. Second son, with the eldest ending up like this, it's hard not to resent Li Ming. She pretended she'd only heard the last part of the conversation and shouted into the house, you troublemaking woman. You think you can get rich without working or suffering? If you feel bad for your man working so hard, why don't you go out to the fields and work with him? Li Ming wasn't annoyed or anxious. Since she wasn't going to work in the fields, she certainly didn't come back here to suffer. Mom, it's because I care about Brother Feng. If I could handle the work, I'd go to the fields myself and wouldn't let Brother Feng do it. What she meant was that she couldn't do the work, so Brother Feng had to do it himself. She was here to share in Lu Feng's good fortune, not his hardships. Old Man Lu sighed, hoisted his hoe, and called the eldest son to leave with him. He couldn't blame anyone else. He just hadn't raised his son right. Old Man Lu muttered to his eldest, it's good she cares about you, but you can't just listen to everything a woman says. Nothing falls from the sky. Wealth and fortune are earned. Lu Feng's face turned red with shame, but he didn't dare say a word. Left behind, Old Lady Lu looked at Li Ming with increasing displeasure. This daughter-in-law didn't seem like a good person, nor did she seem sincere about living with the eldest. Otherwise, what kind of wife stops her husband from working? Li Ming looked up and saw Old Lady Lu glaring at her with a dark expression. "Mom, why are you looking at me like that?" Old Lady Lu said, "I don't care how you got your hooks into my son, but since you've messed up his marriage, you'd better live a good life with him." Li Ming didn't even blush, just smiled sweetly. "Mom, listen to yourself. Of course I'll live well with Brother Feng." Old Lady Lu frowned. "First, change the way you address him. It grates on my ears." It was only because of Fang Yuan that Old Lady Lu had the confidence to say such tough words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared. Li Ming was also dissatisfied with Old Lady Lu. She'd heard before that the old lady was the kind who didn't even dare raise her voice. Why was she acting so tough with her now? It must be because she didn't have a solid footing here yet. Otherwise, would she put up with this mother-in-law? Li Ming said shyly, "Mom, Brother Feng likes me to call him that." Old Lady Lu was fuming. "Go outside and listen. Who else's wife calls her husband that way? People would say this woman isn't decent. What a disgrace. Let me tell you, yesterday we went to the township and reported to the folks there about how your family broke off the engagement and made trouble for us." Li Ming was stunned. Wasn't this just stirring up trouble? "Mom, what do you mean by this? We're relatives. How could you do that?" Old Lady Lu replied, "What I mean is, you came to our house like this. If your family doesn't come to make a fuss, fine. But if they do, we'll bring up everything, including what happened last time. I'm giving you a heads up. Don't talk to me about being relatives. When your family smashed up our place, did they care about saving face?" Li Ming's face darkened. The old lady wasn't giving her any face at all. "Mom, we're in-laws after all. If my parents come over and say a few harsh words, it's just for my sake. Besides, I'm a young woman who just ran over here. If my mom comes and complains a bit, isn't that normal?" Old Lady Lu got even angrier. "So you know it's normal for people to scold you for running over here as a young woman? And you still came and messed up someone else's marriage? Shameless." Old Lady Lu was so angry she couldn't even curse. "You came here yourself. We didn't kidnap you. What's normal about your family coming to make trouble?" Then she added, "I knew you weren't any good. Your family is just here to cause trouble for us. I'm telling you, if there's any fuss, go make it at your own house. If you dare come to ours, I'll call everyone in the township and settle everything, including the past." With that, she stormed off. Good thing they'd had the sense to report this to the township first. Otherwise, they'd be waiting for trouble to come to their door. No wonder Li Ming hadn't tried to arrange a return visit to her family. The more Old Lady Lu thought about what Li Ming said, the more she wanted to cry. This woman clearly had bad intentions. Her useless eldest son, how did he fall for it? Li Ming had made her so angry that Old Lady Lu even forgot to show off the marriage certificate. She went to the fields to talk to Old Man Lu and the eldest about it. The eldest scratched his head. This woman was nothing but trouble. If only he'd known sooner, but it was too late now. He looked helplessly at his parents. "So, what do we do?" Old Lady Lu said, "What do we do? You take your wife back to her family. If her family makes a fuss, just return her to them. Without a marriage certificate, this marriage doesn't count." See, after a trip to the township, Old Lady Lu had learned something: no certificate, no real marriage. The eldest thought, how can that be? "Mom, since when has our village cared about that? Having a wedding feast is enough." Old Lady Lu's face darkened. "Did you have a wedding feast with this vixen?" The eldest realized his mother had gotten sharper. Every word was a retort, and she was in the right. This useless eldest son muttered, "I'm not going. I don't dare." If it were the third son saying this, it might be understandable. But he was already 24 or 25. Where was his dignity? Even Old Man Lu couldn't stand it. "She's your wife. If you don't go, who will? Facing the Li family can't be harder than your brother facing the Fang brothers, can it?" The eldest shut his mouth. After all, the Li family didn't have the reputation of the Fang family's 5 tigers. And the Li family was in the wrong, while with the Fang family, the Lus were in the wrong. On this point, the eldest was clear. Old Lady Lu said, "She came to our house on her own." "What are you afraid of? No matter what, we're in the right." So, forced by his parents, the eldest took Li Ming back to her family. As for what happened at the Li family, Old Lady Lu truly didn't care anymore. The eldest wasn't acting like the eldest at all. No wonder the second son hadn't even mentioned him these past few days. Old Lady Lu wanted to smooth things over between her sons, but didn't even have the nerve to bring it up with the second. Old Lady Lu sighed, "Just thinking about it makes me upset." The second is even skinnier than the eldest, but when he went to the Fang family, he didn't say a word to us. Why is the eldest so cowardly? Old Man Lu sighed, "I'm cowardly too, I'm scared too. Good thing we reported to the township first." Really, the second is the one with sense. His schooling, we can't just ignore it. We owe him. Old Lady Lu said, "I know. With the eldest like this, I can't count on him." The second's wife might be a bit wild, but she seems pretty good. The knowledgeable Fang Yuan was supervising the second son at the construction site, carrying bricks, stones, cement. The work was tough, but the pay wasn't much, since he had no skills. Fang Yuan could see it clearly and called out to the second son, "This won't do. You're not as good as those guys with the big shovels. Their work is easier and pays more." The second son was so tired that sweat had streaked his face. He glanced at the young men wielding big shovels and said, a bit disgruntled, "They're just apprentices. Started young, and that's all they'll ever be. I'm just an amateur. Why should I compare myself to them?" Fang Yuan thought Lu Lauer lacked ambition. When it came to making money, of course you should go after more. Don't you know how to compare? Why are you so unmotivated? Lu Lauer thought to himself, "Hey, I even got into college. In the future, will I be able to wield a big shovel? What's the point of that kind of ambition? That's not a proper career. Besides, if I could wield a big shovel, could he get into college? You're always looking at other people, can't you have a little vision?" This woman's brain just doesn't work right. But there was no reasoning with Fang Yuan, so he could only stew in silence. Still, there was a benefit. Holding in that frustration while working made the shovel in his hands feel a lot lighter. Lu Lauer thought sourly, "I guess this counts as Fang Yuan giving me strength." Fang Yuan, for her part, wasn't happy looking at Lu Chuan either. He didn't even have as much strength as the other shoveling sand. What could you expect from him? At lunchtime, though, Lu Chuan noticed something. "I see there isn't even anyone selling food around here, and when it's hot, there's not even anyone selling popsicles." Fang Yuan looked around too. This guy actually had a bit of a brain. Letting him rest his mind for a night wasn't a total waste. But making big money off this wouldn't be easy. I could sell popsicles, sure, but how many people are there here? The money from a few popsicles isn't as much as you'd make working. Cooking? I can't do it, can you? Lu Lauer shook his head and answered honestly, "I can barely cook for you." Selling to others? These people might not even give me the time of day. The couple exchanged a glance, both at a loss for words. They just couldn't make money off this idea. Fang Yuan sighed, so all that brainpower was wasted? Her eyes were full of resentment. Last night's good rest had gone to waste. Lu Lauer paused, finally understanding what Fang Yuan's look meant. "Let's keep looking. It's only been half a day, no rush." Fang Yuan, ever impatient, retorted, "There's not even 2 months left before you go to school. No rush after half a day? Are you going to observe for 2 months? No way. You'd better just buckle down and earn money, learn from those guys with the big shovels, at least that pays like skilled labor." Lu Chuan felt like he couldn't even swallow his food. This woman was really something else. Meanwhile, the Fang brothers watched the couple discussing things and whispered among themselves. Little sis and her husband seem to get along pretty well. She even comes to move bricks with him. Big brother Fang glanced over and said, "They just got married. The novelty hasn't worn off yet." Fang Yuan isn't really the clingy type. "Don't you guys go making a fuss." Fifth brother Fang nodded. He knew Fang Yuan best, after all. He eyed his brother-in-law sideways. No wonder he got into college. He was a bit sly. How did he manage to keep their sister in check? They could even sit and have a proper chat together. Fifth brother Fang wondered, "I just don't get it. What do a college student and our sister even talk about? Can they really see eye to eye? Big brother Fang gave him a kick. Now that we have a brother-in-law, act more mature. Don't let him look down on us. The brothers all agreed Big Brother had absolute authority in the family. They'd all been straightened out by him since they were kids. Still, they edged closer to the young couple, clearly wanting to eavesdrop on what they were talking about. Fang Yuan said, "Why don't I help you move bricks? 2 people earning is better than just you." Lu Chuan answered honestly, "If our whole family came out to move bricks, how much could we make? How much in 2 months? Would it even be enough for half a year of my schooling?" Fang Yuan frowned, not liking his vague answer. "What do you mean? Speak plainly." Lu Chuan's face darkened. "We don't need the little bit you'd make moving bricks. Having you help doesn't make a difference." Fang Yuan had never seen someone so useless yet so cocky. He was even more arrogant than her dad. She picked up her lunchbox and walked off. "Fine, if you're so capable, then forget it." Lu Chuan wasn't in a great mood either. Back home, even though they were poor, he did well in school, his tuition was waived, and he even got scholarships, so he hadn't cost the family much. But now, college required money. Even Lu Laoda knew that, and used it as an excuse to split up the family. Now he had a wife too, he couldn't expect his parents to help support her. He was a married man now, he knew he had to support his family. That's why, when it came to making money, Lu Chuan was always looking for any opportunity, because he needed it. Meanwhile, the Fang brothers had watched the whole argument unfold. They'd been fine just a moment ago, and suddenly they were fighting so fast. Fourth brother Fang was worried. "So, who should we side with? Should we go beat up our brother-in-law?" Fifth brother Fang was more sensible. "Are you stupid? Or do you want to see our bratty sister moving bricks with us? Is this the time to take sides? With brother-in-law's attitude, we have to support him." Fourth brother Fang said, "So we just let him make our sister angry?" The brothers looked to Big Brother Fang, all conflicted. "Big brother, what do you think? We need to take a stand, or brother-in-law will look down on us." Big brother Fang glared at them. "Don't butt in, or people will say the Fang brothers are bullies. In other words, stay out of it." Fourth brother Fang, ever the open book, asked, "So if he upsets our sister in the future, we just ignore it?" Big brother Fang kicked him. "Are you stupid? We'll deal with that when it happens." They'd pick their side based on the situation. Fifth brother nodded. After all, it only mattered if their sister cared about her husband. As they were talking, the workers who'd finished lunch started making a commotion. Lu Chuan ran over to his brothers-in-law. He'd never seen anything like this before. Big brother Fang reassured him, "Don't worry. Happens every few days, they're just demanding their wages." Lu Chuan craned his neck to look. "Aren't we worried? Should we go demand our wages too? Is our pay not secure?" Big brother Fang said, "What's there to worry about? Not many people dare to owe us brothers money." He was confident about this, no need to join the commotion. Lu Chuan glanced at his brother-in-law a few times. This was a real advantage. Fifth brother Fang added, "If things really get out of hand, work will stop and we'll all have to take a break. The main thing is, it delays us from earning money." Lu Chuan watched the scene, still curious. "Why does it look like just that one guy is making all the noise?" Big brother Fang explained, "That's old son, the foreman. He's the one who hired us all, he's holding on to our wages. He also has deals with the client, taking a cut from both sides. He's a middleman. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this kind of fuss. It's not that there's no money, it's just a way to put pressure on the client." Lu Chuan said, "If there were proper procedures, there wouldn't be this kind of trouble. Wouldn't it be better to just follow the rules?" Big brother Fang snorted. This brother-in-law was definitely a bookworm. "What procedures?" "This is just how it is. If you can do the job, you do it. If not, you take your people and leave. It's not a big project." Lu Chuan nodded, so nothing was very official. He chatted with Big brother Fang. "You know all these workers?" Big brother Fang said, "We all talk. Our brothers want to move up to skilled work too. You can't just move bricks forever." Lu Chuan understood now. No wonder everyone aspired to wield the big shovel. No wonder Fang Yuan kept watching them. Fang Wuhu was afraid Lu Chuan wouldn't understand, so he explained, "We've all gotten close to these guys before. hoping to learn a thing or two from these craftsmen. We know them inside and out. Lu Chuan immediately got it. His brothers-in-law had already built a solid foundation with this group. After all, if you want to learn from someone, you have to put in the effort to get on their good side. His brothers-in-law also had a natural advantage. Nobody dared owe them money. Lu Chuan started to get some ideas. Before they could finish talking, the workers on the other side began packing up their things. Someone even called out, "Let's go, let's go. No money, we're done for the day." Fang Sihe was annoyed. What a waste. There goes half a day's work for nothing. Sanhu was unhappy too. To them, working meant getting paid. No work, no money. After packing up, the group looked around and realized their brother-in-law was nowhere to be found. He'd just been here a moment ago, and now he'd vanished. Not exactly reliable. The brothers grumbled among themselves. Just then, their younger sister showed up outside with popsicles. She was hawking them right where the argument had just happened, jacking up the price. Popsicles that usually cost 2 cents each, she was selling for 5. The foreman, still fuming from the argument, bought 10 on the spot, handing them out to everyone who'd backed him up. 1 each, showing off his status as the boss. Other workers bought some too, and in no time, Fang Yuan's popsicles were all gone. Beaming, Fang Yuan came over with 6 popsicles left, handing 1 to each brother. She hadn't expected making money to be this easy. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Too bad she didn't see Lu Chuan here. Fang Wuhu bit into his popsicle and asked, "How'd you come up with this? You really dared to hike the price. You just made a few dozen cents in one go." Fang Yuan replied, "I was worried you'd be hot, so I brought you popsicles. Making money was just a bonus." Fang Sihe scoffed at her big talk. "Listen to you. You make it sound so easy, just a bonus, and you pocket the cash." The brothers all laughed at her, looking down on Fang Yuan. How could she be so happy over a few cents? But Fang Yuan just smiled and didn't get upset. "From now on, I'll bring you lunch every day. When I do, I'll bring a crate of sodas too. I'll make money on the side." Fang Yuan didn't mind that it wasn't much, every little bit counts. It didn't get in the way of anything else, just a bit of running around. The brothers fell silent, staring at Fang Yuan. "Are you serious? When did you get so clever?" Fang Yuan lifted her chin. From now on, you guys get free soda, but you have to help me advertise, get the others to buy from me." The popsicles weren't free, and neither was the soda. Wuhu said, "You really are a Fang through and through. Money's all that matters to you." As soon as he finished, Fang Lauda kicked him. Who badmouths their own family like that? Even if it's true, you don't say it out loud. The brothers finished their popsicles, but Lu Chuan was still nowhere to be seen. Fang Wuhu whispered to Fang Yuan, "You're a woman. Just being good at running a household isn't enough. You need a man who can handle things. Look, everyone's gone and he's still missing. He's so clueless, he'd miss out even if someone was handing out hot food." Fang Yuan shot back, "Don't talk nonsense. If you look down on the man I chose, you're looking down on me. Let me be clear. If I hear you say that again, I'll be mad at anyone who says it." Fang Wuhu glared. Wasn't this just a brother-in-law she'd known for a few days? Why was she so protective? Why are you siding with him? "We've known each other since we were in Mom's belly." Fang Yuan snorted. "Even if I side with family, it won't be you." Fang Lauda, 7 or 8 years older than Fang Yuan, couldn't stand their bickering and spoke up. "All right, enough. Go look for him. It's chaos here, and he's a bookish guy, not used to this. Don't let him get hurt." Fang Wuhu wanted to say, if he gets hurt in a place like this, what good is he? Just then, they saw Lu Chuan coming over with someone who looked familiar, seemed to be the supervisor here, the same guy who'd just argued with the foreman. Fang Lauda stood up instinctively, feeling uneasy about his unreliable brother-in-law. Had he gotten into big trouble? Why else would someone like that show up? Fang Sihe stood up too, tugging at Lauda nervously. Did he really cause trouble? Why'd he bring the supervisor over? Sanu said, "The supervisor knows this place better than he does. Looks more like the supervisor's bringing him over." He turned to Fang Yuan. "He's just a troublemaker. Why'd you bring him here?" Woohoo instinctively pulled Fang Yuan behind him and stepped forward. "Don't worry, I'm here." But Fang Yuan shook him off and went straight over, grabbing Lu Chuan's arm. "Are you all right? Did anyone bully you?" She glared at the supervisor as if ready to start a fight. She'd never been afraid of anyone. Woohoo hadn't expected Fang Yuan to react like this. She'd only been married a day, and she was already taking an outsider's side? Sanhu sniped from the side, no point protecting her. Girls always side with outsiders once they're married. Woohoo ignored him and followed Fang Yuan, standing beside her and Lu Chuan, looking imposing. Lu Chuan hadn't expected Fang Yuan to react this way either, and felt a bit embarrassed. "Ahem, it's nothing. I'm a man, who could bully me? I brought someone over to talk to Big Brother." Fang Yuan's eyes widened. That didn't sound like nothing. What did he need Big Brother for? The supervisor saw the Fang brothers and his face turned a little green. "Brother, are these the Fang brothers you mentioned?" Lu Chuan spoke politely. "You're older and more experienced than me, so I'll call you Big Brother." "Yes, I'm talking about the Fang brothers, my brothers-in-law." The supervisor clearly didn't want to get involved and turned to leave. Lu Chuan caught the look on his face and quickly called out, "Big Brother, this is the supervisor here. He wants to discuss some work with us." Fang Laodao's legs went a little weak at that. Wasn't that a bit much? What could he possibly have to discuss with the supervisor? Lu Chuan glanced at Woohoo beside Fang Yuan and gave him a look. To be honest, Woohoo saw the look but didn't get it. He had no idea how to play along or what Lu Chuan wanted. Still, he stood firm behind Fang Yuan, glaring at the supervisor just like she did. As the Fang brothers approached, the supervisor couldn't just turn and leave. Lu Chuan could tell the man was giving his brothers-in-law face. But he probably feared them even more. Woohoo, tall and burly, stood right in the way, making the supervisor instinctively slow down. The Fang brothers had the same intimidating presence as debt collectors. What a headache. As soon as he turned around, Boss Fang came over and saw the supervisor. "Hey there, old pal. My brother-in-law is still young. If he's done anything to offend you, please forgive him." The supervisor forced out a reply after a long pause. No, it's nothing." The young man was just joking. But Lu Chuan couldn't let this turn into a joke. Opportunities like this didn't come easy. "I'm not joking. Here's the thing, Big Brother. This job you've got is a bit tricky, and you haven't been able to find suitable workers. I was thinking, since our brothers have decent skills and it's easy for us to find people, maybe we could take on the job together." I'd only just started to bring it up, but you didn't believe I could rally enough people, so I brought my big brother here to show you. The supervisor already didn't want to deal with this group, knowing they were with Boss Fang, but he didn't want to offend Boss Fang either. With what Lu Chuan just said, he was basically put on the spot. If he didn't give a proper answer, there'd be no deal, and Boss Fang wasn't someone you could just brush off. Boss Fang, on the other hand, was even more anxious than the supervisor. How did such a big deal get settled so quickly? He didn't have that kind of ability. He pulled Lu Chuan aside. "Take on the job? We don't have what it takes for that." Lu Chuan replied, "Big brother, don't worry. As long as the pay is right, this will be easier than hauling bricks. We can do what we're capable of ourselves, and for the rest, we can just hire people. Isn't it easy for you to find folks you know?" Boss Fang frowned, burning with anxiety. His brother-in-law didn't know the gravity of the situation. This is deep water. Not just anyone can make money taking on jobs like this. Lu Chuan felt a little weak in the knees under his brother-in-law's imposing presence, but he gritted his teeth and insisted, "As long as the supervisor doesn't try to cheat us, and we get the same rates as the last crew, we're sure to make money." Lu Chuan was counting on his brother-in-law's reputation. Who would dare mess with Boss Fang? The job would go smoothly, and the supervisor wouldn't dare shortchange Boss Fang. If he didn't seize this chance, Lu Chuan would be turning his back on money, and he needed money badly. He had to grab this opportunity with everything he had. Boss Fang frowned, clearly unhappy with Lu Chuan's actions. "You've only been here half a day. What do you know? You don't understand the situation." Lu Chuan thought, "I may have only been here half a day, but I need money, so of course I've thought about this more than you all have." This morning, he'd noticed plenty of people slacking off. He knew he couldn't pull this off on his own. He didn't have his brother-in-law's authority or enough clout. Lu Chuan patiently explained to his brother-in-law, "Big brother, I've seen it. You guys are just going through the motions, working without much care. There are several spots where work is bottlenecked." His tone was conciliatory, but he'd already put his brother-in-law on the spot. Boss Fang was annoyed. "If you take on the job and hire people, it'll be the same story." Lu Chuan said, "Big brother, trust me, there's real money to be made here. But I'll need your support. I don't have much influence, so people won't trust me." Boss Fang was still hesitating. For him, it wasn't just about profit or loss. If they really took this job, they'd be offending the previous contractor, and then who would they work for in the future? That would cut off their livelihood, and his brother-in-law's reputation wouldn't help. He wasn't about to go along with Lu Chuan's reckless plan. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Chuan, then at her big brother, then reached into her pocket and made her move. "Big brother, if you're worried about losing money, I'll pay your wages myself. Even if we lose out, it's just some labor lost. I have money." Boss Fang had never seen anyone so bold. She'd only been married a few days and was already offering to cover any losses. "Don't mess around. What do you know?" Fang Yuan replied, "I have money." She pulled out an oiled paper packet from her pocket and opened it to reveal a stack of cash. No matter what era, people with money have confidence. And Fang Yuan knew her big brother well. He was the type who wouldn't act unless he saw a sure thing. The Fang brothers all stared wide-eyed. Fang Wuhu pulled Fang Yuan aside. "Where did you get that money?" Fang Yuan said, "Don't worry about it. Big brother, even if we lose, you won't be on the hook." Fang Yuan wasn't the type to worry about consequences. She didn't know if they'd make money, but she did know that the foreman on a construction site had real authority. Now Lu Chuan was stepping up to be the foreman. She had to support him. She thought to herself, this brain of his really works when he's had a good rest. I'll have to make sure Lu Chuan gets plenty of rest in the future. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan and felt truly trusted. The way he looked at her changed. Boss Fang scolded, "Nonsense. Put that away. This isn't just about money." But seeing the cash, he started to reconsider. He glanced at his brother-in-law, then at Fang Yuan's determined face. If he refused, he'd embarrass his brother-in-law, and Fang Yuan would probably kick up a fuss. He turned to Lu Chuan. "You go negotiate. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. If we lose money, so be it. I'm not short on cash." That's what he said, but before he saw the money, he hadn't agreed. Lu Chuan understood that well. If things worked out today, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan's trust. She made it possible. The key was that she was willing to spend money for him. When a husband and wife work together, opportunities arise. Lu Chuan grinned at Fang Yuan, then turned to Boss Fang. "Thank you, big brother." The two of them went over to negotiate with the supervisor. Lu Chuan greeted him with a smile. "About this job, my big brother knows what's involved. We can handle it. But you can't shortchange us on the pay. We're stepping in to help you out. To be honest, by taking your job, we're offending the previous contractor." The supervisor saw Boss Fang coming over and knew there was no easy way out. Yes, but I just don't want to put Brother Fang in a tough spot." Lu Chuan could tell he was trying to dodge responsibility, so he reassured him, "Brother, just say what's on your mind. We're all on the same side here. If we agree, we'll draw up a proper contract. If we don't finish the job as required, you can hold us accountable according to the contract." That sounded reasonable, but even so, no one wanted to mess with the Fang brothers. With the previous contractor, the supervisor could at least argue. With the Fang brothers, he wouldn't even dare raise his voice. Lu Chuan added, "Of course, if we do the job well, you have to pay us according to the contract. That way, both sides are protected." Boss Fang nodded. He'd made up his mind. He was just backing his brother-in-law's play, but he wasn't going to put his own money in. The supervisor saw Boss Fang nod and looked like he was about to cry. There was no way to refuse now. "Well, that does make things clear, but... Lu Chuan looked at the supervisor's face. "Brother, is there something you can't say?" The supervisor glanced at Boss Fang and fell silent. It wasn't that he couldn't say it, he just didn't dare. At this point, Boss Fang was sharp enough to know not to get involved. He led his brothers away, leaving the supervisor and Lu Chuan to talk privately. The supervisor said, "Young man, you've put me in a tough spot. That's Boss Fang. He's got a whole crew of little tigers behind him. If he decides to play hardball, what could I do?" Lu Chuan replied, "Brother, that's not fair. My big brother is a reasonable man. Besides, that's what contracts are for. We'll stick to the agreement." The supervisor said, "Forget contracts. Those things don't mean anything to the Fang family." The manager complained to Lu Chuan, "I only agreed to talk to you because I trusted you were a college student. Now you're putting me in a tough spot. That's not very fair." The problem was, unless Boss Fang himself said he wanted out, the manager didn't even dare bring it up. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. It wasn't just Boss Fang who was caught in this bind, the manager was too. This college kid really didn't play by the usual rules. But this was exactly the outcome Lu Chuan wanted. He said, "Brother, trust me, I wouldn't screw you over on this. My brother-in-law isn't easy to deal with, but you came to me, and my wife brought the money. Isn't that proof enough we're serious?" Lu Chuan called Fang Yuan over, and she jogged up. "What do you need me to do?" Lu Chuan said, "Take out the money and show it to the brother here." Fang Yuan glared at him. "How could you just show people your money like that?" The manager, for his part, didn't dare mess with the Fang family's tigress. No need, no need. I already saw it just now. Here's the deal, little brother, I won't try to trick you, but you can't trick me either. I'll sign the contract with you and I'll talk to you about this job. How you do it, who you do it with, that's your business, not mine. In other words, he didn't want to deal directly with the Fang family's 5 tigers. He was just trying to avoid unnecessary risks. Lu Chuan glanced back at his shirtless brothers-in-law. Truth be told, he was a little scared himself, but for the sake of money, he was willing to take the risk. "All right, from now on, I'll handle all the details with you." But that wasn't quite what the manager meant, so he clarified, "How you negotiate with the Fang brothers is your business. I won't get involved, and I don't want to know. I'm only dealing with you because you're a college student." He couldn't have made it clearer. He wasn't about to mess with the Fang family's 5 tigers. He couldn't afford to. Lu Chuan nodded. "All right, we'll do it your way. But I'm not sure about the price." The manager said, "Don't worry about that. Even if I wanted to cheat you, I wouldn't dare cheat Fang the tiger." Lu Chuan thought to himself, "Wow, my brothers-in-law actually come in handy for something like this." The manager gestured to Lu Chuan and said, "Your brother-in-law will find out about this sooner or later. You can ask around if you want, but I'm giving you a fair price." Lu Chuan trusted in his brothers-in-law's reputation. "No need to ask around, I trust you." With that, the two of them went off to sign the contract. Everything went smoother than expected. When the timing, the place, and the people are all right, opportunity just falls into your lap. Fang Yuan was weighing things in her mind too. Her big brother had been working on the site for ages and never thought of being a foreman, but Lu Chuan had only been here half a day and already took the lead. It was obvious who was the smarter one. She decided that from now on, she'd listen to Lu Chuan. Simple-minded people don't have trouble making choices. Lu Chuan came back with the contract, and Fang Yuan carefully put it away. Lu Chuan told her, "This is money. We'll need it to pay the workers later." Fang Yuan put it away even more carefully. "Why do I get the feeling the manager doesn't want to deal with my brothers?" Lu Chuan thought, "Congratulations, you're absolutely right. But if we got this job, it's all thanks to your brother's reputation." But he didn't dare say that out loud. If he did, Fang Yuan would definitely flip out. So he changed the subject. "I heard Mom call your brother Little Tiger, but everyone else calls him Tiger." Fang Yuan said, "My big brother is the real tiger. Mom can call him Little Tiger, but no one else dares. Don't you go calling him that." Lu Chuan thought, "I'd have to be crazy to call my brother-in-law Little Tiger. Even a tiger wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan said, "We can really make money with this? I hope I don't lose all my money. But even if I do, I won't feel too bad. Half of it's for your family, and the other half is for that shameless one." Lu Chuan just laughed. Fang Yuan really was generous. over 500 yuan, and she was willing to risk it all for him. Lu Chuan was in a great mood. All his life, his parents had never trusted him or been willing to let him take risks like this. Of course, it was a lot of pressure too. But that's life. If you don't take risks, you can't make money, can't go to school, can't support your wife. This was Lu Chuan's first real step toward building a life for his own family, a leap of faith. Lu Chuan still needed his brother-in-law's help to get the job done and to find workers. Honestly, Lu Chuan was pretty confident. He didn't think he'd lose money. He'd seen how the workers here slacked off. If he got a crew willing to work hard, things would be different. Fang Yuan was tough. She'd rather lose money than not even try. This young couple really were a bold pair, daring to speak up and take action. The only one feeling the pressure was Boss Fang. His little sister and brother-in-law were just starting out. If this turned into a disaster, he'd never forgive himself. The other 4 tigers were worried about Fang Yuan too. They thought her husband looked like a spendthrift and figured that half their pocket money would end up going to help their sister. No way were they going to let her suffer. So as soon as the Fang brothers saw the contract, they left right away. They'd heard their brother-in-law had even agreed to a time limit. Couldn't afford to waste any time. That left just Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan at the site. Fang Yuan asked, "Now that you're the foreman, what do we do next?" Lu Chuan looked around. "Let's keep an eye on things. We're responsible for the labor, not the materials. Looks like there's enough materials here, but if anything goes missing while we're in charge, it wouldn't look good. We have to keep our word." Fang Yuan asked, "What if there's not enough?" Lu Chuan replied, "These things are all calculated. It's impossible for there to be a big shortage. If we're short a little, they'll bring us more." Fang Yuan looked at the piles of sand and cement, feeling a bit unsure. "How do you know it's all calculated? Are you smarter than my brother?" Lu Chuan said, "I asked around. There's a standard amount of bricks, sand, and labor per square meter. These things are all figured out, and the numbers don't vary much." He didn't explain in detail, but the reason they were willing to sign a contract for the job was because they'd already done the math. Fang Yuan was still puzzled. She thought you just used as much as you needed. Lu Chuan reassured her, "I really did rack my brains this afternoon, thinking it all through." If Fang Yuan hadn't pushed him, Lu Chuan wouldn't have dared to be so bold. He would have wanted to observe for a few more days. But he didn't want his wife to look down on him. And, honestly, the opportunity came at just the right time. He didn't have time to hesitate. Lu Chuan added, "Besides, I used to work on construction sites, carrying bricks." He'd had a tough childhood. He might have only been here half a day, but he already had experience. Fang Yuan snorted. Who knows if that's true? It's always the stubborn ones who get in trouble. She was prepared for the worst. Anyway, if we lose money, so be it. Lu Chuan shut his mouth. This was a matter of trust. He couldn't rush it. He had to prove himself to Fang Yuan. But looking at it another way, the fact that she was willing to support him even when she didn't fully trust him, Lu Chuan couldn't help but see it as love. Fang Yuan must really care about him, even if it was a bit blind. Lu Chuan suddenly felt shy, but boldly took Fang Yuan's hand and walked her around the site, asking her to help keep track of the materials and equipment. Fang Yuan just listened to him, not even noticing he was holding her hand. How am I supposed to remember all this? But don't worry, as long as I'm here, wasting stuff is one thing, but letting it get stolen is another. I won't let us lose face. Lu Chuan asked, "Why is wasting okay?" Fang Yuan replied, "Because if it's wasted, I won't even notice." She said it so matter-of-factly. Lu Chuan stared at Fang Yuan in a daze, then nodded, impressed. "That actually makes a lot of sense. Remind me later to have my big brother keep an eye on this." Anything his wife said was as precious as gold. Fang Yuan said, "Aren't we not providing the materials? Why bother worrying about this?" Lu Chuan replied, "But wasting materials is the same as wasting labor." Clearly, Lu Chuan had thought this through. Fang Yuan said, "I've come here before with my brother and the others. The foreman wasn't like you, always calculating everything. But I guess you do have a point." Lu Chuan got a bit smug. "Of course. Foremen aren't college graduates. Then he added, "At least I'm doing better than some shovel-wielding laborer." He was still holding a grudge over what Fang Yuan had said that morning, comparing him to a manual laborer. Fang Yuan had already forgotten about the shovel comment. A college student who can't even pay tuition, what are you so proud of? Lu Chuan was left speechless by Fang Yuan's sharp tongue. This woman really knew how to put him in his place. After walking around the construction site with Fang Yuan, Lu Chuan had a good grasp of the situation. He told Fang Yuan, "I'll show you what a college student is capable of." Fang Yuan thought to herself, isn't being a foreman already impressive enough? Then Lu Chuan told her he was leaving this side of things to her, that he needed to go into town and would be back late, so she shouldn't wait for him. With her brothers-in-law around to look after his wife, Lu Chuan felt at ease, but still added, "If you go home, have Dad come over to keep an eye on things. Don't stay here alone." "I mean your dad." Fang Yuan thought, "What's the point of your dad being here? He's so honest, he's not much help. Isn't that just pointless?" Watching Lu Chuan ride off, Fang Yuan realized she hadn't even asked what he was going to do. When Fang Lauda, the eldest Fang brother, arrived with a group of people, only his little sister was left at the site. They'd actually left Fang Yuan, who didn't know anything, in charge. With the person in charge gone, how were they supposed to start work? Although Fang Lauda was familiar with the site, he'd never actually done this kind of thing before and had no idea where to begin. He was getting a headache and thought his brother-in-law was unreliable. But since he'd already brought everyone over and they'd all be expecting their pay for the day, Fang Lauda had no choice but to bite the bullet. "All right, we all know what needs to be done. Let's move the materials to where they need to go first. I'll be honest with everyone, this is my brother-in-law's job, so let's help him out like it's our own work. I'll owe you all one." Anyone who came over must have been on good terms with them, otherwise they wouldn't risk offending the previous foreman who'd been giving them steady work. Everyone who showed up today had already upset the last foreman, which could make it harder to find work in the future. So there was a lot that Lu Chuan didn't know. His brothers-in-law were really taking on a lot for him. This was a job that could easily offend people. After all, everyone was fighting for a piece of the pie. Fang Lauda tried to get Fang Yuan to go home, but she refused, insisting, "No need, I'll stay here and fetch water for you all." Fang Lauda knew how stubborn his sister could be. "Where did your brother-in-law go?" Fang Yuan replied, "He said he was going into town." Fang Lauda's face darkened and his tone was harsh. "What's he running off to town for at a time like this? The wall has to be built here, not in town. Why wasn't he in a hurry? These college kids just weren't reliable." He looked at his sister, but couldn't bring himself to scold his brother-in-law in front of her. Still, he felt college students just weren't dependable. He was so angry, even his breathing felt hot. The other Fang brothers could see it too. This guy wasn't reliable, and this job was bound to lose money. The brothers rolled up their sleeves and got to work, figuring that the less they lost, the better. Otherwise, their sister's life would be tough in the future. When the day was over and the hired workers had left, the Fang brothers were still working hard. They really wanted to use their own labor to help their brother-in-law make up for the inevitable losses. True feelings show in hard times. They were genuinely worried Fang Yuan would lose the 500 yuan she had. When Lu Chuan arrived back at the site, he saw the scene, his brothers-in-law eating their meals right on the construction site, and his father-in-law working alongside them. Lu Chuan thought to himself, this project can't be done with just family. We'll still need to hire people. Fang Lauda heard the commotion and shouted, "Where have you been?" Lu Chuan replied, "I want to find something good. Luckily you all were here to help unload it." Then the brothers unloaded a big hunk of metal from the tractor, a cement mixer, the kind you only saw on city construction sites. Fang Lauda was knowledgeable. "Where did you get this thing? It's expensive. We haven't even started, and you're already bringing in equipment." He was thinking to himself, Fang Yuan's 500 yuan probably isn't enough to cover the losses. Lu Chuan quickly explained, "It's rented, not expensive." But everyone knew how much these things cost. The brothers' faces grew serious. Fang Yuan had never seen such a thing before. She walked around it and asked, "They just trust us with this?" Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed. Of course they don't trust us. Come here, come here. He pulled Fang Yuan aside to talk. Everyone watched as Lu Chuan whispered to Fang Yuan, and then she handed him the money. Over 500 yuan, all given as a deposit. Fang Daling felt his heart clench. This isn't just about losing money. No wonder people say it's hard to put a college student through school. He's a real spendthrift. The Fang brothers all nodded, feeling a cloud hanging over them. Things couldn't get any worse. Why was their brother-in-law always making such a fuss? Wang Suixiang kicked them from behind. Who are you talking about? Then she and her husband and sons all looked over at their son-in-law, their eyes dark and heavy. This son-in-law was really ambitious. Fang Yuan thought the same as her father. This man was a real spendthrift. Money came easy, but it was even easier to spend. He really had the makings of a big spender. Could she really blame herself for only seeing that he was a college student and not looking deeper? Lu Chuan handed the money over and got a receipt, which he gave to Fang Yuan. Driver, take it slow on the road and be careful. The driver said, all right. You really are a college student. Didn't try to cheat me. But it's funny your wife is the one paying. Fang Yuan glared at him, unhappy that her money had just turned into a piece of paper. Mind your own business. The tractor chugged away, belching exhaust in Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan, with her fiery temper, almost chased after him. He did that on purpose. Lu Chuan pulled her back. I think you're just upset about the money. Fang Yuan pinched Lu Chuan's arm. And you're not? That was over 500 yuan, and now it's just a piece of paper. If you're not heartbroken, you're a fool. Lu Chuan clutched his arm, baring his teeth. He knew this woman was tough. She even used force. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of losing money? Besides, it's just a deposit. Once we return the equipment, we'll get the money back. Fang Yuan glared at him. Lu Chuan took 2 steps back, a little intimidated. Anyway, it's already rented. Don't worry, we won't lose money. This thing does the work of several people. It'll save us money. Fang Yuan wasn't about to let him go. She grabbed his arm tightly, as if she could pull the money back. Lu Chuan said, let go, that hurts. Fang Yuan watched her 500 yuan disappear into the distance. My heart hurts even more. She steeled herself and stomped her foot. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. Lu Chuan grimaced in pain. He hadn't expected his first intimate moment with Fang Yuan to be like this. Well, it still counted as an intimate moment. Lu Chuan could really see that Fang Yuan felt bad for him because his arm genuinely hurt. But seeing Fang Yuan's eyes turn red, Lu Chuan stretched his arm out again. Why don't you give it another twist? Fang Yuan replied, can twisting your arm get the money back? Well, obviously not. Lu Chuan gave her a sheepish grin. You can't catch a wolf without risking the kid. We're aiming for more money here. Try to look at the bigger picture. Fang Yuan shot him a glare. You'd better not lose money. Meanwhile, oldest brother Fang was circling the cement mixer, having come to terms with things. Well, it is what it is. Having this machine wasn't a bad thing after all. Oldest brother Fang said, I was worried we wouldn't have enough hands and the deadline was tight. Now it's fine with this thing. It's like we've got a whole team working. Brother-in-law's got some skills, though still a bit of a spendthrift. Fifth brother Fang, who knew how the machine worked, said, I'll go find someone to hook up the electricity, so it won't delay tomorrow's work. DeLong Fang really didn't get it. You guys think this is okay? This brother-in-law was supposed to be a big shot, but he'd already gotten himself into trouble. Oldest brother Fang replied, it's fine. He's good at getting things done. DeLong Fang turned to Wang Suixiang. Looks to me like our son-in-law's out of money. Why don't you ask if he needs any? Wang Suixiang shot him a look, and DeLong Fang shut up immediately. Money matters weren't his domain at home. What he said didn't count. He lowered his head and helped tidy things up. He muttered to himself, women are just stingy. But judging by the way his son-in-law looked at his mother-in-law, he was clearly closer to her than to his father-in-law. This son-in-law didn't really know how to tell good from bad. Lu Chuan, meanwhile, was explaining to Fang Yuan how he'd rented the mixer, how much it cost, and how he'd arranged for it to be delivered back. Fang Wuhu, standing nearby, sighed, being a student really opens doors. If I didn't have money, there's no way I could have gotten this thing. Fang Yuan nodded. She could have brought 500 yuan herself and still wouldn't have been able to rent it. People just wouldn't trust her. De Lung Fang came over. That's called credibility. When I go out to collect pigs in all the nearby villages, whether people have money or not, I can always get the pigs back. Lu Chuan didn't have the heart to say it, but that was mostly because of his reputation. The father of the 5 tiger generals, who dare not give him face. Not much to do with credibility. But Lu Chuan just said exactly. Everyone in the area knows about your reputation. No one in our village buys meat from anyone else, only from you. De Lung Fang nodded, pleased. Son-in-law really knew how to talk, even gave examples. He puffed out his chest with pride. His sons all nodded along, and so did Fang Yuan. Their father really was like that. They were proud. Wang Suixiang, on the other hand, glanced at her son-in-law. Their family was the only one selling meat in the township. Where else would people go, to the county? Lu Chuan accidentally caught his mother-in-law's look and felt a little guilty, giving her a fawning smile. Wang Suixiang turned away without saying anything, giving him some face by not exposing him. But she could tell, this son-in-law was a sly one. He'd definitely be able to sweet-talk her daughter in the future. Still, that was better than someone so deep you couldn't see through them. Wang Suixiang said to her son-in-law, if you need money, just say so. We can't let you struggle outside. But you need to be more careful in the future. Today's business was reckless. Her sons had already grumbled to her about it. Lu Chuan immediately agreed. You're right, Mom. I was too naive about this, and there's a lot more to it than I thought. I should have discussed it carefully with Big Brother. Fang Yuan just snorted. If you'd really cared about my brother's opinion, you wouldn't have just gone ahead like that. She wasn't fooled. She'd noticed that the person in charge didn't trust her brother at all. This whole thing was stirred up by Lu Chuan. It was basically a slap in the Fang family's face. Fang Yuan made a mental note of that manager. Lu Chuan's words, though, managed to flatter all the brothers. Wang Suixiang looked at her sons, all dazed and pleased, and felt worried. Who could her daughter rely on in the future? Like she always said, even all of them together couldn't outplay this brother-in-law. The mixer was expensive, and they didn't dare just leave it at the site. It represented all of Fang Yuan's savings. She insisted on staying to keep an eye on it. Oldest brother Fang frowned at her, patience running thin. What's it got to do with you? It's not like there aren't any men in the family. Fang Yuan insisted. It was her 500 yuan. She couldn't rest easy unless she watched over it herself. Lu Chuan tried to persuade her too. We're here. Why don't you go home and rest with Mom? Fang Yuan refused. No way. Even if it gets stolen, I can't let them pay for it. She was being stubborn. The key was, she knew her family's finances. They couldn't afford to pay for it. Who is oldest brother Fang? Even if he wanted to pay, it wouldn't help. Fang Yuan only trusted herself. They knew their own daughter's temperament, so they let her stay in the shed to watch over the rented mixer. Lu Chuan hadn't expected Fang Yuan to be so cautious and distrustful. Since they couldn't talk her out of it, what else could they do? Lu Chuan and Fang Wuhu stayed with her. Fang Wuhu was used to this. He'd been doing it since he was a kid. Whenever Fang Yuan got stubborn, he was the one who had to deal with it. After all, they'd been together since before they were born. Lu Chuan didn't think Fang Yuan was being difficult. He was actually touched that she cared so much about something he'd done. As De Lung Fang led his sons home, he was full of praise. We've found a real treasure. Look at him, he's made for big things. Oldest brother Fang twitched his mouth. What kind of treasure was this? That's not necessarily a good thing. He's young and impulsive, doesn't know his limits. I'm afraid old son will come make trouble tomorrow. Old son never planned to let this job go. De Lung Fang's response was completely unreasonable. You grew up eating vegetables, and you're just going to let him mess with our family? He was so tough, no wonder his sons were famous in the area. That was the kind of parenting they got. Oldest brother Fang thought Lu Chuan had been reckless. Us brothers are only useful in the village. We're no good in the county. Look at your brother-in-law. He went straight to the county today. Your sons don't have that kind of ability. De Fang replied, then what use are you? If you can't protect people, just get ready to take a beating. Oldest brother Fang didn't reply. Their father really lost his head when it came to this brother-in-law. Just because he was a student, everything was great. Second brother Fang spoke up. Dad, who's really your kid? Don't just treat the student like treasure. De Fang was already reaching for his shoe. That's your brother-in-law. These two sons were too sly for their own good. Wang Suixiang cut in, all right, aren't you tired yet? She was exasperated none of them ever got to the point. Who would protect whom in the future was still up in the air. Wang Suixiang worried that if her daughter ever got wronged, there wouldn't even be anyone who could put her son-in-law in his place. Counting on this lot was hopeless. Even all their brains put together weren't enough. Third tiger, always looking to stir things up, added, Mom, you can't spoil brother-in-law like this. Wang Suixiang said, listen, all of you, don't play games with your brother-in-law. If you can get along, then do. If you can't, just keep your distance. Boss Fang wasn't having it. Just because his brother-in-law had a couple more years of schooling, did that make him better than him? What about his pride? Ma, I'm the eldest brother-in-law here. Wang Suixiang replied, and your dad is the father-in-law. I'm saying this to him too. Fang Dowling protested, come on, I was just showing respect for someone educated. If we're talking about skills or street smarts, I'm not lacking. I've eaten more salt than he's walked roads. All the Fang brothers refused to accept it, nodding along. The lot of us together are definitely better than that brother-in-law. Wang Suixiang snorted at her silly sons and turned to Fang Dowling. Your brother-in-law said everyone in the surrounding villages comes to your meat stall and nowhere else. Fang Dowling lifted his chin. That's true. He's not wrong. Not that I'm bragging or anything. Fang Xiaohu chimed in with his brothers, no lies detected. Dad's got great connections. Wang Suixiang rolled her eyes. Are there any other butcher shops in the village? Huh? There's only yours. Duped and still clueless, how dumb can you be? She shot a glare at her blockhead men and stormed off, muttering about how it was her fault for not giving her kids more brains, or for not being pickier when she chose a husband. Now it's affecting the next generation. The men were left standing there, dejectedly trailing after her. Fang Dowling tried to comfort himself. His brother-in-law was something else. Even he could be fooled. Boss Fang thought to himself, better not mess with that brother-in-law in the future. He's trouble. The rest felt the same. Pretty boys are never up to any good. Things were much simpler on Lu Chuan's side. He just coaxed Fang Yuan, telling her not to worry about the money and to have a little faith in him. Fang Yuan sighed. What else could she do? The money was already gone. For once, she clung to Lu Chuan, asking, you really are smart, right? Lu Chuan blushed, feeling awkward admitting it himself. He glanced shyly at fifth brother beside him. Fang Yuan continued, last night I let you rest, didn't bother you, so your brain should be fine, right? If his brain didn't work, the money would be gone. Fang Yuan was genuinely worried. But these two sentences were enough to embarrass Fifth Tiger into fleeing the room. He'd have to talk to Fang Yuan later. Some things just shouldn't be said out loud. Even he was blushing. He'd even seen his brother-in-law blush just now. People were definitely overthinking things. The couple, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. To reassure Fang Yuan, Lu Chuan called fifth brother back and started explaining everything to Fang Yuan and Fifth Tiger, jotting down notes and calculations in a little notebook, laying out exactly how the money was being spent. After a thorough explanation, Fang Yuan still looked confused. Lu Chuan had no choice but to sum it up, so, we're not going to lose money. That last sentence she understood. As for why they wouldn't lose money, she had no idea. Fang Yuan and Fifth Tiger stared blankly at the notebook. Lu Chuan blinked at them. You can read, right? You know how to do accounts. They both nodded. They'd gone to school, just hadn't gotten very far. Otherwise, their dad wouldn't have gotten so excited over a son-in-law who could actually study. Lu Chuan frowned. Then you should be able to figure it out. The math was pretty basic, not hard at all. Fang Yuan mumbled, I get it. Fifth Tiger said, perfectly innocently, doesn't mean we actually understand it, though. He said it with such childlike honesty, completely unabashed. Lu Chuan rubbed his chest, feeling bad for their teachers. In the end, he stuck to the one thing they could grasp. Anyway, we're not going to lose money. But Fang Yuan's focus was elsewhere. But can we make money? Fifth Tiger stared eagerly at the college student's notebook. He cared about that too. Not losing money and making money were two different things. Lu Chuan replied confidently, yes. As long as things go as I calculated, we'll make a profit. Fang Yuan thought he was being vague and missing the point. How much? That was what mattered. Lu Chuan thought, how could he give such a specific number? He made a conservative estimate. Definitely more than the deposit you gave me. Fifth Tiger's eyes widened. That's a lot. Normally this job would take about 20 days, but with this thing, my brother says we'll be done in half a month easy. Earning 500 in half a month, where else could you find a deal like that? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows at Fang Yuan. See? With this mixer, we're saving 5 days' wages. Worth it, right? Fang Yuan stroked the mixer. But the deposit was 500. You think that's cheap? What's there to be proud of? Then she asked, is this thing really that good? Can it really make money? After all, she hadn't seen it in action yet. Lu Chuan explained carefully, with machines, things are naturally easier and faster than doing it by hand. Fang Yuan, still stroking the mixer, felt like a whole new world had opened up. If I'd known, why bother with a man? A mixer makes more money than a man ever could. Fifth Tiger and Lu Chuan stared at her, dumbfounded. She actually said that out loud. What was going on in her head? After all that, this was her only takeaway? Wasn't she missing the point? Lu Chuan didn't think he was inferior to a mixer, but when it came to work, he really couldn't compete. Still, it felt a bit humiliating. He looked at Fang Yuan and said seriously, it can't cook for you. Fang Yuan shot back, you're not that great at cooking either. Lu Chuan clutched his chest, ouch, that stung. Fifth Tiger was even more blunt, it can't have kids with you. Fang Yuan glanced at Lu Chuan, but at least didn't say anything. After all, the machine really couldn't have kids. But after that, Lu Chuan's face turned red. Now that someone had brought it up, should he start thinking about it? He kept sneaking glances at Fang Yuan, but she didn't seem to care and wasn't blushing at all. She just commented calmly, this thing is really valuable. Clearly, she and Lu Chuan were on totally different wavelengths. Lu Chuan couldn't exactly ask her how she felt about having kids. He turned to look at Fifth Tiger, who'd been born less than 5 minutes apart from his own wife. Maybe he'd stolen some of Fang Yuan's nutrition in the womb. How else could she be so slow? Then again, this brother-in-law didn't seem much sharper than Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan's thoughts wandered off. He started worrying that their future kids would take after them. His face grew even redder. After all, that brought up a very old, very primal question. That whole evening, Fang Yuan circled the mixer, barely sparing Lu Chuan a glance. The two siblings discussed things among themselves, only asking Lu Chuan for help when they didn't understand something. So you just plug it in? Do you know how to use it? Lu Chuan patiently taught them how to use it, explaining everything in detail. They listened carefully, and if they weren't worried about wasting materials, they would have tried it themselves. Fang Yuan asked, how do you know all this? You're not just making it up, are you? Lu Chuan replied, why would I rent it if I didn't know how to use it? That'd be a waste of money. Fang Yuan nodded. True. This big guy is really great, it can even make money. Lu Chuan finally understood. In Fang Yuan's eyes, as long as something could make money, it was good and useful. Everyone outside praised him for being a good student, a college graduate, but Fang Yuan never cared, except when she was fighting to marry him. To her, his only use seemed to be stepping on Fang Dailing's pride. That realization left Lu Chuan feeling a little indignant. The next day, before old Fang even arrived with his crew, Wang Suixiang had already brought food for her son-in-law and daughter. The two of them hadn't left the construction site at all. The guys old Fang brought over hadn't expected that such a small job would be equipped with such big machinery. Wow, impressive. This looks pretty legit. Old Fang felt proud. My brother-in-law is a man of standards, he does things properly. As for how to assign the work, that was up to old Lu. But how the work was actually done, that was up to Lu Chuan. Old Fang didn't even need to say anything. Everyone was there for his sake, so they couldn't do anything to embarrass him. Lu Chuan kept it simple when he spoke. I know you're all here as a favor to my brother. I can't let you lose out either. You'll get paid according to how much you work. The more you do, the more you earn. Old Fang was confused. How does that work, more pay? The others were even more puzzled. Since when did construction work pay by output? They were all used to just putting in their hours and going through the motions. Lu Chuan pointed to a small corner in the distance. That spot over there, big bro, take a look. Whoever wants to do it and thinks a certain price is fair, let them take it. If they finish early, they can take on another small section like this elsewhere. The more you do, the more you earn. Honestly, everyone who came had real skills, no freeloaders. They didn't see anything wrong with this. It was better than just muddling through the day. Someone immediately spoke up. I'll take that spot and bring someone with me. Fang, you decide what's a fair price. Old Fang had been doing this kind of work for a long time, so he knew what was reasonable. He named a price that was fair for everyone. The guy nodded and took his helper over. Just like that, with these informal little subcontracts, Lu Chuan's business career began. Meanwhile, Fang Wuhu had already started up the cement mixer with 2 others. Old Fang was doing the math in his head. In just a short while, quite a bit of money had gone out. He was a little worried his brother-in-law was being a bit reckless. But before noon, those who'd taken on the subcontracts had already finished their work. They'd spent a fair amount, but the speed had picked up. Old Fang hadn't expected that this group actually had such skills. In the afternoon, they subcontracted a bit more, and in one day, they earned what would usually take 2 days. Everyone was pretty happy. On Fang Yuan's side, she frowned. She'd never paid much attention to numbers before, but ever since money started coming out of her own pocket, she realized that math wasn't so hard after all. When you add it up, it's all crystal clear. Of course, that just made her more anxious. I've never seen anyone throw money around like you. The daily wages are double what others pay. Why are you so wasteful? The key was she was running out of money. Fang Yuan wasn't great at accounting, but she could hear how much everyone was making. Add it up, and that's how much she had to pay out each day. She couldn't stay calm. Lu Chuan said, but we got 2 days' work done in 1 day. If you think about it, we'll finish earlier and save a day's rental on the mixer. Isn't that saving money? Fang Yuan replied, that makes sense, but it still hurts to hand out so much money. In the future, we're not allowed to do anything that involves spending like this. Her heart just couldn't take it. Fang Yuan's honesty made Lu Chuan laugh. You just want to make money without spending any? There's no such thing. Fang Yuan looked at old Fang, who was confidently assigning jobs and setting prices. My big brother doesn't have to spend money himself. The work wasn't hard, and everyone was flattering her brother. Fang Yuan thought this was a great gig. Lu Chuan didn't see it that way. To him, it was just lugging bricks with her brother. This woman really had ambition. Fang Yuan was still muttering, I'm serious. I just realized I'm really stingy. I actually feel bad about spending money. She'd never felt this anxious about spending before, which just showed how much was going out. Lu Chuan told her to relax and not overthink it. You'll get used to it. There's no such thing as only good things happening. In the afternoon, Lu Chuan handed out bottles of soda, originally meant for sale, to everyone on site. Fang Yuan's face turned sour. If she didn't have to keep an eye on the materials, she would have gone home right then and there, out of sight, out of mind. This man was hopeless, a real spendthrift. When the contractor who'd hired Lu Chuan came by and saw the cement mixer, he was amazed. Didn't expect you to have a proper crew here. Lu Chuan replied, you flatter me. We just do what needs to be done. Look at our speed and check the quality too. Let's all follow your standards so everything goes smoothly later. The supervisor was very satisfied. This young man knows what he's doing. I've checked, quality is top-notch. If you're short on materials, let me know in advance so you don't hold up your work. Lu Chuan was even happier. Thank you, sir. When work started up again in the afternoon, Lu Chuan specifically emphasized the importance of quality. Otherwise, everyone would have to redo things later. Old Fang reassured him, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. The people I bring are all skilled. No one's going to cut corners. We do honest work." Of course, since Old Fang was vouching for them, it was hard to say how much to trust it. But everyone respected Old Fang, and no one was going to slack off just for money. When the usual quitting time came, no one left. They said if they worked an extra hour, they could finish another chunk of work. That's the benefit of getting paid by output. Old Fang sighed to Lu Chuan. Turns out, when these guys are working for themselves, not a single one slacks off. Lu Chuan asked, "Big bro, do you think we should keep doing it this way tomorrow?" Old Fang replied, "I think it's great, but it's hard to set the prices because of personal relationships. Maybe you should handle it tomorrow." Old Fang felt that since his brother-in-law had taken on the job, it wasn't right for him to take charge of everything. Lu Chuan said, "No need. This morning, I calculated their work. From now on, we'll pay by the square meter. That way, they won't lose out, and we don't have to worry about personal favors. Everyone gets treated the same." Old Fang was surprised. "You can calculate it like that? But if they did it this way, would his close friends have complaints? Would his authority be undermined?" Even after just half a day, Old Fang was already getting a feel for being a foreman. Lu Chuan said, "That's nothing. The real skill is having friends everywhere, like you, big bro. If it weren't for your reputation, I couldn't have gotten these guys to help. They'd have offended the previous foreman otherwise." Old Fang was pleased to hear this. His brother-in-law understood him. This educated guy really was something. As for paying by the square meter, Old Fang didn't say much. He just thought his brother-in-law was deep. Just then, the previous foreman showed up with his crew, all carrying tools. Before Lu Chuan could react, Old Fang and his guys grabbed their own tools and faced off. Fang Yuan even picked up a shovel and joined in. Lu Chuan rushed over. Father and son fighting together, brothers battling side by side, he was seeing it with his own eyes. No hesitation, no discussion, no one was backing down. The foreman on the other side saw Old Fang and tried to reason with him first. "Fang Tiger, you'd better stay out of this. We've known each other for years. This job is mine. If some outsider cuts in halfway, I'll lose all face." Old Fang replied amicably, "Old son, now you're being unreasonable. If you can't handle the job and someone more capable takes it, you shouldn't interfere." Old son was fuming inside. He couldn't figure out why Fang Tiger was suddenly speaking up for someone else. "If you, Fang Tiger, were the one taking this job from me, I'd accept it. But this isn't your job, so don't blame me for not showing respect. We're all friends here, Fang Tiger. You just watch from the sidelines. No matter who gets the job, you brothers will still make money." He was really giving Old Fang a lot of face. He was also promising that, even if the job was his, Old Fang would still get a cut. Old Fang sighed inwardly. Although Old Son usually treated him well, he'd never gone this far. Clearly, a person still needs to keep moving up in the world. Looking back at the people behind him, for the first time, the eldest of the Fang brothers felt a sense of ambition. Old Fang said, "Old Son, we've been friends for years. If this really was an outsider's business, I wouldn't bother getting involved. But it's not. Let's just handle this fairly." Old Son glared, trying to sound tough, but lacking real confidence. "Fang Tiger, you think I'm afraid of you?" It looked like things were about to get physical. Lu Chuan quickly stepped between them. "Let's calm down, everyone. I'm the current foreman here." Amidst a group of shirtless men, a guy in a yellowed, old dress shirt stood out. Despite his shabby clothes, he had an air about him. Old Son, the foreman, sneered, "Pretty boy, who are you? Hitting you would make me look like a bully. Listen, take your people and your stuff and get lost. This job is mine." Lu Chuan replied, "That's not fair. I have a written contract for this job." Old Son snorted, "Kid, let me tell you, around here, that kind of thing doesn't mean much." Old Fang interjected, "Old Son, it's too hot for all this fuss. You said it yourself, the job is mine, so just let it go. See? That's my brother-in-law, he's in college, he's capable. He's in charge here. If there's a problem, talk to me." Old Son scowled. "Your sister? Brother-in-law? Who are you kidding? Your sister could land a college student. No one believed it. A college student must be out of his mind. Fang Yuan lifted her chin and said, "What's the problem? He's my man and he's in college." She was even tougher than old Fang. Unfortunately, no one was in the mood to gossip about that. Old Sun was furious. It really was her brother-in-law. Must be a marriage she forced. If the Fang brothers were just hired muscle for someone else, Old Sun could still appeal to their friendship. But if it was their own brother-in-law, how could he hope to win them over? A group of workers on Old Sun's side picked up their tools and came over. Old Sun had some brains. He was only here to intimidate, not to actually fight. He didn't have the guts for a real brawl. And when it came to being tough, he couldn't compare to Old Fang. The Fang brothers were 5 strong men. If they called out, they'd all stand together. Who on Old Sun's side could match that kind of unity? Besides, this show of force was just a scare tactic they used all the time. Old Fang saw right through it. But backing down like this would be humiliating for Old Sunday. Who would follow him after this? How could he keep getting jobs as a foreman? Old Fang knew all this well. In the past, whenever Old Sun tried to scare others, Old Fang was always the one backing him up. Now Old Fang felt a bit awkward. This was hard to resolve. Lu Chuan quickly spoke up, "Big brother, Old Sun, we're all friends here. Let's calm down. I'm new to this business and don't have much experience. Old Sun, maybe you can give me some pointers." Then he added, "I didn't know the rules, and my brother already scolded me for it. But I've already signed a contract. If I don't do the job, I'll have to pay a penalty. That's why my brother is helping me out. He keeps saying how much he values his friendship with you, Old Sun. I'm sure you'll understand." Fang Yuan turned to look at Lu Chuan. When did he ever say that? Did that really happen? And all this brother talk, anyone listening would think Lu's mother had a dozen sons. He didn't sound like a college student at all. Luckily, Fifth Fang was quick and pulled Fang Yuan aside. Old Fang followed Lu Chuan's lead. "Old Sun, my brother-in-law is young and doesn't know the rules. I've already talked to him about it. But what's done is done. We can't do the work and still pay someone else. I'll make it up to you later, Old Sunday." Old Sun finally had a way out. "Fang Tiger, now that you've said that, I feel better. There's work everywhere, but this client is no good, writes contracts just to trick people. Fang Tiger, you'd better watch out." The two of them put their arms around each other and walked off, chatting. The rest of the crowd dispersed. The workers were eager to earn money and left quickly. They didn't want Old Sun to take the job back. They actually liked having Lu Chuan as the foreman. It was hard work, but they could make 2 days' pay in one. The people Old Sun brought were just there to show support. They never intended to fight. Especially since the Fang brothers were locals, no one wanted to mess with them. Old Fang and Old Sun exchanged a few words. All Old Sun wanted was to save face, and Lu Chuan had given it to him in front of everyone. What more could he ask for? Still, losing the job was like losing money out of his own pocket. He couldn't help feeling bitter. Old Fang said, "Sorry about this, Old Sunday." Old Sun replied, "I got outplayed, that's all. But from now on, I can't hire you, Fang Tiger." That was a clear break. Old Fang didn't say anything. What could he say? Maybe it was time for a career change. Old Sun had already left. Lu Chuan came over, feeling a bit guilty toward his brother-in-law. "Big brother, I'm sorry you had to risk years of friendship for me." Old Fang replied, "It's no big deal. I wasn't planning to do this kind of work forever anyway." Even so, Lu Chuan couldn't just take it at face value. He felt bad for his brother-in-law. Fifth Fang said, "So what? If Old Sun can get jobs, why can't we? We don't have to work for him. We can do it ourselves." Old Fang was tempted but kept a straight face. "Listen to you brag. How capable do you think you are?" Fifth Fang got anxious. "Why not? Are we supposed to hang on to Old Sun's coattails forever?" Old Fang glared at him. "You'd better learn from Lu Chuan. Don't be so reckless." Lu Chuan knew his brother-in-law was interested now and smiled. "Let's just focus on doing this job well first." Fang Yuan hadn't joined the crowd at all. She was keeping an eye on the cement mixer, worried Old Sun might try something sneaky. Everyone went back to work. Lu Chuan walked over to Fang Yuan. "Were you scared?" Fang Yuan, of all people, scared? She shot Lu Chuan a look, thinking his question was odd. No, I was just worried they'd try something. I'll have my brothers stay here tonight, just in case. Lu Chuan said, I don't think it's necessary. Would they really dare mess with my brother-in-law? He was pretty confident. Fang Yuan replied, you don't understand. Listen to me. It's not that I'm afraid they'll come with people, it's that I'm afraid they'll try something underhanded. Lu Chuan rubbed his nose and looked at Fang Yuan, who had fallen silent. He felt secretly pleased. Fang Yuan was even better than he'd thought. Honestly, it was no surprise that the foreman had come looking for them. Wasn't Lu Chuan relying on his brother-in-law's backing after all? That evening, Wang Suixiang made dinner and called the family home to eat. No matter what anyone said, Fang Yuan refused to go back. All her money was here, how could she go home? Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to eat. Lu Chuan offered to stay and watch over the place, but Fang Yuan still didn't feel at ease. She didn't trust anyone except herself. Wang Suixiang, knowing her daughter's temperament, said, don't bother with her. She's stubborn as a mule, no use talking sense into her. Lu Chuan didn't find Fang Yuan difficult at all. In fact, it made him feel more at ease. He spoke up to shield Fang Yuan. Mom, I'll stay here with Fang Yuan. I'm not comfortable leaving either. But could fifth brother help me by going home? We've been out for 2 days now. If I don't go back soon, my mom will start to worry. Wang Suixiang still felt sorry for her son-in-law. Why are you running around with her? If she wants to stay here, I'm not going to force her home. You go eat and check in at home tonight. Fang Yuan was being so cautious for Lu Chuan's sake, and Lu Chuan insisted, Mom, I'll stay here with her. Then Fang Yuan's eldest brother dragged Lu Chuan away. To be honest, with Lu Chuan's slight build, he didn't stand a chance against his brother-in-law. He couldn't even put up a struggle. But this also showed that the eldest brother-in-law really did see Lu Chuan as family. He wanted Lu Chuan to eat with them, have a drink, and talk business. Meanwhile, Fifth Tiger waved at Lu Chuan, reassuring him, I'll stay with her. Don't worry. Bring us back something tasty. Last night, fourth brother already rode over to your house and let your parents know. Lu Chuan instantly felt relieved. These guys handled things reliably. He turned to Fang Yuan, trying to persuade her to come eat with him. Won't you come back with me? It's fine, really. Fifth brother's here. Honestly, Lu Chuan didn't think much of it, but to everyone else, his words sounded so gentle it sent chills down their spines. Mother-in-law Wang Suixiang thought to herself, if it were her, she wouldn't be able to resist that soft voice. A few brothers-in-law instinctively took a step back, thinking, we're just not the same kind of people as this brother-in-law. No matter how you look at this pretty boy, he doesn't seem like a good person. If they had that kind of skill, would they ever have to worry about bride prices? They looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Wouldn't she be completely taken in by someone like that? But Fang Yuan didn't even look at Lu Chuan. She just waved her hand, grabbed Fifth Tiger, and continued watching the cement mixer. Her voice drifted over. It's just a meal. Why are you making such a fuss? Lu Chuan felt a little disappointed. Now he understood why Fang Yuan didn't think much of his skinny frame. She probably thought he was useless. For some reason, Lu Chuan thought of his eldest brother. The guy wasn't too bright, but at least he was sturdy. Maybe Fang Yuan was that shallow when they were matchmaking? The thought made him feel a little sour and uncomfortable. Who would have thought his tricks didn't work on Fang Yuan? His own sister really was a bit dense. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing after all. Wang Suixiang sucked in a breath. How did her daughter hear gentle persuasion as nagging? Maybe she'd raised her the wrong way. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's eldest brother was being very warm to his brother-in-law. Now I get why Dad insisted we all go to school. Turns out, if you're smart, you make more money than others. Brother-in-law, I've worked on construction sites for years, but I never had your guts. I don't admire many people, but I admire you. Lu Chuan regained a bit of confidence. When it comes to making money, muscle doesn't matter. See, his brother-in-law was wise and insightful. They say blood runs thicker than water. Fang Yuan must be sharp too. Third brother chimed in. Those guys really are something. If you pay them, they'll work. They did 2 days' work in 1 day. It was true. That was what bugged the brothers most. Fourth Tiger said, "They're even worse than us." No one had expected the project to move so quickly. The brothers were all calculating in their heads, if things kept up at this pace, they'd really make money. Eldest brother spoke up after dinner. Everyone head back to the site. The brothers didn't ask questions, they just followed orders. Luchuan could see now why no one in the village dared mess with the Fang family. They were united. If it were his own family, third brother would definitely try to slack off, and eldest brother would stay silent but wouldn't be happy about it. As for himself, he was even more petty. No wonder his family couldn't compare to the Fangs. It wasn't just a matter of having two fewer sons. Looking at the big table full of food, Luchuan thought of Fang Yuan at the construction site and felt uneasy. "Mom, could you pack up some food for me? I'll take it to fifth brother and eat with him." Fourth Tiger snorted, "Since when were you and fifth brother so close?" This brother-in-law was finally getting the hang of things, knowing to care for his wife. Just a bit shy, using fifth brother as an excuse. Wang Suixiang kicked him, "You talk too much." Trying to show off. She smiled at her son-in-law, "Eat well here. I'll save some for the two of them in the pot. When you're done, take it over to them." Luchuan really was thinking of Fang Yuan, but his mother-in-law insisted he eat his fill before leaving. If she hadn't stopped him, his eldest brother-in-law would have dragged him off for a drink. Today's events had made a big impression on eldest brother. He said, brother-in-law really made a name for himself today. When the eldest sister-in-law brought in a pot of pork and cabbage, she was all smiles. "That's right. You've worked on construction sites for so long, so many people call you Big Brother, but I've never seen you land a job like this yourself." Eldest brother said, "You women, like I'd ever think of something like that." Wang Suixiang thought to herself, that's the difference. Otherwise, if she'd just stuck to the pork stall, her sons would still be hauling bricks, just not cut out for this. Luchuan ate absent-mindedly, thinking of Fang Yuan at the site while he was at home eating. When your mother-in-law likes you, everything's fine, but if she doesn't, this could become an issue. After eating, Luchuan immediately said, "Big brother, you've worked hard all day. You rest, I'll go take food to Fang Yuan." Wang Suixiang had already packed 2 lunchboxes and 2 cucumbers. "Let fifth brother come home to eat. I can see you didn't eat much. Go keep Fang Yuan company and eat some more." Luchuan smiled, grabbed the bag, and left. Wang Suixiang was stunned for a moment. She had to admit, her son-in-law really did have a charming smile. Inside, the sons and daughters-in-law were gossiping. "Our brother-in-law really does have a nice smile. No wonder your sister fell for him." Fang Daoling was pleased too. His daughter had found a capable husband. What's so great about a smile? For a man, it's all about ability. Our son-in-law's got skills. Eldest brother agreed, "Right, Mom. You're too old to be judging by looks and smiles. My sister isn't that kind of person." Thinking of how Fang Yuan had just treated her husband, the brothers all nodded in agreement. Wang Suixiang was a little embarrassed and angry. She wasn't sure if she was mad that her daughter had hit the nail on the head, or that her son wasn't giving her any face. "Fine, you're all so capable. Go ahead and laugh like fools, all of you." Over on the other side, Fang Daoling grinned from ear to ear, and Wang Suixiang looked at him with obvious disdain. Then she thought of her son-in-law's restrained smile. Now that was good-looking. Same smile, different person, totally different effect. Luchuan returned to the construction site and started looking for Fang Yuan. "Fifth brother, Mom wants you to go home for dinner." Woohoo frowned. "What for?" "Just bring me some food, that's enough. It's all leftovers anyway. What's the point of running back and forth?" Luchuan looked a little embarrassed. "There isn't any. Mom's worried Fang Yuan won't have enough to eat." Woohoo hopped on his bike and left. After a whole day's work, he was starving. Luchuan called Fang Yuan over to the workshed, took out 2 lunchboxes, and handed them to her. "Eat up." Fang Yuan glanced at them, puzzled. "Didn't you say you didn't bring fifth brother's food? Why are there 2 lunchboxes?" Luchuan lowered his eyes, a bit uncomfortable. "Mom was worried you wouldn't have enough. Hurry and eat." Both lunchboxes were filled with fine grains, something the Lu family rarely had at home. Lu Chuan figured that when Fang Yuan ate at their place, she probably didn't find the food to her liking. Worried the food would get cold and taste bad, he urged her to eat quickly. Fang Yuan's tone was as blunt as ever. "What's the rush?" She picked up the lunchbox, but her mind was elsewhere. "I made money for several people today, and yet I'm the only one eating. This big guy doesn't get anything. Why do I feel like I'm shortchanging it?" Lu Chuan couldn't help but grin. If Wang Suixiang saw him, she'd definitely say, "So my son-in-law looks good even when he grins." Fang Yuan shot him a look. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm being serious." See, no matter how Lu Chuan smiled, or how good he looked doing it, Fang Yuan didn't give it a second thought. It was still Fang Lauda who understood her best. His little sister really wasn't that kind of person. Lu Chuan said, "Eat up. Once you're done, I'll teach you how to take care of it. If you want this thing to work well, you have to maintain it carefully." Fang Yuan, always impatient, put down her chopsticks. "Really? Then what am I eating for? Let's take care of it first." She was ready to drag Lu Chuan off right then. But Lu Chuan insisted, handing her the chopsticks. "Eat first. It won't starve." No matter how impatient Fang Yuan was, or how much her family indulged her, with Lu Chuan, it was simple. "If you don't eat, I'm not telling you." Fang Yuan found herself at a loss with Lu Chuan for the first time. She realized for the first time that her temper didn't work on him. Lu Chuan had her right where he wanted. He opened the lunchbox and handed it over. Fang Yuan scowled and ate in silence, clearly unhappy. Lu Chuan remained calm and unhurried. "Eat slowly, there's no rush." "You eat, I'll explain everything to you in detail." Fang Yuan glanced up, annoyed. "You think I can learn just by listening?" Lu Chuan replied, "Listen first, then try it yourself. If you mess it up, we can't afford to pay for it." Fang Yuan agreed, "That's true. I thought you were just slow and laid back." Lu Chuan twitched his lips. This girl really had a temper. "There's been no meat in the meals at home these days. Are you okay with that?" Fang Yuan said, "Didn't we have those meat rolls? Besides, how many meals have I even eaten at your place?" Then she added, "My dad sells meat for a living. You think I'd ever go hungry? I'm not even that into meat, especially fatty meat." Lu Chuan felt a pang in his heart. Only a butcher's daughter could say something like that. Who in these times doesn't like meat? And to be picky about fatty meat, too. He looked into Fang Yuan's lunchbox. Sure enough, there was no fatty meat, just lean meat and more vegetables than meat. Clearly, his mother-in-law wouldn't shortchange her daughter, so this must be Fang Yuan's preference. Lu Chuan thought to himself, "I really have to work hard and make money to support my wife." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan noticed Lu Chuan wasn't talking. "Well, aren't you going to tell me?" She was still thinking about how to take care of the money-making mixer. Lu Chuan said, "Ahem, there's a can of machine oil over there. The gears on this big guy need to be oiled." He continued, "Tonight, you and fifth brother should clean it thoroughly. Make sure there's no sand or dust on it, or it'll get stuck and cause trouble." Fang Yuan replied, "You think I need you to tell me that?" She went back to eating, but her brothers had already figured all this out ages ago. Lu Chuan noticed Fang Yuan wasn't eating much. "Is it too hot?" "No appetite." Fang Yuan frowned. "I've eaten more than half the lunchbox already. Isn't that enough?" "Mom doesn't even know how much I eat, bringing 2 lunchboxes." So his wife didn't eat much after all. It really was too much food. Lu Chuan waited until Fang Yuan was full before saying, "Mom saw I didn't eat much, so she packed extra for me to share with you." Fang Yuan shoved the lunchbox at Lu Chuan. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She wasn't the least bit embarrassed, told Lu Chuan to hurry up and eat, then grabbed a shovel and went back to work. She was much more meticulous and serious than Lu Chuan when it came to getting things done. Lu Chuan ate her leftovers, feeling a bit shy. Who knows what was going through his head? After all, she was educated. He couldn't understand how her mind worked. She could think of anything and make herself blush and her heart race. Whenever he glanced at Fang Yuan, his gaze was full of longing. But Fang Yuan was straightforward and open, not giving it a second thought. She didn't even look back or give him any response. There was still a big lunchbox of food left. Lu Chuan was a bit worried. In this heat, if it sat overnight, it would spoil. He should have just had fifth brother stay and eat here. He'd thought Fang Yuan was so tough and fierce, she'd have a huge appetite. Fang Lauer brought along Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu. They were on guard in case old Sun tried anything sneaky at night. Lu Chuan was happy. With more people around, Fang Yuan could finally rest easy. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, thanks for your hard work. Fang Lauer said, no need to be polite, we're family. Compared to the day before, the brothers-in-law's attitude toward Lu Chuan had changed. Fang Laosen said, if you could talk Fang Yuan into going home, that'd be even better. With us brothers here, what's there to worry about? Lu Chuan had already tried to talk Fang Yuan into it earlier. There really wasn't anything on the site worth worrying about. But she wouldn't listen, insisting on being diligent and responsible. Fang Yuan even told Lu Chuan, this is the first time I'm doing something this big. I have to be careful. You should pay more attention, too. Lu Chuan felt ashamed he wasn't as capable as Fang Yuan. His mind kept wandering. Lu Chuan was a bit embarrassed. Third brother, I don't think Fang Yuan listens to me. Wu Hu glared at Lu Chuan. What good are you then? Fang Lauer kicked Wu Hu. You'd be happy if your brother-in-law could keep your sister in line, huh? The brothers exchanged a look. Lu Chuan pretended not to notice and took out the lunchbox. Fang Yuan didn't finish her food. If we leave it overnight, it'll spoil. Let's each have a few bites so it doesn't go to waste. Wu Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a troublesome brother-in-law, left so much food, made him run home for nothing. Was he worried he'd eat too little or too much? Luckily, they were all strong men. A little extra work was nothing, and finishing off a lunchbox of food was no problem. A few bites each, and it was gone. After some chatting, it was time to rest. The makeshift shelter was crude, and they still had to clear a spot for Fang Yuan to sleep. The brothers all silently agreed to let their brother-in-law sleep next to Fang Yuan. This made Lu Chuan feel awkward, his heart even beating a little faster. Honestly, he and his wife weren't as close as her brothers imagined. Lu Chuan glanced at Fang Yuan several times, awkwardly telling her to get some rest. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change at all. Second brother, why don't you let fifth brother and fourth brother go take a look around? I don't feel at ease. That foreman just doesn't look like a good guy. Fifth tiger was annoyed. You really don't care about me, huh? We've all been working all day. Let's not make a fuss. Fang Yuan kicked fifth tiger, urging him to get up. You go patrol first. I'll sleep for a bit and then I'll take over for you. To put Fang Yuan at ease, Lu Chuan immediately got up. You all rest, I'll go patrol. I didn't do any work today, I'm not tired. All his shyness vanished. Fang Yuan said, no way. Your brain is tired, you need to rest even more. Besides, with your skinny frame, what use would you be? She pointed at Lu Chuan, telling him to rest his brain well. He's the one making the big money. Lu Chuan wasn't happy at all. What was wrong with his build? Why did Fang Yuan always look down on him? Was he really that bad? The brothers all looked at Fang Yuan with conflicted expressions, especially Fifth Tiger. You're siding with outsiders now. Fang Yuan replied, a married daughter is like water poured out. I'm siding with our own here. Besides, if he gets muddled from exhaustion, could you take his place? Fifth Tiger pointed at himself. What if I get tired? Fang Yuan said, anyone could take your place with your strength. In other words, Fifth Tiger was easily replaceable. Fifth Tiger, fuming, rolled out of bed and left. He couldn't stay here any longer. Lu Chuan didn't dare laugh out loud and was even ordered by Fang Yuan, go to sleep and rest your brain. Even Fourth Tiger didn't want to talk to Fang Yuan anymore. So this is why their brother-in-law was so precious. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, fell asleep in seconds. She still had to patrol in the second half of the night. She really didn't have a care in the world. Fang Lauer, second brother, had wanted to chat with Lu Chuan about tomorrow's work, but seeing this, he didn't dare bring it up. So the brother-in-law's brain needs to be nurtured, huh? Lu Chuan was tired too. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. All his embarrassment and awkwardness didn't even get a chance to surface. Fang Yuan woke up right on time in the middle of the night and called third brother to go patrol with her, taking over for fourth and fifth tiger. Third brother didn't want to get up. Only fifth would listen to you like this. Don't make a fuss, just sleep. But Fang Yuan had her ways and managed to drag third brother up to walk the rounds with her. Fifth tiger saw Fang Yuan and complained, "What are you doing out here? I can handle it. Don't worry, I won't fall asleep." Fang Yuan replied, "Third brother's with me. You still have to work during the day, and no one else knows how to use the mixer. Go get some sleep." So fourth tiger dragged fifth tiger away. You argue with her all day, but when she says something, you never go against it. "I can't even find a corner to nap in without you stopping me." Fifth tiger grumbled, "That brat actually makes sense. We can't let her lose face in front of her husband." Fourth tiger snorted, "Who doesn't know you two are twins?" Fifth tiger even kicked Lu Chuan awake. "Go keep Fang Yuan company." Lu Chuan thought, "I was already awake even if you didn't kick me." But now he understood. This fifth brother was on par with the eldest brother, not someone to mess with, and needed to be treated well. Lu Chuan also realized that the older brothers all doted on Fang Yuan. She was their only sister, stubborn, and they had no choice but to go along with her. But fifth brother was different. He spoiled Fang Yuan. The closeness and distance between them were obvious. The level was just not the same. Fang Yuan wasn't happy to see Lu Chuan. "Didn't they say people who use their brains need to rest? What are you doing here?" Third brother was a bit annoyed too. "So, according to you, your brothers don't use their brains and don't need rest?" Lu Chuan said, "I've slept enough, can't sleep anymore, just came out to clear my head." Fang Yuan said, "Fine, but don't push yourself." What else could Lu Chuan say? Only with Fang Yuan's approval could he keep watch with his wife. Luckily, Old Sun really was wary of the Fang family's 5 tigers and didn't send anyone over to cause trouble. Otherwise, things would have gotten even more complicated. At dawn, Lu Chuan finally took Fang Yuan to a corner to nap for a bit. His wife was truly reliable. Whatever you entrusted to her, you could rest assured. This was something Lu Chuan realized anew about Fang Yuan. Someone who stuck to her principles was like this. He actually wasn't at ease either, worried someone might come at night to cause trouble. But he couldn't ask his brothers-in-law for help, so he'd planned to get up a few more times himself during the night to keep an eye out. But Fang Yuan had arranged everything. People like her were narrow-minded. Lu Chuan found it hard to believe. The next day, even more people came to work. Fang Laoda, eldest brother, started to worry there were too many people. But Lu Chuan said, "Don't worry about having too many people. As long as the work gets done well, it's fine. The sooner we finish, the fewer days we have to pay rent." He was thinking of Fang Yuan. The project wouldn't be done, and she wouldn't be able to go home. Who could stand that? Fang Laoda wanted to say, once the work was done, what would they do? The brothers' original plan was to hire fewer people, work more days themselves, and pocket more wages. But after hearing his brother-in-law, he immediately started organizing the work. Finishing early was better. If there was no work, so be it, at least they wouldn't have to pay rent. The mixer didn't drink water or eat, but it sure burned money. The newcomers even told Fang Laoda that it wasn't that Old Sun didn't want to send people over to cause trouble, but that once they heard this was Fang Laoda's site, no one dared come. What a joke. Who would challenge 5 brothers in the middle of the night? That's asking for trouble. The Fang brothers understood. At noon, when Fang Laoda didn't eat at the site, Lu Chuan guessed he'd gone to talk to Old Sun, and things should be peaceful tonight. But no matter how Fang Laoda settled things with Old Sun, Fang Yuan was undeterred rain or shine. She patrolled as usual. Fang Yuan's trust was reserved only for herself and fifth tiger. Other than fifth brother, she didn't trust anyone. Fifth tiger was run ragged, with dark circles under his eyes. Finally, Fang De-lung couldn't stand it and came to take over for his youngest son, and only then did Fang Yuan feel at ease. In Fang Yuan's words, if she didn't keep watch, then fifth tiger had to. She just didn't trust anyone else, afraid they'd slack off. At that, Fifth Tiger's face turned so dark he almost said, "Thanks for your trust." That's the bond between siblings. When it came to trust, even Lu Chuan couldn't compare. Fifth Tiger's misery was exactly what Lu Chuan aspired to. What Lu Chuan didn't expect was that when the work was halfway done, the supervisor paid them half the money. First, it was out of respect for Fang Lauda. Second, Lu Chuan had really done a great job. The speed and quality were top-notch. What really impressed the site supervisor was that ever since Lu Chuan took over the construction site, not a single brick had gone missing. He'd never seen a foreman like this before. Back when Old Sun was in charge, some sand would disappear one day, and a few bricks would go missing the next. But Lu Chuan and his wife worked diligently and conscientiously, and the supervisor could see it with his own eyes. Lu Chuan handled things beautifully and made a name for himself, so the payment came quickly and generously, just when he needed it most. To be fair, it also helped that his peers made him look even better by comparison. Lu Chuan hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. "Brother, it doesn't say anything about this in the contract." Well, I really am short on cash." See, he said all the polite things, but he still took the money without hesitation, because he really needed it. The supervisor just laughed. "Kid, you do good work. Your brother-in-law isn't someone to mess with either. This money was supposed to come to you a few days ago. Let's just call it a gesture of friendship. The rest will have to wait until the job is done." Lu Chuan replied, "Of course. You're just looking out for us workers. I won't stand on ceremony. Letting everyone see their pay will definitely make them work even harder." The supervisor looked at the unreserved young man and said, "Kid, you really are a smart one. No wonder you went to school. You're doing great." Lu Chuan ran a hand through his hair, looking genuinely sincere. "I'm just short on money, so I'm a bit anxious to get things done. You're generous enough not to hold it against me." After a few rounds of polite conversation, Lu Chuan took the money and dashed off, his eyes and brows lit up with joy. This was the moment you could tell who was truly on your side. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lu Chuan was earning money thanks to his brother-in-law. He still brought the money straight to Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan's eyes went wide. There was definitely more than 500 yuan here. Where did this come from? There's so much. Lu Chuan grinned, his gaze at the money just as amazed as Fang Yuan's. "A lot, right? I've never seen this much money before." Fang Yuan guessed, "There must be over 1,000. Lu Chuan handed the money to his wife with a smile. "Yeah." Honestly, at that moment, Lu Chuan felt proud. It wasn't about his physique or anything. What mattered for a man was his ability. But the young man was a little shy and couldn't quite find the words to express it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled a bit sheepishly. "Now I don't have to worry about my 500 yuan not coming back." Lu Chuan laughed. "You handed it over so easily. I thought you didn't care about that 500. Fang Yuan replied, "Who said I didn't care? I just figured you're clever. After thinking all night, you'd definitely come up with a way to make money." Lu Chuan could only say, "Thank you for trusting me." He glanced at Fang Yuan, but couldn't say, "If you'd let me rest less, maybe I'd be even smarter." Then Fang Yuan pulled out a cloth pouch, ready to stash the money away. Lu Chuan quickly stopped her hand. "What are you doing?" Fang Yuan looked at him like he was silly. "Hiding it, of course. We'll take it home, what else?" Lu Chuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was the most honest reaction, seeing money and wanting to squirrel it away at home. Lu Chuan pressed his hand on the money. "We can't do that yet." His pride as a man instantly crumbled. What was there to be proud of, when the money wasn't even theirs yet? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and put her hands on her hips, the classic pose. "What do you mean? You're not letting me keep your money? What's wrong with your family?" Lu Chuan didn't know when this had become a problem and quickly explained, "We have to pay the workers first. Whatever's left is ours. This isn't all ours yet." Fang Yuan looked around. "Pay who?" She sounded fierce, ready to fight anyone who tried to take the money. Lu Chuan almost felt like the money was being given away for nothing. Looking at the people outside, his tone was nowhere near as tough as Fang Yuan's, even a bit sheepish. They're the ones who did the work. Did she really need to ask who the money was for? Did she think they could just keep it all? He was genuinely worried Fang Yuan wouldn't let go of the money once she had it. Fang Yuan followed Lu Chuan's gaze, her expression darkening. She couldn't even force a smile, and after a long pause, she muttered, "Well, we do have to pay them." At least she knew the money had to be given out. Lu Chuan felt much more at ease, reasoning with her worked. But even as she said this, Fang Yuan's hand stayed firmly on the money, clearly reluctant to let go. Lu Chuan thought to himself that he'd have to give Fang Yuan more money in the future. He loved seeing her smile while hugging the cash. He comforted her, "When we settle accounts next time, most of it will be ours." Fang Yuan stared at the money, as if she wanted to stuff it into her eyes. "Will there really be this much again?" Lu Chuan said, "I'll have to do the math, but even if it's not quite as much, it should be about the same." Fang Yuan finally looked up at Lu Chuan. "Are you serious?" Lu Chuan replied, "I think so." Fang Yuan grew anxious. "What do you mean, think so? Is it or isn't it? Give me a straight answer." Lu Chuan took out his pen and notebook and started calculating. Finally, he said, "If nothing unexpected happens and we finish on schedule, there should be at least this much." Fang Yuan broke into a smile. "Really? Don't worry, there won't be any surprises, I won't allow it. Anyone who got in the way of her making money would have to answer to her." Then Fang Yuan grabbed Lu Chuan's hand, and the two of them looked forward to the future together, giggling like fools. Lu Chuan was amazed. He never expected money could come so easily. He needed a moment to calm his excitement. He even wanted to double-check his calculations, just in case he'd made a mistake. It all felt unreal. Fang Yuan sighed, "My dad raised me all these years, and when I got married, my family only asked for 200 yuan. This project is worth more than I am." She wasn't wrong. Back when they married off the eldest son, scraping together the money was so hard it nearly broke their parents' backs. But now, money just came like this. Lu Chuan quickly shook off that thought. Fang Yuan really dared to say anything. He hurried to add, "You can't think of it that way. Your father doted on you. He never thought of exchanging his daughter for money." But Fang Yuan wasn't even thinking about that. She hugged Lu Chuan tightly. "I really struck gold. Money, all this money. A man who could earn money, she'd treasure him like gold." It was shallow, but Lu Chuan loved it. Lu Chuan felt like the world was spinning, the ground swaying beneath his feet. His wife's enthusiasm made him shy. Ever since they got their marriage certificate, this was the first time Fang Yuan had been so affectionate. And he didn't mind at all, in fact, he enjoyed it. No wonder men were so eager to get married. Fang Yuan's face was glowing, and Lu Chuan was utterly captivated. Just as he was about to say something to her, Fang Yuan let go and ran outside, calling out, "Everyone, take a break. The supervisor saw how well we've been working and paid us. Let's hand out some wages so everyone can celebrate." Well, Lu Chuan understood now Fang Yuan hadn't been thinking about anything else. She was just so excited by all that money that she would have hugged whoever was next to her. He wasn't special at all. But in the future, at moments like this, he'd make sure no one else was around Fang Yuan. It took him a while to compose himself. Still, that one hug gave Lu Chuan the truest feeling of what it meant to have a wife. Fang Yuan's shout had just the desired effect, getting paid halfway through the job. Was there really such a good deal? Everyone put down their work. Big Brother Fang led his men over, his face full of disbelief. They really paid? No one had expected this. It was always so hard to get money from old son, but with Lu Chuan, the man in charge actually paid up front. Lu Chuan came over to his brother-in-law and explained, "Originally, how to use this money should have been discussed with you, big brother," but Fang Yuan got excited and blurted it out. "The foreman trusts us and is willing to pay half up front because of your reputation." Lu Chuan genuinely thought this way and made a point to explain it to his brother-in-law, worried he might feel disrespected. If the money hadn't already been handed to Fang Yuan, Lu Chuan would have given it straight to his brother-in-law. Big Brother Fang was open-minded about it. "What's there to discuss? It's your business. You call the shots." Lu Chuan knew very well how he got in this job. It wasn't really his own doing. Without his brother-in-law, none of this would have happened. Lu Chuan quickly said, "Big brother, how about this? When it's all done, we'll settle accounts among ourselves. For now, let's pay everyone their wages. With everyone gathered around, it wasn't the time to get into details. Naturally, the first thing was to let everyone see the money and lift their spirits. Big Brother Fang had no objections. Working with Lu Chuan and getting paid so quickly made him look good too. Lu Chuan took out his little notebook and settled up with everyone, paying them as agreed. Earning 2 days' wages in 1 day, who wouldn't be happy? Sure, it was tiring, but everyone said they'd come back as long as they could still move. Hard work didn't scare them. And the money came so quickly, no one had expected that. Afterwards, the Fang brothers were left without any money themselves. Why? Because they hadn't figured out how to split it up among themselves yet. Big Brother Fang's view was that he should get paid the same as everyone else. If his brother-in-law felt bad about it, at most he could pay them a bit extra for keeping watch at night. But Lu Chuan couldn't just do things that way, and it wasn't the right time to argue about it outside. So he simply told his brother-in-law there was no money left. That settled it, no need to discuss how to split it anymore. Later, Fang Yuan said quietly to Lu Chuan, "Aren't you short on money for school?" Big Brother said to split it this way, so just do it. Lu Chuan patiently explained, "It's not that simple. When it comes to money, even real brothers need to make things clear. Otherwise, you end up not feeling like brothers or family anymore. We're not greedy for a little extra. Trust me on this." Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing to listen to Lu Chuan. "I don't want what isn't mine, but what's yours, I'll be holding on to that." Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Of course. If you don't let your wife hold the money, who else would you give it to?" But honestly, Fang Yuan didn't look like someone who wasn't greedy for money. Lu Chuan truly believed he hadn't misjudged her. After handing out all that money today, Fang Yuan was probably heartbroken. Sure enough, Fang Yuan muttered, "So much money, watching it leave my hands, it really hurts." Lu Chuan nodded. Fang Yuan was the type who liked money coming in, not going out. But even so, because she trusted him, she kept handing out the money, again and again. The young couple was moved, Fang Yuan by the money, Lu Chuan by the people and the feelings involved. Meanwhile, things weren't so calm on Big Brother Fang's side. A few days ago, when he'd been drinking with Old Sun, he'd managed to talk Old Sun out of causing trouble. But Old Sun had half persuaded him too. Old Sun had said, "Big Brother Fang, are you really content working for a youngster, letting him boss you around?" Old Sun was a sly one, egging him on. "Two tigers can't share one mountain, and you're the Fang tiger." At first, Big Brother Fang just listened, but after seeing the money today, seeing the huge profits, his thoughts started to waver. It didn't make sense for him to let someone else make the money and just get paid by them. Big Brother Fang wanted to be the one paying others. Today's events really got him thinking. Seeing the money being split up, third tiger and fourth tiger were restless too. They'd worked hard and worried over this job. How was the money going to be divided? If they split it equally with their brother-in-law, even they felt it wasn't quite right. But if they didn't, they'd still put in a lot of effort. Take the money and you feel guilty. Don't take it and you feel it's unfair. The brothers all urged Big Brother Fang to go solo. They could split the money among themselves and save the trouble. When facing hardship, brothers are united, it's touching. But when it comes to profit, they fall apart. That's human nature. It's easy to share hardship, but sharing wealth is much harder. Money really is a wonderful thing, you can't do without it, but having it brings its own headaches. Of course, everyone is running around for the sake of those headaches. The brothers kept pestering Big Brother Fang about it. Until the money issue was settled, no one could rest easy. That night, the brothers finally hashed things out. Lu Chuan wasn't the type to keep the money and pretend nothing happened. Big Brother Fang said he hadn't done much and didn't feel right taking the money. His brother-in-law and sister had put everything they had into renting the mixer. So he wouldn't get involved, just pay him his wages. But in the future, he'd definitely want to go solo. He didn't say it out loud, but the brothers knew. Lu Chuan didn't. Big Brother Fang said that when he worked for Old Sun, he didn't get more than anyone else. It wouldn't be right to ask for more when working for his own brother-in-law. That's what Big Brother Fang said, but the other brothers clearly weren't happy. Lu Chuan was straightforward. Without his brothers-in-law, he wouldn't have dared to take on this job, wouldn't have been able to find the workers, and wouldn't have been able to snatch the job from the contractor. Lu Chuan said, "Big brother, we're short on money. You all want to help us, and we appreciate it, but this isn't the way to help." Big Brother Fang replied, "Don't make it sound so nice. We all know what's going on. I'd feel guilty taking the money." When it was time to put in the capital, he just didn't have the foresight. Lu Chuan was open about it. "Big brother, hear me out. The 6 of us will split it evenly." Third Tiger and Fourth Tiger's eyes lit up at that. Big Brother Fang wasn't stupid. He thought if they took the money, the Fang brothers would always be a notch below their brother-in-law in the future. He laughed, "You're generous, splitting it 6 ways. But you can't always be so generous, or how will my sister get by?" Lu Chuan didn't dare say a word. His brother-in-law was making this a matter of principle. He looked over at Fang Yuan. For once, Fang Yuan understood his look and said, "I'll listen to him." The brothers glared, then glared at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan got the message. This wasn't his decision to make. He had to turn down his wife's trust and quickly said, "We already discussed it." Fang Yuan glared. "When did that happen?" "No such thing. She'd put in all the capital, and the others hadn't. How could they just split it evenly?" This man didn't know how to run a household. If it were up to her, just pay Big Brother his wages and that's it. Honestly, Fang Yuan's thinking was even more ruthless than the brothers. She was the real money grubber. One of the hallmarks of the Fang family, eyes light up at the sight of money. On the other side, Lu Chuan quickly tugged on Fang Yuan's sleeve, and she finally kept quiet. Big Brother Fang said, "Here's what I think, brother-in-law. Let's do it like everyone else and just take wages for our work. As for the profits, we'll split them into 2 shares, one for you two, and one for us brothers. Our share, the brothers will split equally among ourselves." Lu Chuan was about to say something, but Fang Yuan made the decision right away. "That's settled." She felt this was only fair. One side put up the money, the other put in the labor, so it should be split this way. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan, then at his brother-in-law. Should he agree or not? He was worried the other brothers-in-law wouldn't be happy. When it comes to money, family ties can easily get strained. Fifth brother, who had been watching for a while, finally spoke up, raising his eyebrows at Lu Chuan. "What, my sister's words don't count?" Lu Chuan wouldn't dare say Fang Yuan's words didn't count. "No, it's just that this way Big Brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother might lose out." Fifth brother glanced at his brothers. "We're all siblings here. What's this talk about losing out? We didn't put up any money or take any risks. If you'd asked us to chip in the 500 plus yuan at the start, none of us would have done it." Then he looked at his brothers. "Would any of you have put up the money?" Did he even need to ask? Putting in some labor was one thing, but actually investing cash, they definitely wouldn't have agreed. That's why no one brought it up or offered any money at the time. After fifth brother finished, the other brothers' faces looked much better. They'd all seen with their own eyes that their sister had put up over 500 yuan. Since they hadn't invested, why should they get an equal share? Fifth brother was clearly speaking up for Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan thought to himself, see? No matter how close the brotherhood, when it comes to money, things need to be made clear, or feelings get hurt easily. Fifth brother was really looking out for them. No wonder Fang Yuan trusted him most. Fang Yuan at least knew how to play along with fifth brother. Why bring that up? It just sours the relationship. Fifth brother said, "We brothers wouldn't let our sister use her dowry to cover for us. It'd be embarrassing if word got out." As soon as fifth brother finished, third brother spoke up. "Let's do as Fang Yuan said. That way, brother-in-law won't feel bad, and we shouldn't take advantage of our sister. We brothers can just patrol the site at night and help keep an eye on things." Big brother Fang said, "It's settled then, brother-in-law. No more discussion, or you'll just be making us brothers look bad." Lu Chuan thought, "You've all decided already, so it's not like I have a say. All right, big brother, it's settled." At dinner, Big Brother Fang took the other brothers home to eat. while fifth brother went home to get some things and ate with Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan at the site. Fang Yuan said, "We should be happy about splitting the money, but I feel like second brother and the others didn't look too pleased." Lu Chuan thought, "You should have said this earlier, when it was just the two of us. Now fifth brother's here, what's he supposed to say?" But fifth brother spoke up directly. "When it comes to money, even blood brothers need to keep accounts clear. You think second brother and the rest will feel good watching you two make money?" Lu Chuan felt a bit awkward. Was it really okay to say this in front of him, the brother-in-law? Would fifth brother silence him after this? Fang Yuan frowned. "I think I've been more than fair. Why shouldn't they feel good about it?" She'd already put up half the money and still didn't feel great about it herself. Fifth brother said, "Don't overthink it. Later, you and your husband just mention school expenses and other costs a few more times. That'll make them feel better." This fifth brother really was sharp. Lu Chuan felt like nothing he said would be appropriate, so he just listened to the siblings chat. Fifth brother reminded them, "I figure big brother's figured out how this works. If he gets the chance, he'll probably want to go solo in the future." He didn't even look at Lu Chuan as he spoke. He knew his own brothers well. It wasn't really fair to Lu Chuan, the brother-in-law. If it weren't for Lu Chuan paving the way, they'd still be running around after old son, getting nowhere. Fang Yuan didn't say anything, but her face looked pretty sour. Lu Chuan said, "I messed up Big Brother's relationship with old Sunday. If Big Brother doesn't find another way out for himself, what's he supposed to do?" "Don't worry, fifth brother. Fang Yuan and I are only grateful for Big Brother's help when we were in trouble. Without him, I wouldn't have had the guts to take this job." Fang Yuan said, "I don't feel great about it, but after hearing it put that way, I guess it makes sense. It's just a shame. Do you think if I talked to Big Brother about working together, how would that go? Wouldn't it be nice to make money together?" Fifth brother said, "Not really. This time you're splitting half and half, but if Big Brother brought you in, how much would you get? Two tigers can't share one mountain. Is he lifting you up or stepping on you?" Fang Yuan said, "True, Big Brother probably wouldn't want to split half with me. And as for earning wages, he doesn't really have the stamina for it," she said, a little worried. Lu Chuan was puzzled. How did this turn into a discussion about his physical strength? Fifth brother glanced at Lu Chuan. The key was what Lu Chuan wanted. Lu Chuan said, "Fifth brother, actually, there's still a while before school starts. If there's another opportunity, I'd like to try something else." Fifth brother grinned. "Big Brother might leave you behind, but you can't leave him behind first." Lu Chuan said, "Of course. But if, by any chance, there's really an opportunity, fifth brother, would you help me? I don't have anyone else to count on." Then he added, "Two tigers can't share one mountain, but I'm not a tiger." Fifth brother laughed boldly, "You're a smart one. I'm not that capable myself, not as clever as you. But I'm strong, and let me tell you, everyone Big Brother knows I know too. I'm good at finding workers. I'm one of the Fang family's tigers too." Lu Chuan knew how to flatter. "I can tell all the young guys look up to you, fifth brother. You're really something." The two of them hit it off, and Fang Yuan said, "Why do I feel like neither of you are good people?" Fifth brother said, "We're just planning ahead. If Big Brother doesn't have other plans, what's it got to do with me?" Then he added, "Don't go telling Big Brother or the others about this. Just the three of us know, don't even tell Mom and Dad." Fang Yuan nodded, "Got it. You're not a good person, and I'm not a good person either." Then she said, "Fifth brother, I don't care how Big Brother splits things, but you get a share from me." Then she looked at Lu Chuan. "Once Big Brother's share is divided, how do we split ours?" Lu Chuan was startled. These two are actually splitting things between themselves? He quickly said, "Whatever it is, it's all yours. You're in charge of the household." In front of fifth brother, this had to be made clear. Fang Yuan said, "Of course I'll hold the money, but we still need to be clear. I'm not just sitting around on the site. Are you paying me wages, or are we splitting the profits?" Goodness, if anyone ever calls Fang Yuan dumb again, Lu Chuan will have to argue with them. No fool could say something like that. Lu Chuan said, "If anyone ever calls my wife simple again, I won't stand for it. She keeps the books clearer than anyone." Fifth brother snorted, Our Fang Yuan always mixes herself into things. She's got standards, you know. Lu Chuan could hear it. Fifth brother was clearly proud of Fang Yuan. On the other side, Fang Yuan was still waiting for Lu Chuan to bring up splitting the money between husband and wife. Lu Chuan said, "How about we split it 50-50? He really did this subconsciously, just like his own parents. Whenever he talked to Fang Yuan, he always ended with, "How about it?" Fang Yuan curled her lips into a smile. She was thinking the same thing. "Sure, let's make things clear between us. But from my share, I want to give fifth brother a portion. If it weren't for his help these days, I couldn't have pulled this off." Lu Chuan felt a bit sour inside. In Fang Yuan's heart, both he and fifth brother had their own places. Fifth brother immediately laughed. "Oh, cut it out. I'm not splitting it with you like that. If there's a chance in the future, brother-in-law, you and I will split it 50-50. It's got nothing to do with her." Fang Yuan said, "That's for the future. You're not even married yet. You should save up a little for yourself. Who am I doing this for anyway? Besides, what you did was worth it." Lu Chuan noticed that fifth brother was all smiles after being coaxed by Fang Yuan. Not getting a share of the money probably made him even happier. His own wife was definitely no fool. Fifth brother grinned. "Getting married is mom and dad's business, not yours. Listen to me, this isn't the way to do things. If you care about me, buy me something good to eat, that's enough. But don't handle things like this." Lu Chuan understood. If word got out about their little arrangement, fifth brother would end up in a bad spot. Let's listen to fifth brother. "We're brothers for the long haul, not just for short-term gains." Fifth brother just laughed. They were all smart people. Fang Yuan looked at the two of them, confused, and asked Lu Chuan, "Is he being generous, or are you being stingy?" She just couldn't figure it out. The two of them just laughed it off, neither bothering to explain to Fang Yuan. Anyway, what the three of them discussed couldn't be spread around. To be fair, fifth brother wasn't just talking nonsense. These days, eldest brother Fang had been out socializing almost every night, always being treated to dinner. There were more and more people encouraging eldest brother Fang to become a contractor himself. These people had their own motives. Lu Chuan was still a student, and no matter how well he did now, they couldn't count on him to keep leading them to big money. They'd already offended old son, and if eldest brother Fang just gave up after this, no matter how much money they made, it wouldn't matter, they'd have nowhere to earn in the future. So there were plenty of people pushing for eldest brother Fang to go solo. It was all about making a living. Behind the scenes, people were saying, "What's that student got to do with anything?" Without eldest brother Fang, who would give him any respect? Fourth brother, in particular, was stirring things up. With all these people making a fuss, even if eldest brother Fang hadn't thought about it before, he would now. Besides, all the Fang brothers were ambitious when it came to money. Sooner or later, eldest brother would be tempted, and fifth brother wouldn't be able to keep it from Fang Yuan. He was giving Fang Yuan a heads up, worried that she might be too straightforward to understand the subtleties. If the siblings had a falling out, it was no big deal. They were used to it, breaking bones, but the tendons still connected. A fight and it'd be over. But if the young couple broke up over this, and his little sister got hurt, fifth brother wouldn't stand for it. Who knew if Lu Chuan would end up resenting Fang Yuan over it? Before the money was handed out, the atmosphere on the worksite was pretty good. Who would have thought that after the money was distributed, things would get weird? Even the sharp Lu Chuan, and Fang Yuan herself, could sense something was off. If it weren't for fifth brother and Lu Chuan holding her back, Fang Yuan would have confronted eldest brother Fang already. Letting people squeeze Lu Chuan out, her big brother was really letting the Fang family down with this. As the project was wrapping up, the workers started banding together around the eldest brother, barely acknowledging Lu Chuan. Some even began to openly exclude him. They were clearly trying to push Lu Chuan out as foreman. Lu Chuan pretended not to notice, thinking to himself, "I just don't have enough authority. They don't trust a student. Can't blame anyone for that." He called for the cement mixer to be loaded onto a truck, then handed the deposit slip to fifth brother. "Fifth brother, could you take care of settling the bill?" Fang Yuan immediately came over to join them. I'm coming too. Lu Chuan said, that thing has never left your sight. Just let it go already. Fang Yuan replied, no way. There's 500 yuan of mine tied up in that. I have to keep an eye on it. She didn't even trust Fifth Brother with it. Fifth Brother didn't argue, just pulled Fang Yuan into the truck. All right, let's go. They were much more straightforward than Lu Chuan. That was just Fang Yuan's personality. You had to let her feel at ease. Lu Chuan started leading the supervisors around for final inspections. The work was solid, and the supervisors didn't nitpick or look for trouble. Lu Chuan really did a good job. Brother, there's some leftover materials here. If you tell us where to put them, I'll have someone move them over for you. It'll look tidier that way. The supervisor was delighted. Now that's great. You're not calculating every little thing, just honest and straightforward. But you've got a good head on your shoulders. Lu Chuan just smiled. With so many people, this bit of work was nothing. The supervisor looked at Lu Chuan and joked, so, how's it feel? Looks like you're not exactly winning people over as foreman. Lu Chuan just smiled, unconcerned. As long as the work's done well, it doesn't matter if I'm popular or not. The supervisor said, honestly, your eldest brother-in-law is capable and loyal. But if he's the one in charge, I'm not sure things would go as smoothly. Lu Chuan couldn't say anything. Family matters, no matter how embarrassing, should stay within the family. That's what his father-in-law had said a few days ago, probably after hearing some rumors. The supervisor continued, listen, kid, let me be straight with you. If you ever set up your own crew, I'll have good jobs for you. I only trust you, but let's be clear, it'll all be on paper, black and white, no relying on personal favors. The last part was said loud enough for the crowd around eldest brother Fang to hear. He clearly didn't want to deal with eldest brother Fang. The two of them understood each other without saying more. Lu Chuan got the message, this olive branch was meant for him alone. But without eldest brother Fang keeping things in order, this supervisor might not have been so polite or settled the bill so quickly. Lu Chuan was well aware of that. Still, he'd seized the opportunity and now had what it took to make the supervisor see him differently. Lu Chuan's ambition was no less than eldest brother Fang's. After leaving the supervisor, Lu Chuan started organizing the final cleanup with eldest brother Fang, discussing how to clear the site. Eldest brother Fang's face darkened. The group nearby grew impatient, clearly annoyed at Lu Chuan for making extra work. Eldest brother Fang didn't say a word, nor did he stop it. He was just watching his brother-in-law make a fool of himself, and also letting him see what he was up against. Lu Chuan just smiled and said to the workers, I'm paying you to work. I'm not asking you to do it for free. Someone in the group started grumbling, never heard of bricklayers being asked to clean up someone's yard. Who do you think we are, student boy? Someone else said, we're here for the money. As long as you pay us bricklayer wages, what's the fuss? Who do you think you are? We're all just laborers. Work is work. Neither eldest brother Fang nor Lu Chuan spoke up, and the group started arguing among themselves. Lu Chuan just smiled modestly and didn't say anything more. The ones speaking up now were people who usually got along with Fifth Brother. They were giving him a way out. Boss Fang had to save face for his own people. Chuan, everyone's been working hard these days. Let's just leave it at that. Lu Chuan didn't waste words. All right, everyone come over and check the accounts. Let's settle the wages. No one mentioned the cleanup work. Boss Fang looked up and asked his brother-in-law, has the project payment come through? Lu Chuan replied, not yet. Fang Yuan and Fifth Brother went to the county. We managed to get some of the deposit back, so we'll pay out whatever we have. Boss Fang fell silent. His brother-in-law was paying out of his own pocket. He'd have no grounds to complain. In Boss Fang's mind, he felt his brother-in-law was challenging him, and he'd lost because of money. What Boss Fang cared about was being the one to pay others. Now it was his brother-in-law handing out the money. On Lu Chuan's side, the accounts were settled smoothly. People were honest in those days, and there were no disputes over the work. Fang Yuan and Wu Hu came back with the money. Of course, the mixer rental wasn't cheap, so there wasn't much left. Then, as agreed from the start, they settled up and handed out the wages. At this point, Everyone was happy, no one was looking for trouble. Fang Yuan frowned. Weren't we supposed to clean up the yard? Why are we paying out already? Looks like they're about to leave. Lu Chuan replied lightly, if they don't want to do it, we'll just tidy up ourselves later. The ones leaving were all people who usually hung around Boss Fang. Fang Yuan's face fell. This was Boss Fang deliberately making trouble and not giving Lu Chuan any face. She slapped the table, glaring, so you're all so high and mighty now? Don't even want to earn money. Not giving Lu Chuan a chance to speak, she called out, we need to clean up the yard here. Whoever wants to stay, 5 yuan for half a day. People with money in their pockets really do stand straighter. Except for those who just made a fuss, everyone else stayed. There wasn't much work left. It wasn't hard, only a fool wouldn't do it. Fang Yuan lifted her chin at Lu Chuan, as if to say, see? Didn't I help you save face? Lu Chuan thought to himself, oh, I've definitely offended my brother-in-law now. My wife's temper really doesn't let anyone get a word in. But he had to admit, she handled things decisively and was willing to spend money, a real improvement. And she really was doing it for him, to help him save face. Lu Chuan grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Woohoo, seeing all this, was fired up too. He thought, I've got to work hard, this is how you show some swagger. Look at people with money, they really are bold. Lu Chuan immediately felt less confident. There's not much left. It's all gone to pay wages. Woohoo clutched his pocket and left. He wasn't about to be the sucker. Fang Yuan snorted, you think you can just run off? If I don't have money, how am I supposed to pay everyone 5 yuan each? Boss Fang came over, face dark, and glared at Fang Yuan. What are you making a fuss about? Got nothing better to do. He was talking to Fang Yuan, but also to Lu Chuan. This was using money to slap Boss Fang in the face. When Old Sun was in charge, there was none of this nonsense. Wasn't this just throwing money around? Of course, he'd lost face and was unhappy. Now Boss Fang understood what it was like when someone else had a bit of money to show off. He looked at Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan, his eyes dark. Lu Chuan cheerfully followed behind Boss Fang. Big brother, once the work's all tidied up, it'll be easier to settle everyone's wages. Makes it easier for us to speak up. Boss Fang was just as tough as Fang Yuan, they were cut from the same cloth. He wouldn't dare short us on wages. Could Lu Chuan say, it's for better cooperation next time? He had to lay the groundwork for the future. But it was obvious Boss Fang wouldn't want to hear it. He'd think Lu Chuan was just being bookish. His brother-in-law was stubborn, he'd seen that clearly now. Woohoo tried to smooth things over for his brother-in-law. It's not that much work. It was Fang Yuan who'd said it, so why was Big Brother getting mad at his brother-in-law? A dozen or so people stayed to work. That was dozens of yuan. Not much work? Boss Fang forced a smile. I didn't realize you were so flush with cash now. Fang Yuan, still loyal, sided with fifth brother. Big brother, I said it, and I have the money. I'm willing. Lu Chuan stared at Fang Yuan in shock. Are you just trying to make things worse? Do you really not want to get along with Big Brother? Boss Fang glared at his sister. Aren't you something? Then he left. Lu Chuan called after his brother-in-law to help settle the wages, but Boss Fang ignored him. Lu Chuan said to Fang Yuan, that's Big Brother. Wasn't that a bit much? He was afraid they'd really fallen out. Fang Yuan asked bluntly, then tell me, what could I have said to make Big Brother happy? True enough, no matter what she said, Boss Fang wouldn't be happy. This time, he'd lost face, and it was his own sister who'd done it. Woohoo said, don't worry about it. No matter what Fang Yuan does, Big Brother won't really get mad. He wouldn't dare either. Lu Chuan asked, why not? Woohoo replied, why do you think? There's only one girl in the family. Ever since she was little, if she got mad, she'd yell for Fang Xiaohu all over town. If it were you, wouldn't you be scared? If she's upset, she might even hit Dad. Would you dare argue with her? Lu Chuan thought, true enough. Now, Big Brother is called Fang Tiger outside. Fang Yuan said, all right, let's go help clean up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. She'd long wanted Boss Fang to know his own limits. She'd been holding this in for a while. Lu Chuan said, why don't you go home and rest first? The mixer's already been returned. You can relax now. Fang Yuan replied, "No way. The accounts aren't settled yet, I need to watch the money." She really didn't trust Lu Chuan at all. Lu Chuan felt just as hurt by her as by his brother-in-law. Fine, money was more important than the mixer. When it came to money, Lu Chuan didn't even dare try to persuade Fang Yuan. Wu Hu tried to smooth things over for Fang Yuan. That's just how women are when it comes to running a household. Lu Chuan thought, fifth brother thinks I'm naive. The women in our village aren't like this. These days, there aren't many women like my mother-in-law who run the house. Didn't he see that even his mother-in-law knew to give his father-in-law face, always saying, "The men run the house"? With so many people, the cleanup was done in just over 2 hours. People even felt embarrassed to take Fang Yuan's 5 yuan wage. That was Wuhu's time to shine. Don't be shy, everyone. If you stayed to help, that's a favor to us, giving our brother-in-law face. Take what you're owed. Lu Chuan didn't step up. He knew this was fifth brother's way of winning people over. These were all people who followed fifth brother. In private, Fang Yuan pinched Wu Hu's arm. "Why are you being so generous?" Wu Hu grimaced. "You have to leave some room for people. We'll have big things to do in the future. The ones who stayed to earn this money are the ones who went against Big Brother. You have to give people some easy money, or why would they support you? Besides, both sides were competing. Earning money here was all about face." This was their silent standoff with Fang Tiger. Fang Yuan wasn't thinking that far ahead. She just snorted and paid everyone, regretting that she'd been so generous. She hadn't thought it through. Lu Chuan settled the accounts with the site manager. Lu Chuan did a great job, and the manager was just as fair. He didn't short Lu Chuan a single cent. The manager said, "You did good work. Even the finishing touches are flawless." Lu Chuan smiled shyly, but the truth was, he really had done a solid job. For the final cleanup, all the leftover materials, wherever the manager wanted them sent, Lu Chuan personally delivered them with his 5-man crew, using only trusted people. As for what channels the manager used or how he handled things afterward, Lu Chuan never asked a single question. He just did his own job. Fang Dehua, Big Tiger, never did figure out all the ins and outs of what was going on. The manager insisted on treating Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan to a meal. Really, he just wanted to get closer to Lu Chuan. The leftover materials on the site could be worth a little something. Anything useful was taken away. The rest was treated as trash. But before Lu Chuan made any moves, he always put the manager's interests first. He never tried to take advantage or grab a share for himself. How could he not leave a good impression? Still, Lu Chuan politely declined the manager's invitation. "If you really think I'm a decent guy, that my work's up to standard, and you trust me, just call me if you have more jobs or introduce me to some work for my brothers. Ever since I took your job, my wife and I haven't even been home. We need to go back and check in." The manager was understanding and made things clear. "I've never seen a foreman as dedicated as you. Go on home. I'll call you in a couple of days." Lu Chuan could tell there really was more work waiting for him. He couldn't help but grin. "Thank you, brother. I promise, when it comes to work, I'll never let you down." Lu Chuan took the money home, paid Fang Yuan back what she'd fronted, and then went to split the profits with his brother-in-law. The moment of victory had arrived. None of the 5 tigers expected to make so much money in just over 10 days. No wonder the boss didn't care about saving face anymore. Fang Yuan's face was flushed with happiness as she asked the 5 tigers, "How do you feel?" "True siblings," Big Tiger immediately said. "My sister married cheap." Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan both looked at him. Big Tiger pointed at the 2 stacks of cash. "Look, compare them, didn't she?" Fang Yuan actually nodded. "Seems like you're right. I wasn't even worth 500, I only asked for a 200 yuan bride price." Lu Chuan got anxious. "Don't say things like that." He quickly hustled the 2 troublemakers home. No one knew that the lunchbox bag they were carrying was now full of cash. Back at his father-in-law's house, Lu Chuan and Big Brother Fang split the money. Lu Chuan took out the ledger. How much was on the contract? How much was spent? Everything was clear, line by line. In the end, Lu Chuan and Big Brother Fang each got over 700 yuan. Not bad at all. Compared to Lu Chuan's 700, the 5 brothers splitting 700 looked a little less pleased. Fang Yuan noticed the mood across the table and her own face darkened. Big Tiger looked at his share and spoke up, "Not bad at all. In just a few days, over 200 in wages, plus another 100 in profit, over 300 in total." Fourth Tiger nodded. If you didn't compare it to his brother-in-law, it was a good haul. He said honestly, "This job pays." Big Tiger added, "But look, Fang Yuan, you were at the site all day and Lu Chuan and Big Brother didn't pay you any wages. My brother-in-law was running around all over the site, but he didn't get paid either. You two worked and split 700, so that's just over 300 each, about the same as me. Now I feel balanced." Big Tiger's blunt words made the other brothers feel better too. Wasn't that the truth? If you split it by headcount, everyone got about 300. They put in the labor, but Fang Yuan put up the capital. Brother-in-law might not have done as much hard labor, but he handled a lot of the site work. So, all in all, brother-in-law didn't really take advantage. Second brother Fang was the first to smooth things over. "Don't talk nonsense. Are you really worried your own sister has money? We're all family, no need to talk about who got more or less." Big Tiger looked at his brothers and thought, "If I didn't say it, would you guys have figured it out? The moment you see money, you forget your own sister. Shameful." He glanced at his brother-in-law and joked, "I just felt a little unbalanced seeing how much he made." Then he shot a look at his brothers. Third and fourth Tiger turned away, now feeling fine. Clearly, he wasn't talking about them. Big Dummy Fang watched, excited, just happy for the kids. Amazing. Our son-in-law is really something, making so much in just a few days. But as soon as someone who can't keep his mouth shut joins in, the balanced atmosphere shifts. Big Brother Fang stayed silent. How was this money made? Wasn't it all thanks to brother-in-law? Without him, there'd be no money. Third and fourth Tiger raised their eyebrows at Big Brother Fang, their looks full of silent argument. Wang Suixiong cheerfully sent Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan on their way. "All right, hurry home now. You just got married and I've kept you here for over 10 days. Your in-laws must be worried." Lu Chuan was eager to go too. "Let's listen to Mom. Dad, Fang Yuan and I will come visit soon, but we really need to go home first. We're filthy. Who knows what the future holds, but for now, this is a good ending." Lu Chuan was a smart man. Wang Suixiong packed a piece of meat for her daughter to take home. She really felt sorry for her. Over 10 days on the construction site, even without hard labor, she was tanned and thinner. Third and fourth Tiger tidied up and ran out to play. Once they let it go, they didn't dwell on it. Third Tiger grumbled, "Mom, see? Even if our brother-in-law is capable, he just wants to take the money home." Wang Suixiong snapped at her third son, "When you make money, you don't give it to your mother either." Third Tiger fell silent. Well, he was married, wasn't he? Wang Suixiong turned to her eldest and second sons. "Let me make this clear. You brothers working together is a good thing. If you can do it, do it. If not, don't. But don't let money get in the way of family harmony." Third Tiger looked at his mom, unhappy she was only scolding her sons. "We've helped brother-in-law so much. He wouldn't dare fall out with us." Wang Suixiong laughed. "Helped him? Did you give your wages to your brother-in-law, or did you not get a share of his earnings?" Second Tiger said, "That's not what I mean, Mom. Without Big Brother and us, brother-in-law couldn't have made this money." Wang Suixiong knew her sons well. When it comes to money, they'd turn on each other, let alone their brother-in-law. Without your brother-in-law, would you have made this money? Second Tiger said nothing. Big Brother Fang was also silent. They had to admit, it was a team effort. Wang Suixiong said, "You're always working on sites, but I've never seen you bring home this much. If you don't want to be grateful, fine, but don't hold a grudge." The sons said nothing. Wang Suixiong continued, "Money is a good thing, but don't value it too much. You're all grown with your own families. I won't meddle, but if you feel you can't work together, talk it out with your brother-in-law. Go your separate ways, each on your own merit. That's nothing to be ashamed of. It's what real men do." Finally, Big Brother Fang spoke up. "Don't worry about that, Mom." When Boss Fang said this, Eru and Sanhu both breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was settled, and it was for the best. Who were they, after all, in the village? Why should they get a share just because their brother-in-law was going to school with them? What right did they have to a cut? This matter hadn't really been resolved at its root. On the other side, Fang Daoling wasn't too happy. What did the eldest mean by that, acting like he wasn't worried? Was he really saying everyone should just go their own way? Wasn't it all going well? Now that they were making money, why break up the partnership? He wanted to speak up, but his wife shot him a glare, so Fang Daoling kept quiet. Behind closed doors, the couple sighed and grumbled. Having money was turning out to be worse than not having any at all. Now even the brothers felt distant. Wang Suixiang said, "Don't overthink it. Better to split up early than late." She figured, if they waited any longer, things might really blow up, and that would be truly embarrassing. Wang Daoling muttered, "We're all siblings, how come everyone's acting so heartless?" Wang Suixiang replied, "Whatever you say." Fang Daoling didn't dare say another word. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan headed home. The house was tidy, and the yard was neat as well. Seeing how well everything was put together, Fang Yuan's mood lifted. "Mom must have cleaned up for us." Lu Chuan, looking a bit downcast, said, "I'll go let Mom know we're back. You go inside and rest." Fang Yuan had no objections. She didn't want to go to the new courtyard anyway, not with those two shameless troublemakers there. "Take the things we bought for Mom with you." Hearing this, Lu Chuan felt a lot better inside. He frowned, reflecting on himself. Why did he suddenly feel reluctant to let Fang Yuan interact with Lu Laoda? Fang Yuan opened the door. The inside wasn't as clean as outside. It needed a good wipe down before anyone could stay in it. Lu Chuan's mother came over with him. Seeing Fang Yuan as warm as ever, she beamed, "Fang Yuan, you're back. If I'd known you were coming today, I'd have cooked for you." Fang Yuan said, "No need, Mom. We already ate. Thanks for looking after things these past few days. I'll give you the key next time." Lu Chuan's mother smiled so hard her eyes nearly disappeared. That was trust. She wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but without the key, she couldn't get in to tidy up or warm the kang for her daughter-in-law. So she decided to take the key. Fang Yuan split the meat in half, giving one part to Lu Chuan's mother. "Take this home for Dad and Xiaosan." She made it clear none for Lu Laoda. Lu Chuan's mother protested, "No need, we're not short of meat at home." Fang Yuan grinned, "Take it. Your son earned it. He's really made a name for himself." Lu Chuan, standing to the side, felt a bit shy. Fang Yuan actually thought he'd made a name for himself, and his face felt hot. Was Fang Yuan proud of him? Did this mean he was a real man now, at least better than Lu Laoda? Just one sentence from Fang Yuan, and Lu Chuan's mind spun up a whole drama. Lu Chuan's mother, like a little fangirl, looked at Fang Yuan eagerly. "Really?" Her eyes sparkled. Fang Yuan replied, "Of course." Lu Chuan's mother slapped her thigh. "As long as you're making money, that's all that matters. With money in hand, there's nothing to worry about. But we don't go around showing off. What do you think about the second family?" Fang Yuan had never planned to show off. Was she supposed to wave cash around in the street? Yeah, but what about it? The light faded from Lu Chuan's mother's face and she frowned. "Your eldest sister-in-law." "No, that shameless one came to make a scene at home. Good thing we cleared things up in the village, or who knows what trouble she'd have stirred up." She added bitterly, "If our family had money, she'd be even worse." Fang Yuan was tough. She sneered, like I'd be afraid of her? Her family's no good either. "Let them come and make a scene, let's see who's tougher." She added, "No matter how much my big brother and I fight, when it comes to outsiders, he'll always take my side." Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't clueless. She knew there was trouble with her brother. And she really didn't want anyone to know about the siblings' quarrels. Lu Chuan's mother didn't dare let her daughter-in-law fight like that. "I just worry about you. I wish you could have a peaceful life." Fang Yuan nodded, feeling her mother-in-law cared about her. "Don't worry. If word gets out, their family will be more embarrassed than ours. Selling their daughter twice, shameless." Lu Chuan's mother couldn't say anything. After all, that was her son, and she felt sorry that Lu Laoda's life wasn't going well. Now, Lu Laoda only went to the fields when no one was around, afraid of being laughed at. Last time, Lu Laoda came back from his wife's family with Li Ming, but Li Ming's family had kept all their clothes, and both their faces and necks were scratched up. If it hadn't been for the fact that Li Ming didn't come out any better, and Lu Laoda said Li Ming had protected him, Lu Chuan's mother would have scolded Li Ming for sure. Lu Chuan's mother said, "I just worry that if they find out you're making money, they'll come and make trouble." Fang Yuan was completely unfazed. "Let them. I'll show them my money is mine and nobody else can touch it." Lu Chuan didn't say a word, meaning he agreed with Fang Yuan. He had no intention of bailing out Lu Laoda with his money. Lu Chuan's mother understood there was no way Fang Yuan or her second son would give money to the eldest. But she didn't expect them to either. "Second daughter-in-law, I'm definitely on your side, but I'm a bit timid." Fang Yuan was easygoing. "Don't worry, just stand by and watch the show. Just don't side with those shameless troublemakers." Lu Chuan's mother patted her chest in assurance. "Of course." Fang Yuan took the rest of the meat to the kitchen to cook. "Mom, we haven't been home for a while. You and Dad have been looking after everything. Have Lu Chuan bring Dad and Xiaoxin over for dinner tonight. Let's all eat together." Lu Chuan's mother protested, "You two have it tough enough. We'll just eat at home." Fang Yuan said, "It's no trouble. We should have done this long ago." Lu Chuan's mother thought it over and agreed. "I'll cook here, and we'll all eat together. No need to bring any more meat." With that, she went to the kitchen to help, but when it came to using any grain, she made sure to check with Fang Yuan first. She was still careful around her daughter-in-law, always polite. Fang Yuan didn't mind. In the countryside, no one had any spare cash, and grain was everything. Lu Chuan went to fetch his dad and Xiaoxin for dinner, leaving Lu Laoda and his wife out. Truth be told, neither Fang Yuan nor Lu Chuan wanted anything to do with those two. If Lu Laoda had to eat at the same table as Fang Yuan, Lu Chuan felt he'd lose his appetite. Once again, Lu Chuan realized he wasn't as forgiving as he thought. At dinner, when Lu Chuan's father learned his second son was making money, he relaxed a lot. That's good. Making money puts my mind at ease." Xiaoxin chimed in. "Dad's been thinking about selling the grain at home these days, worried you wouldn't have enough for school." Fang Yuan said seriously to Xiaoxin, "Your second brother isn't going to school, and anyway, it's time to sell the grain before it gets infested with bugs." Xiaoxin blushed. People said this second sister-in-law was stubborn, but she wasn't stupid at all. She didn't let anything slide, and it was hard to get on her good side. Lu Chuan rapped Lu Xiaoxin on the head. "Don't bother using your little tricks in front of your sister-in-law. They won't work. Besides, with her personality, she doesn't even know what tact means. Just tell me, isn't that awkward?" Lu Chuan just wanted to say, "She's the kind of person who's stubborn as a mule, won't act unless she sees real results. If she doesn't see your sincerity, she'll avoid you entirely. When it comes to money, even your own brother won't trust you, let alone a younger brother-in-law. Scheming gets you nowhere with Fang Yuan. Sweet talk won't work either." Lu Xiaoxin was quick-witted and thick-skinned, so he found himself an out. "I just wanted to get on second sister-in-law's good side, that's all." Fang Yuan replied, "No need for that. Just behave yourself and don't cause trouble for the family, and I won't have to deal with you. As for any benefits, there really aren't any. Fang Yuan's standard for getting along with you is simply the difference between dealing with you and not dealing with you. If she leaves you alone, that's already good enough. Don't overthink the rest." Lu Xiaoxin just stared at his second sister-in-law, feeling a bit unsettled. "So that's the standard?" Lu Laoer, second brother, said, "What, not satisfied? Want your second sister-in-law to deal with you?" Lu Xiaoxin still remembered how second sister-in-law had handled Lu Laoda, the eldest brother, before and shivered. "No way. I'll behave, second sister-in-law, don't worry. I definitely won't give you any trouble." Father Lu said, "It's not easy for you all out there. Your mother and I haven't been much help, but second daughter-in-law, don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble." Fang Yuan replied sincerely, "Dad, don't worry. That's the one thing I'm truly not afraid of." The whole family looked at Fang Yuan. This kind of attitude, they'd have to get used to it. Fang Yuan never even gave them a chance to cause her trouble. Lu Shaosan also realized what she meant. Don't even think about taking advantage. He didn't even dare mention the idea of going out to make money with his second brother. Fang Yuan said, Xiaosan's grown up now. First, learn how to behave from mom and dad. When there's a suitable opportunity in the future, your second brother will definitely keep you in mind. But remember, wherever you go, you have to rely on your own abilities. Lu Shaosan replied, I understand. I have to rely on myself. If second brother helps me find a job, I won't make things difficult for him. Fang Yuan made things clear from the start. If he can't help, don't be upset. It's all just a favor. Lu Shaosan grinned, knowing that's just how his second sister-in-law is. Got it, I'll appreciate whatever help I get. Fang Yuan smiled. You're a good kid. Lu Chuan watched from the side, feeling a bit stifled. The whole family was as meek as kittens in front of her. Whatever she said went. How could she not be good? Lu Shaosan, too, usually so cunning and bold at home, but in front of Fang Yuan, he was as obedient as could be, not daring to say a single rebellious word. The meal went well, and everyone was happy. Fang Yuan thought the Lu family was actually pretty nice. They all had good tempers and were easy to get along with. Lu's mother helped clean up the house before leaving. Fang Yuan thought her mother-in-law was hardworking and really quite good. She even made a point to praise her parents-in-law and brother-in-law to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt all sorts of emotions. He just wanted to ask, you're the queen in my family. Who wouldn't think you're great? A couple days ago, Li Ming's family came over and made a scene, even getting the whole commune involved. Li Ming's family didn't get their way and ended up dragging their daughter home and giving her a beating. Li Ming still had a handprint on her face. Mother Lu thought, my eldest son brought Li Ming home to her family, but apparently nothing got resolved. The whole business of the eldest and second sons getting married hadn't caused a stir in the village, but when Li Ming's family came, they didn't give her any face at all. Her own sister-in-law scolded her in public, calling her shameless for running off with a man and even paying out of her own pocket. The things she said were as nasty as could be. Li Ming's reputation was in tatters. Li Ming, furious, started arguing with her sister-in-law. Even my parents didn't say anything, so who are you to talk? You just want to marry me off to someone better for a bigger bride price, but I have to agree to it, don't I? Li Ming's sister-in-law jumped up and cursed her for being shameless, saying she stole money from the family. Li Ming retorted, what I took was the bride price you got for marrying me off. That's my money. Her sister-in-law spat, you ran off, so where's the bride price? Never seen a girl cheat her own family like this. Her sister-in-law cried to the villagers, saying, what kind of family raises a daughter who doesn't want a bride price? Who wouldn't feel heartbroken raising a girl like this? The villagers only cared about the gossip, not anyone's feelings. Li Ming said, you can sell me for money, but I can't get one over on you? The money's gone, and I'm not going back with you. For your information, I've already got my marriage certificate. Her sister-in-law was furious. You shameless thing. Don't count on your family for anything ever again. No matter who you marry, you'll have to pay the money back. Besides, you agreed to it at first, then changed your mind and cheated your own family. Li Ming refused to admit it, still clinging to her pride. I never planned to go back anyway. Whoever took the money can pay it back. I never took money from anyone else. What I took was what the Lu family gave me when we got engaged. Her sister-in-law spat again. Look at this poor family. Where would they get a bride price? It was true there wasn't much, but Li Ming, having gone toe-to-toe with Fang Yuan, had toughened up. What, you smashed up their house and think it's nothing? Now that I'm here, shouldn't I make it up to them? Otherwise, how am I supposed to live? Lu Lauda didn't say a word, thinking, if Li Ming had been this tough when she was up against Fang Yuan, she wouldn't have been cheated out of so much money. Li Ming's sister-in-law sat at the village entrance crying, saying her sister-in-law had stolen her private savings and run away. True or not, that's what she told everyone. Li Ming had learned Fang Yuan's thick-skinned ways perfectly. Her reputation was already ruined, the money was gone, but at least she had to come out ahead in something. She couldn't let Lu Feng look down on her anymore. From start to finish, she stood firmly on his side, and without even needing Lu Feng to step in, she managed to send her family packing. Li Ming's sister-in-law had even searched the Lu house from top to bottom. There really wasn't any money, nor anything worth taking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left so easily. In the end, the two women ended up fighting, and when Lu Feng tried to pull them apart, he got scratched and hit by Li Ming's sister-in-law. Of course, Li Ming ended up hurt. That was inevitable. It wasn't that she didn't want to pay, she really just didn't have the money. It was clear that Li Ming's sister-in-law wasn't any good either. Mother Lu watched Li Ming and felt cold inside, secretly spitting. Neither Li Ming nor her sister-in-law are any good. After everyone left, Li Ming clung to Lu Feng, sobbing, "Brother Feng, I don't even have a family anymore. From now on, I'll have to rely on you." For once, Lu Feng was kind to her. "From now on, we'll live our lives together." With a family like that, why go back? Li Ming mainly wanted to save a bit of face. "Brother Feng, they even slapped me in the face." Mother Lu, listening from the side, felt disgusted. No matter how she looked at this woman, she didn't seem like a good person. What kind of decent daughter-in-law acts so shamelessly? Behind closed doors, do whatever you want, no one cares. But with outsiders watching, why act so lovey-dovey and embarrassing? After the recent fight, Li Ming felt that she was now one of the Lu family, her position clear and secure. So, for the next couple of days, she stopped cooking altogether. From time to time, she even bossed old lady Lu around, claiming she'd twisted her waist during the fight. Old lady Lu just let her have her way, and Li Ming was convinced she had the Lu family wrapped around her finger. But good days never last long. A few days later, Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan came back and even hosted a dinner party, except they didn't invite Li Ming and her lot. That was a real slap in the face. Li Ming started stirring things up with Lu Feng. "Don't you think she doesn't see us as family? Like we don't even matter to her?" Lu Feng's face darkened. "If I went over there, would you feel comfortable?" That shut Li Ming up immediately. Of course, she wouldn't feel comfortable. She'd rather Lu Feng and Fang Yuan had nothing to do with each other. After all, they'd been married in their past life. Who knows if there were still lingering feelings between them? At the end of the day, she'd taken something that belonged to someone else. No wonder she always felt uneasy. Since she couldn't pick on Fang Yuan, she turned her attention to old lady Lu instead. Li Ming complained, "I feel like Mom doesn't really care about me. She's always thinking about the second son's family." Then she whispered to Lu Feng, "I heard from the villagers that the second son made a lot of money in town." Lu Feng frowned, looking even more unhappy. "What are you trying to say?" Li Ming was quick on her feet and immediately changed her tune. "I just mean, don't worry, Feng Ji. You'll be even more capable than him in the future. Who wouldn't be anxious in this situation? How many people truly wish for others to get rich? Especially when it's your own brother, people are always comparing." Still, Lu Feng was in a foul mood. He grabbed his hoe and went out to the fields, needing some time to cool off. Watching Lu Feng head out with his hoe, Li Ming couldn't help but compare him to the Lu Feng she'd seen sitting in a luxury car by the roadside. The difference was huge. She worried, if he spent all his time working in the fields, when would he ever become a rich man? Did Lu Feng strike it rich by digging up gold nuggets in the fields? Li Ming regretted not knowing more about how Lu Feng had made his fortune in her previous life. She only knew he'd become wealthy, but not how. And lately, their quality of life had really gone downhill. She could practically taste the bitterness in her mouth. She desperately wanted to improve their lives, and for her future rich husband to get rich sooner. She figured she'd better encourage Lu Feng to get out and look for opportunities. Compared to digging for gold in the fields, going out and seeking chances to make money seemed a lot more reliable. That evening, when Lu Feng came home, Li Ming suggested he go to town and look for opportunities. Lu Feng said, "You saw the second son making money and now you think I'm not as capable as him, don't you? Wasn't that obvious?" But of course Li Ming couldn't admit it. "No, Feng Ji, you're really wronging me. I just feel bad seeing you work so hard in the fields. Lu Feng just turned his back to her. Honestly, he hadn't even become rich yet, but he was already getting all moody and hard to please. Li Ming really did treat Lu Feng like a future tycoon. She flattered and coaxed him endlessly, until finally he said, "Stop worrying about what's going on in other people's families all the time." Li Ming was frustrated. Her future rich husband clearly needed more motivation. When would she finally become a rich woman herself? Sharing hardships was no easy feat because of Li Ming's fight with her own family. The newlyweds, who had only just reconciled, were now at odds again over this trivial matter. Of course, it was all one-sided. Lu Feng was the only one upset. When Lu's father and the others came home, they were in high spirits, but the West Room was pitch black. Who knew what the young couple were doing, but the atmosphere was definitely off. Lu Xiaosan, the youngest brother, was sharp. He sensed the mood and quickly slipped out, not wanting to get involved. That Li Ming, so shameless, even sneaked eggs from the East Room to cook for her husband. No wonder she wasn't a good person. Good thing they'd split the family, or he'd have to put up with her too. When Lu Xiaosan came back that night, Li Ming was still in the East Room, crying and complaining to old lady Lu. "Mom, I didn't even say anything, but he got mad at me and is ignoring me." Lu Xiaosan chimed in sarcastically, "Just take a couple of eggs from the East Room and cook them for him, and he'll be fine." Li Ming just kept crying, not daring to say a word. Deep down, she knew exactly what she'd done. Lu Xiaosan didn't bother keeping his voice down. Even Lu Feng in the West Room was so embarrassed his face turned red. He shouted from across the hall, "Get back here. Aren't you ashamed?" Fine, she was ashamed. Li Ming sobbed her way back. That annoying brother-in-law, what's wrong with cooking eggs for her own husband? Even after splitting the family, he was still being sarcastic. Old lady Lu pointed at her youngest son. "And you eating those eggs?" Lu Xiaosan replied, "It's not like you're so well off you can spare them for me." Old lady Lu said, "You're not a girl. Why are you so greedy?" She doted on her youngest son and eldest grandson. Lu Xiaosan said, "Don't go telling people outside, or they'll say you're biased. If my future wife hears that the daughter-in-law is mistreated here, it'll be hard for me to get married. It's not like she's done anything to you." Old lady Lu replied, "If you've got the guts, go stir things up with your second sister-in-law. What a troublesome kid, always so prickly." Lu Xiaosan, the penniless bachelor, said, "I'd better behave, Mom. Let's forget about second sister-in-law, but don't spoil the eldest one too much. Look at Fang Yuan's status in the Lu family. She's in a league of her own, not even in the normal category." Old lady Lu didn't like Li Ming's constant fussing either. If she wasn't mad at the eldest, she'd be finding new ways to boss her. Mother-in-law around. How did she end up with someone like this? She sighed. She's still your sister-in-law after all. Lu Xiaosan said, "She hides food now, takes things from your room, and doesn't even share with you. You think you can rely on her when you're old?" Old lady Lu replied, "I didn't marry you boys off for anything in return. As long as you know to treat us well, that's enough. Your eldest sister-in-law might not be great in other ways, but at least she cares about your brother." What could Lu Xiaosan say? His mother was just soft-hearted. Even though the second sister-in-law was tough, at dinner today, she kept giving their parents meat with her chopsticks. Clearly, she didn't mind sharing the food. Lu Xiaosan was sharp, he knew what was what. Some people might not be good with words, but they have a good heart. You need to know who's good and who's not. Old lady Lu replied, "You're all my children. I'm not clueless." Lu Xiaosan wanted to say, "That's not necessarily true. Who knows when Li Ming might win you over." Whenever there was something good to eat, his mom always secretly gave some to the eldest brother. Old lady Lu said, "What's with that look?" Lu Xiaosan replied, "Don't think I don't know. You've been secretly giving big brother extra food. Now that eldest sister-in-law is doing the same, you should save it." Old lady Lu said, "Why are you so suspicious? Did I shortchange you? Your big brother works the hardest, always in the fields with your dad. If I don't give him a little extra, how can that work?" She sighed again. "Your second brother is smart and good at studying, but that costs money. If I gave him extra too, how would we get by? Not to mention your big brother, even you wouldn't stand for it. 3 kids, 3 different personalities, a mother always knows. Of course, why should he give in to them? For the first time, Lu Shaoxin realized how tough his mother had it. What was the point of having so many sons? Moved by the conversation, Lu Shaoxin sighed, I definitely won't have so many kids in the future. I'll just have one. Old Lady Lu smacked him. How dare you talk nonsense about the family's descendants? Shut your mouth. Lu Shaoxin pouted, I'm going to sleep at Fatty's place and keep him company. Then he ran off. Old Lady Lu was left worrying. Kids with too many ideas aren't always a good thing. Old Man Lu said, better than having no ideas at all. Xiaoson's smart, just doesn't put it to good use. If he did, he could have studied with our second son. Would have been great. Old Lady Lu replied, oh, come off it. We can't afford to send 2 kids to school. Old Man Lu insisted, no matter how much it costs, we'll manage. Besides, we didn't spend that much on our second son's schooling. But things aren't calculated that way in the countryside. A grown boy, if he's not in school, could be earning money for the family. That's exactly what the eldest Lu brother was thinking. Old Lady Lu chatted with Old Man Lu. Say, how much money do you think our second son is making? Old Man Lu asked, why are you so hung up on that? With that second son's wife's personality, even if she earned a mountain of gold, it would still be hers. No one else could lay claim to it. Old Man Lu understood that perfectly. Besides, Fang Yuan had made herself very clear. Old Lady Lu's voice was a bit airy. I'm just curious. Makes me happy to think about it. Old Man Lu said, think about it. How much does 1 year of college cost? He's only been out for a few days. How much could he possibly have made? Enough for 4 years of college. Old Lady Lu's excitement vanished instantly. I'm going to bed. She knew the answer. It wasn't enough. The next day, Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan didn't leave the village. Fang Yuan invited Old Lady Lu over to help cook. They were hosting a meal at home. They invited the childhood friends who'd helped them build the chicken coop, the village party secretary, and some neighbors. Old Man Lu helped his son entertain the guests. They set up 2 tables, making things lively. Lu Chuan's intention was simple. Now that he was going off to school, he hoped everyone would look out for Fang Yuan at home. Of course, the 5 tigers came too, backing up their little sister. One neighbor's wife had wanted to come with her husband, but when she saw the 5 tigers, she shrank back. She might have wanted to take advantage of Fang Yuan, but she had to think twice. Old Man Lu was pleased his daughter-in-law handled things so openly, it made him look good too. The village party secretary was full of praise for Lu Chuan, saying that if there were any more jobs outside, he should bring along some villagers. Old Man Lu almost got carried away and agreed on his son's behalf. Lu Chuan's childhood friends were whispering among themselves. If Fang Yuan glanced their way, they'd get even more embarrassed than she would. The party secretary joked that they were all grown men, but still acted like they couldn't handle themselves. He praised Old Man Lu for finding such a good wife for Lu Chuan. See? Once you marry, you grow up. She's reliable and steadier than the rest of you boys. Old Man Lu grinned from ear to ear, not even knowing how to respond. Luckily, the neighbors helped keep the conversation going. Meanwhile, one of the 5 tigers was drinking with the party secretary. A married man might be a bit rough, but you're right to praise my brother-in-law for being steady. Anyone from our village, with you watching over them, will turn out fine. Wherever my brother-in-law goes, my father-in-law can rest easy. Old Man Lu finally chimed in, yes, that's right. It's because everyone thinks highly of him, and he still has a lot to learn from you. The party secretary thought to himself, no wonder the Fang family boys are all so capable. Even the youngest is more impressive than our village lads. Lu Chuan, of course, was a student, not the sharpest looking, still a bit bookish. But after marrying, just a couple weeks out in the world, he'd changed. He could handle social situations, knew how to talk. Once he finished college, he'd be something special. He looked like someone with a future, pleasant to be around, easy to talk to, and people naturally wanted to support him. The party secretary left with a big smile. Back home, A neighbor told his wife, if you get along with Lu Chuan, great. If not, just steer clear, don't cause trouble. His wife's face darkened. Even if he wasn't successful, with a tough wife like that, and such a formidable in-law family, I wouldn't dare mess with them. The neighbor said, that's for the best. Honestly, it wasn't just about being tough. You could tell from the way they talked. The Fang family were people who knew how to get things done. Lu Chuan's friends were having a lively time. Fang Yuan saw the 5 tigers out, old lady Lu tidied up, and Lu Chuan stayed to chat with his classmates. Gong Er, always the troublemaker, waited until Fang Yuan was gone, then nudged Lu Chuan with a wink. Lu Chuan, you and your wife seem to get along pretty well, huh? Lu Chuan replied, she's my wife. Am I supposed to treat her like an enemy? What a dumb question. Gong Er pressed, no, I mean, cough, cough, you really like your wife? Lu Chuan's face darkened. Why wouldn't I like my wife? Gong Er. Zhang Xiula scolded, what are you talking about? Lu Chuan chose his own wife. Why wouldn't he like her? Gong Er put on a knowing look. Lu Chuan, listen. The other day during tutoring, Sun Hongyan heard you got married and cried.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
Lu Chuan got annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? What does her crying have to do with me? Then he added, Gong Er, I'm telling you. Jokes are one thing, but when it comes to reputation, don't talk nonsense. He instinctively glanced at the door. If Fang Yuan heard, it wouldn't end well. After all, Lu Lauda was swapped for 350 yuan. Past lessons stuck with him. This was a sore spot for Lu Chuan. Gong Er said, what are you looking outside for? Are you really afraid of a countrywoman? We're going to the city soon. I don't believe you'll still. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiela cut him off. What are you saying? So, what if we go to college? Does that mean you can just dump your wife? Then why are you dating Damei from the village? Are you trying to ruin her? Gong Er turned pale and denied it. What are you talking about? That's not true. Zhang Xiela looked even angrier than Lu Chuan. You can't even admit to what you've done? Real impressive. Gong Er, Lu Chuan's married now, has a wife. What you do is your business, but don't drag Lu Chuan into it. Lu Chuan said, whoever cries, it's got nothing to do with me. We're decent people, married, with a license. That's my wife. Gong Er slunk off, embarrassed. Zhang Xiela muttered, he's no good, not our kind. Best to keep your distance. Lu Chuan said, why get worked up? I already said, we're not the same. Zhang Xiela replied, we're from the same village. Damei's dating him, but with his irresponsible attitude, what's she supposed to do in the future? Lu Chuan hadn't thought about Damei's situation. He was thinking about Fang Yuan. If anything happened to their marriage, Fang Yuan would have it even harder than Damei. Lu Chuan now understood marriage on a deeper level. He wasn't like Fang Yuan, who didn't overthink things. He was a man, a husband. He had to consider their future. Lu Chuan wonders, if that Sun Hongyan really did come up with 300 yuan, would Fang Yuan actually pay to swap him out? Zhang Xiula tried to lighten the mood. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking that Gong Er is a jerk? Lu Chuan didn't want to continue this topic. Gong Er was a lowlife, and he had no intention of ever dealing with him again. It's a shame Zhu Shaosen couldn't make it. Zhang Xiula said, he's busy studying for the college entrance exam. You have no idea, after you got into college, it was a huge shock to all of us. His parents don't want him to keep studying. There's too much work at home, so he has to squeeze in study time whenever he can. They all wanted to climb out of their mountain village, and Lu Chuan understood that. How about you? Zhang Xiula shrugged. It's whatever. My family doesn't really need me to help out with the work. My dad's set on having me take the exam. But college is tough. I figure if I can get into a junior college, that'd be good enough. Lu Chuan laughed. Take my study materials. You and Zhu Shaosen can look at them together. Zhang Xiula said, thanks. He didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Chuan. After the classmates had left, Lu Chuan's mother came in and said to him that Gong Air is no good. Don't you go doing anything to let Fang Yuan down. Now that you're married, you need to settle down and live a good life. Lu Chuan thought to himself, Gong Air really is no good. Just look at the trouble he's caused me. Please, just don't say anything. My heart's never wandered. Fang Yuan is so stubborn, if she gets the wrong idea, I'll be worried sick. Who knows what she'd do? His mother nodded. Exactly. We can't do anything that would make Fang Yuan misunderstand. Mother and son both knew what was up. Then she asked, that Hong Yan, are you sure there's nothing going on between you two? Lu Chuan's face darkened. Where did the trust go? Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was seeing Wu Hu out. Their conversation was a lot more positive than what was happening inside. Fang Yuan was all about business. What she cared about was making more money than 5 grown men combined. Did you find someone to check it out? How much does that thing cost? Where can we buy one? Wu Hu, who'd been drinking and already had a headache, replied, whatever it costs, we don't have enough money for it. We can't afford it. Fang Yuan said, how can that be? We've got quite a bit saved up. Wu Hu twitched his mouth. We? I'm not getting involved. Just let it go. Fang Yuan insisted, no way. That thing earns more than a few men put together. Help me ask around, see how much we're short. I'll borrow the rest from Dad. Wu Hu said, even if you make more, your husband's still in school. The family's not exactly rolling in cash. Besides, Dad's money, I can't borrow it for you. Fang Yuan was blunt. That's your problem. Just help me find out where to buy it. Wu Hu said, but what if we buy it and no one uses it? Fang Yuan replied, how could that happen? Didn't you see? As soon as we returned it, someone else rented it right away. Besides, you guys all work on construction sites. Don't you have any connections? If they don't use my mixer, they'll use someone else's. Wu Hu thought to himself, looks like my relationship with the eldest brother is about to go south. You sure have it all figured out. Fang Yuan said, it's my money. Even if I lose it, I'm willing. Just help me ask around. Wu Hu asked, have you talked it over with your husband? Fang Yuan replied, what's there to discuss? It's not like I'm wasting money, it's to make more. Or do you expect me to go haul bricks at the construction site to pay for his schooling? Fang Yuan was so capable that Wu Hu was left speechless. You should still talk it over. Don't worry, I'll help you ask around. See, their conversations always revolved around business. After sending Wu Hu off, Fang Yuan returned home to find the house already cleaned up. Lu Chuan's mother had even washed all the rags. Second daughter-in-law, we cooked in your house today, and the kang is nice and warm. You two should stay outside a bit longer. Fang Yuan said, Mom, you should sit down and rest. When we have time, we'll tidy up the West Room too, then we'll have more space. Lu Chuan's mother replied, you two do your thing. When your dad and I have time, we'll help you clean up the West Room. The kang in there has collapsed, should we fix it? Fang Yuan thought for a moment. No need for a kong. We'll just build a bed out of wooden planks. Lu Chuan's mother nodded. You always have good ideas. That's a good plan. Basically, whatever Fang Yuan said, went. Lu Chuan didn't really get what was so great about it, but his mother always sided with Fang Yuan. Then Fang Yuan packed up some leftovers for Lu Chuan's mother. Mom, take this home. Heat it up for breakfast tomorrow. There's enough left here for me and Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's mother knew her daughter-in-law's temperament and didn't stand on ceremony. She took the food and left. Left alone, Fang Yuan startled Lu Chuan with her first words. I want to buy a concrete mixer. Lu Chuan thought he'd misheard. What? Fang Yuan, forgiving his bad hearing, repeated, I want to buy a concrete mixer. Lu Chuan said, a floral jacket with a concrete mixer printed on it. After all, that was something they could actually afford. He felt a bit of indigestion. This wasn't the kind of thing a newlywed bride should be dreaming about. Seeing Fang Yuan's face start to darken, Lu Chuan said, isn't that a bit too ambitious? We can't afford it. Fang Yuan slapped the table. If you buy a cow, you have to feed it and take care of it. But if you buy a mixer, it's worry-free and earns more than 5 or 6 men. Plus, it runs on someone else's electricity. Why don't you ever think about these things? We need to buy it. This wasn't a discussion. She'd already made up her mind. Lu Chuan thought, so this is what you mean by listening to me? Is this what your mother meant by the man is the head of the household? This wasn't a matter of a few bucks, or even a few dozen, or a few hundred. It was a lot of money. Lu Chuan said, I know it's a good thing, but the problem is we don't have the money. Let's wait and buy it later, okay? Fang Yuan, hearing that Lu Chuan wasn't outright refusing, softened a little, but her tone was still stiff and her eyebrows arched. How can we not have money? We're just a little short, that's all. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. She really was bold with money. How much are we short? Fang Yuan said, I had fifth brother ask around. It's over 2,000. We're about halfway there. Lu Chuan shuddered. That's what she called a little short? That's not a small expense. Lu Chuan tried to reason with her. Our family only spent 200 on our wedding. That was all our savings for years. Do you know how much half of that is? Fang Yuan, now used to calculating money, said, it is a lot, but we'll earn a lot too. Then she asked, are you regretting it? Think you got me too cheap. Lu Chuan replied, cheap? Our family put in everything we had. Don't sell yourself short. Fang Yuan said, be honest, do you think it was too expensive then? Could Lu Chuan say it wasn't cheap? Could he say he just wanted to point out how expensive the mixer was? He rubbed his head. Let's wait until we've saved up enough, then we'll buy it, okay? This time, he was really trying to negotiate. Fang Yuan said, no way. I can't sleep at night thinking about it. Just imagine, while we're eating at home, there are 5 or 6 men outside earning money for us. Isn't that great? Lu Chuan, setting aside the money issue, found her words awkward. Don't talk about men. No man gives a woman money for nothing. That doesn't sound good. Fang Yuan thought, it might not sound good, but that's really how it works. The rental fees for the mixer are equal to the wages of 5 or 6 men. So how should I put it? Lu Chuan said, however you put it, we still can't afford it. Big ticket item, indeed. They say that poverty makes everything difficult for a married couple, but the two of them had just managed to save up some money, and it wasn't a small amount, either. You couldn't really call his wife a spendthrift. After all, she was trying to make even more money. Fang Yuan said breezily, well, why don't you go find another job like that? Then we'll have enough money. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. Jobs like that did exist, but it wasn't as simple as she made it sound. You really think highly of me. Fang Yuan replied, aren't you the man of the house? You don't want me calling you useless, right? If we're short on money, who else am I supposed to turn to? Well, thanks for your trust, I guess. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, but he couldn't say anything back. It wasn't like Fang Yuan was wrong. But if she was counting on him like this, he really wasn't reliable. He just handed over more than 700 yuan, and yet this woman still wasn't satisfied. This kind of trust he didn't want. Lu Chuan tried to explain patiently, we still have to act within our means. Even if we buy that thing, we won't have the chance to make money with it. Fang Yuan argued, why not? I've already thought it through. Big brother won't just sit around. When he goes to work, he'll have to use my mixer. And that son guy too. For the sake of making money, I'm willing to forgive him. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He might not be willing to forgive you, though. Fang Yuan was absolutely confident. He'll definitely forgive me. Then she showed her hand. I'll have Big Brother bring a few of my brothers along to talk to him. With 5 brothers backing her up, of course he'd have to forgive her and work together. Who would dare cross her 5 brothers? Lu Chuan cupped his hands in mock admiration. She really had a plan. Fang Yuan said to Lu Chuan with conviction, don't worry, our family never bullies others just because we have numbers. We always reason things out. Lu Chuan chuckled dryly. Sure, when all 5 brothers are reasoning with someone, I'm sure everyone believes it's just a friendly chat. Lu Chuan was still hesitating. In reality, whether or not they bought it wasn't even up to them. They just didn't have the money. To put it bluntly, even if Lu Chuan wanted to borrow, there was nowhere to borrow from. Suddenly, he realized that apart from studying, he was good for nothing. When it really mattered, he didn't have a single solution. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan, thinking about her unexpectedly large expenses, and thought to himself, I really need to work harder and earn more. Fang Yuan asked, "Are you worried about Big Brother? Is that why you look so serious?" Lu Chuan answered honestly, "I think Big Brother might have his own plans." Fang Yuan said, "Don't worry about what he's thinking. If I have something and he doesn't use it, that wouldn't make sense. Let's buy it. If we don't, and Big Brother and the others buy it first, then we'll have missed our chance. When it comes to making money, you have to be quick. People say you should only do what you can afford, but clearly Fang Yuan didn't play by the rules." Lu Chuan gave a wry smile. "You really do think things through." Fang Yuan replied, "I'm not stupid. This isn't hard to figure out. Right now, Big Brother and the others don't realize how profitable a mixer can be. But sooner or later, they will. We have to act first." Fang Yuan continued, "Let me tell you, between us, when it comes to making money, I can turn on people just as fast as Big Brother." She sounded almost proud. Lu Chuan thought, "You really don't need to be this honest." Then Fang Yuan added, "That's what Fifth Brother always says about me. Best not to continue this topic. Otherwise, he'd get distracted every time he saw his brother-in-law." Lu Chuan said, "If we don't do construction ourselves and just rely on renting out the mixer to people because of personal connections, it won't last." Fang Yuan countered, "Who says there's no construction work? Isn't Fifth Brother free right now? If Big Brother doesn't want to work with us, you can't just sit around either." Of course, Lu Chuan couldn't just sit around, but he hadn't expected Fang Yuan to have thought it all through like this. "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan didn't mean anything else. She just thought this was a good opportunity. "I'm just thinking, this thing can make us money right now, worth more than a few cows. Let's not overthink it. If it stops making money, we'll figure something else out." She really was the type who didn't worry about consequences. Lu Chuan tried to comfort himself. At least Fang Yuan was considerate. She even compared the mixer to several cows, just to show how much money it could make. Lu Chuan felt he understood Fang Yuan a bit better. "But you have to let me think about it. Even if I want to listen to you and buy it, I still have to find a way to get the money. That's the real issue." Fang Yuan was impatient. "What if I ask my parents for it?" Lu Chuan was blunt. "My parents don't have money. Don't bother asking." Fang Yuan scowled. "I meant my parents." She wasn't about to borrow from just anyone. Lu Chuan was even more against it, not for pride's sake, but because he'd thought it through. Your parents have 5 sons. If they know this thing makes money, and they give their private savings to their daughter instead of their sons, even if it's just a loan. Have you thought about how your parents will get along with your brothers afterward? Fang Yuan glared and stayed silent. Lu Chuan tried to persuade her gently, "We have to think about your parents, too." Fang Yuan snapped, "Why do you have to make everything so complicated?" She'd thought it was all settled, but after Lu Chuan's words, nothing seemed to work anymore. She turned away and ignored him. Why was she so annoyed? The thing was, she knew deep down that Lu Chuan had a point. Lu Chuan thought to himself, "What a temper. She says she's done talking and that's it. And she always claims her family is reasonable. Where's the reason in that?" But from the look of it, Fang Yuan had actually listened to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sulking by herself. That night, Lu Chuan heard Fang Yuan muttering about the mixer in her sleep. She really was fixated on it. She was truly obsessed with making money. Lu Chuan thought to himself, maybe if I go to the township tomorrow and find another job like that, Fang Yuan's dream might actually come true. And to be fair, Fang Yuan's investment idea was sound. It really would be a steady source of income. The next morning, Lu Chuan got Fang Yuan ready to go to the township. Fang Yuan was in a bad mood. Fifth Brother hasn't gone to ask around yet. "I'm not going." Lu Chuan said, "Come on, I heard yesterday that Big Brother has already gone off with someone to build a house." Fang Yuan's face immediately darkened. "He didn't even tell us?" Oldest Fang really has no shame. Lu Chuan tried to comfort her. "With my build, there's not much I could help with anyway." Fang Yuan was still upset. Look at oldest Fang, acting like he's all that. Doesn't even care about appearances. Lu Chuan said, "It wouldn't be right if you got mad about this." Fang Yuan replied, "Well, I am mad. And if I have a mixer, he can't use anyone else's." Lu Chuan thought, even when she's angry, she's still thinking about the mixer. How much does she want one? Lu Chuan said, come on, the foreman we deal with sent word yesterday, asking me to drop by today if I had time. Fang Yuan brightened up immediately, put on her shoes, grabbed her bag, and was out the door. As she left, she muttered to Lu Chuan, the god of wealth has arrived. Lu Chuan thought, she really is quick to act. To us, that guy really is like the god of wealth. Fang Yuan asked, if he asks us to work again, are you going to invite Big Brother too? Lu Chuan answered tactfully, I'll ask, but Big Brother might not give me that honor. Fang Yuan frowned, not wanting to hear such wishy-washy talk. So are you going to ask him or not? Lu Chuan felt he'd explained things pretty clearly, but unfortunately, what Fang Yuan wanted was a definite answer. But how could he just say it outright? When it comes to matters of ruthlessness and injustice, you have to be subtle, reserved. At the very least, it should be only if my brother-in-law is ruthless will I be unjust. He said, we have to keep up appearances. Your parents are watching, after all. Besides, he's your big brother. Fang Yuan retorted, are you stupid? He hasn't even come to you, and I'm still his little sister. In Fang Yuan's mind, there was no question, they needed to strike back. Lu Chuan replied, that's exactly why we need to handle things gracefully. We can't act like your brother. Fang Yuan grew anxious. Handle it gracefully and lose all the money? Lu Chuan thought, why can't she just take a hint? Even if we invite your brother, he won't come. Don't worry. Fang Yuan said, I can't not worry. We've already split up, so why bother inviting him? Lu Chuan felt exhausted. There was no need to argue about this, so he changed tack. Aren't you still hoping to lend him the mixer in the future? Fang Yuan conceded, that's true. She knew how to endure humiliation for the bigger picture. But I still feel uncomfortable about it. I just don't want to invite him. Lu Chuan said, you don't have to. I'll do it. Besides, we might not even get any work. Fang Yuan smiled, don't worry, fifth brother is making connections. He said yesterday that you did a great job last time, and now you're famous in the village. There'll be plenty of people wanting to hire you. If this job doesn't work out, there'll be another. Lu Chuan was modest. If something wasn't a sure thing, he wouldn't count on it. It's still not certain, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Fang Yuan insisted, why not? I've never seen anything make more money than that big machine. It even makes more than my dad selling meat. With it, what's there to worry about for college? I could support you for 10 years, not just 4. That was even harder to listen to, letting his wife support him. Was he supposed to be a kept man? Still, he was a little moved that he was part of Fang Yuan's plans. Fang Yuan, worried Lu Chuan would object, said, don't say anything yet. Let's go to the village first. Let me think about this, and you should think about it too. She was even stalling for time now. That was progress. Lu Chuan couldn't argue, Fang Yuan's reasoning was sound. He thought about the money he'd earned and felt the weight on his shoulders. He couldn't keep up with his wife's spending. At the village, Lu Chuan wanted to greet Fang's eldest brother, but the man avoided him, saying he was about to head out for work. Still, the brothers looked a bit awkward. After all, this was a little embarrassing. No matter how long Fang's eldest had been in this business, going solo and taking the lead was a path his brother-in-law had paved for him. Now, they'd quietly left Lu Chuan behind to go it alone. It wasn't very honorable. They couldn't act natural around Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan couldn't just let his brother-in-law leave like that. He wasn't afraid, he had things to discuss with him. He stopped him openly. Fang's eldest was uncomfortable and spoke first, brother-in-law, you should focus on your studies. This line of work isn't for you in the long run. Fifth brother snorted. Was that just your excuse to keep all the profits for yourself? Lu Chuan said, big brother, I get it, I do. I just wanted to let you know, there's a job at the site from last time. I thought we could check it out together. See? Even in this situation, Lu Chuan still invited his brother-in-law, showing his sense of duty and, of course, making Fang's eldest lose face. But Fang's eldest still tried to be loyal over there. If you need workers, I can introduce some. Your second brother and the rest of us are just laborers, nothing more. We've got other things to do, so we'll head off. In other words, he didn't want to get involved. As for saving face after going solo, He couldn't hold his head up in front of Lu Chuan anyway, so what's a little more? As for fifth brother, he could join in whenever he wanted, the others would be fine with it. Fang's eldest felt embarrassed in front of his brother-in-law and left without saying much. Lu Chuan, in his father-in-law's house, had done the right thing and kept his dignity. He touched his nose, this was as good as it could get. Third brother said, "Big brother, you don't have to be like this. We all have families to feed." Fourth brother added, "Exactly. We can't block our brother-in-law's way to make a living." Second brother glared at fourth brother. He was the worst. "Let's go." No matter how nicely you put it, it still looks bad. The brothers hurried off. Fifth brother relaxed. "All right, let's go too." He was pleased Fang's eldest had finally lost some face. Lu Chuan called to Fang Yuan, "Come on, let's go together." If there weren't people watching, Lu Chuan would have wanted to show off to Fang Yuan. "See? I told you, even if I invited Big Brother, he wouldn't join us." But he didn't get the chance. Fang Yuan said, "I'm not going. You guys go." "I wouldn't understand anything anyway." That wasn't like her. Lu Chuan asked, "Aren't you usually proactive? This is about making money." Fang Yuan didn't even look up. "I'll just wait for the results." Fifth brother pulled Lu Chuan away, saying, "Why so hesitant? My sister's not going anywhere. Without Fang Yuan, you wouldn't dare take on a job." Lu Chuan was embarrassed. He didn't dare say much more to Fang Yuan, just greeted Wang Chuixiang and left. Wang Chuixiang was clearly unhappy. Earning a bit of money had caused so much drama in the family. They were all in construction, but had split into two camps. It hurt both the family's pride and their reputation. Luckily, fifth brother was still with the son-in-law. Especially seeing her eldest son get embarrassed by Lu Chuan, it was really humiliating. Lu Chuan had righteousness written all over his face, making her own sons look bad by comparison. But honestly, Wang Chuixiang didn't believe Lu Chuan really wanted to work with the older brothers. He was just putting on a show. He handled things more gracefully than the eldest. Such a son-in-law made her anxious. If she wanted anything for her daughter in the future, she'd have to be clever about it. Wang Chuixiang looked at Fang Yuan. "You stayed home to complain to me about your brothers?" Fang Yuan replied, "No. Making money is something everyone scrambles for. If my big brother wasn't like this, he wouldn't be my big brother." Her daughter was actually being reasonable? Though she was a bit sarcastic about her eldest, Wang Chuixiang said, "At least you remember that." Fang Yuan said, "When I was little, my brother would trick me out of my pocket money, candy, snacks. He's never been a good person." Wang Chuixiang felt tired. Not much reasonableness here, just holding grudges. He's your big brother. How can you talk like that? Can't you let go of childhood things? Fang Yuan replied, "I was little then, he wasn't. People say a child's nature shows early. Anyway, I never got along with him. If it was fifth brother, I'd definitely make a fuss." A poor sibling relationship was actually a good thing, it meant less drama. Wang Chuixiang didn't know what to say. No matter what, your brothers won't let you suffer. When sons lose face, mothers do too. When it comes to family matters behind closed doors, you can make as much fuss as you want. Her own daughter is stubborn as a mule, and she gets along well enough with her husband. Wang Chuixiang couldn't bring herself to tell her daughter, "You should keep your guard up with your husband." No matter how worried she was, as a mother, she just had to shoulder it all herself. But Fang Yuan didn't care about any of that, her ambitions lay elsewhere. "Of course, Mom. I wanted to discuss something with you." Wang Chuixiang felt her scalp tingle. Her daughter was as bold as they come, and if she said she wanted to discuss something, it was bound to be a big deal. "What is it?" Fang Yuan, with not a hint of embarrassment, said openly, "I want to borrow some money." Wang Chuixiang replied, "You're not short on money, are you? Your husband just got over 700. What do you need it for?" 700 was a fortune in those days. Fang Yuan said, "I've got my eye on that mixer." Wang Chuixiang clutched her chest. She knew this daughter of hers would never give her peace of mind. "No way. That's not a piece of candy or a new dress. You can't just buy it because you want it." Fang Yuan insisted, "But I do want it, and when I want something, I have to get it. With that, I could earn more than a few men put together." Wang Chuixiang wanted to hide from her daughter. Still no. Do you know how much that costs? Then she added, would your husband even agree? Fang Yuan said, it's my money. I decide how to spend it. She was so stubborn, it was infuriating. Wang Chuixiang was so angry she didn't know what to say. You're married now. The money isn't just yours, it's you and your husband's. You should talk things over before spending it. Fang Yuan replied, he said himself that thing would definitely make money, but we just can't afford it. Wang Chuixiang cut her off, then that means you shouldn't buy it yet. Fang Yuan argued, if we don't buy it now and my brother gets one first, what's the point? Wouldn't that mean I'd be competing with him for business? Wang Chuixiang asked, your brother wants to buy one too. Fang Yuan said, if he doesn't buy it now, he'll buy it later. Wang Chuixiang scolded, you troublesome girl. You just said your brother wants to buy one, and you expect me to help you instead of my own son? When I'm old, am I supposed to live with you? Fang Yuan answered, completely clueless, that's not out of the question. Wang Chuixiang was about ready to kick her. How did she end up with such a brainless daughter? Living with her daughter in old age, her 5 sons would never let her live it down. But Fang Yuan thought her mother was the one who was clueless. There's still 5th brother. You think you can count on my eldest brother? Wang Chuixiang said, just stop talking. At least I know what your eldest sister-in-law is like. Who knows what kind of wife your 5th brother will marry? Can I count on him? Fang Yuan said, 5th brother is clever. He'll definitely marry a good one, so it won't be a problem. Besides, why are you worrying so far ahead? Right now, they all still need Dad's help. Wang Chuixiang looked at her daughter, truly exasperated. The only reason she could get along with her brothers at all was because their parents still had some authority at home. Otherwise, with a sister like this, who knows if they'd even keep in touch in the future? Wang Chuixiang said, just stop talking. With that mouth of yours, you'll offend all your sisters-in-law. What will you do then? You need to get along with them. Otherwise, when your father and I are gone, you won't even have your family to rely on. Fang Yuan agreed, exactly, that's what I think too. I need to get along with them. I can't spend my days tiptoeing around my sisters-in-law. If I buy the mixer, the family will only get better. Think about it, Mom, 5 men, all earning money and handing it over to me. Wang Chuixiang was so angry she grabbed the feather duster. Shut up. How can you say things like that? It's so crude. Fang Yuan, still stubborn, said, well, it's the truth. Wang Chuixiang never knew what to do with his daughter. Let me think about it. Fang Yuan grinned, I knew you had money. Wang Chuixiang was startled, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say I had money? Fang Yuan said, you didn't say you didn't have any. You said you'd think about it, so that means you do. Don't take me for a fool. If you won't give it to me, I'll go ask Dad. Wang Chuixiang was exasperated. Normally, this girl was a bit slow, but when it came to money, she was sharp as a tack. Your dad really doesn't have any. It's no use asking him. Fang Yuan said, I'll ask Dad to buy pigs on credit for me. Once we sell the meat, we'll have money. Dad's got good connections. He could get credit for half a year if he wanted. This troublesome child, if she didn't get a beating, she'd never reign in her arrogance. She still had sons who weren't married yet, and here her daughter was, ruining the family's reputation. What girl would want to marry into a family like this? And now she's trying to rope her dad into buying pigs on credit? How capable did she think she was? Wang Chuixiang threw down the feather duster, grabbed a fire poker, and chased Fang Yuan out of the house. But in the end, she knew her daughter was stubborn, so she took out the bank book anyway. Something that expensive, just buying it on a whim, how was she supposed to explain it to her son-in-law? Her sons were being selfish, leaving their brother-in-law out, while her daughter was just squandering money. She really didn't know how to face her son-in-law. Just thinking about it gave Wang Chuixiang a headache. Even if she lent the money to her daughter, her son-in-law probably wouldn't appreciate it. What had she done in a past life to end up with such a bunch of kids? In the end, she took the bank book and went to talk it over with Fang Deling. This was a matter for the man of the house to decide. Fang Deling was nothing but proud when he heard the story, not a hint of hesitation. My daughter is something else. Not even the men have that kind of vision. She's better than all her brothers put together. Wang Chuixiang retorted, even all your sons together wouldn't dare squander that much money. Fang Delung said, come on, this is serious business for the kid. If we can help, we should. You can't just sit around waiting for the kids to be filial. Wang Chuixiang replied, if she's going to be filial, it'll be to her in-laws, not you. Don't kid yourself. Fang Delung said, still, she's my daughter. Her abilities make me proud. Wang Chuixiang said, when your daughter comes asking you to buy pigs on credit, remember to give her the bank book. But don't go around ruining our family's reputation. I'm telling you, if you dare go out and buy pigs on credit, don't bother coming home. Fang Delung replied, I wouldn't. I'm not about to do whatever that girl says. Wang Chuixiang shot him a cold look, and Fang Delung immediately shut up. On this point, he really didn't have much credibility. Wang Chuixiang said, just keep this in mind. It's not easy to talk about this with your sons. Fang Delung said, it's my money. I'll give it to whoever I want. It was meant for my daughter's dowry anyway. Wang Chuixiang's headache only got worse. I told you to stop talking, so stop talking. Fang Delung said, I'll listen to my wife. See, things are so much simpler this way. No point arguing with someone who doesn't get it. Wang Chuixiang was satisfied, but everyone knew Fang Yuan didn't actually have that much money. It was just for appearances. Lu Chuan and Wu Hu came back soon after and ran into Fang Yuan on the way. Wu Hu was over the moon and chattered to Fang Yuan. Turns out, it's not just about being capable. Reputation matters too. Fang Yuan didn't have time for his rambling, she was in a hurry. Get to the point. Any work? Wu Hu replied, yeah, the manager really values us. He introduced us to a job in the city. He likes that we're willing to invest in equipment, do quality work, and are good people. Fang Yuan was relieved. See, I told you we need to buy that mixer. Wu Hu is all in too. Let's buy it. I'll give you all my money, we'll buy it together. But Fang Yuan was just as selfish as her eldest brother, not one bit less. No way. Don't get involved. That's my way of making money. You still have to go to school. If I can't work, the mixer will help us earn money. Why are you getting involved? Back then, Fang Yuan and Wu Hu made things clear. You and Lu Chuan can handle that project together. You split the money between yourselves, I don't want any part of it, and I won't get involved. But you do have to use my concrete mixer. What she meant was, what's yours is yours, what's mine is mine, let's not mix things up. Of course, Wu Hu knew exactly what Fang Yuan was thinking. All right, you really are old Fang's little sister. All a bunch of sly foxes. Fang Yuan replied, it's just not suitable to mix things together. I'm doing this so we don't become strangers in the future. What, you don't recognize me anymore? Wu Hu snorted, you're greedy and ruthless, and you're even turning the tables on me. The two of them were arguing so much, they'd already forgotten about Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said, all right, you're talking like we've already bought it. We don't have much money, and there'll be plenty of places we need to spend it. Otherwise, why don't we just buy a used one? Wu Hu sucked his teeth, still no money. You wish. Where are we supposed to find one? Fang Yuan ignored the two of them. It's my money, so I get to decide. Why buy a used one? Isn't the answer obvious? Because they don't have enough money. Lu Chuan said, if it doesn't work, we can just rent one for now. When we have more money later, you can buy whatever you want, new or used. He really wasn't just trying to placate Fang Yuan, after all, whether they had money or not, and how to spend it, was all up to her. Wu Hu said, fine, if your husband wants to spoil you, it's none of my business. Then he added, let's not talk about this. Lu Chuan, you go to the county to check out the job. I'll go recruit people. Tomorrow, we'll start work. Lu Chuan said, I'm good on my end. Sounds like we can handle the job. But what about you, Wu Hu? Can you get people to come without Big Brother's connections? Should we ask him to help? Wu Hu felt this was his chance to show off in front of his brother-in-law. He patted his chest, you don't get it. If I can't get people, then you can go ask Big Brother. With that, he dragged Fang Yuan away, leaving Lu Chuan to ride his bike to the county. If things looked good, he'd try to sign the contract. Fang Yuan asked, is it hard to find people? Woohoo answered easily, your man laid a good foundation. What's so hard about it? People have already come to me, saying whenever Lu Chuan has work, they're willing to follow him. Fang Yuan really didn't get it. Why? I thought they were all really close with Big Brother. Woohoo said, that's something I just learned myself. Being close doesn't matter. When people work for Big Brother, he pays them based on how close they are to him. That doesn't last. Everyone thinks someone else is getting paid more. And everyone thinks they're special to Big Brother, but in the end, he just ends up offending everyone. Fang Yuan said, I see. So Big Brother gave them a deal, but no one appreciated it. He's not shrewd enough. Woohoo thought to himself, are you really in a position to say that? But he just said, do you get it now? Fang Yuan replied, yeah, you can't pay people like that. We'll do it Lu Chuan's way, everyone gets the same. Doesn't matter how close you are, you get paid for your skills. Woohoo mainly wanted to lead everyone to make money together. Once you make money, then people trust you. When they got home, they saw Fang Daling toss over a bank book. Fang Daling glared at Woohoo. What are you looking at? It's not for you, and don't you dare tell anyone. Your mom said not to. Woohoo curled his lips. The reason he got along so well with Fang Yuan was because he'd always followed her around since they were kids, and their dad always gave her extra treats. He got the benefit too. Even now, it was still the same. If he were the one short on money, the family definitely wouldn't be so generous. Fang Yuan beamed as she picked up the bank book. Dad, no need to go borrow a pig anymore. Mom's come around. Woohoo's face turned dark. Listen to these crazy ideas. Mom's just been scared by you too. Fang Yuan pulled Fang Daling over and at least knew to say something nice. Dad, I'll buy you wine in the future. Fang Daling said, of course. My daughter's wine never gets you drunk. Fang Yuan dragged Woohoo off, not even waiting for Lu Chuan to come home, and headed straight for the county. In Fang Yuan's words, if you've got money, buy it quick. The sooner you buy it, the sooner you can start making money. She really never thought about the consequences. Only Woohoo was worried for her. This was a big deal. Was it really okay to just do it like this? You really don't need to discuss it with your brother-in-law? Don't want to think it over? What if there's no work later? This wasn't a small sum over 2,000. What if they didn't make any money? Fang Yuan said, let's just buy it first. She was thinking, what if Lu Chuan disagreed? Then they'd just end up arguing. If she bought it first, they could always find work for the mixer later. She added, didn't you want to get into this business? Once you have the mixer, you don't have to worry about people not coming to you for work. After all, you'll be the only one in the area with equipment. People will be lining up to talk to you. Woohoo heard this and thought it made sense. Even Big Brother's projects wouldn't be as smooth as his own in the future. He started pedaling his bike even faster, had to spend the money before his brother-in-law got back and tried to stop them. So when Lu Chuan came back from checking out the job, he waited at home half the night, only to see this big piece of equipment arrive. The job wasn't even confirmed yet, and they were already nearly 1,000 short at home. Honestly, for a young couple who'd just started their own household, it was a bit much to handle, made him anxious. Fang Yuan was all excitement. Look, it's ours. She didn't feel the burden at all, just full of hope for the future. Lu Chuan rubbed his chest. There were so many things about his wife that were extraordinary. You really bought it? Fang Yuan said, of course. This is what we'll rely on to make a living from now on. You'd better treat it well. Her eyes were shining full of hope. Lu Chuan was in awe. Who else could be as determined and fearless as Fang Yuan? She never worried about the consequences. When things were out of his control, Lu Chuan could accept it quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan, worrying for her. Can you even sleep tonight? Fang Yuan thought about it. She really was a bit excited. I'll take my blanket and sleep right next to it. Lu Chuan nodded and muttered, with so much debt, I couldn't sleep even in bed. Fang Yuan said, come on, it's not that much. I've still got over 200 left for emergencies. That's why she borrowed an extra 200. What's there to be proud of? Lu Chuan just looked at Fang Yuan, feeling like he was watching the river flow away, never to return. He told himself, just go with the flow. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Chuan too. He looked as tense as a sow about to give birth. She told herself, well, if things get tough, we'll just muddle through. Woohoo saw the mood wasn't great, so he took the blame. Brother-in-law, this is my fault too. I should have stopped her. Luchuan thought, this is between husband and wife, nothing to do with Woohoo. It's fine, Woohoo. Actually, it's just that I couldn't find the money. Otherwise, I'd have wanted to buy this thing too. I checked out the job, it'll last a month. Renting this thing would be a huge loss. Woohoo, hearing this, forgot all about the mixer. Really? I've already found the workers. We can start anytime. When they heard that construction would start in the county town tomorrow, Woohoo started to feel bad about the travel expenses. If I'd known, why did we bother hauling this thing home? We should have just left it in the county to save on transport costs. They'd spent a lot today, and seeing so much money leave their hands, Woohoo was still feeling the pain. Every bit saved counts. Fang Yuan said, that's nothing to worry about. If we hadn't brought it home, who would know we have this thing? Who would come to our place to rent it? The money was well spent. Tomorrow, when we haul this thing to the county, I'm going to have someone drive it around our village first. Woohoo grinned. Fang Yuan's gotten clever, good idea. That's how it should be. Luchuan just looked at Fang Yuan, thinking she really had a knack for spending money wisely. That night, if Woohoo hadn't stayed outside in the yard with the concrete mixer, Fang Yuan would have insisted on keeping it company herself. Luchuan was a bit exasperated. Did he need to build a new house just for the mixer? Otherwise, his wife wouldn't even come inside. Early the next morning, all the Fang brothers came to see the machine. What they really thought, only they knew. Fang Yuan, letting bygones be bygones, spoke up, Big brother, I bought this. If you need it on your construction sites, just come to me. Since it's family, I won't ask for a deposit, but you'll still have to pay rent. Eldest brother Fang didn't look too happy. Fine, this thing is reliable. My brother-in-law is still in school, so it's good for the family to have this extra income. Luchuan just listened quietly, not saying a word even as his brother-in-law took jabs at him. Second brother Fang didn't say anything either, but kept glancing toward the main house. Fourth brother wasn't so reserved. He asked directly, Fang Yuan, where'd you get so much money? This thing isn't cheap. Fang Yuan replied, I have money. Didn't you know? Even third brother couldn't hold back. Honestly, we didn't know. You're good at saving, huh? This thing must have cost a lot. They all had a rough idea of how much money Fang Yuan had, and it definitely wasn't enough to buy this machine. Woohoo, who'd always been close to Fang Yuan, jumped in, fourth brother. What are you getting at? Want to know if Fang Yuan took money from the family? If you have something to say, just say it. He laid it all out in the open, standing up for Fang Yuan and, at the same time, taking a jab at eldest brother. Fang Yuan's face changed at that. What does it matter to you if I took money from the family? It's none of your business. She didn't feel she was in the wrong at all. Luchuan was surprised Fang Yuan could be so blunt. He looked up at her, stunned. Fang Yuan continued, what are you looking at? Mom and Dad's money is theirs to give to whoever they want. Who are you to complain? If she hadn't taken the money, that would be fine. But she did, wasn't she feeling guilty? Woohoo and Luchuan both looked at Fang Yuan, thinking, how does she dare? But Fang Yuan didn't think it was a problem. She was living her own life now, why worry about her parents' money? She took it, and that was that. Woohoo coughed, all right, let's not get sidetracked. Fourth brother, I'll tell you straight, I gave my money to Fang Yuan, and I helped scrape together a bit more from outside. With that, the brothers had no more doubts. Woohoo had always been devoted to Fang Yuan, so it wasn't surprising he'd help her borrow money. Eldest brother Fang put on a big brotherly air. I'll ask around and see if anyone else needs this thing. The sooner we pay back the outside money, the better. If it's not enough, I'll get some from your sister-in-law. He really did act the part of the eldest brother, except when it came to money, he was a bit stingy. In short, you could borrow his money, but you couldn't share in his money. Luchuan understood now, his big brother just wanted to be the leader. Fang Yuan was about to say something, but Woohoo stopped her. The brothers didn't think much of it, assuming Woohoo just didn't want Fang Yuan to say something unpleasant. Everyone was eager to make money, so they soon left. Even though this machine could earn money, they couldn't afford to buy one themselves. Fang Yuan asked, why'd you stop me? You think I'm afraid of them? Woohoo replied, "If you say too much, it'll just make things awkward for mom and dad. Don't ask why, and don't say you're not afraid. Just let things be for now. When we get paid, we'll pay mom and dad back first." Fang Yuan said, "You don't have to tell me, I already know." She just couldn't stand the way her brothers acted. Lu Chuan felt guilty. "We've made things hard for mom and dad." Woohoo said, "No need to feel bad. This is between us brothers and our parents." Lu Chuan felt a bit left out, but for now, getting to the county to work was more important. Woohoo quickly gathered a crew, showing he was just as capable as the eldest brother. Lu Chuan noticed some of the young guys were good workers and dependable, the kind who'd put in real effort. They were the same guys who'd helped him on previous jobs, so it was clear Woohoo already had connections with them. Woohoo had a good eye for people. When the group arrived at the county construction site, they felt a bit nervous. The project was pretty big. One young guy pulled Woohoo aside. "Bro, do you think they'll trust our skills for this job?" Woohoo was nervous too, but put on a brave face. "My brother-in-law's a college student. If he says we can do it, we can. You've got to trust him." Truth be told, the clients probably wouldn't have looked twice at their little rural crew, just a handful of guys who looked pretty rough. But they had equipment. As soon as they arrived, they started unloading the concrete mixer. There weren't many of them, but they made a lively scene. If they could unload equipment, they must be able to handle the job. Back then, few construction teams had their own concrete mixers, so having one meant you could be trusted. The clients figured maybe they had more workers coming later. It was just a stroke of luck. Both sides were a bit unsure, but the project started anyway. The truth was, Lu Chuan and the others were in a hurry to unload the mixer because they wanted to save on transport costs. It wasn't that they were totally confident about the job. Once work started, no one had time to worry about whether they were up to it. If they were short-handed, they'd find more people. They'd already taken the job. If they couldn't handle it, they'd figure something out. They were all young and quick learners. More people kept coming to Woohoo looking for work, so as their crew grew, their confidence grew too. Lu Chuan saw that they really could handle the job, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he go look for someone to sign the contract, something to guarantee the work. At first, without a contract, Lu Chuan had been cautious, worried their little team might not be able to handle such a big project. Fang Yuan had only one thing on her mind. With her concrete mixer, she'd never be short of work. As long as the mixer kept running, she'd keep making money enough for 5 people. As for how Lu Chuan's project would turn out, Fang Yuan didn't really care. That was between Lu Chuan and Woohoo. She just focused on her mixer. It wasn't that she was missing the forest for the trees, she was just focused and practical. Lu Chuan and Woohoo made things clear. With a formal contract, brother-in-law and brother-in-law would split the profits 50-50. As for Fang Yuan, she made it clear she wouldn't get involved. "The mixer is mine. If you use it, you pay me. But I won't ask you for a deposit." Lu Chuan hadn't expected that, even within one family, things would be divided so clearly. He looked at Woohoo, feeling a bit embarrassed. He felt he'd let Woohoo down, after all the help he'd given them. Woohoo tried to comfort Lu Chuan, who was standing nearby. "Don't feel embarrassed. She's always been like this, even back at our place. What's hers is hers." Lu Chuan struggled to praise Fang Yuan. "It's good she's steady. It's because you, 5th brother, are generous." After all, if he said anything bad about Fang Yuan, 5th brother probably wouldn't want to hear it. Woohoo didn't bother to explain that his generosity was just the result of being steamrolled. And it wasn't just him. This attitude wasn't only directed at her own family. In the future, whatever her husband had would be hers too. Woohoo could only hope Lu Chuan would always feel this way. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was daydreaming about making money. "If you guys keep working like this for another 2 months, I'll have all my capital back." Woohoo's face darkened. "If we really have to keep this up for another 2 months, it won't matter how much you make, it won't be enough to cover our losses. Stop only thinking about your own little pile of money." At least Fang Yuan knew where her priorities should be. "Then you guys better work hard. I won't take your money. I can still earn from the eldest brother and the others." Then she added, What are you two still doing here? Go look around. Is this the attitude to have if you want to make money? Lu Chuan and Wu Hu were both at a loss for words. When it came to Fang Yuan's drive to make money, they had to admit they were impressed. Both of them knew what Fang Yuan was like. Without doing anything else, they first cleared out a shed for her so she could keep an eye on her new machine. Lu Chuan complained to Wu Hu, "We can't have her tied to the machine all day, can we? When we rent it out to others, is she going to follow it around like this too?" Fang Yuan's obsession with the cement mixer was even more worrying to Lu Chuan than the construction work itself. Wu Hu said, "At least for now, you won't be able to talk her out of it. In her eyes, new things mean money. You can't separate them." Lu Chuan looked a bit resentful. Even when they got married, Fang Yuan hadn't shown this much enthusiasm. Seriously. Wu Hu didn't want to hear Lu Chuan say anything bad about Fang Yuan. The bond between siblings was real. "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. She's reliable, isn't she, brother-in-law?" What could Lu Chuan say in front of her own brother? Besides, he didn't really think it was a bad thing. His wife had come out here to endure hardship with him, whether for the family or for money. Either way, it was to lighten his burden. It was because he wasn't strong enough, not enough for her to rely on. All Lu Chuan could do was make sure Fang Yuan was comfortable while she was here. Good food, good lodging. And, during this time, he had to help Fang Yuan understand that renting the machine out was safe, that she didn't need to watch over it so closely. He wanted her to stop being so attached to the mixer, it wasn't necessary. But right now, that seemed a bit difficult. Lu Chuan said, "Fifth brother, I just feel bad for Fang Yuan. She can't rest well here, she's a young woman, after all." Wu Hu nodded. "Don't worry. Give it a few days for the novelty to wear off, then talk to her again." And, just like that, the three of them got their business up and running. Fang Yuan, ever focused on making money, watched the cement mixer spinning all day and asked Lu Chuan in private, "Do you think I should give it a day off? Isn't it a bit much to have it running nonstop? Even the richest landlords wouldn't work their hired hands this hard." Lu Chuan forced a smile and showed Fang Yuan how to oil every part of the mixer that needed it. "This is called maintenance." He patiently explained, "You have to check on it every so often. Don't worry, it won't get worn out." Only then did Fang Yuan smile. "See, going to school really pays off. You even know how to take care of its food and drink." She added, "The guy who sold it to me said there are cheap oils and expensive ones. I only buy the best for it." Fang Yuan didn't begrudge the mixer anything. After all, it was making her money. Lu Chuan couldn't help but say sourly, "Of course, it earns more than your husband. You have to take good care of it." He really was jealous, just making a joke, but Fang Yuan didn't even give him a kind word. She just nodded seriously, "That's right." She didn't even spare Lu Chuan a glance. Lu Chuan felt a bit stifled. She was even a year older than him. How could she be so clueless? Was this really the time to agree with him? And to think he always said she'd snatched him away. What for? Just to watch him from a distance. Did she not like him? Lu Chuan was feeling pretty resentful. He'd been brooding over this for days. They'd been married and registered for almost a month now, and they'd spent plenty of time together, gotten to know each other, but Fang Yuan didn't show the slightest interest in getting closer to him. She spent all day fussing over the cement mixer. Today, Lu Chuan wasn't thinking straight and just set himself up for disappointment. Fang Yuan wasn't completely unresponsive, though. She said, "Even if you don't make much, you still have to hand it over to me." She was staking her claim as head of the household. Lu Chuan thought, "Does this mean she at least acknowledges me? If he only spent money and didn't earn any, would she even bother to look at him?" He didn't dare say it out loud, but thought, "We're both making money. How come you don't take care of me like you do the machine?" Here he was, a grown man, competing with a machine for attention. Lu Chuan felt embarrassed. But to Fang Yuan, he really wasn't as important as the mixer. If Fang Yuan fussed over him the way she did over the mixer, Lu Chuan couldn't even imagine what that would be like. He blushed at the thought. Forget it. Why compete with a hunk of metal? He turned and went to help fifth brother with the big shovel. Wu Hu was puzzled. "Why are you helping me with this? We don't get paid for this work." They were the bosses. Doing extra work didn't mean more money. They'd agreed not to take wages. Lu Chuan, face dark, shoveled sand with a vengeance. Then why are you doing it, fifth brother? Wu Hu replied, to learn the trade. If I don't know how to do it myself, how can I tell if someone's cheating us? I'm not just learning this. Every job on the site, I want to learn. He was in it for the business. No wonder he and his sister were so alike, both so ambitious. Lu Chuan wasn't moved by fifth brother's ambition. He grumbled, can't I just be doing it to get some exercise? Wu Hu said, sure, but you're a bit scrawny. That was harsh. These siblings must have plotted this, seeing the project making money. Were they planning to squeeze him out, or just work him to death? Lu Chuan was annoyed. What's wrong with my build anyway? Why do they both look down on me? He said nothing, just kept working, fueled by frustration. Even the workers nearby picked up the pace. If the bosses were working so hard, maybe they were rushing to finish. By the end of the day, everyone was counting their earnings. They'd worked hard and made good money. Lu Chuan, who'd barely used a shovel before, had sore shoulders and blistered hands. At least Fang Yuan didn't ignore him. Seeing him like that, she frowned and thought, is this guy stupid? Lu Chuan thought, at least she cares about me. Then he heard Fang Yuan say, you did this little bit of work and you're already like this? How are we supposed to get by in the future? If we ever run out of money and have to rely on you to support me, we'll be drinking cold water to survive. Lu Chuan just stood there, hand outstretched, dumbfounded. This wasn't the result he wanted. Fang Yuan's ability to hit where it hurts is definitely not just a little bit. You're just not working enough. Do more and you'll get better. Look at my fifth brother. He works with you and he's fine. You need to practice. With that, she handed him a rag and sent him off to clean the mixer, as if she trusted the mixer more than she trusted Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. So basically, he was just here to hold the cutting board for fifth brother. He also noticed that recently, Fang Yuan had gotten herself a new toolbox full of wrenches, pliers, even tools for wiring. Fang Yuan said herself, all these tools come as a set, and she needs to know how to use them all. Loving your work means mastering your craft, she said. Just then, Fifth Tiger walked in and happened to see his brother-in-law pulling his hand back, looking a bit hurt. Honestly, that expression was hard to look at, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't even glance at Lu Chuan. Fifth Tiger cleared his throat and tossed Lu Chuan a small box. Mom sent this for you. Said you're a student, delicate, not used to hard work. Make sure to put it on. Lu Chuan silently took the box. He knew he'd never get the same kind of care from Fang Yuan as he did from his mother-in-law. No matter how things were going emotionally, the three brothers were doing great on the construction site. Lu Chuan was doing well in his career. As for his love life, well, that was a whole other story. Even Fang Daoling had come by with Ro Bing to see how Fang Yuan and the others were doing. Seeing his son-in-law, his daughter, and his son all working on such a big project, Fang Daoling was proud. Of course, the eldest Fang brother had also come by. He wanted to rent Fang Yuan's mixer. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan told him she couldn't spare it, and more importantly, she didn't have enough people. One look at the site, and the eldest Fang brother knew the jobs he'd taken on were nothing compared to this. The two who'd just split up their partnership were already showing a big difference in how far they'd come. Fang Laohu's face didn't look too good. The mixer had always been Fifth Tiger's domain. He knew it inside and out. If the eldest brother wanted to use the mixer, he didn't have anyone he could trust to operate it. Meanwhile, Fifth Tiger couldn't just leave this site. Fang Yuan finally realized what her real problem was. It wasn't just about maintaining the machines, but about maintaining people too. At the very least, she needed someone she could trust to keep an eye on how the machines were used. It hadn't been long, but Fang Yuan had already learned that making money meant learning how to manage people. She discussed it with Fifth Tiger. Fifth brother, why don't you work with me? Watch over the machines for me. Whenever someone rents my mixer, they'll have to hire you as the main worker. That way, you'll never be short of work or have to look for jobs everywhere. Isn't that great? Fifth Tiger's face darkened. Thanks for thinking of me, but you're a woman making money like 5 men, and you want me, a grown man, to rely on you for work? Have you thought about how much I'd fall behind you in a year? He snorted. Or do you just think I'm not as good as you? Now the issue had escalated. He was running big projects now. How could Fang Yuan even suggest he work for her? Fifth Tiger suspected his brother-in-law and sister were setting him up. Seeing them making money, they wanted to kick him out. But this scheme was too simple. Did they think he was a fool? Fang Yuan said, "That's not it. My machines cost money too, and they'll get old. My work is stable." Fifth Tiger replied, "I'll get old too. I need to save up while I'm young so I can get married. Thanks for the offer, but give it to someone else. Don't worry about me." Fang Yuan was unhappy. It was such a good deal. If it weren't Fifth Tiger, she wouldn't even consider anyone else. She didn't trust anyone else. So, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to follow the machines everywhere? I can't relax if no one's watching them. Fifth Tiger laughed in exasperation. Big family and business, and you're still stuck on this? Then he heard Fang Yuan say, "But fifth brother, I don't trust anyone but you." When she couldn't persuade him, she tried appealing to his feelings. But Fifth Tiger resisted the emotional blackmail. "Even Fifth Master is useless. Don't block my path to wealth." Fang Yuan complained, "Why are you just like Big Brother? When it comes to money, there's no family feeling at all." Fifth Tiger said, "Who in our family has any sentiment when it comes to money?" And that was the truth. Fang Yuan was troubled. "So, what am I supposed to do?" When Lu Chuan came in, he only caught the tail end of the conversation, but he understood he wasn't even qualified to be part of these big decisions anymore. In Fang Yuan's heart, Fifth Tiger was way more important than he was. Lu Chuan actually had someone in mind for the job, but since Fang Yuan didn't trust anyone else, he kept quiet. Besides, she hadn't even discussed it with him. He just washed his hands and put on ointment. In this woman's eyes, he didn't even exist. Lu Chuan figured it out. He wasn't cut out for shoveling. No matter how much he practiced, he'd never have the muscles or presence of the brick haulers. But after all that ointment, Fang Yuan still didn't spare him a glance. Lu Chuan started to wonder if their marriage certificate was just for show. He felt stifled and frustrated, unable to let it go or speak up. Why did he feel so suffocated? Fifth Tiger came over. "You must think I'm an idiot, giving up a good project to watch her machines." Lu Chuan replied, "I'm not even in the running for that job." The sourness in his tone made Fifth Tiger realize his brother-in-law wasn't trying to set him up. He was actually a bit proud. When it rained and they couldn't work, Fang Yuan left the machines with Fifth Tiger and rode home with Lu Chuan. It took them most of the day to get from the county to the township, and then home. Fang Yuan complained, "It's so inconvenient. I told you, I need to look for a place in the township. At the very least, we should live there. Otherwise, who's going to watch my machines?" Lu Chuan wanted to suggest they live in the county, but since he didn't go to school there and Fang Yuan would be alone with no one to help her, it wasn't suitable. The township was better. With the reputation of her father and his 5 sons, no one would dare mess with Fang Yuan. He could go anywhere and not worry. On the way, they decided to stop by her parents' house first. After cutting off a piece of meat, they planned to head back to the village. Since it was raining, all the Fang brothers were home. Fang Yuan didn't even mention needing someone to watch her machines, which showed she really didn't trust anyone but fifth brother. The eldest brother even said, "If things don't work out outside, just come back. Don't let anyone bully you." Lu Chuan appreciated that. At least his brother-in-law was decent. Fang Yuan didn't say anything, just curled her lip behind his back. Fang Daolong also said, no matter how much they fought at home, if anyone got bullied outside, as their father, he wouldn't let it go. With the eldest brother leading the way, all the brothers agreed, no one disagreed. No matter how much they fought at home, Fang Daolong never scolded them. But if any of his kids suffered outside, he'd deal with it as a family. That's how the kids in the Fang family were raised. Fang Yuan didn't say a word. She even dared to give her sister-in-law attitude, showing she really didn't care about playing nice with her in-laws or worrying about making her sister-in-law angry. On the way back, Lu Chuan asked Fang Yuan, "Aren't you afraid your sister-in-law will get mad at you?" Fang Yuan was tougher than anyone. She wouldn't dare. Lu Chuan said, "We're all family. Big brother definitely cares about his wife. Aren't you afraid he'll stop using your mixer?" Fang Yuan snorted. "Of course he cares about his wife. You don't know, but my big brother doesn't hang out with you anymore. He's off playing with his brother-in-law. My third and fourth brothers have all had it out with him." No wonder Fang Yuan didn't give her sister-in-law any face when she came back this time. Turns out there's a whole mess behind the scenes. Lu Chuan really hadn't known about this. So even his eldest and third brothers aren't getting along quietly. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness he got out early. Otherwise, if things blew up later, it would have been even uglier. If he'd gotten mixed up with his brother-in-law's wife's family, he'd be stuck in the middle too. Now he finally understood why his sharp mother-in-law hadn't said a word about the brothers splitting up. She'd seen right through it all. Speaking of which, her older brother seemed to treat his wife's brother better than he treated Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan felt a bit upset on Fang Yuan's behalf. His own wife was being slighted. Fang Yuan said, "If my sister-in-law hadn't been scheming behind the scenes, do you think he could have pulled this off? Don't just say I gave her a hard time. If I cursed her out, she'd have to take it too." Lu Chuan almost blurted out, "Big brother really didn't handle this well," but swallowed the words. Good thing he didn't say it. Look at that, when it comes to siblings, anything bad is always someone else's fault, never Fang Yuan's own brother. Fang Yuan said, "Our sibling business is none of your concern. Don't get involved. Am I, his own sister, not as close as his brother-in-law? He can accept his wife's brother, but not his own sister? Even my useless fourth brother knows this isn't right." Lu Chuan wasn't sure if she was criticizing or praising her fourth brother. But Fang Yuan was right about one thing: outsiders shouldn't meddle in family matters. He should just listen more and talk less. Otherwise, he'd end up pleasing no one, just like his sister-in-law. Fang Yuan, still fuming, muttered, "Just because of his brother-in-law, I'm not letting him use my machines. I'd rather let them sit idle." Lu Chuan tried not to laugh and teased, "You'd let 5 men go without work? Can you really bear that?" Fang Yuan gritted her teeth and admitted, "Honestly, I can't. You'd better find more jobs for me, so my machines don't sit idle." Lu Chuan couldn't hold back his laughter. This really was a heavy responsibility, thanks to Fang Yuan for trusting him. Fang Yuan snapped, "What are you laughing at? I'm telling you, if I sit around for 2 days, I get anxious. And this rain, what terrible timing." Listening to her grumble, Lu Chuan couldn't help but say, "How are you going to get through the 3 winter months?" That was like a bucket of cold water. Fang Yuan's face turned green. "You really know how to say the worst things, don't you? In winter, there's no work, and her mixer has to rest." Just thinking about it made Fang Yuan's heart ache. 5 men sitting idle, if they actually had to eat and drink, she'd go broke. Lu Chuan glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes full of meaning. "So, what do you like? What do you want me to say?" There was a hint of flirtation in his words, but Fang Yuan didn't pick up on it at all. "I want you to congratulate me on getting rich. I want my mixer to have work every day." Lu Chuan sighed as he rode his bike, looking ahead. "You really have simple wishes." Fang Yuan replied, "Then say it." Lu Chuan took a deep breath and went along with her. "Congratulations on getting rich." Fang Yuan burst out laughing. "I've got 6 men making money for me. If I don't get rich, who will?" Lu Chuan sighed inwardly and asked, "How is it 6? Fang Yuan said, "You, of course. Can I count you as one?" Lu Chuan thought to himself, "It's rare that I even make the list. Should I be proud? A wife can't always be so dense." They'd been married a month. It was time to nurture some feelings. Lu Chuan wanted a lasting marriage. He casually said, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'It's easy to find priceless treasures'?" Fang Yuan hadn't. "Is it easy? Who said that?" "Nonsense. I look for treasures every day and haven't found any." Lu Chuan ignored her and continued, "The second half is, but hard to find a true lover." Fang Yuan muttered, "Even more nonsense. I'm a decent person." Whoever said that must have had too much time on their hands. Did that matter? Lu Chuan was a bit lost and echoed, "I'm a decent person too." Fang Yuan said, "Just focus on your studies. Learn something useful and proper. All this idle talk, can you eat it? Can you drink it? And let me tell you, if you go around having this feeling or that feeling outside, I'll get my brother to deal with you. Lu Chuan was at his wits' end. He wanted to talk poetry and romance with his wife, but why was it so hard? Did you even go to school? Fang Yuan said proudly, I graduated from junior high. If the teacher hadn't refused to keep me, my dad would have let me go to high school. Lu Chuan felt bad for the teacher. With her level, high school wouldn't have made much difference. No wonder the teacher didn't want her. This was his wife. If they couldn't connect, he'd be the one suffering. Lu Chuan really wasn't a playboy. There were things about Fang Yuan he genuinely liked, so he wanted to keep nurturing their relationship. Lu Chuan said, I'm telling you this, because I want you to know I'm harder to find than a priceless treasure. He almost said, I'm the man who truly loves you. Fang Yuan glanced at Lu Chuan, clearly weighing her options. Honestly, if she had to choose between a mixer, even a regular one, and Lu Chuan, she might not pick him. Lu Chuan knew exactly what she was thinking from that look. His face darkened. This woman really didn't value him at all. He made good money too. Was he really worse than a mixer? Fang Yuan said, It's not that you don't make enough money, it's just that money isn't the point. That explanation only made it worse. It meant he still couldn't compare to a mixer. Lu Chuan said, Just wait, Fang Yuan. You'll regret this. As soon as he said it, he regretted it himself. Why was he thinking like Fang Yuan now? But Fang Yuan just laughed. Regret what? Am I supposed to be afraid you'll earn more money or that you'll become successful? Lu Chuan was suddenly speechless because Fang Yuan was right. He really wasn't the sharp one here. Fang Yuan added, Or are you thinking that once you're successful, I'll be out of the picture? As she spoke, she clenched her fists, making cracking sounds, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Who would dare mess with her? Lu Chuan figured that, for Fang Yuan, this probably counted as a love confession. It was her way of saying she wanted to be with him forever, which wasn't easy for her. In fact, Lu Chuan took it as her saying she couldn't do without him. She must really value him. He blushed, embarrassed. I'll always treat you well. All of Lu Chuan's emotional nurturing relied on his own imagination. He'd never hear a word of romance from Fang Yuan herself. Fang Yuan said, Why are you blushing? Are you holding something in? Pretty boys are always scheming. I just know you're not reliable. Lu Chuan's face darkened. Would I dare? Just think about your brothers. Think about our dad. Fang Yuan nodded. That's true. She trusted her brother's strength more than Lu Chuan's loyalty. So much for romance. He really was overthinking it. Lu Chuan was left frustrated. He just wanted to hurry home. The whole way back, he didn't say a word. This infuriating woman, she wouldn't even let him have a moment of sweet daydreams for the two of them. It wasn't until they got home that Lu Chuan finally spoke up. You go rest in the room, I'll go check on Mom and Dad. Fang Yuan relaxed a lot when she saw they were home. No matter what, it's never as comfortable outside as it is at home. I'll go rest, don't call me unless it's important. With that, she went straight to her room, muttering, It's just a place we've stayed for a few days, but somehow it feels so comfortable. Even Fang Yuan herself was a bit puzzled. As for the frustration Lu Chuan had been holding in the whole way, Fang Yuan didn't seem to notice at all. Lu Chuan just stood there, blushing. Counting from the day they got married, the two of them had only stayed in the old house for 3 or 5 days, but Fang Yuan already considered it home and felt most at ease here. Rounding up, what Fang Yuan really meant was, being with him was when she felt most at home. That's how Lu Chuan understood it anyway. At least, thinking about it that way made him feel like he truly had a wife now, and he felt a bit more at ease. Fang Yuan didn't really care for romance, so he figured he'd make up for it by being a little more romantic himself. There's always a bit of romance in everyday life together. Since Fang Yuan was all about her career, he'd just be a bit more of a hopeless romantic to balance things out. Lu Chuan ended up not going to see his parents after all. He watched Fang Yuan go into the room to rest and decided to light the fire to warm up the Kong bed for her. But then, the chimney started smoking and Mother Lu came over. Fang Yuan also came out of the room, looking annoyed. Mother Lu pointed at her son. Why are you lighting the fire? When you two aren't home, I never know when you'll be back, so every night I light the king for you, just a small fire, so it's not cold. Fang Yuan came out of the room with a dark look on her face. The Kong was just right, not too hot, not too cold. Are you afraid I'll get too much rest, so you deliberately made it too hot so I can't sleep? Mother Lu hurried inside to feel the king. It was burning hot. How could anyone rest on that in the middle of summer? Fang Yuan, he's just a student, not good at housework. Don't get mad. I'll put on an extra layer for you, and when you go to bed, I'll fan you. Lu Chuan was a bit frustrated. He'd gone overboard with his good intentions. He needed to dial it back a bit. Fang Yuan said, "No need, Mom. I can't sleep now anyway. By the way, how have things been in the village lately? Has anyone been giving you trouble or making things difficult?" Mother Lu replied, "No, everything's fine. Everyone knows I'm your mother-in-law, so no one dares bother me." Lu Chuan felt something was off. How could his mom say that so openly, relying on her daughter-in-law's reputation? Fang Yuan said, "That's good. If anyone bullies you or gives you a hard time and you can't handle it, just remember, when I'm home, we'll go settle the score together. If you're bullied, it's like I'm being bullied, which means our Lu family is being bullied by the villagers. That's not acceptable." Mother Lu was fired up. "You're right. Our Lu family can't be pushed around." Seeing his mother's sudden fighting spirit, Lu Chuan thought to himself, "You're a bit late to the game." Fang Yuan nodded. "That puts my mind at ease." Mother Lu said, "Fang Yuan, with you around, I feel much more secure too." Lu Chuan decided to just go fetch water. He really couldn't listen to this anymore. These two always made him feel out of place. Mother Lu started reporting all the household matters to her daughter-in-law. "The old hen's been doing well lately, only taking a break every 3 days. I was worried the eggs wouldn't be fresh, so I sold them to Aunt Sun's daughter-in-law in the village. Made 3 yuan and 20 cents. The vegetables in the yard couldn't be sold in the village, so I pickled them for you. If we can't finish them, I'll take some to your dad's place. Other than that, the neighbor's daughter-in-law keeps peeking over here, but nothing else." She really went over every little detail with her daughter-in-law. Fang Yuan felt her mother-in-law was easy to get along with. "Mom, you have a great memory. It's been days and you remember everything." Mother Lu blushed a little. "I don't really remember that well. Your dad can read a bit, so he helps me write everything down in a notebook, just in case I mess something up." Fang Yuan said, "My dad can read? No wonder he raised a college student." Mother Lu was modest. "He can just jot things down, nothing more." Then she handed the 3 yuan and 20 cents to Fang Yuan. "Here, you take the money." Fang Yuan said, "No need. I'm always coming over anyway, keep it and buy something to eat with Dad." Mother Lu insisted, "No, if your dad and I run out of money, we'll ask you for more. What's yours is yours, we can't just take it." Fang Yuan agreed. "You're right. Business is business." Mother Lu said, "Your dad always says, business is business, but money must be kept clear. That's the way to get along in the long run." Fang Yuan nodded. "My dad's right. No matter how close you are, once money gets mixed in, things get complicated." Her eldest, second, third, and fourth brothers were all examples of that. Mother Lu nodded in agreement. "That's because accounts weren't settled clearly." Fang Yuan nodded, completely agreeing. "Exactly. The two of them really saw eye to eye." Looking at Mother Lu, Fang Yuan suddenly felt her mother-in-law was easy to get along with, and her father-in-law was decent too. He might be a bit timid, but at least he knew right from wrong. Like with the issue of Lu Chuan's eldest brother, her in-laws had always been clear-headed. They knew their family was in the wrong and never tried to argue otherwise. Of course, the main reason was that, whether they were in the right or not, the Lu family never dared argue with the Fang family. Fang Yuan thought for a moment. "Mom, what's my dad been up to lately?" Mother Lu replied, "He's been tending the fields and trees. Even when there's no work, he finds something to do. Can't just sit around." Fang Yuan asked, "Mom, what do you think about having Dad work with me?" Mother Lu got excited. "Of course. But doing what?" Fang Yuan explained, "I bought a mixer and need a family member to keep an eye on it. The pay isn't much, but as long as the machine is running, there's a wage. It's steady work. Mother Lu immediately asked, "Where did you get the money for that?" Fang Yuan admitted, "I'm a bit in debt." Mother Lu was instantly worried. "You're in debt? What are we going to do?" Fang Yuan reassured her, "It's fine. I'm earning money every day, aren't I?" Mother Lu, for once, spoke firmly to Fang Yuan. "What do you mean, earning money? You've barely started and already you're hiring people? If your dad's not enough, I can help too. The priority is to pay off the debt." At this point, Mother Lu didn't even mention splitting up the family, nor did she accuse her daughter-in-law of being reckless or getting into debt. Maybe she really didn't dare. But she was genuinely anxious. They'd only had a few good days, and now they were in debt. It felt like the sky was falling. Fang Yuan said, "Don't worry, Mom. Once I get paid at the end of the month, I should be able to pay it off. After that, all the money will be profit." Mother Lu's life experience told her that she wouldn't feel secure until the debt was paid off. When Lu Chuan came back, Mother Lu was already getting ready to pack up some clothes for Father Lu, so he could go into town and help his daughter-in-law make big money. Mother Lu said to her son as he came in, "You two shouldn't just rest at home. That machine is so expensive, and you don't even have a family member watching it? How can you be so careless?" Then she added, "Are you sure you don't need me to come to town and help keep an eye on things? Don't sleep too soundly at night. What if something gets stolen?" It's no wonder Mother Lu got along so well with Fang Yuan. They really thought alike. Lu Chuan couldn't help but think, no wonder their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, both of them have to keep an eye on the family's money, even if it means staying up all night. He tried to reassure his own mother, "It won't get lost." His mother, anxious and flustered, said, "What are you talking about? Don't you know what our family's situation is? If we lose that thing, even selling you wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Take your dad over there on your bike first. Once your dad's watching it, you can come back. I need to tell your dad to keep a close eye on it, can't be as careless as you." Other people might give their daughters-in-law a hard time, but in this family, it was the son who got bossed around. Lu Chuan hadn't even caught his breath after getting home before his mother shooed him right back out. Fang Yuan didn't see anything wrong with his mother's arrangements. She wasn't comfortable leaving so much money's worth of equipment unattended either. So, Lu Chuan had barely gotten home, just long enough to help his wife heat up the kang, before Fang Yuan sent him right back to the construction site. She even assigned his uncle, Wu Hu, to work exclusively for Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan explained to his fifth uncle, "Fang Yuan said my dad should come over and learn from you how to look after the mixer. For the next few days, my dad will be your shadow." "Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Wu." Wu Hu felt a bit embarrassed. "Uncle, how could we let you go through all this trouble? It's just that Fang Yuan doesn't know any better." Lu Chuan's dad was circling the mixer, saying, "Don't say that. That thing is worth so much money, just thinking about it makes me nervous. I can't take my eyes off it for a second." Wu Hu is now certain Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan's family were cut from the same cloth. He pulled Lu Chuan aside and whispered, "Anyone who knows my sister would understand she just doesn't trust others and is afraid of losing something. But anyone who doesn't know her might think she doesn't trust me, bringing her own uncle over to keep an eye on me." Lu Chuan quipped, "Don't worry, Uncle Wu. My dad only has eyes for the mixer, he won't even notice you." Wu Hu laughed at his brother-in-law. "That's not the tone I expected. What's up?" Lu Chuan sighed, "I mean, we finally bought something big for the house, even if it was out of desperation. Shouldn't my dad at least say something to me about it, maybe scold me a little?" Wu Hu nodded. "You're right. You're the man of the house now." Lu Chuan was genuinely frustrated. "From start to finish, my dad hasn't said a word to me." After a long pause, Wu Hu said, "Maybe your dad thinks you're not the one in charge, so talking to you is pointless." That hit home. Both Lu Chuan and Wu Hu fell silent. The truth stung, and Lu Chuan turned and walked away. Better to keep it bottled up than complain to Uncle Wu and get even more upset. Clearly, that's exactly how his dad saw things. Wu Hu watched Lu Chuan push his bike in the wrong direction. "Hey, where are you going?" Lu Chuan replied matter-of-factly, "Home." Wu Hu sucked in a breath. "Man, brother-in-law, you've been back and forth so many times today, don't your legs hurt?" Of course Lu Chuan's legs hurt, but sometimes a man is willing to run dozens of miles for something or someone without complaint. He just gave Woohoo a look that said, "You wouldn't understand. My wife's at home, where else would I go?" Of course, Lu Chuan himself wasn't feeling particularly romantic. He just pedaled his old bike back and forth between the village and the site, full of silent grievances. His stomach was growling, and he thought, "Fang Yuan, you'd better have saved me some food." But when he got to town, he realized he couldn't count on it. Fang Yuan wasn't the most considerate type. So he headed straight to his mother-in-law's place. Wang Suixiang hadn't seen Lu Chuan cycling back and forth, but she ran the butcher shop and always had her ear to the ground. People passing by had mentioned more than once that son-in-law has been running back and forth all day. Who knows what he's so busy with? Seeing her son-in-law show up again at this hour, Wang Suixiang got worried. Is something wrong? Lu Chuan felt a little embarrassed. No, Mom. Fang Yuan's staying home for a couple of days, but she's worried about the mixer, so I took my dad over to keep an eye on it. Wang Suixiang thought, no need to explain. I know my daughter. If she doesn't sign off on something, you can't make the call. And you'd never be able to talk her into anything. Her daughter had been stubborn for 20 years at home. If she suddenly became easygoing after less than a month of marriage, Wang Suixiang would be worshipping her son-in-law instead of Buddha. Wang Suixiang said, I knew that girl would make a fuss. Good thing your family is so patient with her. But then again, it was rare for her daughter to trust her in-laws with something so important. Lu Chuan said, it's nothing. My dad's happy to help out with Fang Yuan. Then he added, my mom's even happier. His tone was a little off, a bit sour. Wang Suixiang couldn't help but laugh. She understood exactly what her son-in-law meant. Lu Chuan said, Mom, I'm running late, and I don't know if Fang Yuan's eaten yet. Do you have any food at home? I want to bring some for her. Wang Suixiang actually blushed. Her son-in-law had been running around all day and was still worried his wife hadn't eaten. She felt a little guilty. You must be tired too, and probably haven't eaten yet, right? Go wash your hands and eat something first. Lu Chuan was a bit shy, but didn't stand on ceremony. Mom, it's getting late. Could you pack me a meal to take home and eat with Fang Yuan? Wang Suixiang wouldn't dream of neglecting her son-in-law. There's no rush. Go wash up. But Lu Chuan was worried about his wife at home with nothing to eat, so he packed up the food and hurried off. Wang Suixiang watched him leave. He's really adapted well. Fang Dalong also watched his son-in-law's back. He's got a thick skin, not like a scholar at all. Otherwise, how could he come over so comfortably to his in-laws' place to bring food to his wife? Other new sons-in-law would never be so at ease. Wang Suixiang was quite pleased with this. Doesn't it feel like he's really part of the family? Fang Daling nodded. It really does. He doesn't treat us like outsiders. Wang Suixiang glanced at Fang Daling, but said nothing. Their family was no match for the son-in-law. He had them wrapped around his finger in no time. When Fang Yuan saw Lu Chuan come home in the middle of the night, she was surprised and quickly put down the spatula she was holding. Lu Chuan hadn't expected to be greeted by the scene, not a hot meal, but a spatula in hand. What are you doing? Fang Yuan said, it's the middle of the night. I have to be on guard, don't I? Why are you back again? Lu Chuan really wanted to retort, why am I back? You're at home, where else would I go? But he knew Fang Yuan's mind would never wander into anything sentimental. He muttered, if I didn't come back, how would you get to the county tomorrow? Fang Yuan said, I'm not stupid. Why are you running back and forth so much? Don't your legs hurt? Only then did Lu Chuan realize how weak his legs felt. After a whole day of biking, he was finally feeling the exhaustion. But Fang Yuan wasn't one to dwell on things. Seeing Lu Chuan, she was happy. Have you eaten? Lu Chuan handed her the lunchbox he'd brought, still warm. I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I got this from Mom's place. Fang Yuan took it, her heart softening a little. Did you eat? Lu Chuan blushed. No, I'll eat with you. Fang Yuan handed him a pair of chopsticks. You eat. I already ate, Mom made dinner for me. We ate well. Lu Chuan felt all his efforts had been for nothing. Fang Yuan, Mom stayed with me all night before she went home. Lu Chuan, you two get along pretty well." His tone was tinged with a strange jealousy. The person he'd been thinking about the whole way had spent the evening with his mom instead. She probably hadn't even thought about him. And you could tell, the two of them really did get along. "Didn't you hear?" She kept calling her our mom. Fang Yuan was full of praise for her mother-in-law. "Our mom is a good person, easy to get along with." Lu Chuan muttered, "You're marrying a man, not his mother. This guy doesn't know how good he has it." Fang Yuan replied, "If you had a bad relationship with your mother-in-law, then you'd know how hard it is for men." All Lu Chuan wanted, after running around all day, was to lie on the bed, chat with Fang Yuan, have a little heart-to-heart, and build their relationship. He didn't have any other intentions, but feelings need to be nurtured. Otherwise, when he goes off to school and doesn't have much time with Fang Yuan, the two of them will just be headed for disaster. Lu Chuan didn't want to be a heartless husband, but that required a solid foundation of affection. To be fair, he'd been putting in the effort. But all his tender feelings seemed to mean nothing to Fang Yuan. The girl didn't even think in that direction. Lu Chuan was about to fall asleep at the dinner table. Fang Yuan felt bad for him and nudged him, "Go to bed." Lu Chuan forced himself to stay awake. "I still have something to say to you." For once, Fang Yuan played along, but after waiting a while without hearing Lu Chuan say anything, she turned to see that he'd already fallen asleep. "See, if you're that tired, just go to bed. You didn't even get to say what you wanted. What was the point?" After a good night's sleep, Lu Chuan woke up with his thighs still sore. Even when he was sweeping the yard, he couldn't stand comfortably. Fang Yuan noticed. "Are your legs sore? Come, I'll massage them for you." Lu Chuan's face turned bright red. He wanted to refuse, but then he thought, why not? Other than this, there really weren't many chances to have any physical contact with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan couldn't stand the way Lu Chuan just stood there dumbly. "What are you spacing out for? Sit down." "Lu Chuan, you sit. I'll just stand." Fang Yuan felt like Lu Chuan's brain just didn't work sometimes. "Your legs hurt. Why would I sit?" "Sit down." Lu Chuan sat down on a small stool. Fang Yuan squatted down and started massaging his calves. "Does it still hurt?" Lu Chuan wanted to say that riding the bike made his thighs sore too, but when he looked at Fang Yuan, he didn't dare make a sound. "Fang Yuan, I'm asking you a question. Does it hurt?" Lu Chuan's mind had already wandered off somewhere. It's better. Actually, his legs felt even weaker now. He could barely stand up. "Fang Yuan, are there mosquitoes in the house? Your ears are all red from bites." Lu Chuan rubbed his ears. "Maybe, I guess." "Fang Yuan, I didn't get bitten, though. When Mom left yesterday, she spent ages swatting mosquitoes for me." Lu Chuan's mind was drifting somewhere far away. "Maybe I got bitten outside." "Fang Yuan, with legs like yours, will you be able to take me along next time?" "Lu Chuan, I'll be fine after a rest." Then he added, "You have really nice hands." Fang Yuan didn't get shy like he expected. She picked up her own hand and said, "They're okay, but not as nice as a scholar's hands." Then she asked, "Are you flirting with me?" Lu Chuan almost fell off the stool. What are you talking about?" At most, he was just giving her a compliment, not hitting on her. "Fang Yuan, aren't you? I've seen my eldest and second brothers, when they were dating, they always complimented their girlfriends like this." Lu Chuan got a bit flustered. "Your brothers let you watch that? That's really not appropriate." "Fang Yuan, what are you so worked up about?" "I watched secretly with Wu Hu." Lu Chuan thought to himself, your brothers must have had a hard time with you two around. "Fang Yuan, so are you flirting with me or not?" "Lu Chuan, you're overthinking it. You said my hands are nice too. Does that mean you're flirting with me?" Scholarly types are so good at turning the tables and sounding righteous about it. Plus, he was testing his wife's attitude, speaking very cautiously at the end. "Fang Yuan, that's true. I definitely don't have any designs on you." Lu Chuan's face instantly darkened. This woman really didn't know how to talk. How could she have no interest in him at all? Was it his looks? Or something else? Of course, if Fang Yuan didn't like his body, he could always work on that. "Fang Yuan, by the way, do your thighs hurt?" "When I was learning to ride a bike, my thighs hurt too." Lu Chuan froze up. Should his thighs hurt or not? This was a question worth holding a conference in his brain over. Fang Yuan, want me to massage them for you? Lu Chuan steeled himself, took a deep breath, and gathered his courage. Sure. Just then, Lu's mother pushed open the gate. What are you doing? Why are you sitting while Fang Yuan is squatting? Fang Yuan replied, Mom, Lu Chuan was riding the bike all day yesterday. He could barely walk this morning, so I'm giving him a massage. Lu's mother genuinely cared for her daughter-in-law. She said right away, you rest, let me do it. Lu Chuan stiffened up even more. He wanted to ask his mom, you can even take over this from your daughter-in-law? Can't you stop interfering? Can you be a little more self-aware? But unfortunately, Lu's mother had no such awareness. She was completely focused on caring for her daughter-in-law, pushing her aside and massaging Lu Chuan's legs herself. Meanwhile, she said to Fang Yuan, I'm worried you're not eating well out there, so I made some pickles with sesame oil for you to take back. Fang Yuan, that's great. I've tasted your cooking before, Mom. Lu's mother pounded her son's thigh with her big hands and still found time to dote on her daughter-in-law. When you finish, just let me know and I'll make more for you. Then she started asking about Fang Yuan's family, clearly planning to follow her daughter-in-law's wishes to the letter. Lu Chuan stood off to the side, full of resentment. This wasn't his real mom, this was a love rival. He looked longingly at Fang Yuan, but she didn't even spare him a glance. Once again, all his feelings went to waste. Lu Chuan just wanted to howl, my dear mother. But after his mom started massaging, his leg really did feel better. He didn't need her to keep going. Lu's mother said, there's something I need to tell you. The in-laws from your eldest brother's wife's side have come by several times. If they were here to make trouble, they leave as soon as they arrive. If they're not here to make trouble, why do they bring people with them? I really don't know what they want. Fang Yuan, let them fuss. Either way, it's their own daughter they're making trouble for. Lu's mother, that's true. But then, Li Ming's family came. Not to cause trouble for Li Ming and Lu's eldest brother, nor for Lu's parents. Instead, they came to make a scene at Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan's place. Li Ming's mother came in crying, rolling on the floor, while Li Ming's brother and sister-in-law kept accusing them of stealing their daughter as if things could be that easy. Lu Chuan was so angry he laughed. If I stole your daughter, why are you making a scene at my house? Li Ming's sister-in-law, it was your Lu family who did it. What, you don't want to admit it? Lu Chuan, call the police then. If the Lu family did it, let the Lu family go to jail. Lu's mother was stunned. That wouldn't do, her eldest son couldn't go to jail. But Fang Yuan stopped her from speaking and she didn't dare say a word. Fang Yuan, is it because you heard I made some money? You don't make trouble for Li Ming or for my in-laws because you know you can't get any money out of them, right? Isn't Mom just the cutest? When Fang Yuan spoke, the whole scene fell silent. After all, everyone was waiting to see how this new daughter-in-law would handle things. If the young wife got angry and started a ruckus with the Lu family, things wouldn't end well for them. Everyone was secretly cursing Li Ming's family for being so shameless. What did any of this have to do with the new daughter-in-law? Of course, most people were also eager to see how the second Lu daughter-in-law would deal with the in-laws of the eldest Lu daughter-in-law. Who didn't know that the Fang family's tigress wasn't someone to mess with? They all wanted to see how the tigress would handle these troublemakers. Li Ming's eldest sister-in-law, embarrassed and angry, snapped, your family's in the wrong here. No matter what you say, you're not in the right. On one side, Li Ming's mother was rolling on the ground, wailing and crying. On the other, Li Ming's sister-in-law was arguing nonstop. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were working together seamlessly. Fang Yuan sneered, do I, Fang Yuan, look like someone who reasons with just anyone? She swung a pole at them. If Li Ming's sister-in-law and mother hadn't dodged quickly, they'd have been hit for real. Li Ming's eldest brother was so scared he took several steps back. This woman was no pushover. She'd start swinging without so much as a warning. Fang Yuan said, haven't you heard who I am? If I, Fang Yuan, don't have my eye on the money in your pocket, you should be thanking your lucky stars. And you dare to mess with me? You've got guts. Not seeing Li Ming anywhere, Fang Yuan was a bit disappointed. Your daughter's behavior, I haven't even come looking for you about that yet. Since you're here today, let's talk. What's going on? A neighbor, sister-in-law's son, chimed in. A scoundrel's finally met her match. Lu Chuan pulled Fang Yuan's leg off the stool. Stand up straight when you talk. Fang Yuan glared at Lu Chuan. Why are you so fussy? Fussy? Compared to the Li family, who'd come looking for trouble and to extort them, Fang Yuan looked like the real bully, and the whole village was watching. But Fang Yuan really was a bully. She called out to Lu Chuan, "Get some people over here. Have Xiao San and the others surround them. If the Li family doesn't give me a clear explanation for what their daughter did today, they're not leaving." No one knew where Lu Xiaosan popped up from, but he said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I've already sent someone to the commune to get the officials. Let them come and reason with these people." Fang Yuan replied, "Reason with them? You can't reason with scoundrels like these. Why bother? Just surround them for now. I'll treat you all to a meal later." Lu Xiaosan was a bit taken aback by his second sister-in-law's boldness. Really surround them? Not just scare them. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. Scare them? In your dreams. They came here to hand over money. How could I just let them leave? Lu Xiaosan remembered how Fang Yuan had managed to squeeze money out of Li Meng before. He slapped his thigh. Quick, surround these outsiders. I'll buy everyone popsicles later. The Li family hadn't even started making a scene yet, and they were already flustered by this turn of events. Why were they being surrounded? Li Meng's eldest sister-in-law scrambled to her feet. What are you doing? Why won't you let us leave? This is illegal. She seemed to forget that they'd come here to cause trouble and hadn't planned on leaving so easily. Fang Yuan said, "Don't think you're the only ones waiting for me. I've been waiting for you too." She was so aggressive that Lu Chuan didn't even have a chance to speak. This wasn't his area of expertise anyway. Li Meng had stolen Fang Yuan's man, and Fang Yuan hadn't kept it a secret. Right in front of the whole village, she said openly, "Your family did this. A verbal apology isn't enough for me." So, what now? The villagers buzzed around, whispering, "How shameful. They've got some nerve, coming here to extort money." Someone else muttered, "They've run into the queen of extortion herself. Now their dirty laundry's out in the open." Li Meng's sister-in-law's face turned beet red. "You're making things up." Fang Yuan retorted, "Making things up? What, your daughter didn't break off the engagement? You didn't bring people to smash up the Lu family's house? Or your daughter didn't go on a blind date with a commune official? Or is it that your perfectly good daughter just threw herself at someone else for no reason?" With those harsh words, the circle of women watching outside exploded with excitement. They were even more animated than the people fighting in the middle. That's the power of gossip. Over on the side, Gong Er said to Zhang Xiela, "See? I told you about this, but you wouldn't listen." Lu Chuan got screwed over by his brother and had no choice but to marry Fang Yuan. Zhang Xiela scowled. "No one's stopping you from shutting up." He felt sorry for Lu Chuan. Just when the rumors had died down, the eldest Lu daughter-in-law's family was stirring up trouble again. They were all here to back up Lu Chuan. They couldn't let outsiders push him around. Zhu Xiaosan, ever the schemer, said, "Isn't this the eldest Lu brother's problem? Why isn't he here?" Exactly. Everyone in the village knew Lu Chuan had sacrificed his own marriage for his brother. Now the eldest Lu daughter-in-law's family was here, but the eldest brother himself was nowhere to be seen. That was truly shameful. Gong Er, never one to hold his tongue, said, "What a coward." Li Meng didn't want her eldest brother to come, but he knew that if he didn't show up, he'd lose face and wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the village. As soon as he arrived, he heard those words. Li Meng protested, "Who are you talking about? Who says we wouldn't come?" She went over to pull her sister-in-law aside. "Brother, sister-in-law, you and Mom making a scene here won't get us anywhere. I told you already, I have no money." Li Meng's sister-in-law made it clear, "You don't have money, but your younger uncle does. He's made a lot in the commune. He should take care of this. It's not thieves you have to fear, but people who covet what you have." Now they had their eyes on him. Fang Yuan had already dumped a bucket of slop over them. "Lu Chuan doesn't care about this mess, but if it's my business, you'd better believe you're going to deal with it." Li Meng, now covered in slop, protested. Who are you throwing that at? Can you tell friend from foe? Fang Yuan replied, I threw it at you, of course. Then she added, your family raised a daughter who did something so shameful. Come on, let's hear it. Pay up. She didn't waste any words. Li Meng's sister-in-law said, pay what? What's it got to do with us? I came to get money from you. Fang Yuan shot back, nothing to do with you? Then why are you here? You think you can just leave after coming here? Pay for the things you broke at the Liu house. Pay for your daughter stealing my fiancé. How can you just walk away from what you've done? Asking me for money? Dream on. Li Meng's sister-in-law, a notorious scoundrel herself, said, we don't have money, and we're not paying. You can't extort money from us. Fang Yuan replied, this isn't extortion, it's compensation. No money? That's fine. You must have furniture at home. How did you get here? By bike? Donkey cart? Ox cart? She turned to Lu Xiaosan. Doesn't matter what kind of cart, go keep an eye on it for me. Li Meng's sister-in-law tried to stop Lu Xiaosan from leaving. She couldn't let this woman get any ideas. Are you a bandit? What about the law? That's a borrowed cart, I can't give it to you. Fang Yuan said, no problem. If I came to your house for money, you'd have to borrow money to give me, right? This is much simpler. Next time you come, borrow an ox cart. Maybe then we'll call it even. Li Meng's mother was furious. You wish. Are you out of places to reason with people? Didn't you say someone from the commune was coming? Let the commune handle it. This isn't how things are done. Fang Yuan was much tougher than Li Meng's sister-in-law. I'm telling you, I'm not talking to the commune. Whoever comes, it won't change anything. Li Meng's sister-in-law, fuming, pointed at Fang Yuan's nose. You're being unreasonable. Fang Yuan shot back, you came all this way just to reason with me? Everyone around burst out laughing. You're a rascal yourself and you want to talk about reason? What a joke. Lu Chuan watched Fang Yuan put Li Meng's sister-in-law in her place, his eyes full of admiration for her. Of course, she was firmly blocking Li Meng's eldest brother, not letting him get involved in the women's quarrel. Lu Chuan had already said, if a man gets physical, do you think you'll get the upper hand? Just stay out of it, don't get involved, and we won't lay a hand on you either. Gong Er and Zhang Xiula both stepped forward, scaring Li Meng's eldest brother so much that he plopped down on the ground. Everyone laughed. This guy's useless. No wonder he lets his wife make a scene. Li Meng's eldest brother regretted coming with so few people. Surrounded by the men of the village, all waiting to teach him a lesson, he didn't dare make a move. He totally chickened out. Lu Xiaosan broke free from Li Meng's sister-in-law and wheeled over the bicycle. Sister-in-law, here it is. Don't worry, I'm watching it. No one's taking it. Fang Yuan nodded. Not bad, the bike was worth a bit of money. Give me the money or leave the bike. Take your pick. Li Meng's sister-in-law definitely hadn't come all this way to give gifts. She'd never met someone as shameless as Fang Yuan. Where's your village secretary? Where's the secretary? There are bullies here. Doesn't anyone care? The village secretary had been watching the commotion for a while and thought there was nothing wrong with it. If it weren't for someone like Fang Yuan, the Lu family might have been bullied by these people again. Like the saying goes, it takes a scoundrel to deal with a scoundrel. Serves them right. He simply retreated to the back of the crowd and didn't step forward. In a village like this, everyone knows each other, but not a single person mentioned the village secretary was there. They all gathered around to watch the show. Seeing no one was stepping in, Li Meng's sister-in-law started crying and lunged for the bike, wailing, "You're robbing us." Lu Chuan sighed. When dealing with unreasonable people, you need someone even more unreasonable, like Fang Yuan. This is called fighting fire with fire. Li Meng's mother, not daring to go after Fang Yuan, started pulling at Li Meng instead. It's all your fault, you worthless thing. Look at the mess you've made, just standing there watching your whole family get bullied. Li Meng dodged and argued, "Mom, what are you talking about? If you hadn't listened to my sister-in-law and insisted on coming here to make a scene, would any of this have happened?" The mother and daughter pulled at each other while the villagers watched, thoroughly entertained. Fang Yuan nodded. She's right. You didn't raise your daughter well. How did she end up so worthless? The whole village laughed. Li Ming realized she'd become a laughingstock. She'd never be able to hold her head up in the village again. Li Ming's sister-in-law could tell she wasn't getting any money from the Lu family. This woman was even more ruthless than her. She grabbed Li Ming. "Get the bike back for me. You've brought us right into a den of thieves." Li Ming was annoyed. "I told you, she's a tough one. I told you not to come. I can't handle her." Li Ming's mother snapped. "You're siding with outsiders. Did you plan this with her to set us up?" Li Ming was exasperated. "If you weren't trying to take advantage, would you have been set up?" Fang Yuan said, "Your mess is your own to sort out. Don't drag me into it." "I could say you planned this whole marriage thing as a scam, too." Li Ming's sister-in-law spat, "As if I'd want anything to do with a poor, broken family like this." Li Ming was furious, especially with Lu Laoda, the eldest Lu brother, listening nearby. "Sister-in-law, do you even want the bike anymore? Did she ever consider how she'd get by in the Lu family, talking like that?" Li Ming's sister-in-law immediately shut up. She'd never been extorted before. This was a first. Li Ming, feeling sorry for herself, whined, "Brother Feng, you see what my family's like. When it comes to getting engaged or breaking it off, I never had a say. I ran away to find you, Brother Feng, just to escape this misery." Lu Chuan and Lu Shaoxin heard this and couldn't help but smirk. This woman was really trying to play the victim. Fang Yuan glanced at Li Ming and Lu Feng, then said to Lu Chuan, "That trick might work on your brother, but it doesn't work on me." Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh at the wrong moment. He whispered, "It doesn't work on me either." But Lu Feng really did feel sorry for Li Ming. He'd let go of the past, blaming her mother and sister-in-law for all the trouble. He believed Li Ming truly cared for him. Li Ming pleaded, "Brother Feng, talk to your parents and let them go. We'll keep our distance from now on. I never want to see them again." Lu Feng was swayed and turned to Lu Chuan. "Second brother, they're still relatives. What's the point of all this? Tell your wife to let it go." Lu Chuan was amused. When Lu Laoda spoke up, did he ever consider that the whole village was watching? If they let it end like this, how would the Lu family be seen in the village? He didn't even bother to look at Lu Laoda. When they smashed up our house, did they think about being relatives? Did they care about appearances? Lu Feng still tried to act like the big brother. "How am I supposed to get along with my in-laws after this?" Fang Yuan threw a broom at him. "Who do you think you are? Why should I care about your future? If you want them to leave, fine, pay for them yourself. Do you think our family is a free-for-all? Where do you get the nerve to talk like that? What a disgrace. If I were your parents, I'd cut ties with you right now." Lu Feng wanted to say, "Even if the deal falls through, we should part on good terms. You don't have to be so hostile." But thinking of how unreasonable Fang Yuan could be, he didn't dare say a word. Still, the look he gave Fang Yuan was complicated. Lu's mother also wanted to cut ties with her eldest son. Who was he pleading for? If it weren't for Fang Yuan today, their family would have been in trouble again. Besides, saying this in front of everyone, how would those who stood up for their family feel? Because of the look Lu Feng gave Fang Yuan earlier, Lu Chuan's face darkened immediately. The engagement was off. What was with that complicated look? Lu Chuan was sure Lu Laoda had ulterior motives. Just as Fang Yuan said, he wasn't a good person. Since talking to Lu Chuan didn't work, Lu Feng turned to his mother. "Mom, say something. With all this fuss, how's Li Ming supposed to go back to her family?" Lu's mother was furious. When her mother-in-law and sister-in-law came to make trouble, did they think about our family? Do you think money grows on trees? You know me, I'm a pushover. I've been living under your second brother's wife's roof. I can't handle this. Lu Shaoxin, standing nearby, said bitterly, "Big brother, do you know why Mom listens to second sister-in-law? Why else? Because he and Li Ming had been inappropriate, and the Lu family was in the wrong with Fang Yuan. Even his own brother's engagement was ruined. Lu Laoda really had no face left to speak." Thinking of the past between Fang Yuan and himself, Lu Chuan didn't feel any better. Li Ming was watching Lu Feng with hopeful eyes, but after hearing this, she gave up on any ideas. Li Ming was truly afraid of Fang Yuan. She was too unpredictable, and Li Ming didn't dare cross her. But she hated seeing Lu Laoda and Fang Yuan interact. Without anyone saying a word, just seeing the two of them standing there filled Li Meng's mind with love and hate. She felt insecure and guilty, worried that her future as a rich wife wasn't guaranteed and might be snatched away. Li Meng hurried over. "Fang Yuan, I'm your sister-in-law. Whatever happened in the past, let's put that aside. I'm your sister-in-law now, and at least we're family. How can you act like this?" Fang Yuan replied, "You might be family to them, but you're not family to me. I haven't even acknowledged your brother as my husband. What kind of sister-in-law are you supposed to be? Am I supposed to recognize you just so I can embarrass myself with you all, or so your whole shameless family can come over and try to take advantage?" Watching the commotion from behind the fence, sister-in-law Sun couldn't help but mutter, "She's got way more bite than I do." Brother Sun said, "It's not just talk, she acts too. You don't want to mess with her." Sister-in-law Sun had seen it herself. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate to use her fists. "I'm never going to provoke her again, don't worry." Hearing this, Brother Sun was genuinely relieved. Otherwise, with his wife's sharp tongue, who knows when Fang Yuan might teach her a lesson. No matter how much Li Meng pleaded, Fang Yuan ignored her. Anyway, they weren't getting that bicycle back. All those little tricks Li Meng's sister-in-law tried were useless in front of Fang Yuan. She was stubborn, no money, no bike. The whole village was just standing around watching the show. Word had even spread to neighboring villages, and people came over to see the spectacle. The show's title, "The Tigress Deals with the Old Scoundrel." It wasn't until people from the commune arrived that Li Meng's sister-in-law and mother rushed over to them like they'd seen their saviors, hugging them and crying that they'd been robbed by bandits. Everyone was stunned. The Liu family had called the commune officials, not these freeloaders. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was calm. "You can't just listen to their side," she said, pointing at the two women crying and complaining. "How could I have dragged them into my house? They practically delivered themselves to my door to be robbed. I've never seen anything like it." The commune officials were left speechless. This girl didn't sound reasonable at all. That's when Lu Chuan stepped up. He told everyone not to leave and asked them to stay as witnesses, then explained everything that had happened from start to finish. Only then did he let the crowd disperse and invited the commune officials and the village head inside to sort things out. Lu Chuan's commanding presence caught the attention of both the village head and the commune officials. Anyone could see this young man was someone to watch. He handled things so well. Of course, it would have been even better if things had been handled before the commune officials arrived. And looking at someone like him, it seemed he couldn't even handle his own wife's affairs. The commune officials were muttering to themselves, how did he end up with such an unreasonable wife? A good man has no good wife, maybe the old saying was right. With the village head helping as a witness, Li Meng's family couldn't make much of a fuss. But Fang Yuan demanding compensation and holding onto the bicycle wasn't really justified, either. The commune officials tried to reason with Fang Yuan, but she wouldn't budge. She insisted on compensation, or they weren't getting the bike back. Her house wasn't a place people could come and go as they pleased. The commune officials tried their best to persuade her, but all they could do was morally condemn Li Meng and her family for their behavior. But holding onto the bike wasn't right. They kept trying to talk Fang Yuan into it, and by the time they were done, the officials had drunk 2 ladles of cold water. It was a real ordeal. In the end, it took the village head to step in before Fang Yuan finally relented a little. Honestly, even the village head hadn't realized he had so much sway. He was quite proud. Li Meng's sister-in-law hadn't expected that, even with the commune officials there, Fang Yuan still wouldn't back down. She'd really run into a tough one this time. In the end, Fang Yuan finally let up, saying she'd accept her losses for now. But as for the Liu family's house being smashed up last time, they'd reported that to the commune, and that couldn't just be let go, they had to pay compensation. Li Meng's face turned green. Her sister-in-law was never one to part with money, and if they actually managed to squeeze money out of her, it'd be a miracle. Li Meng herself didn't care much about 100 or so yuan. She knew money would be worthless in the future anyway. But now, after 2 months of hard times, she understood that 100 yuan determined her current standard of living. It wasn't easy to earn. She really didn't want to cough up the money. The village head nodded. Fang Yuan's demand was reasonable. Lu Chuan secretly nodded, too. Well said. You have to hold your ground somewhere. If Li Ming's family never suffers a loss, they'll never learn. Li Ming's sister-in-law had never suffered like this before and refused to accept it. Breaking off an engagement, who does it nicely? So we smash things up, so what? Who wouldn't frown at that? Who'd want to deal with people like this? Lu Chuan said, it was your family who wanted to break off the engagement, and now you're here making trouble? Lu Laoda, say something. Lu Laoda couldn't hide this time. It was his wife's family, after all. Li Ming tugged at Lu Laoda, pleading. He looked at Li Ming, then at her mother and sister-in-law, and finally forced out, let's just let it go. The village head almost spat in disgust. Easy for you to say, now you've dragged your whole family, and even me as the village head, into this mess. Lu Chuan didn't want to meddle in family affairs, but today he couldn't just let it go. He had to stand up for Fang Yuan and see things through for her. Lu Chuan stepped forward. Let it go. How? If this woman wants to date someone from the commune, that's her business. We can't control that. If she wants to fool around with someone, that's up to her too. But her family smashing up our house, that can't just be let go. The house doesn't belong to you alone. He laid it out clearly, though he threw Lu Laoda under the bus. If Lu Laoda cared a bit more about his family, Lu Chuan wouldn't have had to push him like this. When Fang Yuan had said this earlier, Lu Laoda and his wife weren't around, so things could have been glossed over. But now, with everyone present, there was no hiding. The village had looked much happier. This was the way to talk, with backbone. If you let it go this time, what about next time? They'd just come and make trouble again. Li Ming's face turned livid. What are you saying? Who fooled around? Oh, I'm being slandered to death. I can't live with this kind of accusation. If she wanted a better life in the future, she couldn't let people dump this kind of dirt on her. Li Ming was desperate now. She lunged at Lu Chuan. My brother-in-law is trying to kill me. She acted just like her mother, truly a chip off the old block. Fang Yuan stepped in front of Lu Chuan and kicked Li Ming away. If you don't want to live, go die somewhere else. She couldn't let this woman mess with Lu Chuan. Then she added, slandered? Nonsense. Who doesn't know about your business except Lu Laoda? Did you think I wouldn't check out your background before marrying into this family? Li Ming instantly fell silent. Of course, the Fang family would have looked into everything before the engagement. Everyone understood. This wasn't just made up. There was evidence. Li Ming saw there was no way out and just closed her eyes, pretending to faint. She felt so wronged. Why was life so hard? Why was there always a trap, always someone ready to put her in her place? If only she'd come back earlier, before the engagement was broken off, how much better things would have been. She was already thinking about how to win Lu Laoda back. As for her reputation, was there any hope left? Lu Laoda's mother sighed. Second daughter-in-law, the eldest's wife is siding with outsiders. She's no good. Let's just talk about how they're going to compensate us. What else could they do? Things had come to this. She couldn't just watch her eldest daughter-in-law's reputation get trampled. There wasn't much left of it anyway. Fine, let's talk compensation. No one cared about Li Ming and Lu Laoda's drama anymore. Fang Yuan nodded. However, it's reported in the village, whatever damage was done to our family, calculated in money and have her pay for it. She then looked at the village party secretary and asked very seriously, am I being reasonable here? The party secretary felt respected by this new daughter-in-law, who seemed very responsible. He turned to the commune official. Isn't this reasonable? The commune official nodded. It's reasonable enough. Then someone took out a notebook, did some calculations, and gave a number, 5 yuan. In other words, Li Ming's sister-in-law smashed up the Lu family's house, and 5 yuan would settle it. Fang Yuan really couldn't stay calm. How much? Was it just because her family had no one to back them up that it was only 5 yuan? The commune official quickly explained, 5 yuan isn't a small amount. Only a few bowls were broken, the window paper was torn. The cabinet is still usable. Just paste new paper on the window and it's fine. How much more do you want? This was really beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. Just like that, it was over. Fang Yuan looked at old lady Lu and forced out a sentence. With relatives like this, we'd better get some valuables for the house next time. It really wasn't worth all this trouble. Old lady Lu nodded, and in front of the commune official and the party secretary, said, I used to be narrow-minded, but from now on, I'll listen to you. The commune official's face twitched. He'd never seen a mother and daughter-in-law like this. Did they want to get smashed up again, or what? Li Ming's mother was getting anxious. Puh, you're trying to extort us? Some relatives. I'll never set foot in your house again in this lifetime. The party secretary and the commune official both looked at Li Ming's mother, thinking, the money may not be much, but if you really never come again, they'll probably think it's worth it. With everyone staring at her, Li Ming's mother felt aggrieved. What are you looking at me for? I don't have any money. I won't say anything more. I really don't recognize these relatives. Li Ming's sister-in-law wouldn't pay either. In the end, it was Li Ming herself who pretended to wake up and handed over the money. Otherwise, Fang Yuan wouldn't have let it go. As for the bicycle, it was only after much persuasion from the commune official and the party secretary that Fang Yuan finally let them take it away. The commune officials all told Li Ming's sister-in-law, see? Don't mess with people you can't handle. If you try to extort someone like her, you're just asking for trouble. Next time, steer clear. Li Ming's sister-in-law thought, you don't need to tell me. I'll avoid her for sure. She's even more ruthless than I am. Li Ming looked at her sister-in-law and hated herself for not having Fang Yuan's skills. Otherwise, her sister-in-law wouldn't dare try to use her to get money for the family. Li Ming's mother didn't dare say anything to Fang Yuan, so she cursed at Li Ming as she prepared to leave. Fang Yuan watched Li Ming hand over the money and said regretfully, I really went too easy on her. That woman still has money left. Lu Chuan said, all right, just take it as Lu Laoda not being worth much. As he said this, his heart ached. If Lu Laoda was worth a lot, he'd be unhappy. If Lu Laoda wasn't worth much, he'd be even more unhappy. These tangled feelings, Fang Yuan would probably never understand them in her whole life. Fang Yuan also warned Li Ming's sister-in-law, don't mess with me. I've learned a lot today. Now I know the going rate for smashing up someone's house. If you dare mess with me, I'll smash up your place for 5 yuan. I can afford it, I have money. Li Ming's eldest brother, his wife, and their mother all hurriedly ran off. Next time they saw this woman, they'd definitely avoid her. The commune officials couldn't just leave after hearing that. They earnestly told Fang Yuan, you can't do that. That's against the law. Fang Yuan replied, then why don't you arrest them when they break the law? I'll accept the punishment too. Then she added, isn't that reasonable? She really had a thing for being reasonable. The commune officials were left speechless. Talking to a girl like this was just so difficult. If everyone handled things this way, there'd be chaos. In the end, the party secretary had Lu Chuan take Fang Yuan home and persuade her. People from their village couldn't behave like this. Otherwise, there'd be no reasoning with this stubborn girl. She was dead set on her principles. The commune officials wiped the sweat from their brows as they left. This girl was really tough to deal with. Meanwhile, old lady Lu, holding the 5 yuan, was overjoyed. She went around the village trading for vegetables, saying she'd invite everyone who helped today over for a meal. She was happy to spend that money. For the first time, old lady Lu wasn't stingy. She was downright generous. Li Ming felt awkward. The people she'd called didn't help her. Instead, they'd driven away her own mother and sister-in-law. And then there was the question of who was actually hosting the meal. For her, this meal was awkward no matter whether she ate or not. It was uncomfortable. Li Ming's face soured at old lady Lu. This mother-in-law never considered her feelings when doing things. But old lady Lu really hadn't considered Li Ming's feelings. Back when Li Ming broke off the engagement with Lu Laoda, and after the Lu family's house was smashed up by the Li family, the Lus just took it quietly. That resentment had been bottled up in old lady Lu's heart until today. Don't look down on the 5 yuan. What old lady Lu really got back was the Lu family's dignity. Her family wasn't weak. Even when they were bullied, they got some justice. And when her family was in trouble, The villagers helped out. That's what good relations are about. No matter whose pride was hurt, old lady Lu had to host this meal. Otherwise, who'd help you next time? Why hadn't the villagers helped out like this the last time they were smashed up? Li Ming's family had come to make trouble for the eldest before. Why hadn't the villagers helped then? All this made old lady Lu think deeply. Did she have time to worry about Li Ming's feelings? Her eldest son's let it go was already enough of a loss of face for the family and the village. As for Lu Laoda and Li Ming's reputations, old lady Lu couldn't care less. When her eldest said let it go, did he think about his parents, his brothers, or the villagers who helped? Lu Chuan naturally followed his mother's lead, organizing people to sit inside, and called on Zheng Xiaola, Gong Er, and Zhu Xiaosan to help entertain the guests. No one even thought about letting Lu Laoda handle this. What did it have to do with him? After all, it was his in-laws who caused the trouble. Fang Yuan pulled Lu Laosan aside and whispered something. Lu Chuan glanced over and saw that Fang Yuan got along well with Xiaosan. He thought, she's even a year older than me, but she gets along better with Xiaosan. Age really doesn't mean much. Fang Yuan had Xiaosan take people to the township to buy things. 5 yuan could buy a lot in the village, but it still wasn't quite enough. Since they were hosting, they had to do it right. This was their family's time to shine in the village. Her father had always told her, when it's time to be generous, don't be stingy. After saying her piece, she went to the kitchen with old lady Lu. Fang Yuan knew it was time to step up as the lady of the house. Old lady Lu was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Fang Yuan, she said, "Second daughter-in-law, you don't need to help here. Go keep the guests company with Lu Chuan. You're the backbone of our family, not just someone who cooks." In old lady Lu's eyes, her second daughter-in-law was truly on another level. After standing awkwardly in the yard for quite a while, oldest brother Lu and Li Ming finally figured things out. If they didn't show up at this occasion, or didn't make an appearance, they could pretty much forget about living peacefully in the village in the future. No matter how awkward it was, they had to get through today. Oldest brother Lu signaled to Li Ming to go help his mother. As for the fact that Mother Lu wasn't hosting the gathering at their house, oldest brother Lu didn't have the energy to care. If the gathering really was at his place, Lu Feng's position would be even more awkward. After all, it was his mother-in-law who caused the trouble. Lu Chuan also noticed Lu Feng's discomfort, but all he could do was mutter, "Serves you right." Always insisting on saving face at the worst possible times. What face do you even have left? Li Ming had been standing outside the kitchen for a while, listening in. If she went in to help, it would be like putting Fang Yuan on a pedestal, just like Mother Lu was doing. They were both daughters-in-law. Why should only she be busy in the kitchen? But if she didn't go in, she'd look bad just standing around. She wanted to go inside and chat with the others, but the conversation there was all about how to deal with her mother and her sister-in-law. Li Ming felt awful about it. No need to even mention it. Luckily, Fang Yuan never came out of the house. She told Mother Lu, "Today, I'll just help you out here, Mom. In my family, on occasions like this, my mom would always be the one busy in the kitchen." She was following her parents' example, planning to carry on those good habits in the Lu family. Mother Lu immediately said, "All right, today in the kitchen, I'll do whatever you say." At least, when people talked about it later, it would be her second daughter-in-law who was in the spotlight, and no matter how you looked at it, she was pleased with that. Fang Yuan, though, had some self-awareness. "I'd better listen to you, Mom." She wasn't really cut out for kitchen work. Li Ming thought, if I don't speak up, these two will just ignore me. So she said, "Mom, let me help you." Mother Lu was stunned for a moment. She'd forgotten about her eldest daughter-in-law. What was she doing here? This wasn't even her own home. Instinctively, she looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan never forgot how much she disliked her eldest sister-in-law. She tossed a piece of firewood toward the doorway, blocking Li Ming from coming in. Her face said it all. "You're not welcome here." Li Ming jumped back in fright. "Second sister-in-law, what are you doing? You almost hit me. You're so rude." Fang Yuan replied, "I really don't have the kind of manners your family has." "Why are you here, trying to get a free meal? We've already split the family. My house is my house, yours is yours. We're hosting today and you're not invited. If it weren't for today's special occasion, Li Ming wouldn't have wanted to come over and join in either. She thickened her skin and said, "We're all family. If we act like strangers, people will laugh at us." Fang Yuan shot back, "We're not strangers, but we're not so close that you can bring your family over here and ask me for money. I don't owe you anything. If you don't leave, don't blame me for embarrassing you in front of the whole village." Li Ming thought it over. Anyone else with a bit of pride wouldn't dare do something like that, but Fang Yuan wasn't like other people. Li Ming was genuinely afraid. Since she didn't have enough face to save herself, she tried to drag Mother Lu in. There are only 2 daughters-in-law in the Lu family. If people find out we don't get along, it'll look bad for you, Mom. Fang Yuan didn't overthink it, nor did she ask Mother Lu if she cared about appearances. She just said, "Enough with the nonsense. Get out." Mother Lu said, "Eldest daughter-in-law, it's not like you and Fang Yuan not getting along is a secret. Don't worry, today I'm helping out at the second son's house, and tomorrow, if you need to host, I'll help you and the eldest. I'm not stubborn about these things. If you two can't get along, then just don't." Li Ming thought, "So you'll help me host a feast just to throw my mother and sister-in-law out? Isn't that just deliberately making things difficult for me?" Li Ming said, "Mom, there's no need. We're all family. If the second family is hosting, it's the same as if we were. I'm not feeling well today, just tell the villagers that for me. Otherwise, they might think we're being ungrateful, and that wouldn't be good." Mother Lu could only nod. I know. The villagers understand." The eldest daughter-in-law just couldn't let it go. Why did she have to force her way in? She couldn't save face anyway. Fang Yuan sneered. "She talks a good game." Li Ming left. Seeing Mother Lu still looking uncomfortable, Fang Yuan said, "As long as she doesn't bother me, she can say whatever she wants. She's not my kind of person, I won't have anything to do with her." Mother Lu let out a sigh of relief. With such an awkward relationship, why force things? "You're generous, second daughter-in-law. Not having much to do with each other is just fine." Mother Lu kept her own mental tally. The relationships between the eldest, the second, and Fang Yuan were so complicated. If they really tried to force everyone together, wouldn't her second son feel awkward? How would they get along? Would the eldest really be comfortable? So, given their special situation, there was no need to pretend the brothers were close. From now on, everyone should just live their own lives. She and her husband had discussed this plenty in private. They couldn't understand why Li Ming insisted on forcing things. Didn't she feel awkward? As for oldest brother Lu, at least he knew to feel embarrassed. Lu Chuan didn't call him over, so he took a couple of steps forward, then quietly backed off and left. Lu Chuan glanced at Lu Feng's retreating back, pretended not to see anything, and went off to greet guests with Gong Er and Zhang Xiaoa. He didn't feel great about it either. Turns out, he wasn't as generous as he thought. He cared more than he realized about the fact that oldest brother Lu and Fang Yuan had once been engaged. Lu Chuan couldn't even describe how he felt. When he and Fang Yuan got their marriage certificate, he hadn't cared at all. But it hadn't even been a month and his feelings had already changed. He couldn't get used to it himself. Lu Shaoxin soon came back from town with some people. They hadn't bought much, just some bean curd sheets and a piece of meat from Fang Yuan's father. But once the food was cooked, everyone was impressed. There was plenty of oil and everything tasted meaty. The Lu family's impromptu feast only filled 3 tables, and since there wasn't enough room inside, the tables were set up in the yard. Fang Yuan was generous. She had Mother Lu use the meat, bean curd sheets, cabbage, and vermicelli to make a big pot of stew, then called the kids running around outside to bring bowls from home, so each family could take a big bowl back to eat. This was even more popular than inviting people over for a meal, since this way, both the adults and kids at home could have a taste. At the tables, there were 6 dishes, just enough for the people who had helped Fang Yuan keep Li Ming's sister-in-law from leaving earlier. Everyone was happy. Whether or not they actually ate much, just looking at the spread, they knew their help had been appreciated. It wasn't for nothing that they'd stood up for the Lu family. Of course, the topic of oldest brother Lu inevitably came up at the table. No one wanted to criticize him in front of Mother Lu, but the truth was, he hadn't handled things well. He couldn't even keep his own in-laws in check, letting them come make trouble at his brother's house, one incident after another, each more hurtful than the last. He had no sense of responsibility. If it were someone else, even real brothers would have broken ties by now. So, not inviting oldest brother Lu over was something no one thought was wrong. If he had been there wouldn't have even been anything to talk about. Over on Li Ming's side, she was discussing things with Lu Feng. Brother Feng, it's not easy to make money in the village. We're still young, why don't we go out and see the world? Lu Feng looked gloomy. He wanted to leave too. He couldn't stay in the village any longer. But he just didn't have the courage. What could we even do out there? Don't get any wild ideas. Li Ming said, but the people in this village aren't very friendly to me. Lu Feng pressed his lips together. With all this trouble, he was embarrassed to even go out. If they could avoid staying in the village, that would be best. But what could we actually do if we left? Li Ming could tell Lu Feng was tempted and came up with an idea. How about we open a little shop? Waiting for Lu Lauda to strike it rich might take a while. Li Ming thought they could at least solve their own basic needs for now. Lu Feng was worried. He wanted to, but reality didn't allow it. We don't even have the capital. What if we don't make any money? Li Ming was anxious too. They really were out of money. What little she'd brought with her was almost gone after all this. She looked at Lu Feng, this future tycoon, wondering why he couldn't just open a small shop now. There was no answer to that. And this future rich man was so cautious with investments, he couldn't make up his mind. When poverty comes, even couples quarrel. That saying was really true. Lu Feng even started complaining that Li Ming was too much of a spender. Li Ming thought to herself, since we got married, you haven't given me a single cent. Even if I'm spending big, it's my own money. Was this rich guy always this unlikable before he made his fortune? When would he finally become that generous, wealthy tycoon? At first, Li Ming regretted being reborn a little too late. Now she wasn't sure if she'd come back too early or too late. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was making rounds with Fang Yuan, toasting everyone and thanking them for their help. Fang Yuan was gracious, thanking everyone for their support today. Lu Chuan managed to keep up appearances, looking every bit the head of the household, but his ears were red, whether from the alcohol or from happiness, it was hard to say. People were imagining things, thinking, well, I guess this counts as making up for the wedding with Fang Yuan. This is probably what getting married is supposed to feel like. Whatever Fang Yuan was missing in her head, it must have all stuck to Lu Chuan. Toasting together, he could even imagine it as a made-up wedding ceremony. And he was tipsy and blushing. With Lu's father not at home, naturally, the son had to take charge today. Watching Fang Yuan call over Xiao San to help Lu Chuan greet guests and drink, Lu's mother felt her nose sting with emotion. If her husband were home, things would just be like this. For the first time, Lu Xiaosan realized how much pride there was in helping his second brother and sister-in-law. Even his friends got to sit at the table. Before, as half-grown kids, they never got this kind of treatment. At most, they'd get an ice pop. After the guests left and only the family was left, Lu Xiaosan was a little excited. Second sister-in-law, you really think highly of me. I feel so proud. Fang Yuan replied, if you hadn't run around helping today, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. You earned that pride yourself. Lu Xiaosan grinned, a little dizzy from his first taste of alcohol. But I still feel bad, second sister-in-law. You went all the way to invite someone from the commune just to get justice for a scoundrel. Otherwise, you'd have totally dominated today. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. It's not your fault. Inviting someone from the commune was the right call. I just didn't expect them to be so unhelpful. They were there to uphold justice, not to take sides. Lu Chuan felt this topic shouldn't go on. You've had too much to drink. Lu's mother looked at her youngest son. Go on, get some rest inside. Your sister-in-law and I will finish tidying up and then head home. With one less person, it was much easier to manage things. Lu's mother helped Fang Yuan tidy up the house. Fang Yuan let her take all the leftover food. We're not home much, and this stuff will just go bad. Please take it home and eat it. Lu's mother nodded and agreed. Don't worry, I'll take care of things at home. If there's nothing else, you two should go. I don't feel comfortable with your dad out there alone. She added, mainly, I don't trust him with so much money. He's never seen that much before. Fang Yuan nodded too. She was also worried about her mixer. That was all their worldly possessions. Lu Chuan didn't want to leave. He thought it'd be nice to stay the night, so he tried to be tactful. Mom, it's getting late. Lu's mother looked at the sky. It really is late. Hurry up and ride back. It'll be fine. She was basically shooing them out. She turned to Fang Yuan. Second daughter-in-law, if you're tired, just rest here and let Lu Chuan go to the county by himself. Lu Chuan looked at his mom. Was she really so eager to send her son away? Fang Yuan said, It's fine, Mom. I'm worried about the mixer at the construction site too. We'll go together. It's good to have company. Lu's mother was decisive. Then hurry up, or you'll really be traveling at night. She helped Fang Yuan gather their things. Leave the house to me. Nothing will go missing, not even a blade of grass. Fang Yuan said, Okay. You and Xiaoxin take care of yourselves. Don't get upset with them, and don't make things hard on yourself. Lu's mother's nose stung again. Her daughter-in-law still cared about her, so thoughtful. Lu Chuan was basically pushed out the door by the two women. When they reached the edge of the village, Lu Chuan finally let out a breath. My mom treats you well, but don't you think she's even better to money? For the sake of money, she wouldn't even let them stay at home, just push them right out. Fang Yuan wasn't fazed by this. We're just ordinary people trying to get by. What, would you rather have a mom who spends recklessly and doesn't know how to save? Lu Chuan felt a little aggrieved. I just don't want you and Mom to have disagreements over money. Fang Yuan said, What's there to disagree about? As long as the money's split fairly, we'll have no problems. They hadn't known each other long, but Lu Chuan had already learned to follow Fang Yuan's lead in all sorts of tangential conversations. Even if it's not split fairly, there won't be any problems. Whatever you decide, my mom wouldn't dare object. If you don't look too closely, there's not much difference between disagreement and fair split. That's how Lu Chuan comforted himself. Fang Yuan said, Our family is very reasonable. As long as your family believes that, Lu Chuan thought, I'm not about to agree or disagree. Fang Yuan added, Besides, I don't care that much about money. Lu Chuan stopped the bike, planted his feet, and turned to look at Fang Yuan, full of doubt. Do you really believe that yourself? Fang Yuan clearly believed it. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she'd said. What are you looking at? Not going. Lu Chuan simply replied, Looking at you. Don't you know your own personality? If you say you don't care about money, who would believe it? He didn't dare say the rest out loud. Fang Yuan didn't have all those inner monologues. She touched her own face. What's there to look at? She noticed Lu Chuan's face was flushed. Maybe I should lead the way, you seem a bit drunk. When you turned your head, you reeked of alcohol. Lu Chuan probably really was tipsy. He blew a breath at Fang Yuan. Can you really smell it? Fang Yuan covered her nose. It's really strong. Don't drink anymore, it smells terrible. Lu Chuan covered his mouth and sniffed. No way, I don't smell anything. He pouted at Fang Yuan. You must be imagining it. At this moment, Lu Chuan was truly innocent. He was even afraid Fang Yuan would dislike him. If it were another girl, she might have shied away. But Fang Yuan wasn't that type. She had to get to the bottom of things. She held Lu Chuan's head steady with both hands, leaned in close, took a big sniff, and then glared at him. It's all alcohol. How could I be wrong? Lu Chuan stared dumbly at Fang Yuan, his heart about to leap out of his chest. Was Fang Yuan getting handsy with him? Lu Chuan's face was practically being held hostage. Just like that, Fang Yuan cupped it in her hands. But after that, Fang Yuan, with a completely serious expression, started to investigate whether Lu Chuan's mouth actually smelled like alcohol. So in the end, was it him flirting with Fang Yuan, or Fang Yuan teasing him? Fang Yuan looked at Lu Chuan, who was staring blankly, and switched from cupping his face to patting it. Hey. You really drank too much, your eyes are glazed over. Lu Chuan still hadn't snapped out of it. The scene was too beautiful, beyond his comprehension. Fang Yuan frowned. Still say you're not drunk? If I'd known, I wouldn't have let you bring me here just now. It's too dangerous. She didn't hesitate, simply took the bike from Lu Chuan's hands. Get on, I'll take you. With you like this, if you took me, we'd both end up in a ditch. Lu Chuan moved a bit mechanically, honestly no different from being drunk. But as for what exactly he was drunk on, only Lu Chuan himself knew. Whatever Fang Yuan said or did, Lu Chuan wasn't really conscious of it. His mind was still stuck on the moment when she'd held his face. Fang Yuan, get on the bike. What are you standing there for? Lu Chuan didn't dare admit he wasn't drunk. He could feel the heat on his own face. I'm fine to ride. Fang Yuan swung a leg over the bike without even looking back. If something happens, who am I supposed to blame? Sit tight and hold on. Lu Chuan wanted to say, I'm not drunk, I can take you. But hearing that, he just got on the bike and, without hesitation, put his hands on Fang Yuan's waist. Honestly, it wasn't even a conscious decision, he just did it instinctively. Asking Fang Yuan to hold his waist? Not likely. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Lu Chuan figured the romantic effect was the same either way. They were husband and wife. After all, they couldn't just muddle along like this forever. Someone had to take a step forward. So Lu Chuan boldly reached out and took that step. Fang Yuan, big-hearted as ever, didn't think much of it. Hold on tight. Lu Chuan was especially obedient, his heart pounding, and wrapped his arms around Fang Yuan's waist. Okay. Fang Yuan felt a little awkward, but started pedaling anyway, thinking to herself that this guy really shouldn't drink anymore. For the first 3 miles, Lu Chuan's mind was in a daze. Everything felt unreal, like it wasn't really happening. When he finally came to, he realized his arms were still around Fang Yuan's waist. His mouth was dry, and he felt like he'd gone too far. He'd never even held a girl's hand before. How did he dare to put his arms around a girl's waist? Good thing Fang Yuan was in front and couldn't see his expression. Lu Chuan started to lose his nerve and loosened his grip a bit. Liquid courage, he told himself. He'd blame it on the alcohol. Fang Yuan thought Lu Chuan was too drunk to hold on properly. Hold tight, or if you fall off, I'm not coming back for you. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and tightened his hold again. After all, Fang Yuan had told him to. He still managed to ask, are you tired? I can ride instead, and you can hold on to me from the back. That way, I won't end up in a ditch either. Lu Chuan was clever. He figured if people saw that, no one could say he was just trying to take advantage of his wife. Plus, if Fang Yuan held on to him, it'd feel the same. He couldn't help but look forward to it a little. Fang Yuan, panting, replied, what's the point? We'll be going downhill soon. She was already out of breath. She must be tired. Lu Chuan felt guilty. Let me wipe your sweat. Fang Yuan thought this man just couldn't focus on the important things. If you're drunk, just sit still. Why make a fuss? It's not a big deal. Just hold on. Just then, they started going downhill, and Lu Chuan instinctively pressed up against Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan, are you dizzy? Lean on me if you need to. When we get to my mom's, have some vinegar and you'll feel better. The wind made her words a bit hard to catch, but Lu Chuan heard her loud and clear. Lu Chuan thought to himself, it wasn't dizziness, it was lightheadedness. Shamelessly, he pressed up against her for a couple of seconds, then quickly sat up straight. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, turns out he had the potential to be a bit of a scoundrel. Was he taking after old man Lu? That wouldn't be good. Fang Yuan was starting to get annoyed. This guy really wasn't much. Stop moving around or you'll fall. All right then. They were almost at his mother-in-law's house, and Lu Chuan's face didn't look too good. If someone saw them like this, what would they think? Sitting in the back was getting uncomfortable. Fang Yuan was worried Lu Chuan really was drunk and might fall, so she stopped the bike. Why aren't you holding on anymore? Lu Chuan stammered, his face still bright red. I think I sobered up. Fang Yuan, that fast? Your face is still red. Lu Chuan, the wind sobered me up going downhill. Maybe the wind made my face red. What else could he say? He couldn't let his mother-in-law and brothers-in-law see him getting fresh with their girl. Even if it was legal, he still had to save face. Fang Yuan really was tired. Riding a bike with a grown man on the back was hard work, and the roads weren't even paved. Fang Yuan was completely straightforward, not a hint of romance. Don't drink again in the future. Lu Chuan grunted in agreement. He needed a moment to calm himself down. His face was still burning red. As they talked, Lu Chuan took the bike and led his wife down the road. By the time they got to his mother-in-law's, Lu Chuan's face was still red. Fang Yuan said, "Are you sure you're sober?" "You don't look it." Lu Chuan, "Ahem, I'm sober, really. It's the wind." Fang Yuan, "Better have some vinegar, just in case." She went to the kitchen, poured a small bowl of vinegar, and made Lu Chuan drink it. With the distance so close and Fang Yuan being so attentive, Lu Chuan's heart almost jumped out of his chest. For the first time, vinegar tasted like honey to Lu Chuan. With his wife feeding him at such close range, he couldn't even tell what he was drinking. After a bowl of vinegar, he felt even dizzier. He looked even more drunk. Fang Yuan even said to Wang Suixiang, "Didn't they say vinegar sobers you up?" "I don't think it works." His face is still red. Hearing that, Lu Chuan sobered up a bit, but felt even more embarrassed, so he really had no self-control. Wang Suixiang noticed her son-in-law's ears were red, much redder than before. What else could it be? She glanced at her daughter, lips twitching. One's a fool, and the other's clueless. He'll be fine in a bit. It doesn't work that fast. Fang Yuan, "It'll take a while? Then I'll have to keep giving him a ride." Wang Suixiang turned to look at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan finally understood what it meant to be so embarrassed you wanted to die. Fang Yuan really didn't hold back at all. He didn't dare look at his mother-in-law, just turned away and coughed awkwardly. Wang Suixiang pretended not to notice and changed the subject. "I heard the Li family made a fuss at your place." She thought to herself, this son-in-law really has it tough. Fang Yuan lifted her chin. "Yeah, they did. Think I'd be afraid of her?" Wang Suixiang. "Those shameless types are like dogs that smell a bone. They'll sniff out any chance to take advantage." Lu Chuan nodded. "Wasn't that the truth?" Fang Yuan, "If my eldest brother and fifth brother weren't away, I'd have made them pay 5 yuan to leave. Otherwise, do you think I'd have let them go so easily?" Wang Suixiang, "Ahem. Son-in-law's right here. What nonsense are you talking? Their family is reasonable, after all." Fang Yuan said, "Mom, I'll let them off this time, but next time, don't let me catch them. Ever since I was a kid, I've only ever had my eye on other people's pockets. No one's ever dared to have their eye on mine." Wang Suixiang gave her daughter a light smack. "What nonsense are you talking about? At least try to make a good impression in front of your son-in-law." Fang Yuan replied, "How is that nonsense? Who could ever take advantage of me? They must not want to live well." Wang Suixiang coughed, signaling her daughter to tone it down a bit. Even she felt awkward in front of her son-in-law. Her daughter's way of handling things really wasn't the best. Lu Chuan felt even more uncomfortable, coughing several times. He'd just taken advantage of Fang Yuan earlier, without thinking about the consequences. Fang Yuan looked around and said, "Did someone fry chili oil in here? Why are you both coughing?" She looked completely innocent. Wang Suixiang didn't want to listen to her daughter's big talk anymore, and tried to send them off. "Aren't you in a hurry to get to the county? Hurry up and go." If this conversation went on, it wouldn't be good for the son-in-law to hear. Her own daughter's personality really needed to soften up a bit. But how could she teach her? As a mother, Wang Suixiang was really troubled. With Fang Yuan's temperament, she worried that if her daughter didn't know enough, she'd suffer losses, but if she knew too much, she'd get herself into trouble. So, in many things, Wang Suixiang had never really explained things thoroughly to her daughter. Fang Yuan glanced at the sky. "We should get going. How are my eldest and second brothers doing over here?" Wang Suixiang replied, "They're not as sharp as your son-in-law. They haven't suffered enough yet. Once they do, they'll learn." In other words, not great. Fang Yuan said, "Still, we can't just watch our own family suffer. Mom, you should keep an eye on my eldest brother. If it comes to it, give them a few beatings, they'll learn their lesson." Lu Chuan glanced at Fang Yuan, thinking, if my brothers-in-law get beaten, so be it, but when it comes to our own kids in the future, I can't let Fang Yuan raise them like this. I'll have to take the lead. Wang Suixiang said, don't worry about them. They're old enough now. Let them figure things out. Your eldest and second brothers do care about you, though. When they heard about what happened with the Li family, they wanted to go over to your place, but I stopped them. Fang Yuan replied, you don't have to speak up for them. If I really suffered a loss, they wouldn't get away with it. Wang Suixiang finally smiled. Her daughter's big heart was a good thing. As for the matter of the son-in-law letting her daughter give him a ride on the bike, Wang Suixiang's way of thinking would never misunderstand. A perfectly healthy young man, letting his wife give him a ride, ears all red and looking tipsy, what could he possibly be thinking? Wang Suixiang thought it through even more clearly. If the son-in-law didn't have any feelings for her daughter, that would be the real problem. Knowing that her son-in-law had feelings for her daughter put her mind at ease. For things to develop this way, it really felt like a blessing from a previous life. Honestly, at first, Wang Suixiang's biggest worry was that her son-in-law wouldn't like her daughter and would just go through the motions with their family. Seeing the two of them like this, she finally felt at ease. Happily, she packed 2 jars of pickles for her son-in-law and daughter to take with them. Well, in times like these, pickles really were a good thing. In front of his mother-in-law, Lu Chuan still had some shame and didn't dare let Fang Yuan give him a ride. He insisted he'd sobered up and took Fang Yuan with him. He really had sobered up, after all. He just brought Fang Yuan into the village himself. Fang Yuan said, yeah, right. If you're not sober, you're not sober. Why act tough? You're just saving face and making things harder for yourself. Wang Suixiang, carrying the pickle jars, happened to overhear this and quickly closed the courtyard gate, afraid her son-in-law would be embarrassed. She didn't want to get involved in the young couple's teasing. Hearing the gate close, Lu Chuan's skin thickened. Hold on to my waist so I don't lose my balance while riding. Fang Yuan asked, will that really help? Lu Chuan kept a straight face. It'll help. Even he felt a little guilty after saying it, but he managed to keep it together. Fang Yuan grabbed Lu Chuan's waist with both hands, using quite a bit of strength. How's this? She just wanted to help steady him. Lu Chuan looked down at Fang Yuan's hands, thinking, there's no way she'll ever cling to me gently like a little bird. This kind of grip, as if she's afraid my waist will go soft, is really something else. He didn't push it. They set off. By the time Wang Suixiang remembered to bring some clothes out for her 5th son and open the door, she saw her daughter actually holding onto her son-in-law's waist. She never imagined she'd see such a scene with Fang Yuan. She didn't even dare call out, just watch the young couple speed off like the wind. Wang Suixiang muttered, my daughter, does she even understand this stuff? She could hardly believe it, and then she found herself admiring her son-in-law even more. No wonder he was educated, he really had some skills. Lu Chuan, for his part, was feeling a little heady. If only the ride were longer. Fang Yuan noticed that Lu Chuan was riding steadily and quickly, so she let go. Lu Chuan felt a twinge of regret and tried to argue, aren't you afraid I'm still drunk? Fang Yuan replied, you're doing fine. It's hot out. I'm just worried you'll get a heat rash on your waist. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, he really had nothing more to say. To appreciate a wife like this, you had to use your heart. If he told Fang Yuan he wasn't afraid of a heat rash, who knows if she'd whack him with the pickle jar. Lu Chuan was content. Any progress was good progress. At least they'd held each other's waists, that was something. His face, which had been red all afternoon, finally cooled down a bit. When they got to the county, it was just in time for dinner. Fang Yuan saw that all of old Lu's meals were brought over by her 5th brother. Old Lu was busy circling the concrete mixer, never taking his eyes off it. Wu Hu saw Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan and breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally here. Talk to Uncle, will you? He really doesn't need to watch it so closely. Ever since Uncle came to the construction site, he'd been even more single-minded than Fang Yuan, and even more obsessed with the mixer. Fang Yuan really had some skills, finding an uncle who'd keep such a close eye on the mixer. Wu Hu was full of admiration. Fang Yuan said, Dad, there's nothing to worry about on the site. You don't need to be so tense. Old Lu didn't say anything in front of Wu Hu, But after dinner, when there were no outsiders, he confessed, "If I don't keep an eye on this thing, I can't sleep. It's all money, just sitting there. I feel so uneasy. To tell you the truth, even watching it, I still can't sleep." Fang Yuan wanted to nod. She felt uneasy too. Lu Chuan saw the same reaction from both of them and tried to comfort them. "This thing is here to make us money, not to wear us out. My fifth brother taught you how to use it, right? Just keep an eye on it and don't use it wrong, that's enough." Old Lu discussed with his daughter-in-law, "That won't do. I can do everything they do. Next time you need one less person here, I'll fill in. How about that?" Fang Yuan replied, "That won't do. What if you get tired out?" Old Lu was even more straightforward. "I won't get tired. I can't stand doing nothing." He was so stubborn about it. Lu Chuan thought to himself, his family really was hardworking, couldn't stand being idle. He was about to say something, but Fang Yuan spoke first. "Whatever you say. Anyway, when we start renting this thing out, I won't be able to go with it. You can help out, and when we rent out the mixer, we'll pay you for your work." Old Lu was delighted with this arrangement. He liked having something to do, it put his mind at ease. He patted his chest and promised, "Leave this to me. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything's taken care of. We don't need to charge them much, either." Fang Yuan said, "Dad, listen to me on this. Just don't tire yourself out, that's all I ask." Old Lu replied, "Don't worry, I won't overdo it." Well, it seemed everything had already been settled with the other side. From start to finish, this had nothing to do with Lu Chuan. As his son, he didn't even get a chance to speak. Wu Hu noticed it too. Ever since Fang Yuan arrived, Uncle Lu seemed a lot more relaxed around here. Wu Hu found it odd. Logically, Uncle Lu should feel more at ease with his own son, Lu Chuan, not with Fang Yuan. It didn't make sense that he got along better with Fang Yuan. Wu Hu asked Fang Yuan about it. Fang Yuan just said, "Really? Well, we're all family now. Isn't this how it should be?" All right, asking his own sister was pointless. She'd never even consider such things. He'd asked the wrong person. So Wu Hu turned to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan just twitched his lips. How did Wu Hu even get the idea that his dad got along so well with Fang Yuan? As far as he could tell, his dad just followed orders and did whatever Fang Yuan wanted. There was no sense of self at all. Of course, old Lu and Fang Yuan did have something in common. They were both very careful about money. But could he say that in front of Wu Hu? After thinking it over, Lu Chuan just said, "Maybe it's fate." That answer was too deep, too broad. Wu Hu couldn't grasp it at all. Every time his brother-in-law spoke like this, Wu Hu would just back off, thinking, "I don't get it, better stay out of it." When Wu Hu was with Uncle Lu, he was especially polite. "Uncle, Fang Yuan's just starting out in life. She's bound to make mistakes. Please keep an eye on her and don't just go along with everything she says. I think you're spoiling her too much." Old Lu answered just like Fang Yuan did. "Isn't that how it should be?" Wu Hu started to think maybe he was overthinking things. The whole family seemed to think this was normal. Wu Hu added modestly, "Actually, Fang Yuan doesn't have much experience. Sometimes she should listen to my brother-in-law, he's educated and knowledgeable." Old Lu replied, "That's just because everyone gives him face. But in our family, we listen to Fang Yuan. Doesn't matter how much experience you have." Then he added, "Fang Yuan's got a good heart. She's got sense too." Not a single bad word about his daughter-in-law. Wu Hu just couldn't believe it. Where was Fang Yuan's sense? A good heart? As her brother, he'd never seen it. If anything, she was a bit black-hearted. Then old Lu continued, "I'm not just saying this because you're here, nephew. Our family owes Fang Yuan. She's always been good to your parents. Not just me, even Lu Chuan knows this. In this family, whatever Fang Yuan says goes." Wu Hu protested, "It's not that serious. You should listen to whoever's right, really." Old Lu looked at his nephew and said, "Let me put it this way. We're happy to listen to Fang Yuan. It puts my mind at ease." Wu Hu stammered, but couldn't get anything else out. Old Lu thought Wu Hu didn't believe him, so he shyly shared his thoughts. "In our family, Fang Yuan's the one with a good heart, who speaks sense and gets things done. She's tougher than any of us. If I'd had half the backbone of her family, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did with my eldest. Every word was full of admiration for Fang Yuan. Wu-Hu wondered if Uncle Lu was just saying this because he was there. But Uncle Lu seemed like an honest man, right? Who knows? When old Lu said all this, his back was covered in sweat. He was terrified of upsetting his nephew. Their whole family just followed Fang Yuan's lead. They were all timid and cautious, and she was the only one bold enough to take charge. Of course, they had to go along with her. But there was one thing old Lu said that was sincere. Their family owed Fang Yuan, so they couldn't stand tall in front of her. After Fang Yuan married Lu Chuan finally learned how to manage a household. The change made the old couple thank their ancestors every day. In private, the old couple often said, "This daughter-in-law is great. We should do everything we can to keep her in the family." Forget about being a college graduate. Even college graduates need to find a good wife. The couple and Lu Chuan's second uncle were all cut from the same cloth. They knew how to keep themselves happy. After Wu-Hu walked away, Lu Chuan came over and handed old Lu a peach. "Dad, it's fine. Wu-Hu's a good guy. He and Fang Yuan are twins. They've been close since they were kids." Old Lu said, "All the more reason not to say the wrong thing." Lu Chuan replied, "We're treating their daughter well, being good relatives. No need to be nervous." Old Lu couldn't bring himself to eat the peach. He pulled Lu Chuan aside and asked, "Son, tell me honestly. Are you really treating her well, with all your heart?" He just didn't feel secure, so he felt guilty in front of them. If his son went to college and started looking down on their girl, old Lu would be even more afraid to speak up. Lu Chuan was exasperated. Was this really his dad? Did he really think so little of his character? "Dad, what are you talking about? What kind of person do you think I am?" Of course, he only truly understood after seeing his father-in-law's family's strength. But that wasn't something he could say out loud. Old Lu said, Good. That puts my mind at ease. Now I can relax around their nephew too. Let me tell you, Fang Yuan really is great. Even if this hadn't happened, I'd still listen to her. She always makes sense. That's how you run a household. What our family lacks is someone like Fang Yuan to take the lead." He almost said, "Son, you should listen to Fang Yuan too, so she doesn't get angry and I don't have to worry." Lu Chuan said, "In our family, Fang Yuan listens to me." He even lifted his chin at old Lu as he said it. Old Lu looked at his second son and pretended not to hear. This kid had been to school too long and never suffered any setbacks. With how fierce Fang Yuan could be, did he really think she'd listen to anyone? Even her own family couldn't control her. Lu Chuan was brave to say that out loud. Old Lu's look was full of meaning, so complex that Lu Chuan didn't catch on right away. Old Lu kindly reminded his son, in a marriage, it's not about who listens to whom, it's about listening to whoever makes sense. Don't get hung up on this stuff. Lu Chuan understood. His dad didn't believe Fang Yuan listened to him. Old Lu still wasn't reassured and tried to comfort his son. "Son, your wife has a good heart, and that's the most important thing. As a man, you need to be broad-minded. When you have the skills your father-in-law has, when you can make sure your wife is well-fed and well-dressed, Fang Yuan will definitely be more willing to listen to you." Hearing this, Lu Chuan just snorted. That day might never come. He'd already figured out his father-in-law's status in their family. Too bad his own dad didn't see it as clearly. He tried to reassure old Lu, "Dad, you're overthinking it. Fang Yuan and I are doing great. We talk things over together." Old Lu looked at his son and thought, as long as you're content, that's good enough. If you want to save face, go ahead. Every man wants to keep his dignity. Lu Chuan caught the look in his dad's eyes and immediately understood. This was a topic the two of them would never see eye to eye on. Old man Lu had been watching for a few days now and knew that his son and daughter-in-law didn't have it easy. There's no such thing as easy money. He saw his son running all over the construction site, shouting orders until his mouth was dry, barely even having time for a sip of water. His daughter-in-law, a woman, would grab a shovel and pitch in whenever they were short-handed on the site. It pained him to watch. The eldest at home was always muttering, saying the eldest was born for a life of comfort, though who knew what comfort he was talking about? Waiting for pies to fall from the sky? But with how the second son and his wife worked, it'd be hard for them not to prosper. Of course, more than anything as a father, he was proud. His own son had made something of himself. So many people listened to his son's instructions. In his whole life, Old Man Lu had never achieved anything like this. He was genuinely happy deep down, but he didn't dare show it on his face, didn't dare boast. He didn't even dare discuss with his daughter-in-law about letting the eldest come over to earn some money together. But seeing his second daughter-in-law working so hard, he did mention letting the third son come help out. But Fang Yuan said, he's still a kid. How could we let him suffer and toil like this? Old Man Lu thought, now that's what a good sister-in-law should be. Kids in the countryside have it tough no matter where they are. Fang Yuan said, my mom's home alone, taking care of everything. Xiao San can help out at home. Lu Chuan said, when Xiao San grows up, we'll find him a reliable job. Old Man Lu hadn't even thought that far ahead for his own son, but the second couple already had. Fang Yuan, for her part, had also come to appreciate Old Man Lu's character. He worked hard and was dependable. She heard that the concrete mixer was hers and had nothing to do with her husband. The money earned was rental income. Old Man Lu had even bought a notebook with his own money, carefully recording exactly how many hours the mixer worked each day for Fang Yuan. The accounts were clear and transparent. Fang Yuan thought to herself, isn't this exactly the kind of person I was looking for? When Lu Chuan saw that notebook, his view of his father changed. To put it nicely, it was integrity. To put it less nicely, it was like he'd forgotten his own son just because someone else was paying him. But Old Man Lu said, Fang Yuan's business was family business. He wasn't after his son's wages. Wu Hu also picked up on the situation. Outsiders, meaning him and his brother-in-law, were earning money together, but the uncle was honest and clear about what belonged to whom. Turns out, he himself was the one lowering his brother-in-law's value. The two brothers watched Old Man Lu diligently bustling around Fang Yuan and the mixer, not sure whether to admire Old Man Lu or Fang Yuan. How did they end up as partners? Old Lady Lu had sent over meat rolls twice, both times Fang Yuan's favorite. She was all about her daughter-in-law, never once mentioning Old Man Lu. Work was going smoothly, but the only regret was the season. Every few days it would rain. Whenever that happened, Fang Yuan would get especially anxious. She'd say, I'm a country girl, I know crops need rain. Let it rain then. But why can't it rain at night and be sunny during the day? It really holds up the work. Wu Hu scratched his head. Good thing you're not a landlord, or you'd work people to death. Doesn't everyone have a family? Don't they need to go home sometimes? It's a good chance for everyone to rest. Fang Yuan got anxious. Can this big guy of mine rest? It does the work of several people a day. Old Man Lu couldn't eat or sleep well either. Exactly. If a family had several grown men sitting around like this, wouldn't they eat themselves into poverty? Then he added, rain at night would be perfect. Look at us common folks, we haven't forgotten our roots just to make money. We're not hoping for no rain, are we? Wu Hu thought, you really don't have a leg to stand on in front of Fang Yuan. Your words aren't exactly neutral. Lu Chuan said, as long as it doesn't delay our schedule, don't worry. If you feel bad for your machine sitting idle, I'll make it up to you when we split the money. Fang Yuan replied, you think your money is really yours? It's all mine. Wu Hu looked at his brother-in-law, then at Old Man Lu, wanting to pull Fang Yuan aside and tell her to watch her words. But Old Man Lu actually said, a man's earnings all go to the family. What's yours is yours. How to spend it is up to Fang Yuan. It's just money, what's there to argue about? Lu Chuan didn't say anything at the time, but he was a bit frustrated. When it came time to split the money, he'd show them what he was capable of, show them that his earnings were worth more than a concrete mixer. He even thought, if he really couldn't match up, he'd talk to Wu Hu about borrowing some money, just to save face. Let them see what he could do. But then Lu Chuan realized he never even got the chance to save face. Fang Yuan, after working with him, didn't learn much else, but she sure learned how to keep accounts and track work hours. When Lu Chuan paid the workers, Fang Yuan would stand by with her own notebook, cross-checking with his. Wu Hu was amazed. You can do this? You never did this before. Especially since her math wasn't great. Could she really get it right? But that would be too hurtful to say, and he didn't want to embarrass his sister, so Woohoo kept quiet. Fang Yuan said, I didn't know before because I never needed to. Now that I do, I've learned. Besides, as long as it's about money, I don't get it wrong. Lu Chuan thought this was some kind of obsession with money, almost miraculous. Woohoo marveled, if our math teacher had made all the problems about money, maybe you could have gotten into college. Fang Yuan nodded. If the teacher let me do the math with real money during exams, I'd have done great. Lu Chuan rubbed his forehead. Let's just leave it at that. Even if the teacher said so, it wouldn't count. So this is how you do your calculations. Fang Yuan nodded. 15 times 25 is hard for me, but if it's 15 yuan a day for 25 days, that's easy. If I give someone too little, my conscience bothers me. If I give too much, I can't sleep. Lu Chuan was impressed, and Woohoo even more so. That kind of integrity is rare. Old man Lu truly admired his daughter-in-law. That's the power of conscience in our family's Fang Yuan. Woohoo turned and left. Watching how old man Lu interacted with his sister made him uneasy. At most, this was the power of money. He almost thought his mother had given birth to a saint, not Fang Yuan. She could do no wrong. Lu Chuan was uneasy too. His dad was completely taken in by Fang Yuan. When Lu Chuan's project was halfway done, they paid him half the contract money. They were polite to Lu Chuan, mainly because he did a great job and kept things on schedule. The site management was also different. People thought Lu Chuan's crew was especially professional. Of course, a big part of it was the mixer. Fang Yuan's pursuit of quality paid off. After paying the workers, the two brothers sat down and split the remaining money, not holding anything back. Mainly, Lu Chuan couldn't stand being looked down on by Fang Yuan and his own father anymore. The way they looked at him said he wasn't capable of making much money. Woohoo held over 1,000 yuan, feeling it was unreal. Isn't this money a bit too easy? He thought, this was enough for Lu Chuan to marry my sister 5 times over. The amount was shocking. At least he knew Lu Chuan didn't want to hear any more of Fang Yuan's metaphors, so he didn't say it out loud. Looking at the money, the two brothers started to panic. They'd never earned this much before, never seen this kind of money. This was only half the project. What about the future? Lu Chuan was thinking ahead. 5th brother, don't go blabbing about this. I don't feel too settled about it myself. Woohoo wasn't thinking as far ahead as Lu Chuan, but he was even more tight-fisted. Don't worry, even big brother won't hear a word from me. Lu Chuan said, we should let Fang Yuan pay back mom and dad first. They probably already have an idea what's going on. Woohoo replied, ahem, brother-in-law, listen to me on this one. Just say it's money the two of us scraped together. The workers haven't even been paid yet. Honestly, when these two get together, it's all schemes and calculations. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. What was 5th brother up to? Even if he discussed it with him, it's not like he could make the decision. Does 5th brother not understand his position in the family, or does he have doubts about Fang Yuan standing at home? Is he trying to test him? Woohoo figured his brother-in-law would get what he meant, so he spoke plainly. I'm not even married yet, and mom and dad have several sons. Alright, so the brother-in-law is being cautious with the in-laws. But Lu Chuan was even more careful, wary that 5th brother might try to take advantage and rope him in. Lu Chuan smiled sheepishly and said, I'm not the one in charge. 5th brother, you should discuss it with Fang Yuan. Woohoo's face instantly darkened. Useless. What can I even count on you for? Lu Chuan thought to himself, if I agreed with you, you probably wouldn't be happy either, and who knows how you'd deal with me. Do you take me for a fool? Before the two of them could even finish sorting out the money, Fang Yuan didn't give them a chance to show off. She just took Lu Chuan's share and even questioned him if a single dime was missing. Woohoo listened as Fang Yuan did the accounts, not a cent off, and was even more amazed than if he'd just gotten $1,000. What's missing? I gave it to you. That's the wages for 5 men. Lu Chuan couldn't stand hearing about supporting 5 grown men at home. 5th brother, watch what you say. Fang Yuan didn't have time for Lu Chuan. She was grinning from ear to ear, holding the money she'd earned with her mixer. Lu Chuan looked a bit dumbfounded. No matter how much money he made, it didn't matter, his wife cared more about the mixer. He felt a bit aggrieved. He'd made more than the mixer, but why didn't Fang Yuan ever smile at him like that? Then Fang Yuan generously took out 20 yuan and handed it to old Lu. Dad, here, your wages for the past few days. Old Lu quickly stepped back. We're family, what's the point of this? Whose money am I earning anyway? I can't take your money. Fang Yuan said, Dad, take it. You still have to take care of Mom and Xiaosan. I don't feel comfortable letting anyone else watch over the machine. From now on, you're in charge of it. I'll pay you wages, not as much as bricklaying, but the work is easier and steadier. It's definitely better than farming. Old Lu refused, flustered. There's no need for you to pay me. What would that look like? Fang Yuan replied, otherwise, I'll find someone else. Old Lu immediately took the money. Well, it's money. No way I'm letting someone else have it. Wu Hu watched from the side and commented, our Fang Yuan really belongs in your family. Look at her, anyone would think she's your own flesh and blood. Lu Chuan was pleased to hear that. Fang Yuan, you take the money I split with fifth brother and pay back Mom first. Fang Yuan glanced at Lu Chuan. Did he even need to say it? She'd already put the money away. It's a lot. I can't believe this is real. Lu Chuan saw how happy his wife was and added, we'll definitely earn even more in the future. Fang Yuan asked, you're not going back to school? Lu Chuan shut up. He still had to go to school. Wu Hu said, it won't get in the way of his studies. This project is just for the two of us. The stuff brother-in-law does, I can't do. But I can manage things and bring in workers. From now on, the money is for the two of us to split. Lu Chuan said, fifth brother, isn't that just free money for me? Wu Hu replied, dream on. Your wife has to help manage things too. Wu Hu wasn't stupid. What he could do, Lu Chuan could too, but what Lu Chuan could do, he couldn't. So he couldn't do without his brother-in-law. He took Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan home to pay back the money. Of course, Wu Hu also wanted to discuss a few things with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, I get it about not showing off our wealth. But even Mom and Dad can't know. Wu Hu scratched his head, you know, Mom and Dad have a lot of sons. Fang Yuan really understood. All right, I'll say I borrowed the money from you. If you leave it at home, Mom might lend it out to someone else. Wu Hu grinned, from now on, the three of us, me, brother-in-law, and you, will stick together. Fang Yuan thought, Lu Chuan is going back to school, and fifth brother is still willing to split the money with us. He's really trying to keep us close. What's in it for you? Wu Hu said, what do you mean, what's in it for me? We grew up together in Mom's belly. Fang Yuan asked bluntly, so what's in it for you? She knew him well enough to know he must have his reasons. Wu Hu replied, you just have to think I'm up to something, huh? Fine, I'm up to something. I'm hoping your man will have a bright future. Fang Yuan said, can he do better than making money? Forgive her for not having higher aspirations right now, all she could see was making money. Wu Hu said, look at you, so short-sighted. Don't let brother-in-law hear you say that. Fang Yuan replied, so what if he does? I'm the only one who can complain about him, he wouldn't dare complain about me. Wu Hu wanted to say, where do you get that confidence? Why can't he complain about you? Of course, if Lu Chuan ever dared to, Wu Hu wouldn't stand for it. But whether he dared or not, that was another matter. He took a deep breath and got back to the topic. Look, the village isn't that big, the township isn't that big, even the county is only so big. We've been in the county for a while now, and I've pretty much been everywhere. It's really not that big. How long do you think our work will last? Even if we rebuilt the whole county, how much money could we make? Fang Yuan said, you want to rebuild the whole county? Can you even use my mixer for that? Wu Hu looked at Fang Yuan, speechless and exhausted. He couldn't even argue with her anymore. How could I possibly rebuild the whole county? That's not what I meant. Fang Yuan said, I don't get all your bigs and I don't care. As long as you can use my mixer, that's all that matters. Wu Hu rubbed his forehead. What I mean is, in a place this small, look, big brother leads a crew, old son leads a crew, I lead a crew. There are more people fighting for these jobs than we even know. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, so my mixer will never be short of work. Wu Hu slapped his thigh, stop talking about your mixer. If they weren't talking about the mixer, Fang Yuan wasn't interested. Her face fell. Go on, then. Wu Hu said, we're only doing this because brother-in-law started it. I'm following him, and his horizons will only get broader. He'll see things I can't even imagine. Just wait a few years, and I won't lose out. Fang Yuan nodded. Fifth brother was thinking about the future. Wu Hu continued, you've pretty much learned everything you need. You're good at bookkeeping, right? Learn more from brother-in-law, how to calculate this, how to calculate that. We'll just be a brother-sister team. I'll work hard for a few years. I can wait. And with brother-in-law's remote guidance, Wu Hu felt confident. Fang Yuan summed it up, you're really willing to put in the effort. Then she added, so, should I save up and buy a few more mixers? Wu Hu refused to say another word. First, he couldn't argue with her, and second, they hadn't even paid off this round of debt yet. With what money? Brother-in-law earns a little, spends a little. How are they supposed to explain that to him later? The key thing was, his own money was in Fang Yuan's hands. What if she turned it all into mixers? You can't marry a wife with those things. What a headache. He swore he'd never call his brother-in-law a spendthrift again. His own sister was way worse. She just couldn't save a dime. The siblings arrived home, and Fang Yuan returned the money to Wang Chuixiang. Wang Chuixiang stared at the two of them. Where did this come from? If they didn't answer well, she could flip out any minute. She already had the feather duster in hand. Fang Yuan pushed Wu Hu forward. We earned it. Wang Chuixiang didn't believe it. You two teamed up to rob someone? Wu Hu replied, we earned it. Your son-in-law is capable. Money comes in fast. Just don't tell anyone. Wang Chuixiang said, are you two serious? It hasn't even been a month and you've got this much? Wu Hu quickly explained, of course it's not all ours. It's not like we owed you that much. They just felt uneasy about the debt, especially my brother-in-law. I chipped in some of my money too. We wanted to pay you back first, so you wouldn't feel awkward in front of my eldest brother and the others. Wang Chuixiang said, still, that's not a small amount. She took the money, she didn't feel comfortable letting the kids hold on to it. Wu Hu watched his mom's reaction and raised his eyebrows at Fang Yuan, as if to say, see, good thing I hid some. He sweet-talked her, that's why your son-in-law and son are so capable. Fang Yuan said, Mom, just take it. We definitely didn't steal it, and even if we wanted to, we couldn't. She shot a look at Wu Hu. Wang Chuixiang wasn't fooled. One glance, and she knew there was something fishy. She looked Wu Hu up and down. Getting pretty capable, aren't you? Wu Hu immediately replied, Mom, what are you saying? I'm at the age to find a wife. I have to spruce up a bit, even if I have to borrow money. Wang Chuixiang said, it's right to keep some money for yourself, but if you waste it, I'll have your dad deal with you. Fang Yuan snickered. She knew they couldn't hide anything from her mom. But Wang Chuixiang continued, you two made some money, just keep it to yourselves, don't go showing off. Especially not at home. Fang Yuan protested, why not? Wu Hu thought, you don't need to say it, I know. Don't flaunt your wealth. Wang Chuixiang said, looks to me like your eldest brother and the others aren't making much. Fang Yuan said, that can't be. How could they not be making money? Wang Chuixiang glanced at Fang Yuan, thinking, money must be easy to make if my daughter is talking this big. Wu Hu said, it all takes experience. When my eldest brother does the next job, he'll know how to make money. Don't worry about them, Mom. We made a lot last time, enough for the family's food and expenses. My eldest brother and nephew won't lose out. Wang Chuixiang kicked Wu Hu. You're terrible, letting your own brother suffer just so you can learn. Wu Hu replied, don't say that. With fourth brother leading the way, I'm not even the worst. Then he took out a small bundle, a pair of silver earrings worth maybe 10 yuan, and handed them to Wang Chuixiang, making her very happy. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately snapped, when did you buy those? How come I didn't know? Wu Hu said, what's the point in you knowing? You and your husband can't save any money, he's still in school and broke. Wang Chuixiang didn't press them about how much they'd earned. She just pulled Fang Yuan aside and scolded her, stop making trouble. I don't need you to buy me things. Your husband's still in school, and you've already racked up debt. You'd better start saving and stop messing around. She gave Fang Yuan a good talking to, while Wu Hu managed the situation perfectly. When Fang Delung came home, he only saw the bank book, not the cash. He said to Fang Yuan, "Why borrow from your brother? It's not like I don't have money. Don't make things hard on yourself over this." Fang Yuan replied, "Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. I still." Wu Hu kicked her under the table, stopping her from blurting out that she'd saved all the money she made with the mixer. Wang Chuixiang watched Wu Hu's antics and thought, this kid must have saved a lot. Looks like my son-in-law is making good money. At dinner, Wang Chuixiang made sure all her sons came home so the house would be lively, though her son-in-law couldn't make it. With her daughter and sons home, the son-in-law had to stay in town to keep an eye on things. Wu Hu noticed the brothers were in a mood. Third and fourth weren't getting along. Fourth barely spoke to the eldest, and second ignored everyone. When they were struggling, the brothers worked together. But now that there was money to be made, their relationships were strained. Wu Hu thought it was the right call not to get involved back then. They called themselves the 5 tigers of the Fang family, but each tiger had his own territory. No way they could all get along. After all, 2 tigers can't share one mountain. Wu Hu was proud of his own wisdom. Working with his brother-in-law went well, but that was because his brother-in-law had a good temper and wasn't stubborn. Of course, it also helped that Fang Yuan only trusted her 5th brother. Wu Hu felt pretty smug at dinner. Fang Delung felt bad for his eldest son. It was supposed to be a money-making venture, but he looked even less happy than when he used to haul bricks for others. What was the point? Fang Delung said, "Eldest, Wu Hu and your brother-in-law aren't outsiders. If there's something you don't understand or you're having a hard time, talk to Wu Hu." Eldest brother's face darkened even more. Did he have no pride? "Dad, I'm fine. Don't worry." Fang Delong wanted to say, "Fine, my foot." It's a small village. Did he think he didn't know what was going on? But Wang Chuixiang kicked him under the table. Fang Delong didn't know why she kicked him, but he knew to shut up. His wife was upset. Wang Chuixiang thought, "You think the eldest doesn't care about his pride? If you say that, how can he open up?" Wu Hu didn't know what his mom was thinking, but he understood his eldest brother. "I learned everything from my big brother. Don't worry, Dad. If I ever run into trouble, I'll definitely go to him." He was giving his eldest brother face. Fang Yuan chimed in, "I've got work now, but when I'm free, big brother, you'll have to use my mixer." She meant it. Eldest brother replied, "Of course. We're siblings, don't be polite with your big brother." He glanced at 4th brother. 4th brother just snorted and said nothing, but he ate much faster. Fang Yuan was the only one who ate without a care. The rest were all uneasy. After the sons left, Fang Delung was unhappy. He said to Wang Chuixiang, "What's with you, woman? Why'd you stop me? He's our son, I can't just watch him struggle." Wang Chuixiang replied, "What else can you do? If he's struggling, he'll come to you. He's willing to spend money to learn a lesson, who can stop him?" Fang Delung said, "But that's money." Wang Chuixiang said, "If he doesn't care, why should you?" Fang Delung was annoyed. "Be honest, are you mad at the eldest for helping his wife's brothers and leaving out your son-in-law? Is that why you're letting him struggle?" Wang Chuixiang kicked him several times, then bit him twice for good measure. "If you feel so bad, go talk to him. See if he'll listen to you." Honestly, the eldest was out of line for helping his wife's brothers and cutting out his brother-in-law. Anyone would be upset. If Wang Chuixiang hadn't stopped him, Fang Delung would have dragged the eldest out for a beating. "See? Now he's struggling." Wang Chuixiang said, "You can't learn without taking some losses. It's good for him to suffer a bit now." Fang Delung said, "You're a ruthless woman." He ran off, genuinely afraid his wife would hit him again. He went to find Wu Hu. "How much do you know about your brother's situation?" Wu Hu said, "Dad, it's not that I don't want to help, but big brother cares about his pride. Even if he needed help, he wouldn't come to me or Lu Chuan." Fang Delung said, "So you're just going to watch him lose money? Every penny our family has was hard-earned." Wu Hu said, "He won't lose money. Maybe elsewhere, but not here. No one would dare let big brother lose money. At worst, he'll just work for nothing." Fang Delung said, then what's the point of him working so hard for nothing? Woohoo thought, isn't that what he wants? Who can stop him? Big brother liked to show off, so he took on jobs at higher prices but didn't make any profit. Maybe that's what he wanted. Otherwise, fourth brother wouldn't be fighting with him. And bringing his wife's brothers onto the site, bossing people around, and making so little money, he was basically supporting his brothers-in-law. Some people like raising their wife's brothers, but he didn't. If he didn't care so much about appearances, even if he just set prices like his brother-in-law and subcontracted by the square meter, things wouldn't be like this. But he couldn't say that to his dad. Fang Delung said, "Are you mad at your brother for bringing in his brothers-in-law, so you refuse to work with him?" Woohoo said, "Dad, weren't you the one who told me to work with my brother-in-law?" He felt wronged. Fang Delung looked confused. He couldn't say that out loud. "Don't talk nonsense. I never said that." Woohoo said, "You told us to study hard, and when we got a brother-in-law, you told us to listen to him, to listen to smart people. So, Dad, who's smarter, big brother or brother-in-law?" Fang Delung said, "Lu Chuan, of course." Woohoo said, "I listened to you and followed my brother-in-law. That's not wrong, right? If it is, I'll change." Fang Delung nodded. "No, you're right. I raised you well. See? No problem." Woohoo felt gratified to have his dad's approval. Working with his brother-in-law really was the right move. His dad was right, you have to listen to smart people. You learn different things when you're around smart people. After returning the money and eating dinner, the siblings headed back to work. Fang Yuan said, "Big brother's losing money to gain experience. We can't do that." Lu Chuan said, "Watch how others lose money, so we don't have to lose money ourselves to learn." Woohoo said, "That's why brother-in-law is smart. Let's keep an eye on big brother, let him gain experience for us." Fang Yuan asked, "So, what have you learned?" Woohoo replied, "I've learned that, in the future, when I get married, I'll pick a wife without brothers." Fang Yuan said, "That actually makes sense. Brothers-in-law really are a pain." The five tigers couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Fang Yuan finally caught on. "Don't try to fool me, I'm not Dad. Did you try to pull one over on Dad?" Woohoo replied, "Nonsense, I was just listening to what Dad said." Fang Yuan shot back, "Cut it out. Learn something decent for once, instead of always trying to trick people. You don't look like a good person at all." Woohoo protested, "Come on, who are you talking about? Who am I tricking? Who am I learning from?" If he remembered right, he'd been imitating his brother-in-law a lot lately. His brother-in-law always looked impressive and was respected when he spoke. What was wrong with learning from him? Fang Yuan said darkly, "You just don't look like a good person. It's blazing hot, and it's one thing to wear a tank top, but why are you wearing a dress shirt? It's not comfortable for working." Woohoo really hadn't thought much about it and shot back, "My brother-in-law dresses like this too. Why don't you say something to him?" Fang Yuan replied, "I am talking about him. What a ridiculous habit. If you won't say something to him, fine, but why are you copying him? What are you trying to do?" Woohoo pulled Fang Yuan aside. "Come on, don't say that. My brother-in-law went to college, he's not used to us wearing tank tops and big shorts. Besides, it doesn't stop him from doing his paperwork." Fang Yuan muttered, "Bad habit." Then she fell silent, clearly annoyed. Woohoo tried to reason with her. "Are you upset because shirts cost more money? Your brother-in-law makes good money, and besides, they're all old shirts anyway." Fang Yuan said, "He just looks like a pretty boy. The day after the wedding, we bought him clothes at the supply store, but I've never seen him wear them." Woohoo remembered, the tank top from the supply store. True, he'd never seen his brother-in-law wear it. Woohoo said, "Just tell him straight out to wear what you bought him. Don't be so wishy-washy." Then he laughed. "So you can be wishy-washy too, huh? That's rare." Fang Yuan retorted, "Me? Wishy-washy? I just see you've got a bit of money now and you're not learning anything good, just copying that pretty boy." Woohoo said, "All right, next time I'll take you to the department store in the county and help you pick out an outfit that makes you look just as suspicious as my brother-in-law's shirts. Happy now?" Fang Yuan said, "I'm a good person, I don't care for that. What kind of brother dresses his sister up like that?" She clearly had her own principles. Woohoo couldn't argue. No matter what she wore, she couldn't pull off that bad woman vibe. She was just too straightforward. Luckily, her brother-in-law didn't seem to mind and was always trying to get closer to her. Woohoo thought you could learn anything from your brother-in-law except for picking a wife. Sometimes, college boys really are clueless. As for what was going on with Big Brother Fang, Woohoo couldn't get involved, nor did he dare. Their own brother's hard-earned money was being used to support their uncle. If the second, third, and fourth brothers were willing to let themselves be taken advantage of, they had it coming. Luchuan whispered to Fang Yuan, "Just watch, sooner or later the fourth brother will turn on him. He's never been taken advantage of like this before." Fang Yuan said, "Why don't we go beat that guy up and stick up for fourth brother?" Woohoo said, "It was fourth brother who made the biggest fuss about big brother splitting up with your husband. Serves him right. Let's stay out of it." Fang Yuan agreed, "Yeah, serves him right. But if outsiders try to bully us, you'd better not chicken out. Dad would be heartbroken." Woohoo replied, "Like you need to tell me." When Woohoo took Fang Yuan to the county, there was no need for him to take her shopping. Luchuan had already bought her clothes. The kind of clothes Fang Yuan would call pretentious just by looking at them. Luchuan handed them to her with a proud little smile. Fang Yuan opened the package and Woohoo immediately sensed trouble. Before he could say anything, Fang Yuan turned to Luchuan. "What's this supposed to mean? Do you have a thing for these pretentious clothes? You dress like you never do a day's work, and now you want me to wear this stuff too." Then she exploded. "What? You think the two of us can just stand around looking pretty and money will fall from the sky? Luchuan, you've got a bit of money and now you're getting cocky, is that it?" Woohoo realized his brother-in-law was getting caught in the crossfire. This anger was a little out of line. Woohoo covered his eyes. "It's just a token of his affection." Fang Yuan snapped, "Yeah right. Where'd you get the money?" That last shout, that was the real issue. Luchuan had just given her a gift, only to be scolded like this. No matter how good his temper, anyone would be upset. Feelings can't be maintained by one person's imagination alone, it's tough. He pressed his lips together and said nothing. Old man Lu came over, face flushed. "The money's from me, from Dad. I gave it to him." Luchuan had already turned and walked away, clearly angry. Woohoo said, "What's with your temper? He spends money on you and you're still not satisfied." Fang Yuan replied, "He could have just explained. Besides, do you really think I'd look good in that?" Then she added, "Dad, you too. Why give him money to waste instead of giving it to Mom?" Old man Lu actually thought his daughter-in-law was right. He'd said the same thing when his son asked for money. But now that his daughter-in-law was doing his job and scolding his son, it didn't feel quite right. Old man Lu said, "Fang Yuan, if you don't like the clothes, just exchange them. How is it a waste? It's only right to buy you something nice." Fang Yuan glared at the clothes, clearly unhappy. Woohoo said, "What are you looking at? Even your uncle says so. What's your attitude? Did you even let Luchuan explain?" For once, Fang Yuan realized she was in the wrong, but she wasn't entirely at fault either, so she didn't argue back. She just went to find Luchuan. Luchuan was actually too busy to be angry. He had to keep an eye on the project schedule, quality, and safety. There was no room for slacking off. Just like he always said, they didn't have much experience, so they had to be extra careful and remember the lessons learned from Big Brother's mistakes. They couldn't repeat them. When Fang Yuan came over, neither of them had time to hash things out. It wasn't until dinner that night that Fang Yuan put several pieces of meat in Luchuan's lunchbox. Luchuan ate in silence. You could say she was giving him face, but his face wasn't as rosy as usual. Clearly, he was still upset. Woohoo and Old Man Lu kept their distance, hoping the two would work things out. Old Man Lu was worried too. Watching his son try to get close to his wife was better than seeing him sulking in silence. Fang Yuan said, "You're a grown man. Why are you being so petty? Just talk it out." Luchuan finally looked at her. "Is it that you don't like the way I dress?" Fang Yuan coughed. "Well, it's not the most comfortable for working. Do you not like the clothes I bought you?" Luchuan immediately took off his shirt. Fang Yuan shielded her eyes and grabbed her lunchbox. "What are you doing?" Luchuan gritted his teeth. Look, I'm wearing the tank top you bought me underneath. It's new. Fang Yuan lowered her hand and saw Lu Chuan in the tank top. For the first time, she felt a little sheepish. Maybe she'd misunderstood. Lu Chuan said, "Look at these arms, this skin, do you really think it looks good if I show it off? You're always staring at those big, burly guys, but with my skinny arms and legs, don't I need to cover up? I just didn't want you to laugh at me." By the end, Lu Chuan's voice was tinged with bitterness. The way Fang Yuan looked at others really hurt him. Fang Yuan wasn't having it, and she never expected Lu Chuan to say that this was the reason. "Fang Yuan, I'm a proper person, I wasn't staring at anyone." Lu Chuan turned his head, being proper or not isn't something you just say. "Fang Yuan, what's that supposed to mean? I haven't even picked on you yet, and you're already accusing me." "Lu Chuan, you've never complained about my build, but haven't you ever praised how sturdy those young guys outside look? Is that something you can talk your way out of?" Fang Yuan was speechless for a moment, then finally squeezed out, "I just meant they're strong and work efficiently." Lu Chuan stayed silent, even more annoyed. "What else do you want to say? What's so hard about just complimenting me for once?" He'd been working out a lot these days, after all. Fang Yuan quickly draped Lu Chuan's shirt over him. "Put this on. It's just the two of us here. Why are you taking your clothes off? What are you up to?" "Lu Chuan, I don't want to wear it." "What, you don't like the look of me without it? If I put it on, you say I look like a bad guy. If I don't, you say I'm acting like a hooligan." Fang Yuan, who's usually so tough, actually got flustered by Lu Chuan's words. The thing is, he kind of had a point. And then Lu Chuan, who hadn't even eaten, just threw out, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, this shirt was someone else's hand-me-down. It's not that I'm picky, I just don't have a choice." He turned and left. When a scholar gets stubborn, he can be pretty tough too. Fang Yuan never expected that one day, Lu Chuan would actually throw a tantrum at her. And she'd be caught off guard, unable to defend herself. Fang Yuan stormed over to the Wu Hu brothers, sulking. "This is all your fault, talking about being sensitive." "I'm not sensitive, but now look who is. Old man Lu, second daughter-in-law, don't be mad. I'll help you teach him a lesson." A grown man getting mad at his wife, where's his pride? "Woohoo, no, uncle, let's not get involved. Let them sort it out themselves. Honestly, neither of them is in the right." Old man Lu added, "Your mother and I are old, never been out of the village, don't know how to dress up the kids, and we don't have the means. If you think Lu Chuan's clothes aren't suitable, just tell him. None of his clothes really fit. Too many kids in the family, we couldn't afford to have clothes made for each of them." Wu Hu felt a pang of sadness hearing this, and looked at Fang Yuan, who was full of blame. Even as rough as Fang Yuan was, she knew she was in the wrong for picking on Lu Chuan's clothes. "Fang Yuan, Dad, it's nothing. I just worry he'll get too hot wearing so much." For the first time, she spoke gently, feeling awkward herself. But old man Lu believed her. That's good, that's good. You two are out there together, you care about him, he thinks of you and buys you clothes, that's great. If you argue a bit, your mother and I can rest easy." That hit home again. Lu Chuan hadn't even bought himself new clothes, but bought them for Fang Yuan, only to get scolded for it. The clothes Fang Yuan bought for Lu Chuan, he never even dared wear outside. In comparison, she really was in the wrong. Ever since coming to the Lu family, Fang Yuan had never been on the losing side, so she'd always been tough. But now, for the first time, she felt guilty. Frustrated, she kicked at some stones and snapped at Wu Hu, "This is all your fault. Buying new clothes for no reason. If you hadn't shown off in that shirt, would I have blurted out all that nonsense?" "Wu Hu, but the point is, you did blurt it out." "Fang Yuan, so what do I do now?" she asked, still acting tough. Wu Hu pointed at himself. "Why are you asking me? What did I do?" "Fang Yuan, come on, think of something. We can't owe people like this, it makes me uncomfortable." Wu Hu wanted to say, "I'm not the one who's uncomfortable." But Fang Yuan was already getting anxious. "Wu Hu, how about you put on that dress and show it to your brother-in-law?" Fang Yuan glared. "What's that got to do with anything? I told you to think of a way to make it up to him." Wu Hu was exasperated. Honestly, this all started because of that dress. He bought it for you and you didn't appreciate it. We should solve the problem at its root, right? Fang Yuan, no way. Woohoo, that's the only idea I've got. Otherwise, think of something yourself. Fang Yuan, how is that a solution? You want me to wear that thing and act like a vixen to seduce him? That's your idea. Woohoo took a deep breath. Your brother-in-law bought you that dress because he wants you to be a vixen and seduce him. That's all there is to it. Fang Yuan, bullshit. The two were about to fall out. Woohoo turned and left. There's just no reasoning with her. Let her figure it out herself. If she put on the dress, she wouldn't even need to apologize. Lu Chuan would know Fang Yuan wanted to make up. Even if you're Zhuge Liang, you can't help it if you're stuck with a Luodu. Besides, that's his own sister. Woohoo didn't have the heart to say it, but honestly, even if Fang Yuan put on a fox fur, she wouldn't be a vixen, she'd still be a tigress. Fang Yuan looked at the crumpled dress, her face dark as the sky outside. She slapped the dress a couple of times to vent, then changed into it. She looked down at the rubber shoes on her feet. Even with no sense of style, she knew this outfit didn't match. She muttered angrily, "Isn't this just ridiculous?" Then, wearing the dress and rubber shoes, she went out. Woohoo nearly spat out his water when he saw her. He had the same thought as Fang Yuan. What kind of taste does her brother-in-law have? Isn't this just nuts? And he realized he'd been wrong. Even a tigress from the countryside is still a country tigress who's never seen the world. Lu Chuan was sulking with old man Lu, who scolded his son, "Don't care about new clothes? Fang Yuan knows how to run a household. What are you sulking for? Go apologize to her." He added, "What did Fang Yuan say that was wrong? If a couple dresses up too much, people will say they're show-offs who can't earn money." Lu Chuan just wanted some peace and quiet, didn't want to talk to anyone. The marriage had come so suddenly, but he'd accepted it, tried hard to treat Fang Yuan well, getting closer to her bit by bit. He just wanted a deeper relationship with his wife. What was so wrong with that? If Fang Yuan didn't want to cooperate, fine, but did she have to act like that? He was like boiling water inside, but even that could be frozen by her attitude. If he kept pushing, wouldn't that just make him pathetic? Then Fang Yuan came in, wearing the dress he'd picked out for her, with rubber shoes on her feet. It didn't look good, but Lu Chuan still blushed, his eyes lighting up as he stared at her. Suddenly, Lu Chuan realized he wasn't pathetic, just easy to please. That was all it took to make him happy. Old man Lu was more perceptive than his wife. Seeing his daughter-in-law dressed up, he quietly went off to chat with Woohoo. Now it was just the couple left. Fang Yuan, face still dark, warned Lu Chuan, "Listen, no matter what I'm wearing, don't expect me to talk in a squeaky voice or tuck a book under my arm and grin at you like an idiot." Fang Yuan didn't smile, but Lu Chuan smiled for her, and it was a silly, happy grin. Lu Chuan immediately moved closer. "No need, you look great just like this. Wait here, don't go anywhere, okay?" With that, he dashed out. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, thinking, this damn guy really does like this sort of thing. Lu Chuan's eyes had practically glazed over. Did he think she couldn't tell? Then, like the wind, Lu Chuan came back, holding a pair of mid-heeled shoes, and handed them to Fang Yuan. "Put these on." Fang Yuan glared. "Just how much money did you take from Dad?" Lu Chuan grinned. "Really, that's all I've got. Try them on." Fang Yuan glared darkly at the high heels. Compared to the skirt, these were even harder for her to accept. She shot Lu Chuan a chilly look. "What am I supposed to do in these?" Lu Chuan's expression didn't change. He crouched down. "Try them on." Fang Yuan realized something. Whenever Lu Chuan wanted something, things always seemed to go his way. Never mind how he managed it, somehow he always did. That was dangerous, and it kept Fang Yuan's face stormy. Lu Chuan noticed it too. Turns out, he was pretty easy to please, especially in front of Fang Yuan. Good thing he was just squatting, not kneeling. All Fang Yuan had to do was say a couple of harsh words, and he'd be running circles around her, eager to please. Then, seeing Fang Yuan in high heels and a skirt, Lu Chuan's heart surged with pride. His wife was second to none. Fang Yuan felt completely out of sorts, steadying herself on a rickety table. You can't even walk properly in these things, and you still bought them? They're made to scam fools like you. Lu Chuan wiped his hands and went over to support her. I'll hold you. Then he added, try walking a lap. If you don't like them, I'll buy you flats next time. Fang Yuan leaned on Lu Chuan and pinched his waist as soon as she could. Buy more? You planning to go out and borrow money again? Lu Chuan grimaced in pain. Let go, let go. I won't borrow anymore. Only then did Fang Yuan's expression soften a little, though Lu Chuan never actually said he'd stop buying things. Lu Chuan grinned at her, holding her up. Come on, let's show fifth brother. Fang Yuan muttered, you just don't want to be embarrassed alone, huh? Lu Chuan replied, if you don't wear them out for a walk, isn't the money wasted? Fang Yuan would rather waste the money. Not going. Lu Chuan said, I knew it. You look down on me for wearing a dress shirt. Think I'm putting on airs. Fang Yuan started walking out with Lu Chuan's help. She couldn't bring up the shirt, she was in the wrong there. Then, Fifth Tiger just stared at his little sister in a daze. This brother-in-law wasn't crazy, he actually had some sense. His sister looked pretty good dressed up, but no matter what she wore, she just didn't have that scholarly air those educated girls did. If his brother-in-law really liked that type, Fifth Tiger didn't dare imagine if he ever went to the school, he'd be surrounded by girls like that. It was a bit worrying. Clearly, his sister didn't measure up. Then he watched as Fang Yuan nearly tripped, only saved by her brother-in-law's support. Whatever patience Fang Yuan had left was worn away by Lu Chuan. She snapped at Fifth Tiger, what are you staring at? There's nothing to see. Let me tell you, girls dress like this. If you brought one home, she wouldn't want you anyway. Then she glared at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan just smiled, supporting her, and even grinned at Fifth Tiger. Lu Chuan was thinking, these shoes aren't all bad otherwise. When would Fang Yuan ever let him hold her like this? Who could guess what he was really thinking? Fifth Tiger, embarrassed and annoyed, shot back, well, clearly there's someone like you who dresses this way. Fang Yuan took off the shoes and was about to throw them at Fifth Tiger, but Lu Chuan stopped her. No need to fight. What you wear doesn't matter, what matters is what you like. If you don't like them, you don't have to wear them again. Fifth Tiger and Fang Yuan both glared at Lu Chuan and said in unison, you just don't want to waste the shoes. Lu Chuan didn't deny it. They were kind of expensive. Now that he was officially the brother-in-law, Fifth Tiger couldn't yell at Fang Yuan anymore. He could only complain, you picked a guy like this for a husband, do you really think he'd go for someone like you? Do you know how much the whole family worries about you behind your back? Old man Lu chuckled, looks good. Money well spent. Fang Yuan was about to explode, but his words calmed her down. It's just not practical for work. Old man Lu nodded. Wearing those to scrub pots would be tough, and the skirt might catch fire when you're cooking. But it's fine, your mom and your second brother are here, you don't need to do much. Fifth Tiger twitched his lips. He hadn't expected his sister to be so lucky, marrying into a family like this. Fang Yuan pursed her lips. If she had to dress up and look ridiculous, she'd rather scrub pots and cook. Dad, wearing this feels awkward. Old man Lu said, then wear whatever you like. Anyway, your second brother listens to you. Whatever you do, he'll do. He shot Lu Chuan a look, and Fifth Tiger understood. His uncle was worried the couple might fight over the skirt. Fifth Tiger gave Lu Chuan a look too. Lu Chuan thought, fifth brother, you're overthinking it. My dad isn't worried about us fighting, he's worried Fang Yuan will get mad and hit me in front of everyone. After Fang Yuan twisted her ankle again, Lu Chuan helped her back inside. Fang Yuan said, that shirt of yours. Cough, I'll buy you one next time. That was the softest thing Fang Yuan had ever said. Lu Chuan wouldn't get mad over something so trivial. You bought me a vest, and I love it. I don't even want to show it off, I wear it under my shirt. If you buy me a dress shirt, how am I supposed to survive the summer? I'd have to wear a padded jacket. Fang Yuan was amused. If I buy it for you, you don't have to hide it. It's for you to wear. Fang Yuan hadn't been with Lu Chuan long, but she was already learning to turn his words around. As for your shirt, I don't care for it, and I don't want to hide it either. Lu Chuan replied, and then, you don't have to. If you don't like it, it's because I didn't pick well. That was a little too flirty. Fang Yuan just gave Lu Chuan a dark look. Lu Chuan looked up at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Fang Yuan said, why do you look so much like a bad guy to me? Lu Chuan didn't understand. How could his gentle, caring words make him seem like a bad guy in her eyes? Should I say, even if you don't like it, you have to wear it instead? Fang Yuan said, you wouldn't dare. Lu Chuan looked at her. So, which do you prefer? Fang Yuan refused to play along. I'd prefer you not borrow money. And don't try to sweet-talk me either. Lu Chuan looked at her, thinking, well, at least we're communicating. You really don't like it? Fang Yuan said, I really don't care for it. See? His wife spoke her mind, no guessing games, no beating around the bush. That was good. Lu Chuan said, next time, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Fang Yuan nodded. That she could accept. Then she added, I can shop for myself. I'm holding all the money anyway. Lu Chuan went out. Go ahead and change. Still, something felt missing. He figured they'd need some time to get used to each other's personalities. Fang Yuan quickly changed out of the skirt and tossed it aside in disgust. And those shoes, what a torture device. She took them out and tossed them to Lu Chuan. Return them. What a waste. Fifth tiger said don't. They look great. Besides, you've already worn them. If you don't want them, give them to me, I'll give them to someone. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. My wife's shoes, why should you get them? Fang Yuan said, fine, give me money. Lu Chuan stopped her. No, that's not right. You've already worn them. Clearly, the couple weren't on the same page. Fifth tiger said, I don't mind, but forget about the money. Fang Yuan said, no money, no deal. Lu Chuan said, I mind. The three of them all spoke at once. What a mess. Old man Lu saw this and quickly slipped away. Woohoo, how about you two discuss it first? Fang Yuan, he listens to me. Lu Chuan, Fang Yuan said so, but when it comes to family matters, I call the shots. Woohoo sucked in a breath. Wait, what? His sister could actually be this reasonable? Fang Yuan twisted Lu Chuan's arm. Yeah, right, listen to you. Why should we listen to you when you're so wasteful? Lu Chuan pulled Fang Yuan inside to talk. It's not right to take fifth brother's money, but I can't bear to just give it away either. Let's hold on to it for now. Fang Yuan, it's right not to give it away for free, but why isn't it appropriate? Lu Chuan, this is the first time in my life I've spent money to buy clothes. Then he just looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes steady and unwavering, as if there was something hidden inside them. Once you looked in, you couldn't look away. All right, Fang Yuan didn't know what came over her either. She just handed the clothes to Lu Chuan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan felt like she must have lost her mind for a moment. It was like she'd been possessed. But the most shocked was Woohoo. When the two came back out, Fang Yuan wasn't trading the shoes for money anymore. Her brother-in-law was really in charge? How could that be? When he asked Fang Yuan, she said, don't ask me, I don't even know how it happened. Woohoo's eyes flashed with something, his thoughts running wild. He wondered if his sister had fallen for Lu Chuan. What are you saying, you? Then Fang Yuan, in a speculative tone, said to Woohoo, do you think I've run into a fox spirit or something? Like I'm under a spell. Woohoo couldn't process it. What kind of wild talk was this? His eyes went wide again. What did your brother-in-law do to you? His eyes burned with gossip. Then he thought of his brother-in-law. Maybe he shouldn't say too much. But if he didn't ask, his curiosity would eat him alive. Fang Yuan said, I think he knows something. When I look into his eyes, I just get caught up without realizing it. Woohoo eagerly picked up the thread. So you just do what he says? Fang Yuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Woohoo sneered. So he really is a fox spirit. You'd better be careful, don't let him. He wanted to say, drain your energy, but that would be disrespectful to his brother-in-law, so he just said, don't let him get you. Fang Yuan actually nodded seriously. Even if it's unlikely, I should still be careful. Woohoo felt like he'd led the conversation astray, but didn't want to backtrack. Maybe his brother-in-law just knew how to handle his sister? Fang Yuan said, I'm fine, but I should tell him not to use that technique on anyone else. Woohoo felt like cutting ties with the two of them. They were just rubbing it in that he didn't have anyone special by his side. Even though they kept the clothes and shoes, Lu Chuan traded the shoes for a pair of flat leather ones. Fang Yuan, If you could exchange them, why not just return them? Lu Chuan replied directly, only exchanges, no returns. Afraid Fang Yuan would suggest swapping for rubber shoes, he added. We could only choose between these two pairs. Fine. Fang Yuan fell silent and didn't give Lu Chuan any face. She never wore those shoes again. She just said, "Don't let me see those things. They annoy me." Lu Chuan didn't say anything. He just packed the shoes and dress away. Anyway, no one but Lu Chuan ever saw those things again. Wu Hu could tell what was going on. His sister might talk tough, but in the end, things always seemed to go her brother-in-law's way. Conclusion: his sister had been completely won over. And yet, Old Man Lu kept saying, "We all listen to Fang Yuan in this house." But when Old Man Lu said that, he really meant it. He asked Fang Yuan's opinion on everything. So, what was the real situation? Wu Hu could only sigh. Fang Yuan tried to return the money to Old Man Lu, but he refused. "You got married, so of course we should buy you some clothes." Fang Yuan, if anyone's buying, it should be Lu Chuan. He's already married his wife, and he still spends his parents' money? If he's not embarrassed, I am for him. Fine, if Old Man Lu didn't take the money, it would just make his son look bad. Lu Chuan just smiled, knowing Fang Yuan would always ask about money when she saw something new, so she'd definitely return the money to his dad. But if he spent his own money, Fang Yuan would object, so he had to go about it this way. It wasn't easy. Wu Hu clapped his brother-in-law on the shoulder. A man's got to earn money and stand tall. Tell me, if you hadn't made any money and Fang Yuan made a fuss over every penny, would you still have such a good attitude? Lu Chuan answered calmly. Back when I had no money and Fang Yuan bought me clothes, my attitude was the same. Wu Hu snorted. Yeah, right? Men know each other too well. Fang Yuan was busy exploring her blender business. Wu Hu was figuring out all sorts of things about contract work, and Lu Chuan was always busy with his little notebook, calculating away. Even Old Man Lu was taking it easy, but these three were always busy. Old Man Lu often said, "It's really not easy to make money," especially seeing his son and Wu Hu running around like spinning tops all day. If anything was missing at the construction site, they had to coordinate with the client in advance, or else all those workers would be left waiting. Sometimes, Lu Chuan was still at the site late at night, overseeing the workers unloading materials. Fang Yuan, too, kept a notebook, jotting things down as she went. Even though she wasn't supplying materials, she kept track of everything delivered and used, so she'd always have an answer if anyone asked. Wu Hu couldn't handle that part, but he was in charge of managing the workers, which wasn't easy either. Sometimes, if someone had something come up and couldn't make it the next day, Wu Hu would be out late at night tracking them down to make sure work started on time. Old Man Lu said, "Even if you gave me the money, I couldn't earn it. I just don't have the ability." He turned to Fang Yuan and said, "Don't worry, daughter-in-law. I'll keep an eye on things for you. You focus on your own work, and I won't let you worry." He even started learning how to connect electrical wires, afraid that if someone else did it poorly, it might damage their machines. Lu Chuan personally taught Old Man Lu, focusing on safety. Now, Old Man Lu not only watched over the mixer at the construction site, but also kept an eye on the electrical box. Ever since he realized how dangerous it was, Old Man Lu rarely took his eyes off it, afraid someone might mess with it and cause trouble for his son and daughter-in-law. To be extra careful, thrifty as he was, Old Man Lu bought a lock and made a wooden box for it. When not in use, he kept it locked. When they needed power, he carried the key himself and didn't mind the hassle. He was diligent and responsible, all on his own initiative. Wu Hu, out of respect for his uncle, didn't say it was too much trouble. There were plenty of places on the site that needed electricity, and every time they needed it, they had to find him to unlock the box, which slowed things down. Wu Hu was always someone who cared about money, and he was visibly anxious about this, constantly comforting himself, telling himself it was just like making an old person happy. After all, this project was making money. What's a little extra expense? He told himself it was all for his brother-in-law, and he was just toughing it out with a weathered heart. When Fang Yuan was nagging, He even reminded her not to complain to their uncle about meddling too much. "We're not short on money these days." Fang Yuan retorted, "Why would I complain? This is a great idea. I never would have thought of it myself." "What do you mean, my dad's meddling?" "This is called safe construction. Didn't you see the sign on the site?" Wu Hu was left speechless by Fang Yuan. Was it possible he was the one who didn't know enough? Had his sister been brainwashed? Tracing it back, it all came down to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan wanted to build a relationship with Fang Yuan, but she clearly wasn't the sentimental type. She was all about her career. But Lu Chuan was clever. If he wanted his wife to revolve around him, he had to take a different approach. Seeing Fang Yuan so focused on work and making money, Lu Chuan started talking to her about how to avoid pitfalls on the construction site. For example, why do some people make money on the same contract while others don't? Fang Yuan loved listening to this kind of talk. Before, when Fang Yuan saw Lu Chuan, it was no different from seeing Wu Hu. Once they finished talking, she'd turn her attention back to the concrete mixer that made as much money for her as 5 strong men. Something no one else even cared to look at. But now, ever since Lu Chuan started researching all kinds of construction pitfalls, Fang Yuan would even eat her meals next to him. It was all new knowledge to her. Whenever she had free time, she'd circle around Lu Chuan, notebook in hand, jotting down a few notes here and there. Wu Hu was impressed. This was Lu Chuan's real skill. He'd managed to win over his sister. Honestly, if Lu Chuan weren't his brother-in-law, Wu Hu would have been pounding his fists in frustration. Every step was a trap. Every time, Lu Chuan could come up with a topic that would completely capture Fang Yuan's attention. Wu Hu thought to himself, "My sister says her husband is a sly fox. She's absolutely right. If I had half his skills, I'd never have to worry about finding a wife." To be honest, the things Lu Chuan talked about only mattered to Fang Yuan. Wu Hu himself never took them seriously. But then, by coincidence, there was a safety inspection. The people who suddenly showed up at the site all had their hands behind their backs, clearly not ordinary folks. Wu Hu's legs went weak. He didn't dare go forward. It's over, he thought. They're here to find fault. This project is doomed. But Lu Chuan just wiped his hands, confidently walked over, and started chatting with the group, completely unfazed. Wu Hu pulled Fang Yuan aside. "See the difference? Even I wouldn't dare go up in a situation like this, and neither would our big brother. But Lu Chuan isn't afraid. He's educated. He's got experience." Fang Yuan replied, "No matter what, you have to go over and ask what they're doing. This is our site. Why should we let anyone push us around?" Wu Hu was worried. "Sure, you can be tough, but it depends on who you're dealing with. Look at that group. Who do you think you can out-tough? That's just being stubborn for the sake of it." Despite their nerves, the two of them followed behind Lu Chuan. When Lu Chuan heard it was a safety inspection, he led the group around the site, though he didn't feel too confident. He'd never been through something like this before. When they got to the concrete mixer, he made a point of highlighting the electrical safety measures. He'd actually nagged about this when trying to please his wife. To be honest, Lu Chuan was sweating nervously. This was his first time facing something like this, and he needed something to show for himself. This was it. The inspectors were surprised to see someone specifically assigned to watch the circuit breaker, with a lock on it. After inspecting so many places, this was the only site that took it seriously. They'd done a good job. One of them nodded at Lu Chuan. "Very well done. You should promote safety education more. Your crew is pretty big. Keep up the good work." Then they left. Lu Chuan hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when someone came over and handed him a business card. "If the county commends you, it means your crew is doing well. Keep it up, young man. Leave your contact info. If there are projects in the future, we'll reach out." Lu Chuan took out his pen and wrote down his info in beautiful handwriting, which impressed the man even more. He handed over his contact info and shyly asked who those people were. The man laughed. "Kid, you're in luck. Now that your crew is registered with the county, you'll never be short of work." Wu Hu jumped up when he heard that. "We hit the jackpot." The man said, "It's because you did things right. Do you know how many construction sites got fined or shut down during this inspection? Our county is small, and there isn't even a single fully qualified crew. Keep up the good work." Lu Chuan didn't say much. He hurried to the site office, grabbed a jar of homemade meat sauce his mother-in-law had made, and handed it over. My mother-in-law made this herself. We don't have anything fancy, please don't mind. The man was surprised. Are you sure I can take this? Lu Chuan replied, it's not money or cigarettes, why not? Our crew was lucky to meet you, and your advice is invaluable. This is just something we eat ourselves, it's not even a real gift. I hope you don't mind. Of course, the man didn't mind. If it had been a real gift, he wouldn't have dared accept it. He laughed, well, I guess I'm stealing your food then. And then he left. Wu Hu was in awe his brother-in-law had managed to strike up a conversation like that, while he himself had just stood there nervously. He felt like he'd embarrassed himself. Wu Hu rushed over and hugged Lu Chuan. Does this mean we'll never have to worry about work again? Lu Chuan replied, don't get too excited, nothing's certain yet. Then he told Wu Hu to go out and ask around to see if any sites had been shut down. If so, then it was pretty much a sure thing. Wu Hu immediately ran off, eager to find out. He'd never complain about their uncle meddling again. This was real good fortune. Fang Yuan came over and said, I've heard you talk about this stuff way more than they did. Their standards aren't even that high. Lu Chuan felt a little embarrassed. He'd only studied all this to please his wife and keep her interested in him. It would be embarrassing to admit that. He quickly changed the subject. We're out of meat sauce. Fang Yuan wasn't stingy at all. After all the help they gave us, it's only right. Then she added, if you want to eat more, I'll ask Mom to make another jar when I go home. Lu Chuan was touched his wife really cared about him, and he instantly felt all mushy inside. You're so good to me. Fang Yuan nodded. You need to take good care of that brain of yours. She was very satisfied with Lu Chuan. Not long ago, the electrical wires here were still strewn all over the ground. It was only because Lu Chuan explained things clearly that they cleaned it up. Fang Yuan asked, by the way, what's that qualification they mentioned? Can we get it? Lu Chuan didn't want to admit in front of Fang Yuan that he was new to the business and had no idea what that was. He kept his cool. We're not there yet. Let's take it slow, no rush. Right now, we're the best in the county. Fang Yuan nodded. Being the best in the county was already quite an achievement. Lu Chuan thought to himself that he'd have to pay more attention and ask around, so he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of Fang Yuan. That was his motivation to keep improving. Many years later, someone asked Lu Chuan, you've had such good luck and opportunities along the way. What's your secret? Lu Chuan smiled and said, you might not believe it, but all my luck and opportunities came from spoiling my wife. Young people, let me tell you, if you treat your wife well and are willing to make her happy, you'll never lack for luck or opportunity. Lu Chuan hadn't even had time to properly appreciate how wonderful his wife was, but over on Fang Yuan's side, she was already dragging old man Lu around, sweeping the site for hidden dangers. Any unsafe spots had to be dealt with. The father and daughter-in-law duo worked well together. Dad, do you remember everything Lu Chuan said? Let's tidy things up properly. Turns out it really matters at critical moments. Old man Lu was a little embarrassed to admit that he thought his son was just trying to please his wife. Who would have guessed there'd actually be an inspection for this stuff? The second boy's got a good head on his shoulders. Fang Yuan said, compared to him, we're a bit lacking in that department. Lu Chuan, listening nearby, blushed, thinking they were praising him. Just then, Wu Hu and his crew came back, all looking excited, with a big stack of safety helmets piled on the truck frame. Before the truck had even come to a full stop, Wu Hu was already dragging Lu Chuan over, shouting excitedly, when luck comes, you can't stop it. There's no other worksite in the county like ours. Inspectors come, take a look, and leave right away. We're one of a kind. Then he said, look, is this the kind of safety helmet you mentioned? I bought a whole stack with my own money. From now on, everyone working here has to wear one. Wu Hu was thrilled. Can you believe our luck? We're already getting a name for ourselves in the county. Bro, from now on, whatever you say, I'll believe it. This was what people called believing in your magic. Lu Chuan was a bit embarrassed. Just lucky, I guess. Luck that came from trying to please his wife. Honestly, He broke out in a cold sweat thinking about it. If the project had been stopped over something like this, with deadlines written into the contract, it would have been a huge mess. If the client insisted on the original timeline, getting paid would have been tough. This was a lesson learned. Next time he'd be even more careful about contract deadlines. Lu Chuan summed it up. Fifth brother, treat your wife well, pamper her more, and good luck will come your way too. That's how he got his luck. Even the way his wife looked at him was different now. Lu Chuan straightened his back with pride. Woohoo nodded along, then suddenly realized, wait, you were just trying to please Fang Yuan, weren't you? I knew it. But hey, he did it well. He even got lucky because of it. Woohoo said, can't believe that actually worked. Talk about a stroke of luck. And you know, with everyone wearing a helmet, the sight looked much more professional as people moved around. Woohoo said, you think those inspectors will come back? If they do and see how prepared we are, they'll probably praise us. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. Fifth brother, don't go wishing for them to come back. Woohoo grinned, I'm just excited. When luck comes, you can't stop it. We've made a name for ourselves in the county now. Woohoo continued, a lot of work sites outside have been shut down, but word's gotten out that we're still running. Tons of people are asking about coming to work here. All the good workers are coming to me. Lu Chuan understood. Now that everyone knew their site was reliable, people would come to them for work, and finding labor would be easier too. Fifth brother, let's keep things steady. Woohoo patted his chest. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This time I get to pick and choose my crew. Lu Chuan just smiled. His fifth brother was shrewd, just like his mother-in-law. Woohoo said, bro, I'm telling you, we've got a bright future ahead. Maybe you shouldn't bother with school anymore. Fang Yuan kicked Woohoo from behind. Stop trying to lure him away. Which is more important? Woohoo grinned, I'm just running my mouth, trying to highlight how important my brother-in-law is. Would I really stop him from going to school? Lu Chuan took Fang Yuan's hand, not even sparing Woohoo a glance. That's not luring, wrong word. Fang Yuan said carelessly, whatever, as long as you know what I mean. Why fuss over the details? Lu Chuan said, see, when have I ever been wrong? Didn't you say you'd listen to me? I'm telling you, luring isn't the right word here. Woohoo thought to himself, would my sister really let you have the last word? You're just asking for trouble. Fang Yuan said dismissively, then what word should I use? So picky. Lu Chuan pulled her along. Come on, let's go check the dictionary. You can pick whichever word you think fits best. And with Woohoo staring in disbelief, the young couple walked off together. His brother-in-law had just lured his sister away right in front of him. Woohoo was sure he'd used the right word, she'd been lured away. Woohoo said, my brother-in-law's got some skills. Then he added, maybe I should learn a thing or two. If I had even half his talent, my wife would have come home ages ago. That matter was settled, but Lu Chuan and Woohoo's construction team was now famous in the county. They didn't have to go looking for work, jobs came to them. Before one project was even finished, people were already lining up to hire them for the next. Now Lu Chuan was running back and forth with Woohoo between two sites. He'd negotiate the terms for the next project, tell Woohoo what to watch out for, and as soon as this one wrapped up, they'd start the next. Fang Yuan was the happiest of all. Her concrete mixer would never be out of work. That was all she cared about. But there was a problem. Lu Chuan was about to go back to school. With only Woohoo left to oversee things, the only one who could help him was Fang Yuan. Lu Chuan couldn't help but worry. And that wasn't all. Woohoo, still riding his wave of excitement, urged Lu Chuan to take on a few more projects while they had the chance. Their reputation was solid, and finding workers was easy. But Lu Chuan shook his head firmly. Fifth brother, this is as much as we can handle right now. No matter how much money is out there, we can't earn it all. If you trust me, listen to me, let's take it step by step, steady and sure. Building a good reputation is more important than anything. Woohoo finally understood what reputation meant. The reason so much work was coming their way was because their reputation was good. It was tough, though, seeing all that money out there and not being able to grab it. Both Woohoo and Fang Yuan felt the pain. The two of them gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. We'll listen to you. Old man Lu thought to himself, watching those two act like they were throwing money away. What a strange sight. Lu Chuan said to Wu Hu, if I were here, we could take on one more project. We could split up and each supervise a site. But since I'm leaving, it's all on you, and you can't be everywhere at once. I'm the one holding you back from making a fortune. Wu Hu replied, don't say that. We agreed to make money together. As long as there's work to do, we'll make money. Even if there isn't, I can wait for you to finish college. I'm not in a rush. Bite off more than you can chew, and you'll choke, I get that much. Fang Yuan said, don't make it sound so noble. You just want to make big money. Lu Chuan just laughed. Fang Yuan had confidence in him. That's why she thought so highly of him. Whatever Lu Chuan was thinking about, his ears turned red again. Wu Hu said, bro, why are you blushing? Fang Yuan glanced at him, a little worried. One of these days, I'll take him to the clinic for a checkup. His face gets hot and red at the drop of a hat. What if there's something wrong? If overthinking counts as a disease, then Lu Chuan probably has it. Lu Chuan's face fell. No need. He turned and walked away. Wu Hu raised an eyebrow, even the backs of his ears were red. My brother-in-law blushes a lot. Fang Yuan said, doesn't he? Wu Hu thought, I haven't seen it that often. Must be he only blushes around Fang Yuan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 5 tigers recruited several skilled and reputable craftsmen to their side. The project's progress picked up immediately. When the work was completed, the supervisor was even happier than Lu Chuan and the 5 tigers, and the payment was settled without a hitch. He even said that it was thanks to Lu Chuan and the 5 tigers' careful work that there were no work stoppages. Otherwise, both sides would have suffered losses. He said he'd really found the right people for the job. The 5 tigers were secretly delighted. Who could disagree? Even he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Lu Chuan, on his end, smiled modestly and responded politely, it was you who gave us this opportunity. We owe it all to you that we were able to find work here in the county. Just like that, he gave the supervisor all the credit, and the supervisor responded just as courteously, it's because you, little brother, do things so reliably. You deserve to stand out. The 5 tigers learned something new, so this is how you're supposed to talk in these situations. On the way back with the money, the 5 tigers were full of admiration for Lu Chuan. Brother-in-law, just following you, even if I don't learn anything else, just learning how to talk is worth it. Thinking of Fang Yuan's expression when she saw the money, Lu Chuan felt happy inside. No use buttering me up, 5th brother. I'm not going to give you a bigger share. The 5 tigers were excited. How is it no use? Just look at how you sweet-talked my mom and my sister. If I had your skills, imagine how good my life would be. Lu Chuan just took it as a compliment. Then came the highlight moment. The 2 brothers handed out the workers' wages, and everyone left happy. They paid Fang Yuan the rental fee for the mixer, and even gave old man Lu a 50 yuan bonus. Fang Yuan counted her money, squinting with delight. This really was a moneymaker. No wonder she'd invested so much in it. Old man Lu tried to push the 50 yuan back. No, I can't take this. What's this for? Lu Chuan spoke up, Dad, you take it? You deserve it. If you hadn't kept such a close eye on things, this job wouldn't have gone so smoothly for us brothers. The 5 tigers chimed in, Uncle, we really owe this smooth job to you. You should take it. If Lu Chuan isn't shy about saying it, that shows how much you contributed. But old man Lu insisted, wasn't that just my duty? Take it back. The 5 tigers pressed, Uncle, you should take it. You earned it. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was also trying to give old man Lu money, making his face scrunch up. Am I double-dipping here? I've never done anything like this in my life. Lu Chuan looked at his dad, unable to keep a straight face. You really dare to say anything. The 5 tigers burst out laughing. Just think of it as us juniors showing our respect. When Lu Chuan goes back to school, we'll still need your help on the site. Old man Lu quickly shook his head, wanting no part of it. No, I have to watch Fang Yuan's mixer. The 5 tigers said, it won't interfere with watching the mixer. You can keep an eye on the site while you're at it. Fang Yuan added, Dad, just take it. Later, we won't have you working for free, let's have them pay you a wage, 2 yuan a day. That amount, Old Man Lu could accept without feeling awkward. I'll listen to Fang Yuan. After work, I'll spend a bit more time on site. He wasn't about to take money for nothing. The five tigers teased Lu Chuan. Your words don't work with Uncle. It was true, Fang Yuan's words were more effective. No matter what Lu Chuan said, his uncle wouldn't take the money, but when Fang Yuan spoke, he listened. The five tigers were thoroughly impressed. With Fang Yuan's temper and simple-mindedness, she'd somehow ended up with a family like this. Then the brothers started splitting the money, and Old Man Lu left to avoid any awkwardness. He knew Lu Chuan had made good money, and as a father, he couldn't have been happier. He'd never given his parents any trouble growing up, and now he was in college, earning money while studying. What father wouldn't be proud? He had 3 sons, and he'd done his best for each of them. He and his wife had never planned to have one son support another, but the eldest had always grumbled about it in private. Old Man Lu used to say that marrying off the eldest had cost as much as sending the second to school. Now he didn't dare say that anymore. Who the wedding money had really gone to was a messy account. After spending some time out with his second daughter-in-law, Old Man Lu already had 100 yuan in his pocket, and he felt much more confident. Once they saved a bit more after the autumn harvest, when it was time for the youngest to get married, at least they wouldn't have to borrow all the money. As for the second son's schooling, Old Man Lu had completely let go of his worries. The second couple really didn't lack money anymore. After splitting the money, Lu Chuan didn't even look at it. He just handed it straight to Fang Yuan. He was just the god of wealth passing through. Fang Yuan took the money, grinning from ear to ear. Last time they'd used their share to pay off debts, but this time, the money was theirs to save. We've really found the right path. This is real money. The 5 tigers handed over his share too. Ahem, you hold on to this for me as well. Fang Yuan glared at the money in his hand. You want me to hold it? You trust me? The 5 tigers replied, why not? You think you'd dare steal from me? Fang Yuan looked at the money, tempted. No, 5th brother, this is quite a sum together. Is it enough to buy? The 5 tigers quickly stopped her. We're not buying anything, and we're not running up debts. I'll keep my money, and you just let brother-in-law earn more. If he really gave the money to Fang Yuan, it'd be a case of trusting the wrong person. Fang Yuan didn't mention how many mixers this money could buy. Instead, she asked, you have money, why don't you give it to Mom? The 5 tigers raised an eyebrow. That's a new one. Did the eldest give his earnings to Mom? Fang Yuan said, he's married. The 5 tigers replied, I'm going to get married too. Fang Yuan's tone turned sharp. You don't trust Mom. The 5 tigers said, can't I just value our relationship? If Mom got impulsive and gave the money to one of the other brothers, where would I go to regret it? Fang Yuan was just as blunt. That can't happen. The 5 tigers retorted cruelly, when Mom gave you money, did the others know? That question was a bit too sharp. Fang Yuan shook her head. If Mom could give it to her, she could give it to someone else too. She was convinced by 5th brother. 5th brother, you'd better give me the money. I'll keep it for you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll waste it. And so Lu Chuan witnessed the whole process of the siblings' lack of trust in their parents. Holding so much money, Fang Yuan felt a bit dazed. Does this count as striking it rich? Then she ran off to deposit the money. She didn't feel safe carrying it around. Watching Fang Yuan clutch the money, the 5 tigers were just as happy as Lu Chuan and went with her to deposit it. Fang Yuan held 2 bank books, suddenly realizing, so I'm just helping 5th brother hide his bank book. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Otherwise, did she think she'd help him spend it? 5th brother probably wouldn't agree to that. The 5 tigers said, what more do you want? That's a lot of trust. If you weren't my real sister, you wouldn't get this job. Fang Yuan snorted, true, even Mom never got a straight answer. Lu Chuan burst out laughing. After getting down to business, Wu Hu said, everything's arranged at the construction site. Brother-in-law, you'll have to work a bit harder these next few days. Let's get things up and running together before you start school. Once you're gone, I'm worried I won't be able to handle it all myself. Lu Chuan was thinking the same thing. Of course, that's how it should be. Fang Yuan added, before school starts, you'll need to set aside a few days. There's always stuff to get ready. Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile a little sheepishly. Fang Yuan really had him in her heart, always thinking about his needs. Wu Hu glanced at the two of them. Yeah, I know. I'm not Huang Shiren, you know. Wu Hu, who was definitely not Huang Shiren, didn't let Lu Chuan go until 3 days before school started. And that wasn't all. He even made a little notebook and had Lu Chuan write down all the important things to remember. Just in case something urgent came up, he wanted to be able to reach Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said, "The university in the provincial capital isn't that far. I can come back on weekends. Fifth brother, I'll be counting on you." Then, leaving his brother-in-law and father behind, he took his wife and headed home. Fang Yuan was always thinking ahead. "I used to think that if we had the means, we could get a house in the township. But now, it looks like we won't be staying there much anyway." Lu Chuan was thinking even further ahead than Fang Yuan. "Let's wait and see. We can talk about the house later." Fang Yuan suggested, "Let's buy one in the county." Originally, Lu Chuan had wanted to buy a house in the township so his father-in-law's family could help look after Fang Yuan. But now, after all those years of university ahead, he didn't want to be separated from her. Lu Chuan said, "There's not much work in the county, so buying here isn't much different from buying in the township. The main thing is, we're not exactly flush with cash. Let's see how this batch of work goes first, and maybe budget a bit more." Fang Yuan agreed, "That's true. We can't let people say we got a bit of money and started showing off." Lu Chuan pursed his lips and just grinned. "My wife really has foresight." Fang Yuan knew her own worth. "That sounds a bit weird coming from you." Lu Chuan coughed. "So, what did you buy at the department store? Did you get anything for Mom?" At this, Fang Yuan perked up. "I did. I bought some sewing supplies." Lu Chuan thought that was a bit meager. "That's all for work. Didn't you get her any clothes? I've troubled your mom so much, and she's given me so much meat sauce. Shouldn't we show some appreciation?" Fang Yuan said, "My mom doesn't care about that stuff." Lu Chuan felt that wasn't quite right and tried to reason with her. "It's not about the stuff, it's about the thought." Fang Yuan replied, "When it comes to money, listen to me." Lu Chuan said, "Of course I'll listen to you. But we still need to do the right thing. We need to let Mom know we care about her." Lu Chuan wanted to make a good impression on his mother-in-law. Fang Yuan's tone turned a bit cold. "My mom sent word. Don't bring anything when you come back. My big brother didn't get much money, and if we show up with bags of stuff, my mom says it'll make him look bad." Lu Chuan nodded, so that was the concern. Then how about just giving Mom some money? He really was asking for her opinion. Fang Yuan said, "For my mom, I'm willing. And for your mom, I'm willing too, don't worry." Lu Chuan replied, "Of course I'm not worried." But he didn't dare ask how much Fang Yuan had set aside for her mother. Then Lu Chuan carefully asked, "Mom even told you about this?" Fang Yuan said, "Yeah. Otherwise, if I upset my big brother, would that be good? My brother only cares about 2 things, money and saving face. When he doesn't mess with me, I always give him face." There was a lot of meaning in those words, but unfortunately, Lu Chuan didn't think too deeply about it. Lu Chuan figured, since there was no money for the brother, at least don't make him lose face. But honestly, there wasn't much left over anyway. The county and the township weren't far apart, and everyone worked in the same business, so gossip never stopped. When they arrived at Fang's house, Fang Daoling had just come back from work. Seeing his son-in-law, he called out, "Lu Chuan, you're back. Staying for a few days? School's starting soon, right?" As for Fang Yuan, even though Fang Daoling didn't greet her, he looked her up and down several times, clearly worried about his daughter. "My girl's been working out in the sun at the construction site, but she looks even prettier." Fang Yuan acted like she didn't hear him. "Where's Mom?" Clearly, she wasn't the doting daughter type. Wang Suixiong came in from outside. "She's not lost. Let your husband go inside and rest." If it were any other daughter, she'd probably stomp her foot and complain her parents were playing favorites. But Fang Yuan just said to Lu Chuan, "Go inside, so Mom and Dad don't have to say anything." Wang Suixiong looked at her daughter, and so did Fang Daoling. They didn't know how to smooth things over for her. With a daughter like this, Could she really keep hold of a college boy? It was enough to make them anxious. As Lu Chuan's school start date approached, the couple felt more and more uneasy. Lu Chuan was very obedient. "Mom, you and Fang Yuan talk. I'll go inside first." Just like that, he really did go inside. Did he agree with Fang Yuan, or was he just going along with her? Hard to say. Fang Daling said, "Wife, do you think this is a case of the pot fitting the lid, or the lid fitting the pot?" Wang Suixiang replied, "Do you think your daughter is the lid that matches your son-in-law, or the pot that matches him?" That was a deep question, and even the rough-and-tumble Fang Daling was left speechless. Fang Yuan interrupted, "What are you two talking about?" "Mom, make something to eat. We'll head back to the village soon." Wang Suixiang said, "I know you should. Go back and check in. Your sister-in-law is cooking in the other room. We'll eat there in a bit." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Which sister-in-law? Wang Suixiang glanced at her daughter, knowing she was looking for trouble. "Your eldest brother's wife." Fang Yuan's face darkened. As for her eldest brother, fine, but she wasn't about to give this sister-in-law any face. "Not going." Wang Suixiang said, "Aren't you something? Go wash your hands." "Are you waiting for your sister-in-law to invite you?" Fang Yuan replied, "Even if she invites me, I'm not going. If there's no food at home, we'll just leave." Then she called out, "Lu Chuan, come out, we're going home." Fang Daling grabbed his daughter. Wait. What did your brother do to upset you? Don't be like this. Dad's here, I'll sort him out." Fang Yuan said, "I just don't want to give him face." "Didn't you say, when a daughter gets married, she should still be treated well when she comes home?" Fang Daling said, "I did say that. My daughter should be treated like this." "Which brat upset you?" Fang Yuan replied, "It's not a brat, it's your son. We never learned to cater to little brothers-in-law, did we?" Fang Daling immediately shut up. He glanced at Wang Suixiang, then said with a dark face, "Wife, Fang Yuan's home, so we'll eat here." Fang Yuan pulled out 10 yuan and stuffed it into Fang Daling's hand. "I want to be good to my parents. I don't need to look at anyone else's face, and I'm done with it." Just as Lu Chuan came out, he saw Fang Yuan bickering with her parents. What should he do? He was at a loss. Wang Suixiang said, "You don't want your big brother to use your mixer anymore? That's a mother for you." She knew exactly where her daughter's soft spot was. Fang Yuan replied, "If he really needs it, we'll talk then." "But that wouldn't do." Lu Chuan said, "Ahem, it's been a while since I talked to Big Brother." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Whose side was Lu Chuan on? Was he undermining her? Did he even know what it meant to be a couple? She glared at him. Lu Chuan didn't say another word. Sure, his wife was his, but her temper was all thanks to her father-in-law's spoiling. Fang Yuan's words didn't just leave Lu Chuan speechless, they also stunned Fang Daling and Wang Suixiang. Their eldest had made a mess of things, and now their daughter was holding a grudge. Wang Suixiang was helpless with her daughter. "Fine, I'll do it. I'll cook at home. We'll eat before you leave." Fang Daling tried to negotiate with his daughter. "How about I go tell your eldest brother to come over for dinner?" He didn't even dare mention the eldest brother's wife. Lu Chuan was worried Fang Yuan would snap at her father with something like, "Why not invite my eldest brother's brother-in-law too?" That would make things impossible to smooth over. He quickly jumped in, "Dad, our second, third, and fourth brother all home? Let's all get together and make it lively. Otherwise, I'll have to head back to school, and who knows, maybe I won't be home again until New Year's." He glanced at Fang Yuan as he finished. "Fang Yuan will be at home, so I'll have to trouble you and her brothers to look after her." Wang Suixiang silently watched her daughter's reaction. Fang Yuan didn't say a word and just went inside. That was already giving Lu Chuan face. But Wang Suixiang didn't feel happy at all. Her daughter wouldn't listen to anyone, yet she'd actually listened to her son-in-law. Wasn't that being completely taken in by him? She almost wished her daughter had insisted on eating alone as a family. This meal, Wang Suixiang ate with 100 mixed feelings. Her son-in-law was about to leave for university. From now on, the girls he'd meet would all be educated, all kinds of people. Could her own daughter really keep him? Once her son-in-law was out in the world, it would all depend on his conscience. No parent could feel at ease with that. The match had been a good one, maybe even too good. Wang Suixiang was starting to regret it. But there was no one who could understand what Wang Suixiang was feeling. Lu Chuan couldn't let his father-in-law go call the sons for dinner. He said, "Dad, Fang Yuan's been talking about you the whole time she was away. She must really miss you. I'll go call her brothers and sisters-in-law. You go chat with Fang Yuan." Fang Dalong thought to himself, "Don't I know my own daughter? If she missed me, she wouldn't say it. She'd just ride her bike home to see me." But he was happy enough to go back inside. He liked the way his son-in-law talked. The key thing was that his daughter hadn't objected to inviting the sisters-in-law. When Lu Chuan walked into the eldest brother's room, Fang Laodao's expression changed several times. Lu Chuan was doing well in the county with the 5 tigers. News traveled slowly in the countryside, but what needed to be known was known. And they were all in the same business. Compared to Lu Chuan, he just couldn't measure up. Back when things were divided up, he was the one everyone looked up to. Lu Chuan wasn't even on his level. Now the tables had turned, and he felt embarrassed without anyone saying a word. Still, he managed to greet Lu Chuan without losing face. "You're back. Where's Fang Yuan?" Lu Chuan replied, "Big brother, Fang Yuan missed Dad. She's chatting with him now. I came to invite you and sister-in-law over for dinner. I'll be heading back to school soon, and while Fang Yuan's at home, I'll have to ask you both to look after her." Fang Daling's face brightened. "You don't need to say that. Fang Yuan won't be mistreated. No matter what kind of temper she has, your sister-in-law wouldn't dare neglect her." Lu Chuan laughed. That was as straightforward as it got. He said, "Fang Yuan's just a bit childish. Even I get a scolding or 2 from her. Luckily, sister-in-law is good-natured and doesn't take it to heart." Fang Laodao shot Lu Chuan a look. "No need for all that talk. You can rest easy. She's the only girl in the family. Even if I wanted to make things hard for her, I couldn't." Lu Chuan was left a bit speechless. His wife's temper really was something, and no one dared cross her. He went to invite his sister-in-law over. She looked a bit embarrassed. Her sister-in-law had been giving her the cold shoulder for ages, and she had no idea why. "All right, I'll bring over the dishes I've made." Lu Chuan thought, at least things looked harmonious on the surface. Still, it was a family. When he went to the second and third brothers, they came right away. The rest didn't even need to be called. Lu Chuan could see that the second and third sisters-in-law were all trying to please Fang Yuan, while the eldest sister-in-law looked a bit sour. Wang Suixiang watched her rowdy sons and said to her daughter, "Be smart. I've seen through it. If you and your brothers keep your distance, things will last longer." Counting on the brothers to make money together was a pipe dream. Better to look after yourself. Wang Suixiang had seen it all before. Fang Yuan replied, "Don't worry. I'm like Big Brother, I care about money. Even if I wanted to get close, it wouldn't be easy." Wang Suixiang wanted to smack her. "Do you have to drag your brother into this?" Fang Yuan said, "Is it my fault?" Just to save his pride, "I can't even be filial to mom and dad? When has he ever been more domineering than me?" Wang Suixiang said, "Forget I said anything. Just shut up." Fang Yuan actually listened and shut up. But she still didn't give her sister-in-law any face. Lu Chuan hoped Fang Yuan would stay close to her family. While he was away, she'd have someone to rely on. But if she was mistreated, Lu Chuan wouldn't be happy either. He chatted with his brothers-in-law, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of the past 2 months, taking responsibility for everything. Fang Laodao was a deep one. Just like Fang Yuan said, he cared about face. He never said he was having a hard time or needed help, so Lu Chuan couldn't offer either. The fourth brother wanted to get closer to Lu Chuan, but Wang Suixiang cut him off. So nothing really progressed, but the second and third brothers could see that their brother-in-law wasn't petty. He hadn't taken any of it to heart. Unfortunately, it was obvious Lu Chuan wasn't the one in charge at home. He was watching Fang Yuan's face the whole time. That made them a little uncomfortable. The problem was, their sister was tough with outsiders, and even tougher with her own family. She was hard to please. They all knew what kind of temper Fang Yuan had. There wasn't much they could do. Fang Laodao understood what his brothers were thinking. He could keep the younger ones in line, and that was his skill. Brother-in-law, I appreciate your intentions. I'm only capable of so much. I can manage in the village, but I don't dare to think bigger. The second and third brothers heard this and immediately gave up on their plans. The fourth brother was anxious. Work in the county was good, and Lu Chuan was famous now. If he could just say a word, they'd have work. Why wouldn't he bring it up? Fang Yuan started putting food on Lu Chuan's plate, meaning, shut up, don't push it, it's not a business deal. Lu Chuan thought a lot. Fang Yuan had never been this nice to him before, even serving him food. She must be reluctant to see him go back to school. He glanced at her shyly, again and again. Never mind his brothers-in-law, his whole attention was on Fang Yuan. His wife handed him a bite of food, and he could imagine a whole romantic scene. Then, at the table, Lu Chuan said, Fang Yuan, which dish do you like? I'll get it for you. Everyone looked at him. Did Fang Yuan really need anyone to serve her food at home? Fang Yuan said, eat your own. Lu Chuan started serving her anyway. Honestly, there weren't that many dishes. There was no need to be so protective. After putting down her chopsticks, when it was just the family in private, second sister-in-law spoke up. Isn't our brother-in-law deliberately putting on a show for us? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Why would he be so protective of his own sister-in-law at the dinner table? Third sister-in-law, who's straightforward and simple-minded, asked, why would he put on a show for us? Second sister-in-law replied, our brother-in-law is good-looking, seems quite capable, and he's got some money now. He's still planning to go to school. What if he just runs off one day? The blunt third sister-in-law went straight to their mother-in-law. Brother-in-law treats little sister so well. Does he just want to keep us happy so he can go off to school and never come back? Mom, shouldn't we be on guard? Wang Xiang, their mother-in-law, scolded her third daughter-in-law until she left in a huff. You must have nothing better to do. If you're so free, go home and take care of your kids. Third sister-in-law didn't dare say another word. Second sister-in-law, on the other hand, just smiled as if none of this had anything to do with her. Wang Xiang said, I know exactly what kind of person third daughter-in-law is. She's not the scheming type. But you, watch your mouth in the future. Don't use the third family as your mouthpiece. Then she added, even if my daughter really can't count on a man and has to come back home, she's still got her parents. She won't be a burden on you brothers. Wang Xiang wasn't just saying this, she really meant it. This son-in-law is good, very good in fact, but he's almost too good, and she doesn't have the means to help her daughter keep a tight hold on him. Luckily, her daughter Fang Yuan is open-minded. They'll just have to see how things go. Second sister-in-law was almost in tears. Mom, you can't say that. Of course I want little sister to be well. I'm just too blunt, that's all. I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to remind her. Wang Xiang replied, if you'd just say a few words less, you'd be doing your sister a favor. Eldest sister-in-law kept quiet on the side, but still got dragged in. Wang Xiang said, you're no good either. You have a son yourself, but you never think about your own child, always worrying about your own family. Why don't you just move back to your parents' house? Second sister-in-law didn't feel so wronged after that. Compared to her, eldest sister-in-law was even less favored by their mother-in-law. That was a harsh thing to say. Eldest sister-in-law protested, Mom, that's not true. But Wang Xiang knew exactly what was going on and ended up scolding all three daughters-in-law out of the room. Fang Delung didn't dare say a word for a long while. After the daughters-in-law left, he finally asked, who made you so angry? Why take it out on the daughters-in-law? Wang Xiang said, tell me, can we really count on this son-in-law? Turns out, the root of her anger was actually the best-behaved son-in-law. She'd been bottling it up. Her son-in-law was about to have the whole world at his feet, and as a mother, she worried for her daughter. Who wouldn't? Wang Xiang didn't think of herself as petty, but she really couldn't be sure about this. She said, I heard he's made quite a lot of money. If he doesn't even lack for money, what do we have to keep him in check? Fang Delung replied, Wife, what are you thinking? Didn't you say we should treat our son-in-law as well as possible, so he'd feel guilty about our daughter and wouldn't want to leave her? If you want things to last, you can't try to control him. Wang Xiang didn't want to say anything more. her foolish husband really believed everything he heard. If you don't have any tricks up your sleeve, no confidence, and just one son-in-law, can you really trust him with your daughter? Isn't that just being naive? Forget it. Better to just let things go. Wang Chuixiang said, "Later, I'll take some money out and buy a house for our Fang Yuan in the village." Fang Delung said, "It's our family's money, you decide. I've always said we should get a place for our daughter, sons or daughters. It's all the same. I'll get one for each of them." Why would I shortchange my own daughter? If we'd given it as a dowry, it would have been so impressive. Wang Chuixiang looked at Fang Delung, but couldn't say that she was actually preparing a backup plan for her daughter. Fang Delung finally remembered the main thing. By the way, how much money did the two brothers end up making? Wang Chuixiang thought to herself, this father really has no clue. Do you think I could get a straight answer out of them? Fang Delung said, "Why not? They seemed so happy, what's there to hide?" Wang Chuixiang just ignored him at that point. He really didn't understand his own daughter and sons. Even before the fifth son started working with Lu Chuan, he was already pretty sharp. After spending so long with Lu Chuan, now even the soles of his feet are full of schemes. When Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan returned home, Lu's mother was overjoyed. "I was worried you'd be late for school." Fang Yuan said, "It's not a big deal. How could we forget something like that?" Then she took out 2 floral blouses. "My dad picked one for you, and I picked one. You can wear whichever you like." She'd originally wanted to pick one for Wang Chuixiang too, but because of Fang Da's pride, she didn't. Otherwise, why would Fang Yuan have made such a fuss? She was still holding a grudge about that. Then she took out a bunch of sewing supplies. "These will be handy for you." Lu's mother was so happy she could barely contain herself. She didn't even notice her daughter-in-law used the formal you to address her. In the village, a woman who has all the sewing supplies she needs is the envy of others. She held up the blouses, beaming, "Why spend money on this?" But clearly, spending the money made Lu's mother happy. Fang Yuan took out 100 yuan. "My dad earned this. He wants you to have it." Lu's mother was almost too stunned to smile. She grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and asked, "How hard did your dad have to work to earn this much? Where did the money come from?" Lu Chuan said, "Don't worry, my dad's doing well. He earned every bit of it." Then he explained what happened at the construction site. Fang Yuan said, "It's all thanks to my dad being so attentive. Otherwise, the project wouldn't have finished so quickly, and there wouldn't be another job lined up. Now we don't have to worry about the cement mixer being out of work." Lu Chuan thought to himself, why does it always come back to the cement mixer? Isn't that supposed to be my business, my main job? But the mother and daughter-in-law were deep in conversation. He couldn't get a word in. From start to finish, it was either about Lu's dad or the cement mixer, nothing to do with him. Fang Yuan said, "Oh right, Mom, there were some leftover materials at the construction site. Since people see us as honest and don't want any waste, they asked us to help deal with it. I noticed little third doesn't have a place of his own yet. If we just pay a bit for transport, we can bring the materials home." Lu's mother grabbed Fang Yuan's hand. "Is there really such a good deal?" Lu Chuan thought, "Of course not. We still have to pay something, at least symbolically. But compared to the market price, it's a real bargain." Fang Yuan and Fifth Tiger couldn't bear to let anyone else have it, so they brought it home themselves. Seeing Fang Yuan stay quiet, Lu Chuan didn't say anything either. His own father knew what was what. Fang Yuan said, "My fifth brother is going to build a house too, so we'll bring it all back together. Just to have it ready." Lu's mother was so excited she started to stutter. Good, good, good. How long has it been since the new daughter-in-law joined the family? Now they have money, and even building materials are ready. Life was clearly on the up and up. Lu's mother felt like she was floating, like it wasn't real. Lu's third son came in from outside. "Will this make second brother late for school?" Fang Yuan said, "You just eat and do nothing at home. Help Mom clear out some space and get ready to feed the driver. It won't delay your second brother's schooling." Lu shouts and had no idea that this responsibility would end up on his shoulders. What trust they had in him. He felt a little anxious, but still agreed, "All right, I can do it." Fang Yuan spoke lightly, as if it was nothing. "Dad's busy. He definitely doesn't have time to come back and take care of these things. You'll have to handle it yourself at home. Don't count on anyone else. Lu shouts and had never thought about it this way. He was already grateful that his second brother and sister-in-law had helped him with his wedding and building a house, even preparing all the materials for him. It didn't matter what tone his second sister-in-law used. What mattered was that she helped him get things done. He was truly thankful. On the other hand, Mother Lu was both happy and worried. Her son and daughter-in-law had only been gone for a short while, and they'd already brought back so much stuff. Is this even legal? She asked, uneasy about how quickly everything had come together. Lu Chuan reassured her, don't worry. Then he added, Mom, I was thinking of asking Fang Yuan to take me to school. Before Mother Lu could respond, Fang Yuan objected, I'm busy. Besides, what if I get lost in the provincial capital and can't find my way back? Lu Chuan pursed his lips, a little unhappy. You're really something, just letting your man go off like that. Aren't you afraid I won't come back? If Fang Yuan cared even half as much as his mother-in-law did, she wouldn't say things like that. Fang Yuan asked, I'm talking to you. Are you afraid you'll get lost? Or are you just scared to go alone? Mother Lu looked at her son, ahem. What if Fang Yuan really can't find her way back? They really were mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, worrying about the exact same thing. Lu Chuan said, there are still a few days before school starts. I'll take Fang Yuan with me to check things out, then bring her back before I go to school. Mother Lu thought to herself, that's only possible because we have a bit of money now. Otherwise, would you be able to toss money around like this? But since her son was willing, she didn't say anything. Besides, in their family, Fang Yuan had the final say on these matters. Fang Yuan spoke up directly, are you just bored and looking for something to do, or are you just looking for ways to spend money? Lu Chuan thought, facing someone like Fang Yuan, the fact that he still cared so much about her must mean he really liked her. Otherwise, could he just be a glutton for punishment? Mother Lu glanced at her son's expression and tried to coax Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why don't you go have a look? That way you'll know where Lu Chuan is staying, and if anything big or small comes up in the future, you'll know where to find him. Fang Yuan considered it, that's true. Then she asked, but what about the construction site? Lu Chuan didn't dare say, who's more important, me or the site? He already knew the answer, it definitely wasn't him. He could only take a deep breath. Fifth brother will be there. Don't you trust him? Fang Yuan was all about her work. If you're not there and I'm not there, will things be okay? Lu Chuan felt something was off. Don't tell me you really don't trust fifth brother? Fifth brother had always been loyal to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coughed awkwardly. I'm just worried he'll be too busy. That was rare. She was actually covering for herself. Lu Chuan said, it's fine. Dad will be there too. Fang Yuan nodded, that's true. Lu Chuan realized his wife was as suspicious as Chow Chow. They hadn't finished discussing when Li Meng arrived outside, dragging along Lu Laoda. Lu Chuan's expression soured, and he glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan reassured him, I won't let these two get under my skin. Don't worry about me. Lu Chuan lowered his head, thinking, that's not why I'm looking at you. Only he knew the real reason, and he shot a gloomy look at Lu Laoda. Didn't he feel embarrassed, always hanging around here? When he went off to school and was away for years, would Lu Laoda still shamelessly hang around? It was disgusting. Li Meng, chin held high, started off in a grating tone, Mom, what are you doing here? Oh, second brother and his wife are back. Fang Yuan commented, dog days are over, but the cicadas are still making a racket. So annoying. Lu Chuan said, ignore her, it's bad for your eyes. Mother Lu, hearing Li Meng call out to her, wanted to get her out of there. Second daughter-in-law, don't be angry. I'll go now and take her with me. But Li Meng clearly had no intention of leaving. By the way, second daughter-in-law, I came today to share some good news. You're going to have a big nephew. Mother Lu's mouth fell open, really. She was both surprised and delighted. Li Meng stroked her still flat belly, her chin practically pointing to the sky with pride. Mom, from now on, don't always run over to second brother's place. The two of us can't handle being neglected. Mother Lu said, now that you know you're pregnant, go home and rest. Come on, let's go. She really wanted to get her eldest daughter-in-law away from her second daughter-in-law. Li Ming protested, "Mom, this is a big event for our family. Of course I had to come share the good news." Fang Yuan glanced at Li Ming and finally spoke coolly, "How many months along are you?" Li Ming was full of pride, 2 months. She'd gotten pregnant right after getting married. Fang Yuan sneered, "That poor child, even the timing of its conception is going to get it scolded." Li Ming immediately bristled. "What's that supposed to mean? Why are you cursing my son?" Fang Yuan replied, "Do I really need to spell it out? Married for 2 months, pregnant for 2 months. If we're being charitable, we'll say you laid an egg as soon as you got married. If not, should we ask where the child came from? That'll teach you to show off." Fang Yuan was in a bad mood, even rubbed her own belly, then shot Lu Chuan a glare. Lu Chuan got the message Fang Yuan was blaming him for not getting her pregnant. He really didn't know what to do about that. Fang Yuan's expectations for him were a bit high. Given the current state of their relationship, if she really did get pregnant, he'd have to ask himself where he got that kind of ability. Li Ming panicked, tugging at Lu Feng. "Feng Ji, she's deliberately insulting me." Of course, Lu Feng knew the truth. Fang Yuan said, "Even if you were carrying Neza, I wouldn't care. I've told you before, stop parading yourself in front of me." Li Ming protested, "How can you say that? He's your nephew. Are you jealous?" Fang Yuan shot back, "Jealous of your shamelessness? Have you no self-awareness? Puh. Want me to tell the whole village you're 2.5 months pregnant?" Li Ming never expected Fang Yuan to be so ruthless. "You're slandering me." Fang Yuan replied, "You're asking for it. Your husband's been away for over 10 years and the kid's 3.5. The whole village will be telling that joke." Lu Chuan hadn't realized Fang Yuan was so sharp-tongued, "So you're finally putting those joke books I bought you to use. See? I told you reading makes you better." Fang Yuan nodded, "It's useful. I'll read more when I have time." Look at this couple, finding the joy of learning even at a time like this. Li Ming, unable to show off, nearly stormed off. What can you do when you run into someone who's not afraid of anything and will say whatever she wants? Lu Lauda was just a background prop the whole time, not saying a word. What did he even come for? Of course, Li Ming didn't forget to shout at Mother Lu, "Mom, this child has nothing to do with anyone else. It's your grandson. Are you just going to let her insult the Lu family's eldest grandson like this?" Old Lady Lu's face was dark. That woman was using her pregnancy to stir up trouble between her and her daughter-in-law. She was genuinely worried about Li Ming. She dared to say anything, and even a couple of snide remarks were nothing. She wasn't afraid of Fang Yuan getting mad and giving her a hard time. Fang Yuan sneered, "Mom doesn't have the ability to get you pregnant. Whoever got you pregnant, go find them. Stop putting on airs. The third son of the Lu family isn't anything special. Having a child isn't rare." Old Lady Lu didn't say anything, almost bursting out laughing. Lu Feng's face was gloomy as he walked away. People have to put on a good front, after all. His mom never treated him like this before. Wasn't it just because the second son and his wife were making money now? Li Ming never expected Fang Yuan to say something like that, and was left speechless. She just followed after the eldest Lu. Old Lady Lu said, "Getting pregnant is a good thing. I don't know what she's making a fuss about. Fang Yuan, I need to head back and check on things. When you get pregnant, I'll look after you too." Fang Yuan nodded openly, "I'll get pregnant as soon as I can." Lu Chuan's ears turned bright red at that, such a blunt thing to say. Maybe Fang Yuan was worried about leaving for school soon and wanted to get pregnant to tie him down? Lu Chuan had already thought about how to reassure Fang Yuan. Whether they had a child or not, he wasn't the type to fool around. After Old Lady Lu left, Fang Yuan patted her stomach and muttered, "She acts like she's the only one who can get pregnant." Lu Chuan comforted her, "Well, actually, there's no rush. What matters is that we get along well. Having a child isn't the most important thing." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. "Who says so?" She was in a hurry. She'd just been put down by someone with no self-control. All right. Lu Chuan didn't dare voice any more opinions. If Fang Yuan really wanted a child, he'd go along with it. He just hadn't expected that Fang Yuan cared so much about having a child. If only she'd said so earlier. Lu Chuan's face was so red it could cook an egg. After dinner, Lu Chuan was shyly daydreaming about good things. Then he heard Fang Yuan calling from the room. "What are you dawdling for? With your slowpoke ways, even getting pregnant takes longer than others." Lu Chuan's face turned black. Was that something you could just say out loud? For once, he retorted, if you'd said so earlier, maybe we'd already have one. It's not just up to me, you know. Fang Yuan replied, then what are you waiting for? Lie down and get ready. Lu Chuan couldn't understand how Fang Yuan could say these things so naturally, without a hint of embarrassment. Still, he gritted his teeth and did as she said. Just as he was about to move closer, Fang Yuan said, lie down and sleep well. Lu Chuan was confused. Sleep well. Fang Yuan said, yes, close your eyes and sleep. If we can't get pregnant, it's your fault. Soon, Fang Yuan was snoring away, really sleeping well. After a moment of dark clouds passing over his mind, Lu Chuan suddenly sat up and started laughing so hard he couldn't stop, pounding the bed. He woke Fang Yuan, who glared at him. You don't want me to get pregnant, do you? Which only made Lu Chuan laugh harder. If they kept sleeping seriously like this, they'd never have a child in this lifetime. Fang Yuan was about to hit him. Lu Chuan said, don't be mad, I'll stop laughing. I just want to ask, who taught you this secret method for getting pregnant? Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. Does it need teaching? If you sleep well, you'll naturally have a child. Don't worry and don't feel inferior. Lu Chuan tried not to laugh. Okay, I'm not feeling inferior. I'm just curious. Fang Yuan said, when my eldest brother got married, they wouldn't let me in the room. They told me to wait to hold my nephew. Lu Chuan nodded. That's what parents always say. He waited for her to continue. Fang Yuan said, I asked how you get pregnant, and they said you just have to sleep together seriously. Lu Chuan kept a straight face, or else he'd burst out laughing. And you believe them? Fang Yuan said, I didn't believe it, so I asked my sister-in-law. She nodded. And then I had a nephew. She even got it confirmed. Lu Chuan thought to himself, it's a good thing you don't hang around your sister-in-law too much. Who knows what kind of nonsense she'd fill your head with. This was the downside of Fang Yuan having 5 protective brothers. With such tough guys around her all the time, she'd never heard any dirty jokes. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so clueless. Lu Chuan said, you don't seem like someone who trusts people easily. Fang Yuan replied, Mom said I'm too straightforward and easy to fool, so I should always weigh what people say. If I can scare them, then I can trust them. If I can't, then I shouldn't believe them. No wonder, Lu Chuan thought. Her mother had been warning her since she was little. And the standard her mother set for a daughter-in-law was pretty impressive. If she could scare someone, their words could be trusted. If not, don't believe them. No need to overthink it, such a simple standard, and it really suited Fang Yuan's personality. Mainly, the Fang family had the confidence to back it up. Her brothers were so tough, no one in the surrounding villages dared mess with Fang Yuan. Probably, if there were people she couldn't scare, her mother would have already explained things to her. Then Fang Yuan said, all right, go to sleep. I can't stand that shameless woman showing off in front of me. She's not the only one who can get pregnant. And with that, she went to sleep. Lu Chuan wanted to help Fang Yuan save face, but there was nothing he could do. That night, with that topic and that turn of events, Lu Chuan's laughter turned into a bitter smile. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan looked beautiful no matter what. She was worth him cherishing and carefully tending to their marriage. Fang Yuan wasn't stupid, she was just stubborn and straightforward, and truly a good person. Of course, you had to know how to appreciate her goodness. And he just happened to see that goodness. He was busy with school and barely had time for anything. If Fang Yuan got pregnant now, she'd have to raise the child on her own. Thinking of her stubborn nature, Lu Chuan couldn't bear it. Maybe they could wait a couple of years to have a child. That's what he thought, but whether he could actually do it, Lu Chuan wasn't sure. Because at night, Fang Yuan would pull the blanket over to her side and fall asleep holding his hand. Early the next morning, Fang Yuan saw Lu Chuan holding her hand and looked serious, asking coldly, "What are you trying to do?" Lu Chuan didn't even blink, making something up on the spot. "I just wanted us to be closer, so you could be more successful." Fang Yuan nodded and patted her belly. "I wonder if I'm pregnant yet." Lu Chuan didn't dare stay in the room any longer. There was just no way to describe it. This was a kind of fun that outsiders could never understand. If she really got pregnant, it'd be a miracle. Old Lady Lu came over early in the morning, bringing breakfast she'd already made. She called Fang Yuan to wash up and eat. Fang Yuan, as direct as ever, said, "Mom, you're not looking after your eldest grandson anymore?" No hidden meaning, she just said it like that. Old Lady Lu paused, then said, "You're right, Fang Yuan. That child wasn't my doing. Whoever got her pregnant can look after her." Fang Yuan could hardly believe it. She hadn't been like this yesterday. "Really? Your own grandson?" Old Lady Lu replied, "How could a grandma be closer than his own mother?" What happened overnight to make Old Lady Lu's attitude change so much? Just from the way she started talking, you could tell something was up. Lu Chuan thought to himself, this Li Meng is really something else. Just how much trouble did she stir up last night to leave his mother in such a state? Clearly, Mother Lu had been holding it in for a while. She started complaining about Li Meng to Fang Yuan. "Is she for real? She insists on eating noodle dumplings, but we don't even have any fine flour at home. Where does she get the nerve to demand food and drink? And then, in the middle of the night, she made me go into town to buy her canned tangerines. I had to go myself. She wouldn't let your eldest brother go, said she couldn't be apart from him, that she was scared." Scared of what, exactly? Li Meng must have really worn Mother Lu out. Even Lu Chuan frowned as he listened. And where's eldest brother in all this? Is the kid not even his? That's what hurt Mother Lu the most. Her eldest just stood by and let Li Meng torment his own mother like that. Mother Lu, feeling bitter, didn't mention her eldest. "It was your third brother who felt sorry for me and went into town for her. He didn't get back until midnight. Meanwhile, those two slept soundly through it all. Didn't even wake up when I called them. And in the end, she didn't even eat the canned tangerines. Tell me, wasn't she just messing with me?" Fang Yuan wanted to nod along. Wasn't it obvious she was doing it on purpose? But Lu Chuan shot her a look, so she held back. They exchanged a glance, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't catch on. Mother Lu finally said, "If it's my grandson, fine, I'll put up with it. But if she's going to torment my own son, I'm done serving her." Fang Yuan joked, "So you're using your son to defeat your grandson?" Lu Chuan and Mother Lu both had to nod. It did seem that way. Fang Yuan added, "Looks like third brother is pretty useful after all." But that wasn't really the point. Mother Lu was so exasperated by her second daughter-in-law that she wasn't even feeling sad anymore. She pulled Lu Chuan aside. "How did your eldest brother end up like this?" Lu Chuan had complicated feelings about his eldest brother. He wanted to say something but didn't know how. Besides, as the saying goes, you can't just throw away a stinky butt. No matter what Mother Lu says, she'll complain about the eldest, but in the end, things will go on as usual. What was he supposed to say? Fang Yuan didn't bother making things awkward for him. "He's just spoiled. You shouldn't have indulged her. She didn't care about the future. She'd say whatever she wanted." Mother Lu grumbled, and what really gets me is, first thing in the morning, she demanded chicken, specifically, one from my coop. Said her own chickens were for her mother. That wouldn't do. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. "Don't get mad. I'll go over right now and slaughter a chicken for her." If Lu Chuan hadn't grabbed her around the waist, Fang Yuan would have marched off with a knife in hand. Anyone who saw her would know she was going to kill a chicken. Though someone who didn't might think she was up to something else. Lu Chuan said, "You're pregnant, just let her be. As long as Mom ignores her, she can't make too much trouble." Fang Yuan protested, "That's not fair. Even I never acted up like this." Mother Lu was just venting. She didn't really want her two daughters-in-law to go head-to-head. Just ignore her. After all, she's carrying my grandchild. I told your eldest brother, let them do whatever they want. Once we split the family, it's out of my hands. Lu Chuan pressed Fang Yuan into a seat. "It's not worth getting upset over this." Mother Lu sighed. She said that once the baby's born, there won't be anywhere for them to live. With that, She started to cry. She was heartbroken, feeling like she was being driven out of her own home. Lu Chuan gave a wry laugh. "Where's third brother?" Mother Lu replied, "I didn't bother with him. He went out to look for a place." "Didn't Fang Yuan say she'd be bringing building materials today?" Fang Yuan said, "That's right. Mom asked third brother to go check out some land. For building. We'll build a row of big houses together. Let's see how she likes that." Mother Lu brightened up. "That would be great. I'll be able to hold my head high then. But where would the money come from?" Mother Lu thought to herself, "This is just wishful thinking, nothing more." Fang Yuan said, "Don't worry about it. My dad's got the big money coming in later." Mother Lu liked Fang Yuan even more now. This girl was clever, not one to bite off more than she could chew. Her second son would have a good life with her. It was important to remember who was paying for the house. Mother Lu really appreciated that. Fang Yuan said, "Mom, it's not worth getting upset over someone unfilial, and it's even less worth letting someone use a grandchild to manipulate you. You have plenty of sons. I'll give you a grandchild myself, and there's still third brother. Once he gets married, he'll give you lots of grandkids." Lu Chuan, listening from the side, nearly choked on his egg yolk. He thought, with your common sense, my mom would be better off counting on that other one for grandkids. Fang Yuan shot Lu Chuan a look. "How do you even choke while eating?" Mother Lu said, "Ignore him. Fang Yuan, I'm counting on you for grandkids. I don't care about boys or girls. If you have a granddaughter, I'll love her even more." Fang Yuan patted her chest in assurance. "Don't worry, it's no big deal." Lu Chuan coughed so hard it felt like his lungs would come out. This was a big deal. Mother Lu scolded her son. "What are you embarrassed about? You're not as open as Fang Yuan. What's there to be shy about?" She really thought her son was just embarrassed. Fang Yuan nodded along. "Who gets married and doesn't have kids? No big deal." Lu Chuan pointed at the two of them, but couldn't get a word out. He turned and left, thinking, "You two sure are bold. Counting on Fang Yuan's sleeping skills for a kid, huh? This mess of a heart. Who could he even talk to about it?" Lu shouts and was out looking for a place to store building materials for the new house, and that was no small matter. Given the Lu family situation, how did it come to building a house? Everyone else was just watching, but eldest brother Lu couldn't sit still. He came over to second brother Lu's place. "Mom, what's third brother up to? Aren't you going to do something about it?" Lu Chuan didn't look pleased to see his eldest brother. "What, you think you can just come and go as you please?" It had only been 2 days, and he'd already come over several times. If in the future he wasn't home, and eldest brother Lu just kept coming over like this, how would that be okay? Lu Chuan realized he was actually a bit petty. He really didn't like Fang Yuan even glancing at eldest brother Lu, especially since he was the one she'd originally been set up with. Mother Lu wasn't too happy to see her eldest. "What about third brother? He's doing proper work. If you want to help, then help. If not, go take care of your wife." Eldest brother Lu said, "Mom, Li Ming is just talking. The kid is still young. There's no rush to make room." Mother Lu's heart turned cold. "So when the kid grows up, your mom and dad don't need a place to live anymore, is that it?" Eldest brother Lu didn't say a word. He really did mean to drive his parents out. Where did he get the nerve? Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He sure had it all planned out. Fang Yuan said, "Once the family splits, mom, dad, and third brother's affairs are none of your business. But one thing's for sure, the house belongs half to mom, dad, and third brother, and half to you. Whether mom and dad live there or not, it's still their house. It's not for you, your wife, or your wife's child." Then she added, "Making room? Never heard of it. Don't even think about it. Make sure that unfaithful one knows too, don't even dream about it." Sister-in-law's son, who was watching from behind the fence, piped up, "Second daughter-in-law, that's a bit of a tongue twister. Isn't it just their family of 3? Why did you say your wife's child? Isn't it eldest brother's kid?" Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan too. She was getting smarter, knowing how to talk in circles now. Boss Lu's face flushed red at the accusation. "I never intended to take advantage of mom and dad." Fang Yuan replied firmly, "You just want to take their house." Then she added, "But as long as I'm here, that's not happening." Tell that shameless woman, whoever's child she's carrying, let her go bother them. If mom couldn't get her pregnant, then we're not waiting on her hand and foot. Boss Lu tried to say more, but Fang Yuan chased him out with a broom. What a piece of work. I'm more and more unimpressed with him. On the side, the corners of Lu Chuan's mouth curled up bit by bit. He really liked Fang Yuan's lively spirit. But then his smile faded. Wait, did that mean she used to be impressed with him? Why did that make him feel so uncomfortable? His mood changed so quickly, even Lu Chuan himself couldn't keep up. Fang Yuan turned to Mrs. Sun next door. You're no good either. Mrs. Sun protested. Come on, Fang Yuan, wasn't I just standing up for you? I was helping you out. Don't worry, I won't spread a word of this. Fang Yuan said, go ahead and talk if you want. You think I'm afraid? If you want my mom to help with your kids, then treat the old lady well, keep her happy. Otherwise, nobody's going to help with anyone's kids. She raised them all these years, married them off, and now she doesn't even have a place to stay? She doesn't owe them anything. Old Lady Lu grabbed Fang Yuan, her eyes red. How did she get such a good-hearted daughter-in-law? The Lu family must have done good deeds in a past life. She whispered, the youngest hasn't married yet. Don't say that. The youngest, Lu Xiaosan, walked in. Second sister-in-law is right. When I get married, it'll be the same. If I keep you happy and you're willing, you can help with the kids. If not, then don't. Whoever has the kids should take care of them. Mrs. Sun, standing by the wall, didn't know how to respond. Well, that's not a good way to find a wife. Lu Xiaosan glanced in Boss Lu's direction, gritting his teeth. Then I just won't get married. No way I'll let my mom be tormented like this. With that, he went inside. Mrs. Sun said, Auntie, your son is really filial. But old Lady Lu only had eyes for Fang Yuan. It's all because Fang Yuan set a good example. Xiaosan hasn't married yet, so let's not say too much. Our family isn't like that. If my daughter-in-law has a baby, I'll be happy to help. Mrs. Sun was stunned. Anyone who knew would realize Fang Yuan had only been married in for 2 months. Anyone who didn't would think she'd raised the kids herself. It was rare to see a mother-in-law praise her daughter-in-law like this. Honestly, with a relationship like this, if Fang Yuan had a child, would the Lu family women not help out? So now, everyone looked at Fang Yuan differently. This daughter-in-law was clever. She was already securing help with childcare. She'd really won her mother-in-law over. Fang Yuan and Lu Chuan were busy and didn't notice when old Lady Lu went inside. Mrs. Sun, seeing Fang Yuan was gone, quietly asked old Lady Lu, so what did the eldest daughter-in-law do to upset you like this? Tell me, so if gossip spreads, we can help defend you. Old Lady Lu shook her head. Nothing worth talking about. No need to air our dirty laundry. Even if it's not about the daughter-in-law, it's about my son, my grandson. Please, let's not talk about it. Mrs. Sun pressed, come on, it's obvious something happened. Why won't you say? But then Mr. Sun dragged his wife inside, or else she'd have kept asking. Not knowing the full story would make her lose her appetite. Mr. Sun, seeing his gossipy wife, sighed. Did you forget how Fang Yuan splashed you with water? Mrs. Sun said, I was just trying to help. He knew better. Just keep quiet. The Lu family is clearly on the rise, don't get on their bad side. Mrs. Sun grumbled, it's only been a few days. How are they already on the rise? Did they dig up some ancestor's grave? Mr. Sun said, watch your mouth. Their son is capable. Just focus on our own son's schooling. I've given up on myself, I'm counting on him. Mrs. Sun didn't know where all this emotion was coming from. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and Lu Xiaosan had no time for such gossip. Lu Xiaosan said, second brother, I went to talk to the village secretary. He said if we know where we want to build the house, we should just put the materials there, save us the trouble of moving them later. Have you thought about where to build? Lu Chuan replied, makes sense. Your sister-in-law said we should build together, and it should be in the old courtyard. But if we do that, you and Mom will have to stay elsewhere for a while, and Dad won't be able to come back to help. Lu Xiaosan said, I'm not a kid anymore. I'll stay home and help Mom. That courtyard was never really the eldest's anyway. I'm just living there out of loyalty. I heard what second sister-in-law said. Whether I live there or not, that house is still mine. Fang Yuan nodded approvingly. This kid was teachable. Lu Chuan thought, the only worry is that shameless woman causing trouble. Mom can't handle that. Lu Shaoxin grinned mischievously. Don't worry, second brother, as long as Boss Lu is around, she can't get to Mom. I'm her son too. Well, that settled it. Lu Chuan said, if we don't have to tear down the old courtyard, let's not. There's plenty of space next to it. If you like, we'll build there, 6 rooms will fit. Lu Shaoxin agreed, all right, I'll listen to you. We'll take half the old courtyard, and I'll talk to the secretary about the rest. Second brother, let's be honest. You're studying outside, you might not come back. Most likely, Mom and Dad will be the ones living here. I don't have money for the house right now, but when I do, I'll pay you back. Lu Chuan looked straight at Fang Yuan. This was her decision to make. He couldn't call the shots in this family. Fang Yuan said, building your house is Mom and Dad's business, and it's their money. No need to thank us, and you don't owe us anything. She added, the house for me and your second brother is ours. You just help out more at home. She made it perfectly clear, when it came to family property, there was no ambiguity, so there'd be no confusion later. Lu Shaoxin looked at his second brother, then nodded. He realized that even if his brother made money, he couldn't call the shots at home. Lu Shaoxin said, I'll listen to second sister-in-law. He immediately knew who he should be listening to. Lu Chuan gave him a few instructions. He was in a hurry to get to the provincial capital. At home, Li Ming was gnawing on corn when she heard Fang Yuan was building a house. She was furious. She's really something, building a new house with my money. My money. Boss Lu was too frustrated to speak. The money Fang Yuan got from Li Ming wasn't enough for a house, but with the bride price she'd gotten earlier, it added up. He'd been engaged twice, and the family's money had been spent both times, but in the end, all of it ended up with the second brother. Boss Lu just couldn't understand, how did it end up like this? It shouldn't have. All the good fortune had gone to the second brother. He'd gotten both fame and fortune. Now, seeing the second brother about to build a new house, there was no way Boss Lu didn't feel resentful. He just couldn't figure it out. At least Li Ming was pregnant, he'd have a son soon. That was something Boss Lu could still feel a little proud about. When the county's big trucks arrived, hauling bricks, sand, and all sorts of building materials, Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan happened to be catching a ride into town. Seeing several truckloads of supplies delivered right to the edge of Lu Chuan's yard, everyone in the village started talking. People with real ability will always find a way, no matter where they are. Just look at the Lu family's second son. He barely had money for school not long ago, and now that he's married, he's building a house. Must be his in-laws lending a hand. Lu Chuan overheard a bit of this gossip, but didn't say a word. That's just how it is in the village. Rumors are built on guesses. No one bothers to check the facts. Some people even said to Fang Yuan, your parents must really dote on you. Fang Yuan had no idea what was going on, but she knew her parents did care about her, so she just nodded. In everyone's eyes, that was as good as admitting it. So, the rumor spread, Lu Chuan's new house was paid for by his father-in-law. When Lu's mother and Lu Shaoxin heard this, they figured it made sense. After all, if Fang Yuan hadn't nodded, the house wouldn't be going up. How a family lives isn't decided by what others say. Let them gossip all they want. The one who was really upset was Li Ming, because Lu Feng had said to her, just focus on your pregnancy. I'm not counting on my father-in-law to build me a house. If you're not counting on it, would you even bring it up? Li Ming touched her chest, feeling a chill. How could a future tycoon count on his in-laws? Was she supposed to help the future tycoon set his priorities straight? That wasn't part of her plan after being reborn. She wanted to share in the wealth, so she'd thrown herself in headfirst. Who knew she'd have to go through hardship with the future tycoon first? Li Ming rubbed her belly, almost in tears. Looking at this run-down house made her want to cry even more. When would the tycoon finally make his fortune? She was afraid she'd run out of patience and leave before that happened. Seeing that Shaoxin had things well in hand, Lu Chuan took Fang Yuan and left. Once they got to the county, they had to stop by the construction site to talk to Wu Hu. When Wuhu heard Lu Chuan was taking Fang Yuan to the provincial capital, he complained, "What are you going for?" "I'm busy here. If you leave, Fang Yuan can't stay either." Lu Chuan was worried Fang Yuan would be reluctant to leave her work behind, so he grabbed her and hurried off, saying they had to catch the bus. Wuhu watched the two of them run off and thought, "This is what happens when your brother-in-law trusts you too much. Maybe a little less trust would be better." Wuhu was dumbfounded. His brother-in-law really treated Fang Yuan like a treasure, taking her everywhere. Wasn't he afraid she'd embarrass him in public? But Fang Yuan went to the department store and bought Lu Chuan several shirts, making him grin from ear to ear. "Didn't you say you didn't care about shirts?" Fang Yuan replied, "I don't, but all you students dress like this. I can't let you get talked about just because of my preferences." Back when they got married, Fang Yuan wouldn't have cared if people talked about Lu Chuan. This was a real change. Lu Chuan was over the moon, telling himself over and over that Fang Yuan really cared about him now. His imagination ran wild, and it made him feel exhilarated. Lu Chuan said, "2 shirts are enough. I don't mind if people talk. What matters is that you like how I look." Fang Yuan picked out another one for him. "Shirts might not look great, but it's better than you walking around in a tank top, letting everyone stare." She was just choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Lu Chuan hadn't realized Fang Yuan cared about this sort of thing. This was what you'd call being possessive. He was what was in Fang Yuan's bowl. Lu Chuan's heart was practically boiling over with happiness. He'd thought Fang Yuan only cared about making money and didn't pay much attention to him. Turns out, all his imagined feelings were suddenly validated. Lu Chuan said, "If it bothers you, I won't wear tank tops anymore." Before he could finish, Fang Yuan cut in, "You'd better behave yourself when you're out. Women who throw themselves at you aren't good news, and you shouldn't go chasing after anyone else either. Look at Li Meng, your big brother's situation is the result of getting involved with someone like her." Got it. Sweet talk turned into a lecture. Lu Chuan said, "I thought you didn't even know her name." Fang Yuan frowned. "You're missing the point. I'm talking about you." Lu Chuan laughed. "I'll carry our marriage certificate with me and tell everyone I'm married. Don't worry, no one's going to come after me." Fang Yuan immediately praised him. "That's why you're an educated man. Smart thinking. Actually, let me handle it." Just imagine Fang Yuan carrying around their marriage certificate, telling everyone they were married. What a scene that would be. Lu Chuan couldn't stop grinning. So Fang Yuan really did care about him. She wasn't as nonchalant as she seemed. Fang Yuan said, "What are you laughing at? This is serious. My mom and my sister-in-law both told me so." Lu Chuan insisted, "Our mom would never say something like that." Fang Yuan pursed her lips and emphasized, "My mom said it." Lu Chuan just laughed. His mother-in-law was a sharp woman. She'd never say something so blunt to someone as straightforward as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, a little embarrassed, pinched Lu Chuan's arm. Lu Chuan just took it as a little couple's playfulness and enjoyed it. Traveling wasn't easy in those days. The bus was packed. Lu Chuan made sure Fang Yuan got a seat at the very back. The two of them squeezed together, but there was no time to feel shy. Right next to them, an older woman was holding a chicken coop. The smells and sounds were overwhelming. Fang Yuan scowled the whole way. "If I'd known, we should have just ridden bikes. This is expensive and miserable." Lu Chuan thought to himself, "If we'd done that, our legs would be worn down to sticks before we ever got there." Fang Yuan was even more upset about Lu Chuan's new shirts. "If I'd known, I would have had you change into the new shirt after we arrived. Now it's all dirty." Lu Chuan nodded. "You really do think ahead. What you're wearing is just right." Fang Yuan's mood improved a little. Lu Chuan had suggested she change, but she insisted on wearing what she had. Turns out she was right. If she'd worn that white dress, it would have been filthy before they even got off the bus. While they talked, their heads were almost touching. Lu Chuan realized this was the closest he'd ever been to Fang Yuan, and it was all thanks to the crowded bus. When they got off in the provincial capital, Fang Yuan stared at the tall buildings on both sides, wide-eyed. "They're so tall. How do they build them?" Lu Chuan thought, "She really is a construction site regular. She notices the technical stuff first." He said, "When we have time, I'll take you to a building site to see how they do it." Fang Yuan grabbed his arm. Really? We have to go. Just one sentence, and she was delighted. Lu Chuan looked at her, wanting to tease her for being more interested in buildings than his. School. Have you forgotten we're supposed to visit my school? Fang Yuan replied, of course not. We have to go there too. I know why we came. It was getting late, so Lu Chuan took Fang Yuan to find a guest house. Hotels were hard to come by, and even if you found one, you couldn't afford it. When Lu Chuan showed their marriage certificate at the front desk, Fang Yuan commented, "You're not being very honest." The receptionist gave Lu Chuan a long look, wondering if the certificate was fake. Lu Chuan quickly explained, "This is my wife. She didn't mean anything by it. The certificate is real. This wasn't something to joke about." Fang Yuan was curious and craned her neck to look at the certificate. People fake these? Well, that settled it. The certificate was obviously real. It was just that the girl's way of speaking was a little hard to figure out. Lu Chuan dragged Fang Yuan into the house and immediately started to protest. "How am I not being honest?" Fang Yuan replied, "Didn't you say you brought the marriage certificate just to show your classmates?" Lu Chuan said, "I did." Before Fang Yuan could get angry, Lu Chuan continued, "But that doesn't mean I can't use it here too. It's a proper relationship. Showing it off just makes things more above board." Fang Yuan said, "Back in the village, hardly anyone even knows about this thing. I didn't expect it to be so useful in the provincial capital." Lu Chuan smoothly changed the subject, "You must be hungry. Let's go eat." Fang Yuan was successfully distracted and agreed with Lu Chuan. People are made of iron. Food is made of steel. Skip a meal and you'll be starving. Can't let ourselves go hungry. Fang Yuan valued money, but she wasn't stingy when it came to spending it, at least. Not unless it was being given away for nothing. Then Lu Chuan tried to negotiate. "Why don't you wear a dress?" Fang Yuan replied bluntly, "No. Not convenient." Fang Yuan wasn't one to be swayed by sweet talk or pressure. Lu Chuan patiently coaxed her, "Look, since I told everyone I'm married, I should introduce my wife to my classmates, right?" Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "You think the way I'm dressed is embarrassing for you?" Lu Chuan said, "Of course not. No matter what you wear, you make me look good. I just want those people who have their eyes on me to see that my wife is beautiful. Ordinary girls can't compare, so they shouldn't bother trying. I definitely won't be tempted by anyone else." As he said this, Lu Chuan's face turned so red it was almost painful to look at. He'd never bragged about himself like this before. He really couldn't take it. Fang Yuan nodded, "That's reasonable." Then she immediately turned the tables. "So if you meet someone prettier than me, you'd be tempted?" Fang Yuan was sharp when she needed to be. Lu Chuan quickly replied, "There's no one prettier than you." Fang Yuan shot him a dark look, "Nonsense. I'm street smart, not stupid." Lu Chuan felt wronged. He just wanted to express his loyalty, to say that in his eyes, his wife was the most beautiful. Why was it so hard? Having such a practical wife had its downsides. Lu Chuan said, "Back in the car, I saw that chicken cage brush against you a few times. Your clothes must be dirty now." Fang Yuan retorted, "Cut the crap." She knew Lu Chuan had protected her well in the car, she could see that. Still, she went to change her clothes. When she came out in flat leather shoes, Fang Yuan nodded, her expression softening. "These are actually pretty comfortable. Not so flashy." Lu Chuan rubbed his arm, still sore from where Fang Yuan had pinched him earlier. "If you like them, I'll buy you another pair later." Fang Yuan's face immediately darkened. "Got money to burn, huh?" Lu Chuan said, "Look at you, always so quick-tempered. I was just discussing it with you." Fang Yuan looked serious. "Let me tell you something. When you're out, you're not allowed to lend money to anyone. Lending to others is out of the question, and borrowing from others is even worse." Lu Chuan was puzzled. "Why would I need to borrow money?" Fang Yuan said, "Doesn't matter why. Just don't. And don't you dare borrow money behind my back. My mom says if a man doesn't know how much money he has in his pocket, he won't know anything else either." Lu Chuan nodded immediately. Mom's got great foresight. "Don't worry, I won't borrow." Fang Yuan added pointedly, "That goes for Dad and Woohoo too, you can't borrow from them either." That was basically cutting off all of Lu Chuan's escape routes. He didn't want to agree, but Fang Yuan's 2 fingers were already coming for him, so he covered his arm and gave in. I won't borrow. Then Fang Yuan took out 200 yuan. Be frugal at home, but don't skimp on yourself when you're out. But don't spend on things you shouldn't, and don't pick up bad habits. 200 yuan as living expenses, that was a lot. Even in the provincial capital where things were pricier, 6 or 7 yuan a month was enough. Just 2 months ago, it had taken the family years to save up 200 yuan to get married. That showed how much this 200 meant. When Luchuan took the money, his voice was a little muffled, I know. So no matter what Fang Yuan said, she really wasn't stingy with him. Once they were ready, they headed out. Luchuan wanted to take Fang Yuan to get a haircut or a perm, but of course, Fang Yuan refused. She even scolded Luchuan for his bad habit of wasting money. With 200 yuan in his hand, she just couldn't feel at ease. When they arrived at Luchuan's school, Fang Yuan looked very serious. Luchuan was excited about school and pulled Fang Yuan along. Come on, let's go have a look and find my dorm. If you ever need anything, just come find me here. Fang Yuan said, it's livelier than the village, livelier than the township. Looks like there are even more people than in the county. Luchuan was afraid Fang Yuan would be nervous. Not really. It's actually no different from home. Fang Yuan said, it can't be the same as home. You're here to study, so you'd better make your brain work better. Don't waste the trip. Then she added, we spent money on this. Luchuan nodded, holding back a laugh, of course. I won't waste your money, don't worry. See, Luchuan now understood that all the family money was Fang Yuan's. What he'd said earlier was just to comfort her, afraid she'd feel out of place on campus. But instead, Fang Yuan walked around the campus with her head held high, even more confident than Luchuan, who was there to register. She looked like she belonged there, more so than Luchuan himself. Some enthusiastic upperclassmen even greeted Fang Yuan. Here early to register, little sister? Treating Luchuan as if he were just a family member dropping off a student. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow at them, wondering why everyone was so friendly. What were they after? Luchuan quickly nodded and smiled at them, pulling Fang Yuan away before she could say anything. After walking around and getting familiar with the place, Fang Yuan was satisfied with the campus, so not everyone who goes to college is stuck up. Luchuan asked, why would they be stuck up? Shouldn't there be more nearsighted people here? Fang Yuan said, second sister-in-law said so. She said people who go to school look down on villagers. Luchuan said, I'm not like that. Fang Yuan replied, you're from the countryside too. Why would you look down on yourself? There's nothing to be proud of in that. Luchuan felt she made a lot of sense. What do you think of this place? Fang Yuan said, it's all right. Lots of people. Selling popsicles here would definitely make more money than selling them at the construction site. Luchuan had to admit, that was a good idea. He cautiously asked, so what do you think about coming to the provincial capital? Fang Yuan said, for what? To sell popsicles? No way. I figure working with fifth brother still pays more. I've still got the concrete mixer, don't go getting any funny ideas. Fang Yuan wasn't interested in this business. She had no plans to invest. Luchuan failed to persuade his wife and quickly changed his tone. You really trust me to be here on my own? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and said sharply, you dare mess around? Of course he didn't dare, but that didn't mean she should be so relaxed about it. Fang Yuan said, the little bit of money we have might be something in the village, but here in the provincial capital, it's nothing. Just live your life and don't go stirring up trouble. What do you do when your wife is just too clear-headed? Luchuan was still trying to gently persuade her, hoping to coax her to stay by his side. We're in the provincial capital now. There's no rush, we can take things slow. Fang Yuan replied, stop messing around and focus on your studies. All right then, Luchuan understood. When it came to choosing between him and money, Fang Yuan always put money first. Fang Yuan still wasn't completely at ease. You really won't fool around, right? Luchuan knew he couldn't be careless when it came to Fang Yuan. Whether she came to the provincial capital or not, trust between husband and wife was essential. He had to reassure her. Luchuan said, I won't. Besides, there's no one better looking than you. In my eyes, you're the prettiest. He had to add that last part, or else Fang Yuan would start overthinking. Fang Yuan pointed at a girl up ahead in a red dress with a high ponytail. Isn't she prettier than me? Lu Chuan glanced over. She looks like a ghost, scary. Fang Yuan instinctively looked at Lu Chuan, then pointed to another girl nearby who had a scholarly air about her. What about her? Lu Chuan replied, she looks like she's at a funeral. Bad luck. Fang Yuan was convinced. Maybe I should take you to the hospital to get your eyes checked. Clearly, it wasn't the others who had a problem, but Lu Chuan's eyesight. Fang Yuan never compared her looks to others. If she compared anything, it was earning money. Lu Chuan had never met such a clear-headed girl before. Wasn't she even a little proud? My eyes are perfectly fine. Fang Yuan found it odd and felt something was off. In your mind, what kind of woman is pretty? Don't say me. To reassure her, Lu Chuan didn't even blink as he answered, our moms. Both of our moms are beautiful, hardworking, and down-to-earth. Your mom is also wise. Fang Yuan nodded. That was a safe answer, so she added, I at least graduated from junior high, so I know about teacher-student relationships. Don't go falling for a female teacher. That's against the rules. Lu Chuan turned away, not wanting to deal with her anymore. If he liked someone as old as a grandma, would she call the police and report him as a pervert? Why was it so hard to give her a sense of security? Fang Yuan followed behind Lu Chuan, perfectly at ease. She wasn't so easy to coax. But the girls on this university campus really were different. What reassured Fang Yuan was that these were all students with high aspirations. Who would go after a married man, especially one from the countryside? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do something so foolish. Fang Yuan trusted in the wisdom of educated people. Lu Chuan took Fang Yuan to see his dorm. Aside from one classmate who'd come early from a remote area, no one else had arrived yet. Lu Chuan was among the first. After putting down his luggage, Fang Yuan picked a lower bunk by the window with a radiator for Lu Chuan. She didn't bother with the rest. She let Lu Chuan make his own bed and organize his things. As Fang Yuan put it, a lower bunk made it easier to wash your feet. No need to ask anyone for help. Plus, you don't have to move your bowl when eating or close the door when sleeping. It was the perfect spot. Lu Chuan loved hearing Fang Yuan give him these tips. How do you know all this? Fang Yuan was especially proud. I couldn't keep up with my dad when it came to studying, but he taught us all these little life tricks. There are 5 kids above me, so by the time it got to me, it was all experience. That really was experience. The classmate who'd arrived first immediately switched his own bedding to the spot Fang Yuan had described as ideal. He asked Lu Chuan, is she a relative? Lu Chuan introduced her properly. This is Fang Yuan, my wife. We're married, with a marriage certificate and all. Fang Yuan wasn't embarrassed or shy at all. She nodded openly, acknowledging Lu Chuan's introduction. He'd done well. In those days, it was rare for students to be married, and even rarer for them to admit it so openly and introduce their spouse so seriously. The classmate reached out his hand. So, should I call you sister-in-law? Lu Chuan said, I started school late, so I'm older. Sister-in-law is fine. The classmate was a bit embarrassed. Where he was from, there were no schools, so he'd only started studying in his teens. He was probably older than Lu Chuan. Plus, Fang Yuan looked so young, it felt odd to call her sister-in-law. Fang Yuan said generously, from now on, you and Lu Chuan are classmates. When you introduce him to others, don't forget to mention he's married. I'll bring you some meat sauce next time my mom makes it. The classmate was stunned and looked at Lu Chuan, stammering, Fang Yuan, right? Are you joking? So this marriage must be unstable, and the wife doesn't trust him? Fang Yuan replied seriously, I'm not joking. Lu Chuan chimed in with a smile, you're even willing to give away mom's homemade meat sauce? Save it for me when I introduce myself. Then he said to Fang Yuan, come visit me at school more often on Sundays. That way, no one needs to introduce me. Everyone will know I'm married when they see you. Fang Yuan didn't want to come. Forget it, that's too much trouble. The bus ride was too crowded. She really didn't want to come. The classmate, watching the couple banter, could tell they had a good relationship and were comfortable joking around. For meat sauce, I'll take care of it. Fang Yuan was satisfied. Even if it's for the meat sauce, you seem like a good person. Lu Chuan didn't mind Fang Yuan's bluntness, she just saw things differently. With a wife like her at home, he could rest easy. But seeing the new classmate chatting so much with Fang Yuan, Lu Chuan wasn't too happy. Let's go. I'll take you to see the construction sites around here. Fang Yuan immediately ignored everyone else, her mind was all on the construction sites. Let's go. She was all business. Lu Chuan thought to himself, he really didn't need to worry about Fang Yuan being lured away by someone else. Her mind wasn't on people, it was on money. The classmate left in the dorm felt like he'd just dreamed the whole thing. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. By the time they left the school, it was already getting late. Lu Chuan had originally planned to take Fang Yuan out for dinner and a stroll around the provincial capital. But Fang Yuan was all about the construction sites. Even at school, apart from glancing at a few girls, Fang Yuan's real attention was on the school buildings. She wasn't amazed by how tall the buildings were or how prosperous the provincial capital was. What amazed her was how much money such big projects must cost and how much they could earn if they got a piece of it. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan and suddenly realized that, even though he was in college, he still couldn't keep up with her way of thinking. That's where the gap came from. He took Fang Yuan to a construction site nearby and said, seriously, see? We don't have any of this equipment, let alone the skills. Even if we had a project like this, we couldn't handle it. Of course, the main thing was that they didn't have the qualifications to bid for such projects. He continued, I've looked into it. Projects like this are all government-owned. If you want to contract one as an individual, you need a lot of things, qualifications and such. I haven't figured it all out yet. Fang Yuan looked at the big crane, her eyes even more passionate than when she looked at Lu Chuan. Is this something individuals can buy? You can rent it out too. Lu Chuan felt a headache coming on. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy a crane, there was no way he could make it happen, not even with his mother-in-law's support. Lu Chuan said, don't even think about it. That's really not something we can afford. Fang Yuan couldn't stand hearing that. How can you be so lacking in ambition? Just because we can't afford it now, doesn't mean we'll never be able to. If you save your money and we put aside a bit more, we'll be ready. I've realized there are still a lot of things out there we can't afford. Lu Chuan nodded. That was true, they really couldn't afford it. And it wasn't like saving a little more would make a difference. Still, he admired Fang Yuan's practical spirit. He felt he needed to explain things clearly to Fang Yuan. No, it's not just about whether we can afford it or not. The thing is, projects that need a crane like that, people like us can't get those jobs. Even if we bought one, it'd be useless. He wanted to make this clear so Fang Yuan wouldn't keep worrying about it and lose sleep over something like this. Fang Yuan said, that's not the point. The point is whether or not I could afford it. Lu Chuan didn't even know what the point was anymore. It seemed like Fang Yuan wasn't wrong, but it didn't really make sense either. That's what it meant to have your eye on something, to have it stuck in your mind. Lu Chuan realized that anything Fang Yuan had to consider whether she could afford was something she'd set her sights on. Lu Chuan started to regret bringing Fang Yuan here. Who would have thought that just visiting a construction site, she'd get fixated on a giant crane? When the workers were getting off shift, Fang Yuan was bold. She went right up and asked how much the crane cost and how much money it made in a day. She looked like just a young girl, so the crane operator teased her on purpose. You've got a good eye. This thing really makes money. If you could afford it, see how big this project is? This crane makes more than the foreman. No need to ask for details. Just that one sentence made Fang Yuan's heart race. Then the operator told her the price and her hopes were dashed. Shattered, in pieces that couldn't be put back together. That was a level they just couldn't reach. The crane operator laughed. Miss, don't bother thinking about it. These things all belong to the state. Private people can't afford them. Even if you bought one, no one would hire you. He didn't even have the heart to say how much the crane actually cost. He didn't know himself. That was a level even he couldn't reach. When they left the construction site, Fang Yuan seemed a little deflated, clearly discouraged. Lu Chuan tried to comfort her. We're just getting started. Take it slow. It really is a bit expensive. Honestly, he didn't think he'd ever be able to afford it. But he had to say something to comfort her. Fang Yuan turned to look back at the crane, her eyes full of longing. It's not that it's expensive. Something that can make that much money is worth the price. The problem is, we just don't have enough money. Lu Chuan realized she wasn't wrong. And that was probably the most roundabout thing Fang Yuan had ever said, but it had a certain flavor to it. It wasn't that the crane was out of reach, it was that they didn't have the money. Lu Chuan hadn't even had time to savor that thought before Fang Yuan spoke again. She muttered to Lu Chuan, "How do people even afford something like that? Where does their money come from?" That really wasn't a question they needed to worry about. Overthinking it. Lu Chuan thought to himself, if Fang Yuan ever had a hard time in life, it would be tough indeed. Look at the kinds of things she spent her days pondering. That depth, he just couldn't match it. Even at dinner, Fang Yuan was still distracted. Lu Chuan figured she probably didn't even notice what she was eating. Her mind was still on that crane. When she put down her chopsticks, Fang Yuan summed it up. We just don't have enough ways to make money. What could Lu Chuan say? Fang Yuan really had insight. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Money is earned, after all. Fang Yuan replied, of course we can't rush. If it's up to me, I can't think of any new ways. It's up to you. Come on, let's go back and get some rest and think it over slowly. Lu Chuan was suddenly at a loss for words. This unique way of resting the brain, combined with such heavy trust, was a lot of pressure. Fang Yuan added, I was thinking we could have a baby first, but looks like we'll have to put that off. You should focus on figuring out how to make money. Anyone hearing that would think it was perfectly reasonable. She was a sensible girl. But Lu Chuan understood. When Fang Yuan said, make money first, then have a baby, those weren't even on the same level. That was a theoretical misunderstanding. For Fang Yuan, wanting a child and wanting to find a way to make money couldn't be done at the same time. Each had to be thought through seriously, one at a time. As for having a child, Lu Chuan really wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to wait until their relationship, family, and finances were all stable before thinking about kids. That was actually a pretty mature way of thinking. But Lu Chuan had overlooked one thing. The guest house here wasn't exactly fancy. After they showed their marriage certificate, they were given a single room, a single bed. He hadn't thought about it at the time, but when it was time to rest that night, Lu Chuan started to panic. This wasn't their big Kong bed at home, where one could sleep at the head and the other at the foot. Before, he'd had no problem being around Fang Yuan. He figured unless she asked for it, he wouldn't make a mistake. But now, Lu Chuan didn't have that confidence. Never mind one bed. Even just one room with Fang Yuan was dangerous. Let alone a wife who kept talking about having a baby with him. This was a real test. Lu Chuan hesitated and tried to discuss it with Fang Yuan. There's only one bed in this room. I'll go ask for another room. Fang Yuan was the very picture of a thrifty, practical wife. Do you have that much money to spare? Are we not living frugally anymore? She almost asked if he was feeling flush with 200 yuan burning a hole in his pocket. Lu Chuan honestly didn't mind spending the money, but his feet felt glued to the floor, not listening to his brain. He just couldn't move. Fang Yuan, still a bit clueless, patted the bed. This bed looks clean and pretty soft. Let's get some rest and try for a baby. Listen to that, such bold words. How was Lu Chuan supposed to handle it? At that moment, Lu Chuan blamed his mother-in-law. Such a shrewd woman, why did she raise her daughter to be so innocent? She only half understood what she should know. Lu Chuan stood there, locked in a fierce internal struggle. Fang Yuan asked, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? The room's nice and airy, it's not hot. Lu Chuan coughed. Didn't you tell me to rest my brain? Maybe I should go get another room. Fang Yuan replied, don't worry, I won't bother you. Then she muttered, have a baby, rest the brain, think of ways to make money. She was still tangled up, not sure which was more urgent. Fang Yuan bustled around, telling Lu Chuan to get some rest since they'd had a long day. Lu Chuan's mind was blank as he awkwardly crawled under the covers, curling up on one side. Fang Yuan said generously, all right, you rest your brain and think about how to make money. Lu Chuan thought, Thank goodness she didn't bring up the baby again. But at times like this, a man's mind always starts to wander. He couldn't help himself. He summoned his courage and said, "Actually, there are other ways to rest your brain." Fang Yuan immediately perked up. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "What ways?" Lu Chuan kept quiet, looking a bit timid. Fang Yuan sat up excitedly. "Come on, tell me. What good stuff is it? I'll get it for you so we can both get stronger." Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan, whose face was practically burning, and mustered his courage. "If you give me a kiss, I'll—" Before he could finish, Fang Yuan smacked him across the face. Lu Chuan clutched his head. It really hurt. Why do you always resort to violence?" Fang Yuan put her hands on her hips, not looking the least bit delicate or wronged. "You're being a pervert." Lu Chuan got anxious and tried to reason with her. "We're husband and wife. You can sleep soundly, but I can't even get a kiss." Fang Yuan shot back. "What does that have to do with anything?" Lu Chuan thought to himself, maybe it's one thing if his mother-in-law shirks responsibility, but he can't. If his wife only half understands things and ends up making a fool of herself, or worse, he gets cheated on, then he'd have no one to blame but himself. Steeling himself, he closed his eyes and lunged at Fang Yuan, ready to take a beating if he had to. He really did catch Fang Yuan off guard, otherwise, he'd never have gotten away with it. But Fang Yuan's reputation as a tigress was well-deserved. Once she recovered, Lu Chuan found himself on the floor, not even sure which foot had kicked him down. Fang Yuan covered her mouth, glaring at Lu Chuan. "I can't believe you're this kind of person." Lu Chuan rubbed his face and touched his lips, insisting other married couples are like this. "This is how a proper relationship should be." Fang Yuan glowered at him. "Still trying to sweet-talk me?" Lu Chuan climbed up from the floor and sat at the edge of the bed, thinking, Fang Yuan's temper is really something. If I want kids, I'll have to train myself to take a beating first. I'm not trying to sweet-talk you. I just want you to know that your way of wanting a kid is different from others. I'm just trying to help you protect yourself. Lu Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. He knew his reasoning was flimsy and mostly just an excuse for his own desires. No sooner had he sat down than Fang Yuan started pummeling him again, sending him right back to the floor. The key was Fang Yuan felt she'd lost face, so she warned Lu Chuan, "Just you wait. Try fooling me again and see how I deal with you." Then, in a huff, she announced, "Go to sleep." Lu Chuan sat on the floor, not daring to get up. How could he sleep? What if he got beaten again? When it came to matters behind closed doors, Lu Chuan never had the final say. Fang Yuan barked, "What are you dawdling for? I told you to sleep." Lu Chuan, imitating Fang Yuan's bossy tone but with a hint of cowardice, asked, "Where should I sleep? How should I sleep?" Fang Yuan knew all about Lu Chuan's thick skin. "What do you mean, how should you sleep? Get up here and rest properly. I already kissed you. Now you'd better think hard about ways to make money." Then she asked, "Did it work?" Lu Chuan was confused. "Did what work?" Fang Yuan clarified, "Did your brain get a proper rest? Can you think of ways to make money now?" See, even at a time like this, she hadn't forgotten her original goal. Lu Chuan wondered if he could endure another beating just to ask for another kiss. Fang Yuan was impatient. She believed every investment should have a return. "I'm asking you a question." Lu Chuan finally understood Fang Yuan wasn't going to let him get a kiss for nothing. He slowly climbed onto the bed, hugging the blanket and laughing so hard he couldn't stop, even when Fang Yuan hit him. His own Fang Yuan was really practical. Even after a kiss, she was worried about not wasting it, making sure he got proper rest for his brain. Fang Yuan, face dark, kicked Lu Chuan several more times. "So, this is what you're like. No wonder my mom says men are all bad, disgusting." Lu Chuan stopped laughing. "How is it disgusting? You're just thinking wrong." "I brushed my teeth." Fang Yuan snapped, "You, shut up. Stay away from me from now on. Then, go to sleep. That kiss was wasted on you. What a loss for me." Which set Lu Chuan off laughing again. Fang Yuan couldn't even be bothered to hit him anymore. Clearly, this tactic wasn't working. His brain didn't seem to be improving. Fang Yuan soon fell asleep, but Lu Chuan was still laughing, Still thinking, he'd probably never find another woman like Fang Yuan, someone who let him laugh so freely. The next day, Lu Chuan wanted to take Fang Yuan home, since school was starting tomorrow and he had to make a trip. Fang Yuan refused to let him waste money on tickets going back and forth. "I'm not a kid. I won't get lost. You don't need to see me off." Lu Chuan insisted, "No way, I won't feel at ease otherwise." "Come on, let's go." Fang Yuan casually added, "You don't need to see me off. I don't want to leave anyway." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. "How about we look at some houses? If we can't buy, we can rent. I've checked, houses near the university aren't that expensive." For someone as concerned about spending as Lu Chuan, Fang Yuan didn't even get mad. "That's not it. I want to check out the construction site again. They have a lot of building tools I've never seen before." Lu Chuan's brain still wasn't working right from yesterday. He asked, "Don't you want to keep me company? Isn't that obvious? You're going to school. What would I stick around for? Not making money?" Fang Yuan said, "Why is your mind always off track? If we had money, would I need to scrimp and save to buy a house in the provincial capital?" Lu Chuan was full of reluctance to part, but couldn't say a word. So his wife's priority was making money first. Maybe one day, if he was covered in cash, Fang Yuan would put him first. Fang Yuan started urging Lu Chuan, "Aren't you leaving? Don't you have to go to school?" Lu Chuan replied, "What school? Tomorrow. Today, I'll go to the construction site with you." Fang Yuan was delighted. Actually, she wasn't even sure she could find the site again. Turns out, Fang Yuan didn't come all this way to see Lu Chuan off. She came to broaden her horizons. Her idea of sightseeing was visiting construction sites. And that wasn't all. Lu Chuan, ever the pushover, seeing how happy Fang Yuan was, took her to a big market for hardware, farm tools, and building materials. Inside, there weren't just cement mixers, but also other construction tools Fang Yuan had seen on site: electric drills, jackhammers, plate compactors. It was a real eye-opener for her. Fang Yuan didn't even want to leave. She wished she could take it all home. This girl's interests were truly unique. Lu Chuan thought, in the future, if Fang Yuan got mad, it wouldn't be a silk scarf or a hair ribbon that could cheer her up. He'd probably have to buy her a crane. His thoughts wandered off track, and several times he couldn't help but look up at the sky, laughing at himself. Then he'd remind himself to work hard and make money, otherwise, he'd never be able to make his wife happy. Looking at the prices, Lu Chuan wondered if Fang Yuan's hobby counted as being wasteful or just plain wasteful. They'd probably never save any money. After 2 construction jobs, they actually had a bit of money at home. Seeing how much Fang Yuan liked the tools, Lu Chuan asked, "Did you bring any money?" Fang Yuan replied, "Of course. We're not at home. Where else would I keep my money but on me?" So when they left, Lu Chuan and Fang Yuan had an extra toolbox. There weren't any big items inside, but there were a few small, practical tools. It wasn't that Lu Chuan didn't want to make Fang Yuan happy by buying more things. It was just that Fang Yuan was sensible. She pointed out that people back in their county didn't even know what these tools were for, so even if they bought them, no one would rent them. She liked these things because she could use them to make money for herself. That was her core principle, through and through. Save up first, buy more later. Of course, as they were leaving, she casually asked Lu Chuan, "How come I didn't see any cranes for sale?" Lu Chuan nearly tripped. His ability to make money would never keep up with his wife's ability to spend it. That was truly the tragedy of being a man. He'd just earned his first real bit of money and was feeling pretty pleased with himself, but with just one sentence, Fang Yuan brought him crashing back down to earth. The money in his hand wasn't nearly enough to meet his wife's spending standards. So, what was there to be proud of? After dinner, Lu Chuan was reluctant to see Fang Yuan leave early the next morning. He wanted to take her out for a walk, look at the moon, and have a private chat. But Fang Yuan was busy studying the angle grinder, the electric drill, and the cutting machine she'd bought, completely ignoring Lu Chuan. She was focused. Of course, Lu Chuan couldn't just go off and sulk, because Fang Yuan still needed his technical guidance. She called him over, "Come here and show me how to use these. Otherwise, if I take them home and don't know how to use them, it's a waste." Lu Chuan didn't want to waste time on these things. There's a manual. You can read it at home. Fang Yuan replied, I still need to learn how to use them myself first. Then she asked, what if these things break? Lu Chuan said, as long as it's not user error, there's a warranty for a certain period. Then Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed with a smile. If that happens, you can come to the provincial capital and find me. We'll go get them repaired together. He said it with such affection that he even thought, if he'd known, he should have bought something more likely to break, not something so reliable. But Fang Yuan was on a totally different wavelength. Will they reimburse the travel expenses? Lu Chuan just stared at her. Why was she always so sharp in the places she shouldn't be? Don't you want to come see me? Fang Yuan's face darkened. Was this man brainless? Are you hoping these things break? She couldn't stand it. Was this how life was supposed to be? She stopped looking at the new gadgets and decided Lu Chuan's thinking needed correcting. She started lecturing him on how to be a person. It was okay to be a little naive, but you couldn't be completely clueless. Did he know how much time and money it took to travel from their place to the provincial capital? How do you account for that trip? She even added, don't be so gullible when you're out there. Don't let people fool you. Then she told Lu Chuan that they needed to buy some spare parts tomorrow, so they wouldn't have to make another trip if something broke. Lu Chuan took it all as sweet talk. This was just Fang Yuan worrying about him. What else could he do? At least his wife was looking at him now, not those machines. Lu Chuan was easily satisfied. At least he'd achieved his goal. Fang Yuan was paying attention to him, even if the conversation had gone off track. It would have been even better if they could have gone out to look at the moon. Fang Yuan said, did you hear me? Lu Chuan blushed. I heard you. I won't let anyone fool me. Fang Yuan frowned. Was he even listening? Was that the point? I said we're going to buy spare parts tomorrow. Lu Chuan replied, I'll go with you. Fang Yuan was finally satisfied. Lu Chuan, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts, feeling pretty pleased. As long as he could keep up with her pace, that was enough. That whole evening, Lu Chuan finally managed to coax Fang Yuan out for a walk. He was looking at the moon, lost in his feelings. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was looking at screws, thinking about how many she needed, what sizes to buy. Lu Chuan's face stayed red the whole time. When Fang Yuan wanted to go back to the guest house, saying it was late and walking around was wearing out her shoes, Lu Chuan tried to keep her from going back so soon. Fang Yuan was exasperated. Do you think these shoes are rented? Are you trying to wear them out to get your money's worth? Lu Chuan was at a loss for words, but had to say, if we go back early, it'll just be the two of us. What if I start overthinking things? Fang Yuan was completely innocent. Overthink what? What are you thinking? Lu Chuan couldn't help himself. He grabbed Fang Yuan and gave her a quick kiss. That's what he was thinking. Fang Yuan hadn't expected Lu Chuan to have the guts. She thought he was going to say something, so she even leaned in a little. The effect was immediate. The Fang family tigress reputation was well earned. She immediately reached for Lu Chuan's head, but he was quick this time and dodged, leaving Fang Yuan swinging at air, her face full of disbelief. She gritted her teeth. Lu Chuan, you pervert. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Lu Chuan definitely wasn't going to stick around to be hit. He ran. Fang Yuan chased after him. If she'd just slowed down a little, it would have been romantic. A bit of a pity, but Lu Chuan's imagination made up for it. When Lu Chuan finally couldn't run anymore and Fang Yuan caught up, she twisted his arm not too hard, not too soft. Lu Chuan was content. It was as if Fang Yuan had caught up just to touch him. All right, let's go back. Fang Yuan's voice had lost its edge. What are you trying to do? Are you up to something? Lu Chuan said, no, don't worry. I'll fall asleep as soon as we get back. I'm exhausted from running. Fang Yuan huffed. What a waste of dinner. You ran it all off. Would have been better to save your energy for thinking. Lu Chuan joked, or you could give me a kiss. I'd rest better than anything. Fang Yuan shot him a look. You dare think about that kind of thing? As they talked, they arrived back at the guest house. Lu Chuan said, how is that a bad thing? When it comes to calming down, thinking clearly, and having enough space to reflect, aren't I the expert? Fang Yuan scowled and finally managed, speak human language. Lu Chuan grinned. Whoever's got the better brain, we listen to them. Fang Yuan pursed her lips. Of course, that was Lu Chuan. You say it. Lu Chuan said, if you kiss me, I'll be more energized than after a meal, and my brain will work even better. Fang Yuan asked, are you serious? Lu Chuan felt a little guilty and shot back. Didn't you say we should do what I say? Fang Yuan's face darkened. She packed her things and went to bed. Lu Chuan lay there awkwardly, not daring to move. He thought to himself, a bit regretful that he hadn't managed to sweet-talk his wife. Then Fang Yuan suddenly leaned over and pecked him on the cheek. Lu Chuan froze, feeling like his whole body was on fire. He never expected Fang Yuan to have such a passionate side. Then Fang Yuan stared at him and asked, well, can you rest your brain now and think about something proper? If he could think about anything proper at this moment, Lu Chuan figured he didn't need to go to school. He should go become a monk. Fang Yuan kept staring, waiting for his answer. Is your brain clear now? Lu Chuan nodded. In reality, not only was his mind not clear, it was a complete mess. When Fang Yuan saw Lu Chuan nod, she was finally satisfied. She turned around, switched off the light, and went to sleep, truly not a single extra thought in her mind. Once Lu Chuan managed to calm his thoughts, Fang Yuan was already snoring softly on her side. But Lu Chuan started to agonize. Why can't Fang Yuan think a little more? Or is it just that I don't make her feel anything special? His mind was really working overtime, mulling things over in the middle of the night. All that running around and chasing after her, all that physical exertion, seemed to have been for nothing. The next morning, Fang Yuan was up bright and early, full of energy. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had two big dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious he hadn't slept well, looking as if some demon had sucked the life out of him. Heaven knows, Lu Chuan was so wronged. He did have thoughts, but unfortunately the demon wasn't interested in him at all. Fang Yuan looked at him and said, did you dream about fighting someone last night? Why do you look so drained? Lu Chuan glared at her. Don't use the wrong words. I'm not drained, I just didn't sleep well. But Fang Yuan was still dissatisfied. Why not? We kissed, didn't we? What else could you be thinking about? Lu Chuan gave her a plaintive look. Wasn't it precisely because of that kiss? The things I thought about, you've never even imagined. But I can't say that out loud. Still, Lu Chuan had his pride, so he said, I was just worried about you going back alone today, couldn't sleep. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep affection, eyes full of unspoken words, such tender feelings. Fang Yuan just frowned, her face falling. You really worry about nothing. What's there to be concerned about? Lu Chuan started to get anxious. This wasn't going the way he'd hoped. You're my wife, and this is the first time you're traveling so far by yourself. How is it worrying about nothing? Of course I care about you. All that deep emotion was shouted out with those last few words. They say if you keep thinking about someone, they'll eventually think of you too. Finally, Fang Yuan got the hint. I care about you even more. Lu Chuan thought, finally, we're on the same page. After all my tireless efforts, Fang Yuan finally has a woman's heart. But then Fang Yuan said, you'd better focus on your studies and learn some real skills. Don't get distracted by nonsense. If I start worrying about you, you'll be in trouble, understand? All of Lu Chuan's feelings turned into a single sentence. Let's go eat. Fang Yuan replied, eat what? Let's go shopping first, then I'll catch my bus. You should get to school early and not delay your proper business. She was all about her career. Lu Chuan got stubborn. It won't take long to eat. Well, when Lu Chuan dug his heels in, Fang Yuan didn't really have a way to deal with him. Lu Chuan looked at Fang Yuan, his vision almost blurry from happiness after being scolded a couple of times. What could you do? He was just a hopeless romantic. Anyway, they ate, bought the parts they needed, and then made their way to the bus station. Fang Yuan was on the bus, Lu Chuan was outside. The two of them looked at each other through the window. Lu Chuan fussed over her, this bus goes straight to the county. Don't get off midway, don't meddle in other people's business, and don't talk to strangers. Fang Yuan didn't take it seriously at all. Relax, the driver knows my dad. Lu Chuan said, that's great. I was just about to go talk to the driver. Now I can rest easy. Fang Yuan replied, I'm going home. That's our turf. What are you worried about? You're the one out here alone, all skinny and weak. You're the one I should be worried about. Be careful, don't let anyone trick you. Lu Chuan took this as a love confession. His wife was worried about him. Besides, he didn't think anyone could trick him except Fang Yuan. If only Fang Yuan could be a little more gentle and affectionate, he wouldn't have to be such a hopeless romantic. Wasn't he just hoping to balance things out between them? But Fang Yuan was always practical and decisive. All right, I'm fine. You'd better get to school early. Don't be one of those people who gets up early but arrives late, or people will say you're not serious about your studies. Lu Chuan was reluctant to leave. This woman was just too heartless. I know, I'll head back in a bit. Remember to come visit me in the city on Sunday. The ticket seller called out that the bus was about to leave. For once, Fang Yuan's expression changed a little. She said to Lu Chuan, don't cause trouble out here, but don't be afraid of it either. If you're bullied, send word to me and I'll come with my brother. Otherwise, just focus on your studies and don't keep thinking about running home. It's a waste of time and money. Lu Chuan was so touched his eyes turned red. He knew Fang Yuan cared about him. Those were the sweetest words he could hear. As for the rest, he just tuned it out. Then the hopeless romantic Lu Chuan went over to the driver. Please look after Fang Yuan on the road. My fifth brother is in the county. The driver replied, don't worry. She's Fang Deling's daughter. No one with eyes would dare mess with her. Except for this young man, who must be out of his mind. The driver gave Lu Chuan a few extra looks. He didn't seem like an idiot, though. The bus drove off. Lu Chuan waved his arm for ages, not knowing if Fang Yuan looked back or not. He headed off to school alone, feeling utterly desolate. A married man leaving home really was different from before. On the bus, an older woman started chatting with Fang Yuan. Is that your boyfriend? He looks like a real gentleman. What does he do in the city? Aren't you worried, going back alone like this? What if he runs off with another girl? Fang Yuan didn't bother with her. She knew there were plenty of shady people out there. But the woman kept talking to herself. You girls these days, not as friendly as the young men. Fang Yuan glanced at her and said, see the driver? He's my relative. After that, no one tried to bother Fang Yuan again. Not that anyone was really a bad person, but with her attitude, she didn't seem like someone to mess with. Who would want to provoke a tough girl for no reason? The driver really did know Fang Deling and made sure to drop Fang Yuan off right at Wuhu's place. Once the brothers met up, the driver waved goodbye and left. Wuhu wasn't worried about his sister getting lost, but he did complain, you really have guts, being gone for days. I've been running around like crazy here. Fang Yuan replied, that's because I trust you. If it were anyone else, do you think I'd leave so easily? Wuhu was so annoyed his nose was crooked. Thanks for your trust. Is everything okay with Lu Chuan? At least let Uncle Qin know or we'll all be worried. Fang Yuan said, I know. Now get going. Then she remembered her big package. Let me show you something cool. I've seen a lot in the city. They don't build houses, they build buildings. And they use cranes. You know what a crane is? So tall you can't even see the top. Just one rope can lift something super heavy. Fang Yuan went on and on, but Wuhu only cared about one thing. Just don't tell me you want to buy a crane. Fang Yuan said, I'd love to, but even if we pooled all our money, it wouldn't be enough. But there's no rush, we'll earn it bit by bit. Wuhu, you need to find more work. Wuhu turned and walked away. This girl always thought about things as if they were in a famine. She was going to worry him to death. How much money could their brother-in-law possibly make to fill such a huge hole? The Fang family was really putting him in a tough spot. They'd better treat him well from now on. And as for his own money, once he gets married, he should hand it over to his wife to manage. He can't let Fang Yuan turn around and buy a crane with it. Just look at Wuhu. He's really forward-thinking. But the bundle in his hands was so heavy, who knows what all Fang Yuan bought. When old Lu saw his daughter-in-law return, his face was all smiles, wrinkles and all. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. I was really worried Lu Chuan might lose you along the way. He handed Fang Yuan an account book. It was all the work records he'd helped keep these past few days. and also the consumption records for materials they didn't need to manage themselves. It was Woohoo's first time seeing an account book like this. This has nothing to do with our work, does it? Recording the labor is enough. Why bother with all this? Fang Yuan replied. Lu Chuan said we should pay more attention, keep more records. For a project this big, how much material gets used, this is all experience for us. Maybe it'll come in handy in the future. Woohoo, brother-in-law said that. Fang Yuan, would I make that up? Woohoo, then I'd better remember that. I'll be more careful next time too. Why doesn't his brother-in-law teach him these things? He's definitely keeping some tricks to himself. Fang Yuan said. Lu Chuan says, be extra careful when things are going well. Don't get careless. Don't let success go to your head. Woohoo, got it, got it. I've got my own little notebook from brother-in-law too. Woohoo had always been the one to find workers, but he'd never dealt with management before, so he felt a bit unsure. Turns out everyone's carrying around Lu Chuan's words. Old Lu, feeling sorry for his daughter-in-law who'd come all the way back from the provincial capital, said, Yuan, you must be hungry. Let me make you something to eat. Fang Yuan replied, no need, Dad, I've already eaten. Lu Chuan bought plenty of food. Make sure you try some later. Then she added, and please don't call me the second son's wife, it's a mouthful. I'm the younger generation. Just call me Fang Yuan. Just those 2 sentences, and Woohoo could tell something was different. This wasn't how her sister used to talk, nor was it her usual style. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was a city girl, using the formal you in every sentence, really sounding the part. Old Lu listened to everything his daughter-in-law said. All right, Fang Yuan it is. It rolls off the tongue, and it's a good name. The in-laws really picked a nice one. Fang Yuan said, once I get settled in here, Dad, you should go home and check on Mom. Old Lu replied, no need, there's nothing to see. I'm busy here and can't leave. Fang Yuan insisted, while I'm here, you really should go back and take a look. Xiao San's at home, but he can't really handle things. Hearing this, Old Lu immediately agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. Truth be told, he wasn't at ease about things at home either. Woohoo could see it. Whatever Fang Yuan arranged, her uncle would do. She really wasn't just a daughter-in-law. She was running the show. It didn't look like the Lu family had just married a wife. They'd married someone who held the reins. When it was just the 2 of them, Woohoo asked Fang Yuan, you've changed a lot. Did you pick this up from people in the provincial capital? Fang Yuan was puzzled. What do you mean, pick up? Woohoo explained, you sound nothing like a country girl. You really have the air of someone important. Fang Yuan didn't think much of it. I didn't notice that in the city. It's just that Lu Chuan insists on speaking this way with his parents. Woohoo understood now. So it was brother-in-law who taught her, step by step. See, he gives his wife pointers, but never gives any to his brother-in-law. Don't think he hasn't noticed. Whenever Lu Chuan talks to someone important, he always uses that formal address. Well, Woohoo would have to start acting the part too. Even if he couldn't do it as well as Lu Chuan, he couldn't fall behind Fang Yuan. Who can't put on airs? Woohoo decided to secretly work on it. With Fang Yuan back, Woohoo felt less pressure. The 2 of them could work together and discuss things as they went. With Fang Yuan helping out at the construction site, Woohoo could free up some time for other things. Of course, he first learned how to use all the tools Fang Yuan brought back. No wonder the bus driver had gone out of his way to help Fang Yuan. She had so much stuff, it was hard to carry. But these gadgets were really useful. With them, their construction team looked much more professional. All those little tasks became quicker and easier, which meant saving on labor. Woohoo brought over a few workers who'd been with him from the start and taught them how to use the new tools, another way to win people over. Fang Yuan hadn't understood these things before, but now she did thanks to Lu Chuan's hands-on teaching. And with a wave of his hand, Woohoo declared that the money for these tools was spent by him and Lu Chuan together. They had nothing to do with Fang Yuan anymore. Of course, the money still went to Fang Yuan, otherwise, she wouldn't agree. She really kept business and personal matters separate. Fang Yuan was a bit reluctant to part with the good stuff. If she hadn't gone to the provincial capital, she wouldn't even know what these things were or how useful they could be. You really know your stuff, she said. Wu Hu replied, "Here, take these little gadgets. They can't be rented out for much anyway. You should save up for a big crane." Fang Yuan agreed, "That's true." She just took the money. Then the two of them sighed, "If you get the chance, you really should go out and see the world. It really broadens your horizons." Wu Hu noticed that Fang Yuan was extremely meticulous in her work. When Lu Chuan was around, she'd check the accounts twice and feel at ease. No need for a third time. But when Lu Chuan wasn't there, Fang Yuan would go over the accounts again and again, who knows how many times. Wu Hu said, "You don't have to be so careful. As long as it matches up, what could go wrong?" Fang Yuan replied, "What if I make a mistake? I'd rather check a couple more times. I've got the time anyway. I don't want to lose out, but I don't want to take advantage either." Wu Hu nodded. He felt the same way. When he had nothing to do, he'd look over his own little notebook too. During the day, she'd drag Wu Hu along for safety inspections, more thorough than the official inspectors. Wu Hu said, "You're getting a little obsessed." Fang Yuan shot back, "We're not as sharp as others, and we don't think as far ahead. If we can't even do well with what we do know, how are we supposed to get by?" Wu Hu was convinced Fang Yuan made sense. He picked up his little notebook and checked it every day, walking around the site. He had to admit, it made him feel much more at ease. When old Lu came back from home, he brought Fang Yuan several dozen boiled eggs, pickles, meat sauce, everything. Fang Yuan said, "Dad, what about the family? Why did you bring everything here?" Old Lu replied, "Your mom said you don't need to sell eggs for a bit of money now, so she saved them all up. She made salted eggs and sent them all to you." Fang Yuan was delighted, at least it was all from home. "How's Mom doing?" Old Lu said, "She's fine. She and Xiaoxin go to the river to move stones. The two of them are planning that after the harvest, we'll lay the foundation first. We have the materials, so it won't cost much." Fang Yuan was delighted when she heard the news. "If we can get the house built, that would be great. When Lu Chuan comes back for the new year, he'll have a new house to stay in." Old man Lu was tempted too, but he was only tempted, he couldn't actually do it. "If we wait until after the autumn harvest to build, it'll be too late. We won't finish in time." Wu Hu, who had been listening in, offered a suggestion. "If we lay the foundation now and build after the harvest, we should be able to make it. Otherwise, let's just start building now." But old man Lu, for once, stood his ground. "What's the rush? It's better to wait until next year to build." He was thinking that after the autumn harvest, they'd have more money on hand. The second son and his wife had already brought home a lot of materials, and most of the money had been spent. With the money from the harvest and what he'd saved up, they'd be able to build the house. In the countryside, building a house doesn't cost much in labor since everyone helps out. Old man Lu wanted to pay for the house himself. As for Wu Hu and the others, if they were building regular houses, there wouldn't be so much work, and they wouldn't make much money either. Wu Hu said, "Uncle, why not take advantage of the good weather and build now?" Old man Lu replied, "You're just as impatient as Fang Yuan. Building a house is a big deal, you can't rush it." The others didn't say another word, but everyone had their own thoughts. Fang Yuan, who never overthinks things, simply said, "Then we'll listen to Dad." Wu Hu then started discussing with Fang Yuan, "You're already married, and I need to get myself a wife too. I'll talk to Mom and Dad about where I should build my house. I'm thinking I should get it built soon. Otherwise, if I just leave those materials at home, I won't feel at ease." Fang Yuan asked, "What's there to worry about? You can't eat or drink building materials." Wu Hu replied, "Big brother, I won't even mention him. He's all about saving face, even if it means suffering. Second brother doesn't even have a courtyard wall yet. Third brother wants to build an extra room. As for fourth brother, let's not even talk about him. If I don't use those materials to build my own house, they'll all end up using them." Fang Yuan had to admit,